disgusting. If he even needed it, the last card was Forged in Flame as well, which is like the next best card if he didn't literally have like 15 over lethal.
I'm going to call it too soon, but yeah, there we go. That's the big moment there for Habu Gabu. He
Can't believe you're still counting.
He comes back, takes the victory, and Habu Gabu is your summer champion.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another day of the Fall Championship. My name is TJ. I'm joined by Sottle to kick off the show. Sottle, how you doing today, buddy? You look nice and rested there. You're looking good.
Is that supposed to be a reference to me oversleeping and missing the call time? But no, I'm here. I'm ready to go, TJ.
Oh, you really do. It's just an honest, genuine Sottle. You're looking chipper today. You're looking like you're ready to cast some Hearthstone.
Thanks, TJ. It might have something to do that I get to open the show with my absolute favorite person in the entire world, TJ Sanders. And it might also have something to do with the matchup that we're casting. And it might also have something to do with how awesome yesterday was with a couple of fantastic groups that we pretty much plowed our way through with some incredibly turbulent games and series that we were watching.
Yeah, it was quite the day of action yesterday. It felt like at least Group A, there was no real back and forth going on. It was just a bunch of Hearthstone players just completely rolled in some series. And I guess that's just the nature of the metagame right now, right? It feels like we have these really strong and refined decks that when they get rolling, they're hard to stop. But I'm curious to see how today's going to play out because we do have some, some different lineups being mixed in to the fold. So we'll get into that a little bit later. But for now, Sottle, look at this. Conquest. That's what we're going to be playing today. Conquest.
Unbelievable, straight out of left field. Who would have thought it? Competitive Hearthstone going with a Conquest format. Yeah, if you haven't seen it before, if you have been living under a rock for the last 6 years or so of competitive Hearthstone since the last Hero Standing switch, players bring 4 decks. Each of those decks have to be eliminated, essentially. You have to defeat your opponent's decks one by one. You can't wait. Oh, hang on, no. I just realized the first time in history we actually decide to explain Conquest and say everyone doesn't know what it is, and I actually get it completely wrong. It's the exact opposite of that. You have to win with each of your individuals to get it out of the series. Go on.
It's tough, Sottle. It's if we'd been doing this for like 15 years, I don't know.
I know. Yeah.
We've been doing it for like 6. So
understandable.
Yeah, understandable. Oh, I actually didn't see this yesterday. It's really cool. It's been updated. It looks very regal, doesn't it? This prize pool graphic showing all of these numbers and this money. Doesn't it look regal to you?
It does. It looks beautiful. And what else looks beautiful is those little blue chevrons featured on the graphic that shows that players will be going through to the World Championship, which is not only where the big money is, like even outside of that prize pool that's shown, that qualification to the World Championships will put a whole bunch of extra money in your pocket just for being there. But more so than that, it's about the prestige. It's about a year's work culminating at this point. We saw players, highs and lows yesterday as we saw players securing their chance to now play for a spot in the World Championships, but also players like Fury Hunter, for example, who have been so close throughout the year on multiple occasions and now are not making it to the World Championship. We have a very similar story to that today, particularly with Bunny Hopper, who has been in a very similar spot to Fury throughout the year, one of the nearly men of World Championship qualification. And here we do see some of Fury Hunter's run through yesterday.
Yeah, Xiao Bai and Fury Hunter faced off twice yesterday, and Xiao Bai was able to get the better of that matchup on both sides, right? 3-2 and then 3-1. So Fury Hunter his run has come to an end, but heck of a year still. Shouldn't be too upset. Tweeted earlier, but we had Habu Gabu, who just rocked up, 3-0'd twice in about an hour and 5 minutes, and left.
Yep, it was a very straightforward day's work. He turned up, he queued Warrior, he destroyed everyone, he left. Quite literally, as you can see. Oh, he came back and ruined the bit. What a shame. He did just absolutely destroy his 2 matchups, and then it came down to the two of the players that were defeated earlier in the day, Fury Hunter and Plastic. And Plastic, boy, did he have a day of it. Just really could not get anything running, which left us in Group A in this position with Xiao Bai and Fury Hunter in the rematch. And once again, it was Xiao Bai that was able to get it. And there you can see it, yeah, the little wave goodbye from Fury, but you can see on his face betraying the true emotions of just how devastating this can be when you get this close, in Fury's case, multiple times to the World Championships, and you don't make it.
Yeah, it's rough, but you know, and there's always next year, right? We'll see if Fury Hunter's a player who seems like, you know, even though it's motivated by that competitive drive, still a player that seems to just enjoy the game and enjoy competing. If he didn't, then I don't know why he's playing so many gosh darn Hearthstone tournaments, you know? So we'll see. And then, of course, we had Group B or Group 2. No, it's B. It's B. In some places, it says Group 2. But
It's number B, TJ, I believe.
yeah, group number B, we had Glory, who looking for a 3rd World Championship in a row. And not only that, but if he does qualify a World Championship, looking for 3rd World Championship finals in a row, which would be just insane. Was able to come out of the group in 1st place. Nice, smooth little victory. And then Pocket Train made a splash, right? Yeah, pretty big splash. And by splash, I mean brought Boar Priest and got bodied. And then Tansoku is a player that ended up moving on. So both the Japanese representatives from Group B being the players to move on to the quarterfinals on Sunday.
Yeah, Pocket ended up tweeting out that he kind of did miss the meta. He was confident in his lineup when he initially posted it, saying, yeah, go on, try and target this. And as he then said later, turns out they did. He was expecting a bit. He was expecting a bit more control to counter the aggro. In his words, that didn't really happen. The only countering that really happened was countering Pocket Train, specifically for Gaboom, who really went hard on just the idea of trying to beat Pocket Train twice in the group. But you can see now the results. We ended up with Habu Gabu and Xiao Bai making it out of Group A. As mentioned, you would be forgiven for forgetting that Habu Gabu was the player that made it out, because he was only on camera for about 50 minutes to an hour in total, and Xiao Bai had the slightly grindier run through, picking up a couple of wins over Fury Hunter to secure his spot.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot that Habu Gabu even played more than 1 game of Hearthstone yesterday. That's how quick it was. And then from Group B, like we said, we had Gloria and Tansoku as the 2 players to move on. Tansoku, he's just... You just can't help but root for Tansoku. I don't know. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you're from. I don't care, like, what kind of decks you like to play in Hearthstone. Tansoku's just the best.
And this has nothing to do with him once saying that you were his favorite caster and getting you to sign autographs for him and all that kind of stuff, right? This is purely unbiased opinion.
That's a regular occurrence, so, you know, I have that happen every day.
Oh, yeah, actually, all 16 players in this tournament have done that at some point, actually. Yeah, no, I forgot. You're absolutely right, TJ. My bad.
Yeah, so, you know, that's not the special part. It's just Tansoku himself is the special part. And for some reason, I'm always the person that gets to, like, interview him after he wins stuff or before he plays and stuff. It's just tradition throughout history, Hearthstone's history. And so it's just cool. Just cool to see him continue to have success after all this time. But we'll see. It's just made it to the quarterfinals. Still got another match on Sunday to win in order to actually make it through. But just a very happy-go-lucky kind of individual.
Yeah, and not only is Tansoku getting continued success, but at the very, very highest level, APAC is getting continued success, of course. Like, when it comes to the end of the road, the World Championships, in this case the seasonal championships, it does seem that like, the very cream of the crop of the APAC field does rise to the top more often than not in recent memory. It does seem like depth of field is stronger in Europe and China, but it really does seem like, the top 5, top 10 players in the APAC region, particularly in Japan, are right up there with everyone else, the very top players in the world. You'll notice, TJ, America's not being mentioned in that breakdown.
Yeah, they're terrible.
Oh, you said it.
Yeah, I did. I'm allowed to. Because they're mine,
Yep.
You're allowed to rib on your family a little bit.
That's right.
And they're all my family. You can't choose your family. Okay, here we go. Group C. This is one of my favorite groups. Actually, it is my favorite group out of all of these groups, just because of the level of personality that exists within the group, and a lot of different ones as well. We have Bunny Hopper, who's just one of the all-time greats in competitive Hearthstone. Just continued success year after year. He's a doctor, whatever. We talked about that so many times. Dr. Bunny Hopper, And then we have 2 casters in this group, or 2 casting personalities, streaming personalities of Lovestorm and Algier. So Lovestorm is just my favorite Hearthstone player. Okay. He's in my top 3. Okay, Killing All Day, Tansoku, and Lovestorm. Top 3, no particular order. It changes day to day, week to week, month to month. But those are my favorites. Lovestorm. I'm wearing my Space Cat shirt today in honor of Lovestorm because it's my Space Cat shirt just looks like a storm of love. So I'm just hoping that he gives us a show, as he always does.
All cats are a storm of love, TJ, whether or not they're from space. You should know this by now. But yeah, I'm wondering whether TJ just lacks object permanence. Like, whichever player is on the screen in front of him is his new favorite player at this point. That seems to be where we're going. I can't wait to find out who his new favorite player in the world is once we get to group number D. But for now, I suppose it is going to be Lovestorm. Oh, there we go. Who's your favorite player in the world now, TJ?
Lovestorm.
Okay, good.
Still Lovestorm.
Yeah.
But this is a group maybe of lesser known players, even though Spring is one of the biggest up and comers in China. XMG is probably the most known player in this group, right? Because XMG has been around for a little while. But Gregorius and Ustia are relatively new in terms of like how recently they've had success. So Group D is kind of the group of the dark horses in terms of fall championship, I would say.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that, but it does also have some more very off-the-wall lineups coming into the field. I do think throughout the first day, lineups were really the biggest talking point, partly because of how much of a blowout so many of the series were, where people just kind of got in the preparation phase. We talked about that, particularly with Pocket Train, but also Habu Gabu's lineup with the aggro and Rage Warrior that he had was very, very effective against the Curse Locks that we saw from everyone else. So it does feel like this is a tournament so far where we've seen the weight of preparation just be even more important than we are used to seeing. And I wonder with some of the lineups that we have in Group D, which we'll dig into later once we move towards it, whether that will continue to be the case. But TJ and myself, and for the first half of the day in general, we will be focusing in on that Group C, kicking things off, as mentioned, with Bunny Hopper versus Lovestorm, which should be a phenomenal way to start your day.
Oh, yeah. And here we go. Kicking things off. Taking a look at the lineups in this group, they do differ a little bit from what we saw yesterday. Excuse me. But the sort of strategy is sort of the same. I feel like we have more Thief Rogues than the Temple Rogues, which yesterday in both groups we actually saw a surprising amount of Temple Rogue with sort of where it's positioned in the meta. Obviously, this is Conquest, it's not Ladder, so things differ. You're trying to build a cohesive lineup and not just singularly strong decks. But I put a lot of faith in that Thief Rogue, honestly, just because it gives you a lot of flexibility in game plan. and we saw Glory do incredibly well with it yesterday, going 2-0 in the group. So I'm curious if that's going to be the case today. And I say that because Bunny Hopper has it in his lineup, and it is going to be left up in this series. And another one, Sottle, that I don't really know how to evaluate fully. I literally, since the deck got nerfed originally with the Snowfall Guardian nerf,
Yeah.
I still haven't been able to evaluate all this time is the Control Shaman.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm usually, you know, pretty
Question mark?
Yeah, pretty good at establishing where decks will be, like how hard nerfs will get hit, whether decks are still hanging around. I thought the Snowfall Guardian nerf would drop Shaman out of contention for quite some time, but it just did not happen. Furthermore, like cutting the card and continuing to power on forward is something that I wasn't expecting. But one thing that I was expecting was to see Bunny Hopper right back at the top of the field again, because you look at that resume, that is elite, TJ. Like, that is the resume of someone who has been one of the best players in the world, not for a number of years, but for an amount of time that is over half a decade at this point. Bunny Hopper was one of the very first players to qualify to a major championships through a truly open system, right? You were there, you remember all of this happening. We had all of our known streamers that we thought were good players, and then we switched to a fully open system, and the names who qualified for, I believe, Winter Championship Europe, which was the first one that we actually went through the system, we hadn't heard of any of them, because it turns out the people that we were paying lots of money to appear on camera because people liked them weren't actually the best Hearthstone players. And Bunny Hopper, instead, was the best Hearthstone player. Not quite, he didn't end up winning everything, but he was in the conversation, and that was 9 years ago at this point? No, hang on. 8 years ago? 7 years ago.
7 years ago.
7 years ago, yeah.
2015, beginning of 2015, so.
Right. And he has been
half years ago.
Yeah, and he's been around since then, being successful, winning championships and continuing through to the tour stop system, the Grandmaster system, being successful in all of them. And even just this year, he's having a fantastic year in terms of our broadcast events, but also, as you saw there from Lorinda's provided stats, being incredibly successful in the China League as well, which is one of the most deeply stacked competitive tournaments in the world. Not the most recent season, but the season before that, Bunny Hopper absolutely destroyed the league stage of that tournament.
Yeah, it's hard to overstate the impact that Bunny Hopper's had in the competitive scene, as well as Love Storms, because he came in with a storm of love, a mural of love,
Yes,
just plastered on his ceiling, painting, and even though it hasn't had quite as many like Masters Tour appearances, still up there in win rate, rivals Bunny Hopper, slightly less, 62-35, still very impressive. Is a caster, cast some Hearthstone in China, and also Love Storm does it with his own style, right? He won Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair with like Brute Demon Hunter, which was just crazy to watch. I'm pretty sure he didn't even lose a single match during his run and winning Masters Tour Onyxia's Lair. And he just always has that slight flair, right? You look at his lineup, you're like, okay, normal deck, pretty normal deck, and then what? And even though his what in this one is the Boar Priest, which we saw have very little success for Pocket Train in Pocket Train's group yesterday, it's still one of those decks where if you bring it, you gotta be really confident in it. And Love Storm's a player that I don't think shies away from any of these decks that are a little bit more difficult to pilot.
Yeah, and I think what's even more impressive about that is sometimes you'll see someone have success in a tournament with an off-the-wall lineup, as you were saying, and it'll just be a meta call, right? It'll be a counter lineup, it'll snipe a particularly common deck that they're expecting to see, or it'll just happen and, you know, they run hot, they get lucky, they have high variance decks and it goes well or whatever. When Love Storm did it, particularly in that Masters Tour win, his lineup then became the meta. We went into Grandmasters very rapidly after that Masters tour, and many of the players in Grandmasters from the Western scene looked at that lineup and went, oh, that's just the lineup now. Like, I either have to bring that lineup or work out how to counter that lineup, because that was actually just better than all of the things that we were doing. Blaze, in particular, I think just showed up playing Lovestorm's exact lineup for that next tournament, and I believe took down a weekly win with it in Grandmasters as well. So this is a person who is having a real impact on the meta cross-region as well. So, you know, Lovestorm absolutely might not be my favorite player in the world, TJ. I'm not quite on your level, but certainly someone that I've enjoyed watching enormously over the course of this year.
Yeah, there's two types of players in competitive Hearthstone. Those who lead, those who follow. And Lovestorm is one of the ones who leads in terms of, you know, breaking the metagame, trying new things. There he is in all of his glory. Oh.
Unfortunately, no longer with the upward camera angle that
I know.
reveals the Lovestorm on the ceiling, but yeah, unfortunately.
Bummer. Oh well. We got a little bit of of love action with the murals in the background, whatever those are. Looks like lollipops.
Yeah, that sounds right. Definitely not flowers.
No. Well, you know, flowers and lollipops look pretty similar, to be honest.
Probably need to be a little bit careful which of them you put in your mouth.
No.
Oh, okay.
I see you.
Not if you're my kids. They couldn't even tell the difference. All right. Thief Rogue, one of my favorite decks in the metagame right now, just because every game is different. I don't think you could even spot like a similar play pattern across like two different games of Thief Rogue, even if you gave it like 100 game sample size. There's just so much that you can do, but also so many turns where you have to like pivot and you know, make it be creative, right, with your game plan. So we see some players bring the Sketchy Stranger variation, and some players without it, right? The Sketchy Stranger, obviously, it doesn't break your Maestro Disguise because it's neutral, and it just gives you, you know, straight up extra card that you can get from Contraband Stash, because it's not like Perjury where you don't get the actual secret that you get from Perjury. With Sketchy Stranger, you do. So.
And Bunny now, having picked up Jackpot and Contraband Stash, and of course that objection found from the Stranger as well, does have, as you were saying, different play patterns for the deck, but this is one of the more conventional ones, I would say.
Choose soon.
Those are not it.
I was thinking, it's definitely not Cowardly Grunt. Mounted Raptor would let Bunny Hopper get something else on the board this turn, or maybe just Jackpot this turn and then go for like a Dagger plus Mounted Raptor next turn. But does go for the Undying Disciple. That could deal with like a relic, vaulted relic of Phantasms. That was a very convoluted way to say that. A doubled up relic of Phantasms.
Yeah.
A vaulted relic of Phantasms. There you go.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
If the Relic of Phantasms does a backflip over a pommel horse and lands on the board, then you'll be able to deal with it.
Yeah. 4 full revolutions.
But I think the plan for Bunny, he went for prep, right, before the Discover, which I think he was looking for the ability to play something large-ish on the board if he was able to hit, and then he had the Jackpot as a backup to spend that mana if he wanted to. Did kind of miss on those options. Like, yeah, Mounted Raptor was playable, but I don't think really the business that Bunny was in terms of wanting to gain tempo quickly. So just ripped the Jackpot. And as our resident Thief Rogue expert, TJ, what do you make of these Jackpot outcomes?
Terrible.
Yeah, they are.
Absolutely terrible.
Ooh. Hang on. Real quick. Amulet of Undying?
Oh,
You wanna just lean all the way into this nonsense, TJ?
yeah. Double synergy with the Undying Disciple. One, because they both have Undying in the name. And two, because it's a death rattle.
Yeah, okay.
And because it's just the best option out of those ones. So
Yep.
is going to pick the amulet. And one of the things you always have to think about when you're playing Thief Rogue is the ripple effect of your choices. Because every card that you pick is probably not even just going to be played once in a game. It's going to be played multiple times in a game. So you have to think like, okay, do I really want to be summoning like 3 Mounted Raptors this game? Or would I rather have 3 Undying Disciples this game? And it doesn't matter if they're 4 costs or 1 cost when in terms of Contraband Stash and tests.
Exactly.
They're always going to be summoned. So if you can pick something a little bit more powerful, that is going to take you a little bit longer to actually get on the board initially, then, like I said, the ripple effect that's going to have on the remainder of the game. So, same with Undying Disciple, or Amulet of Undying.
Obviously, I cut off your assessment of the jackpot cards, but I do think that's a little important to think about with Fellfire in the Hole as well, right? Like, the first time you play Fellfire, not great. But after that, if you're replaying it, quote, for free a bunch of times over and over, it actually does a lot for you when being thrown in the pool of cards. So it's not the worst possible outcome, but I think Bunny would have been far more interested in many, many different options that he could have come from that jackpot.
Yeah. He's just gonna gonna have a board nuke with Contraband Stash. It's gonna be Undying Disciple and then Fellfire in the Hole. Now all he needs is something that like triggers death rattles, and then boom, like 12 damage AOE each Contraband Stash. But for now, Bunny Hopper, not many options. It's the Perjury that's picked up. I guess you could just go double Secret this turn, but it doesn't feel great considering there's just a Venomous Scorpion that's going to answer the Undying Disciple that's on the board. But hey, what can you do?
Bunny deciding it's time to get the injection in play. You all right, TJ? Do you need a moment?
God, I love a vaulted Relic of Dimensions.
Okay. Yeah, that got better quickly.
Yep, we got a Brand Jace situation going on here.
Bunny will have been through the ringer for the last few turns because there was a pattern where Lovestorm activated his vault for the 1-cost relic, which would have gone, but oh, okay, he's doing that on turn 4, which means he's probably not playing Dimensions on 5. But then Lovestorm just loaded up the second location on the same turn. Bunny, oh, okay, he probably is just playing Dimensions on 5. Then Lovestorm didn't play Dimensions on 5, and Bunny would have thought, okay, great, he's not playing Dimensions on 5, and then he just top decks it on 6 instead. So unlucky.
Ice Barrier. Okay. Oh. Ugh. This hand is ooh. Quite the predicament.
It is.
I think we're trading this amulet. I don't know if one Undying Disciple is gonna cut it in this situation.
Yeah, I think trade amulet is fine. But honestly, if you don't draw something premium off the top, you might just be ripping your Fellfire in the hole just to get it in the pool.
Oh no.
Yup.
Yep, there it is.
Get it in.
There it is. Boom, take 2.
Yeah, ordering there doubly important because I don't think you mind.
Overdraw?
Yep. No big deal though for Lovestorm. But yeah, ordering for Bunny Hopper important because I don't think you necessarily mind drawing the amulet back at that point, right? So you definitely want to trade it in first before you draw the spell. On a more basic level, it's the way to draw a card that leaves you more mana open at the end of the turn, which is just kind of good Hearthstone mechanics in the first place. But I think doubly important because of the spell draw coming from the Felfire as well.
Yep. All right. Lovestorm going to push some damage here. Actually wants to open up some hand space as well because of Brand's School Teacher. Has the potential to add a lot of cards to hand, especially if you get like a Relic of Dimensions or something off the top, but also, or you know, just draw spells from the School Teacher like Spectral Sight or something like that. And to juice up the Jace, potential Brand Jace.
Yeah, that's the thing, is Lovestorm has a couple of ways to go about this. He can go for the Brand School Teacher, massive value, impactful spells, can play multiple Nogglings in the same turn as the Bran as well, especially if he waits one more turn from here. But the other route is just to play every card that says Fell on it, and then just see if Brand Jace ends the game when you get to that point. So
yeah,
he has a couple of good-looking options from this point forward. I think Bunny is going to need to stitch together this ragtag group of cards that he's been dealt this game into something relatively impactful. And as TJ was saying, that's kind of Thief Rogue 101, right? And I know Bunny is as big a fan of this deck, I believe, as TJ is, and has played it a lot. So I'm sure we'll be well used to solving these puzzles, but you can see the frustration on his face. There is not a lot there for him right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if Bunny Hopper, like, shadow stepped there and replayed to pull one additional secret out of the deck to improve the draw ever so slightly. Ooh, these are big.
I think if this turn is starting School Teacher, then we're starting to get an idea of where Lovestorm's Bran plan is at.
Yeah, he can play more expensive School Teacher and then like Relic or Vault plus Relic of Phantasms. I think it's what, 6/6 and 7/7 at this point.
5/5 and 6/6, I think. Well, it will be after the
after
the other Relic first.
extinction.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, actually, not going to even play the Extinction first. Not too worried about this. Going to save that just for some additional removal. Or
just do it wrong.
Yeah.
Not enough time.
Okay. Yeah, that's makes more sense. Ooh. Oh, okay.
Sure.
That's a playable card. And there's a Shadow Step as well, but can't be played this turn because it's going to play Contraband Stash. We're going to get Objection, Felfire in the hole, and then can double Bone Spike, actually. And then play the Gravedigger. And I wonder if you preemptively step the Gravedigger. It's got to be Brand thrown away, I feel.
Yeah, a little unfortunate because he hasn't been shown either of the cards that are insane in hand with Bran.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the influence, right? Like, Bunny saw 5 cards in hand, 3 of which, 1 was Bran and 2 were useless with Bran. So he might suspect that the Bran actually isn't that dangerous at that point. He doesn't know that there's a discounted Jace in the hand, right? Which it would have to be there and discounted to be potent with the Bran.
Yeah.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Yep. Gonna play the School Teacher into the Objection. I knew that was there because that was the only secret that was actually played from the Sketchy Stranger. Okay. Well, the School Teacher actually, just because of the Objection, got rid of a lot of value from Lovestorm. The Objection doing a ton of work. If you look at just the minion pool, yeah, twice. the minion pool for Relic Demon Hunter, they really don't have a lot of throwaway minions. The only real one is Sir Finley. Everything else has a pretty substantial impact with Bran, Lady Steno, Venomous Scorpid, school teachers, and of course the big ones with Zymox.
I was about to say, I wonder if that sets off any alarm bells for Bunny. The fact that the seemingly fairly useless brand that Lovestorm had in hand had not been used on 2 different occasions to proc the objection. Instead, it was school teachers both times. But those alarm bells are no longer necessary because the fire is very much burning in Bunny Hopper's face right now as the brand Jace is going to do a ludicrous amount of damage here.
It was almost lethal.
Yep.
That's insane. I didn't think that many spell spells have been played, but yeah, Bunny Hopper would have needed prep in that situation off the top in order to have a chance, right? To be able to prep Bone Spike and then Denathrius.
Yeah.
It wasn't even that juice, but everything on the board had 1 health. So it should have been able to clear up the board and at least heal for some. But no prep off the top, and that meant that Bunny Hopper just had no way to deal with that. So a little bit tough. That was just a combination of a couple things. The jackpot early from Bunny Hopper, not really getting anything super impactful. The Celestial Alignment just completely dead in hand. And then from there, it was just a bunch of support cards being drawn and none of the actual meat of the deck. Nothing that helped him fight back or draw additional cards or any type of disruption outside the Gravedigger, which ended up not being really impactful because you didn't see, like you said, the actual cards that would have been good with Bran. So I still think you'd go for the Bran in that instance, though, just because you have an objection up, right? So isolating yet another minion or making it that much more difficult for Lovestorm to actually play a minion. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Lovestorm takes game 1.
Does indeed, and that leaves him in a good position in the series, but it does mean that we are going to have to move forward to this mage and to the Boar Priest as well. Remember, we've been used to yesterday predominantly seeing the heavy spell buff based versions of Priest in whatever different form it's been in, apart from with Pocket Train, who was kind of the reverse Habu Gabu, right? Like Habu Gabu got out, you might have forgot that he played yesterday because he just smashed his way through and got out of the group 6-0. Pocket Train was almost on the opposite end of that, largely because of the struggle that Boar Priest did have, and that's with Pocket Train playing it, who is probably the best player in the world when it comes to Boar Priest. Plastic had a very similar run through, and already, I know Bunny Hopper has a very strong mental game, right, when it comes to Hearthstone, and has done for a number of years. We've talked about it. You're not this successful for this long without being, a master of the mental side of the game as well. But when you start to see some of what happened yesterday, players just not drawing anything, their decks not being kind to them and just getting absolutely smashed out of existence, and then that happens to you game 1 going into a series where you're trying to make it to the World Championship, there has to be a small part of you where that nags in the back of your brain, right? And suddenly if you then go into a second game and your mulligan isn't good, that's when it can start to pile on top of you. But as I said, I have full faith in Bunny to keep a calm head here. It's what he does. He's been keeping cool, calm, and collected for 7 years now at this point, so I'm sure there is a long way to go in this series still.
He just secretly gets ridiculously tilted. He has a what do they call those things? What's on this?
Gonna need a little more info than that, TJ.
It's like it's a business, and you go to the business, and it's like a warehouse where they have a bunch of like old stuff, and they give you a sledgehammer.
What?
and you just literally pay them, and you go in there and you just start breaking everything.
That does sound great, but I've never heard of it before.
Rage room.
Ah, nice.
It's called a rage room. It might be a US thing.
No, they exist. I just did a near me, and there is I could travel to one from where I am. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. In fact, actually, they don't know. It's 3 a.m. right now, so they don't open until 11. But
Sure.
I can travel right now. But
Yeah.
8 hours from now, maybe I'll hit up the rage room. Yeah, they just give you like weaponry, and then you go into a room with like they put you in a bunch of safety equipment, helmets and stuff, and they just give you weapons, and you go in there and you just break everything. Long story short, that's what Bunny Hopper does.
Beats punching your monitor, am I right? Like,
Yeah, punch somebody else's old monitor that doesn't work anymore.
yeah.
With an axe.
All right, Bunny Hopper queuing up again. Perjury in the opening hand. Blackwater Cutlass as well, of course, always an option. He is going to be holding on to it alongside that Sketchy Stranger. Lovestorm on the other side on the Mage.
I see you've brought guests.
With not the best looking opening hand. You're never overly sad, I think, when you get to cast an early Arcane Intellect with this deck. Arcane Intellect is a very, very important card to play over the course of the game at some point because A, it helps you to draw cards towards a lot of those crucial cards, particularly the hero card. But then secondly, if you have an Arcane Intellect cast, then your hero card then also refills you on resources later in the game. So early AI at a point where there isn't going to be much pressure on the board is usually something you're very happy to see with this deck.
Yep. But like you said, outside of that, hey, not the best. Savara could be good, depending on the next couple of spells that are picked up. But
yep.
Bunny Hopper, pretty good curve, right? Has some good spells to play early on, and then a Queen Ashara on curve potentially, which could be a very high level power, right? You pick Horn, already has Contraband Stash. What?
Sorry, I just looked over to my other monitor and it still has the near me search for rage rooms on it, and my eye was just caught by all the reviews, which are you could say like ironically or fittingly, whichever way you want to look at it. All the reviews are so nice and pleasant of the place where you go and just violently smash everything up, and it just really amused me. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, because you get out all your rage.
Exactly. Yeah.
You come out the other side real calm.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And you're in the mood to leave a really nice review. Okay, so planning out these next couple turns for Bunny Hopper. I want to get the Queen Ashara down like as early as possible and get like the Horn Blade as early as possible. Just because the potential. Ooh, well, the Elic Mount is reasonable. Shield Shatter, not so much. Okay.
Me tusks won't stop shattering.
Oh, probably gonna swap, yeah. Oh, for sure. This is really nice. It's sort of all this nonsense that's in the hand, and is gonna replace it with other, maybe slightly better nonsense. Oh yeah, that improved. Ooh, that's an improvement.
Yep, this is all significantly better.
Oh, that's
nonsense.
an improvement. Oh. Yep. Okay, so we're still 2 spells away, I believe, from Queen Ashara Jackpot being the only one so far. So you go Coin, Prep, Reconnaissance, Queen, Horn. Pick the Horn, you can't play it, but...
Yeah, that's the thing. Right, if you wait one more turn, you can just do all of that next turn and use the prep on the Horn, right? Which I suppose could be an option. But just gonna go Elic Mount here instead. Okay, yeah, I like this a lot as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really smart, because this is now 3 spells, so the Ashara is active. So instead of worrying about using the prep to juice your value on the Horn, you're now just doing this, you're winning board, it gives you time to just play a 5/5 on board next turn while it's juiced, and then you can just go for whatever you want. This makes a ton of sense. I think this has to be the best line.
Yeah. The only problem with Elic Mount, at least from my personal experience, is that when you replay with Contraband Stash or Tests, it literally never goes on your minions. I'm pretty sure it's coded in the game, just go on your opponent's minions. Like, target enemies, if possible, is hidden in the Contra Stash text somewhere.
Elic Mount of the Archmage, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. So it's a little bit of a risk, but in terms of just raw power up front, great, especially if you can prep it out and get it a little bit sooner. So, okay.
Yeah, and I have been through this instance a few times. One of the nice things about Elic Mount, particularly if you are able to have a fast start and you land Elic Mount, is the first time you land Elic Mount, you get overwhelmingly ahead on board. And then I sort of learn from experience, even though you really want to go face and be aggressive at that point. If you then fight for board using all of your Elic Mount value, you can quite often get into a situation where your opponent just doesn't have minions by the time you're playing the resetting effects, right? Because you're just in such overwhelming board control from the initial play. So.
Okay, well, Love Storm, one thing to worry about here is slowly dying, but does have starting to pick up a lot of the defensive tools here. I mean, pretty much all of it. Nightcloak Sanctum, double Snow Flurry, double Flurry. Can freeze for days, not weeks.
Yeah, these minions are not going to be attacking anytime soon. But we will await with bated breath the contents of Bunny's horn here, because that could have a very significant impact. Ooh, okay. Thank you, TJ. Great contribution as always.
Preemptively getting it out there, you know?
Yep.
What's it gonna be? Ooh. Those bristles. How much krill that bad boy can get. I mean, Tyrion seems quite good.
Yeah, it's just a matter of when and where all those cards fit into your curve, because Bunny kind of has the opposite problem to last game, right? Where he has a ton of good stuff that he now wants to be doing over the course of the next few turns. So it's possible that a cheaper card would have fit in where Tyrion didn't, but I think he's fine from this point, because now, like, the contraband stash is already really juiced. He then has Denathrius coming in the future turns as well. So you do have to have a little moment to think about just when you're playing an expensive card like Tyrion. But I do think it makes the most sense.
Yeah, has the tempo already that's necessary to support the Tyrion.
Yes.
It's gonna be just the Dawn Grasp here, which is just gonna be Cold Case, Arcane Intellect. Oh, you know, Wildfire was played.
Wildfire as well.
Yep. Okay.
Does know that one of the Reckless Apprentice is buried right at the bottom of the deck as well, though.
Yeah.
Because of the initial Finley, which is a problem based on this current board state.
Worst hit. It's gonna be Ice Trap. Hey!
Stay where you are.
And it doesn't matter if you freeze the tentacles. That are up to 3.
Oh, step now as well.
Even if you contraband stash on this board, the Elic Mount's going on a Skelly 100%. This is just all face, dagger face, pass. Like, okay, gonna step back the queen.
You can step, right? Yeah.
And put in a Tyrion. All right, I'm fine with that.
Exactly, yeah. That's the option that immediately leapt out to me. You do also have to at least have a cursory count of lethal chances and percentages. You know, perhaps if you landed like Elic Mount on an attacking minion, for example.
Yeah. All 3 of the tentacle hits would have to go phase in order for this minion.
But not so if you got the extra damage from an Elic Mount, right? From Contraband Stash.
Ah, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
But it would only affect the breakpoint by 1.
By 1, yeah.
2.
And you'd have to win not only the friendly minion role, but also the attacking minion role as to what could actually attack. So probably absolutely not worth going for in that instance.
Yep. The Tentacles dodge the Skellies as well, so again, the freeze from Lovestorm is just not going to make any difference. That damage is still going to be piling in, down to just 3 life. This is looking
calculations are correct.
unwinnable.
Magic? Yeah, I've heard of it.
I can take them. Wait, not all of them!
A valiant effort.
Well, currently still alive, right? This is doing 5, so it is a full clear, and then the location freeze.
Where did it get the...
Doesn't matter.
Where did it get the honorable kill?
What to go?
Oh,
from 4 to 5.
The G-Log. Okay. Because the G-Log was at 4 health. Okay.
Yep.
Sorry. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, 3.
I thought the G-Log was at 3 health, but
Right.
it was at 4 health.
Yes.
At the very end there, so it got the honorable kill, and it was played before the Elic Mount emerged, so it hit the Elic Mount last. Yeah, very likely that Bunny Hopper wins from that situation anyway, even if it's just waiting a couple turns and getting down the Sire to Nathrius. So, very good position. Nice little opening from Bunny Hopper. Lovestorms wasn't terrible, right? It's just very difficult to deal with that much stats that early. You have to, try and fit in, trying to build up your own game plan while also reacting to all of these mana cheat things that the Thief Rogue's able to do with powerful cards from other classes.
Yeah, when Rogue hits, it hits, right? Particularly in a deck that takes a little bit of time to ramp up, like Mage does. If you're able to get a good jackpot outcome, if you get good reconnaissance outcomes, if you get that early queen as Bunny did there, especially if that's all tied together with the mana cheat like preparation, for example, as it was there for Bunny, then that is very, very hard to come back against. But now Bunny Hopper stepping up to the plate with big spell mage of his own. Murloc Holmes thrown in there as well, which I know is a very favorite card for Bunny Hopper in general. Big spell mage, a deck that kind of was out of the meta for quite some time until Habu Gabu, one of the biggest influences on the meta right now, tweeted a few weeks back saying, "Big 40-card Big Spell Mage is actually the best card in the best deck in the game, and you're all stupid. You should be playing this." Not necessarily having the impact that possibly we might have expected from a Habu Gabu call like that, but certainly it caused a few people to experiment with the deck again. And yeah, it's a deck that is doing fairly well overall. It does still have some really nice, important matchups. Particularly in this series, we have that interaction that we saw earlier on yesterday with Big Spell Mage and Boar Priest in particular, right? And how that can be a real problem deck for the Boar Priest to deal with in certain situations. So could still be a strong deck for Bunny in this series. Does not have the Priest matchup on this occasion, though, as we're going into the Mage Mirror.
Class mirror, not deck mirror. No. What am I talking about? It's a mirror. Mage just does a bunch of stuff. Skeletons spawn. People die.
It is
Out there.
about as far apart as two Mage decks can get overall, though, I would say, right?
I mean, you just play Rune of the Archmage, and then you cast all the spells that your opponent casts that game.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. No, I'm being foolish. Of course, TJ.
Exactly the same.
Yeah, that's fair.
One starts with 40 health and one starts with 30 health, so Big Spell Mage already has an advantage. 10 more health, 10 more cards.
Yes,
Both
10,
upsides.
10 more cards. Yeah, strictly an advantage, of course.
Yeah. Oh.
There we go.
And Lovestorm's hand is... Oof. That's not what you want. Oh, that feels terrible. An uninfused frozen touch.
Got to be done though, because you know what else feels terrible?
Can't even attack.
I know, but you know what else feels terrible, TJ? Having every card you draw for the rest of the game just costing one more for no reason, because it's not really a deck in Skeleton Mage, right, that is able to kill minions, you know? Like, normally they fight for board with their own minions. Well, Lovestorm doesn't have any right now. Outside of that, there's very few ways to just shoot minions off the board. So if you committed to leaving that there, it's going to be there for, 4, 5, 6 turns even perhaps from this point. Disgusting.
Yep. All right, well, Bunny Hopper senses weakness. And because of that, is actually just going to straight up use the coin. Went for spell? I was going to say, normally when you have Linda in your opening hand, specifically on the coin, you coin it. You hold that coin and you coin it. It's a lot of power. But sense weakness, decides to play more for tempo to get a little bit ahead of Lovestorm. And for the fact that Belinda is not as strong against the Spooky Mage as it is against other decks because they can freeze it, right? So getting it out quicker doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to get the discount on spells. It just gives you a bigger minion 1 turn faster, which against a lot of decks makes a big difference, but against this one, maybe not so much. And actually, the more I think about it, the more spell makes sense, right? Because you said it earlier, the deck doesn't kill minions very well. It kills minions with their own minions.
Yes.
So the spell that you're going to get from the Okani, if you can protect it, which it's very likely to be protected because he was playing it on an empty board, is going to be impactful regardless. So
I think also, just on a very basic level, it was the on-curve thing to deny, right? Like, generally, the on-curve turn 4 play is Cold Case a lot of the time. Whereas the minions that you play on 4 are like Savara, Reckless Apprentice, Multicaster. Those are your 4 drops. Those are all very situational. They're not necessarily things that you want to play on 4 straight away. So generally, the thing that you are looking to play on turn 4 is going to be that Cold Case. Joke's on you, buddy! Cold Case is on curve on turn 5, idiot.
Got him! So Bunny Hopper has still a pretty good couple turns coming up. Next turn could go like School Teacher plus trade away one of the Drakefire amulets.
Yeah.
And then assuming Drakefire amulet or rune isn't drawn off the top, makes for a nice Belinda where you're splitting the difference. You get one of each. Barbaric Sorceress could actually be really good next turn, too. There's a lot of cheap spells that Mage doesn't really have an option but to hold on to. Solid Alibi actually being a big one, right? Like if you flip Solid Alibi with like a Drakefire Amulet, it nearly becomes unplayable. And that's a big card in terms of weaving it in later as the Spooky Mage, as, you know, you set up a board and then you Solid Alibi to buy yourself a turn.
Anybody?
Yeah, obviously Flurry is the dream for multiple reasons. A very surface level reason, it costs 0. It's just the best one that you want to hit in a lot of positions. But also, along the same lines, just denying Flurry from your opponent, especially in a game where they haven't seen location yet. You talked about it, a lot of the frustration of this matchup from the big spell mage side is that you just play very few large minions over the course of the game, and Spooky Mage is very well equipped to deal with that because they have lots of these smaller freeze effects that they can use. If you're able to deny a flurry by flipping it, getting it cost 10 in your opponent's hand, then not only do you then get to cast, say, a 0-mana Drakefire Amulet, but you also then get to deny your opponent from freezing those 2 huge dragons that you've just made on the other side. So now having seen both natural flurries used by Lovestorm, one as a counter breaker and now one just to deny this board, I think Bunny will be, his eyes will be lighting up a little bit about his possibilities in this game.
Yeah, and even despite seeing both of those, still goes for the Solid Alibi. It was going to be, what, Solid Alibi, Frozen Touch, or Cold Case, at least. He knew that there was a spell in hand, because of a Frost spell in hand because of the Dungeoneer, so decided to go with that. Still has Belinda lined up. Still hasn't drawn that extra spell, whether it be the Drakefire Amulet in the second rune. So still has Belinda ready to go for that big power spike. Might be a Drakefire Amulet turn, though. Coming up, we'll see what Bunny Hopper decides to do. But Lovestorm now, we got to keep track. Savara is just the Wildfire for now.
Yeah, just drawn this turn, so only the Wildfire in the pool at the moment.
Okay. A little bit, so we have, could just go Belinda, right? Simplest. Belinda, and then, you know, do a Pelican toss.
I believe it's called a vaulted Pelican, TJ, actually.
A vaulted Pelican.
Yeah.
Or just go highest power on board.
Yeah, that's the debate, right? It's Belinda this turn, which is less power. It's still a lot of power, but it's less power this turn, and that allows you to do disgusting combinations of things the next turn with the 5-mana spells and the 2-mana Drakefire Amulet. Or you just go straight in now with max power. And I think the reason Bunny likes that more than anything else is that he gets to play the Murloc Holmes game, which he enjoys more than anything else in Hearthstone. So there you go.
And if there's any player that, if you said, you need to pick one player right now. Oh! This is going to be an awkward statement, but if you pick one player right now who has to pick correctly for Murloc Holmes, or you're banned from Hearthstone forever, Bunny Hopper would probably be the player I'd pick. And if I had done that, I would be banned from Hearthstone forever. You got it wrong.
You wish to match wits with me.
All right, Dawngrass picked up. Got Flurry and Cold Case and the Frost, got Arcane Intellect and got Wildfire. And then I forgot
Frozen
Touch. As well. Oh no.
It's the big downside that we didn't really mention, right? I talked a lot about the upsides, and I did like the decision to throw it out early and deal with the watch post because, you know, I think, honestly, there's a real chance it would still be disrupting his turns at this point in the game if he hadn't have dealt with it. But that is the huge, huge downside. No Flurry now comes off the Magister Dawngrass, which means he is in trouble now in terms of the amount of damage he's taken this turn.
This is some trub.
I nearly said Trub, and I'm like, you know what? If TJ wants it, he can have it. And there you go. Oh, you're obliged.
Oh, I wanted it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage coming Lovestorm's way. And knows that the Pelican is just going to trade in, so actually trades off the board just to limit board space for Bunny Hopper, which is smart. Bunny can ping one of these off in Belinda, but...
Right, it limits board space. It also creates lots of flexible options for Reckless Apprentice lines on the following turns, right? With the hero power, the Reckless Apprentice in various sequences. Also has the Snow Flurry to make it 0 as well. But I do think primarily, the limiting of board space is the #1 concern here.
It's got to be Belinda over Barbaric Sorceress, I think, because the 10 cost solid. Well, 10 costs. Buddy should know that it's Solid Alibi now because picked correctly on the Murloc Holmes in the opening hand. Solid Alibi.
True, yeah.
Or I don't know because there's also the information that Frostweave Dungeoneer pulled a Frost spell that's still in hand, so it could be either. He could think that he has a 10 cost Frozen Touch or a 10 cost Solid Alibi, or just that the Solid Alibi that was in the opening hand is the one that got put to 10 costs. But does have that information at the very least. Okay, what's that? Is it at
Take 'em. Wait.
Wildfire, Magic Strong Arts? Is that 4?
It's a 4. Yep.
1.
Sun
Get
sets.
2. Wants to take out the Enigma. Sense.
Sure, yeah, okay, fair enough. Denies a lot of extra damage from the 1/1s, particularly if you're playing Solid Alibi, right? This does make a lot of sense.
Yeah. All right. Lovestorm's been through a lot of his deck, so Bunny Hopper has to have Mordresh on his mind now when thinking about the turn.
Yep.
So, I guess Drakefire Amulet, but look for... Oh, okay. Yeah, 12 health. There you go.
Yeah, as long as you're hitting it twice, it's helpful. Hitting one 12 health minion actually isn't helpful here against Mordresh at all, really, because of the... Lovestorm's just going into 10 mana next turn anyway.
Yeah. You just ping one off.
Time runs out on me. Pick me! Pick me!
Okay. So, if you expect Mordresh, then boom, just get the Solid Alibi out of the way. Hey,
Yeah,
I have Mordresh, so I'm just going to make sure that you're not going to be really dealing any damage to my face in the process.
Yeah, very smart timing, I think, on the Solid Alibi for sure. Make sure that Lovestorm cannot even think about setting up some kind of counter push with the Mordresh this turn and then start ripping those pings at face. Ping's starting to get up there, of course, even with the nerfed Magister Dawngrasp hero power. Still a scary prospect.
Okay, so this is Solid Alibi, Wildfire, and
If my calculations are correct,
I guess we'll find out. And Wildfire, okay. I was right. I should just stopped at Solid Alibi and Wildfire.
You just believed in yourself, TJ.
sun sets.
My brain was trying to tell me, no, just stop. That's it. I was like, no, there's 3.
It's a perpetual state of TJ's existence, honestly. His brain just going, no, just stop. what are you doing?
Then my being, my soul being like, can't stop, won't stop. This is all big, big.
Yes, it is.
8. Oh. All right, Rune is lethal every time.
Wait, how?
The dragon, it's going to give you a bunch of discovered cheap spells.
Ah, gotcha. Makes sense. Something happened. Bunny had a huh? What does that mean in his initial reaction?
Oh!
Deathborn is a pretty
Here we go.
promising start here, actually. This
Huge
creates
spell.
some potential. Yeah, shooting star the skeletons. Yeah. Deep breath.
Dragon
Deep
breath. It's lethal.
Deep
It's
breath.
every time.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a ping. That is an absurd ending from Bunny Hopper. TJ called it. His brain did not stop him. He said some words, and they were nothing short of a prophecy. Rune of the Archmage is always lethal.
Even had a second rune to cast. Even if you just need 3 more damage or 4 more damage. Yeah, and
even after you said it, when you said, "Oh, generated spells," suddenly I was like, you know what? He's kind of right here. And I started thinking about the option of like, Lovestorm let that board hang around with both of the dragons on the board, right? So he knew, for example, that there were 2 spells in hand. He like that information is all clear. Wait, did he know that the second one is there? Because one of them was drawn naturally, one of them was drawn from Belinda. So he knew there was at least 1 spell in hand.
He knew there was 1. Yeah, he knew there was 1 rune in hand. Yeah.
Right, okay, which I think is probably tips it over the line of being fine. Because I think if you know that 2 spells are in hand and one of them gets cast for 0 because of the Kalikos, then that's actually lethal very often, right, in that situation because of the pings coming out from the other dragon. But in the case where you only know about 1, it's probably more understandable. He wanted to milk the Mordresh for more value. Still a huge risk, I'd put it in the category of, because the ability to clear the majority of that board was definitely there. But still, really, really interesting position, and Bunny Hopper just getting the beautiful outcome with the generated skeletons from the Deathborn, then set up with the Breath from his own hand, which can hit friendly minions, spotted instantly by Bunny Hopper, and that means he goes 1 game away from taking this series.
Yeah, very nicely done. And you know, like even just like one, like a first flame cast or something, you know, is like
yeah.
There's a lot of ways to just add like just a couple of cheap spells to the hand. You just have to not cast a mass polymorph in order to like first spell mass polymorph. All right, well there goes that plan.
Yep.
But nice little spot by Bunny. Now last deck remaining, mid-range shaman, probably the deck that I have the least amount of faith in. But as Raven would say, if you play Glug, you win. There's just not a deck that deals with Glug right now. Like, it just doesn't happen.
Well, I'm pretty sure in the Raven lore, right, there are certain things that exist in Raven lore. Like, you know, if your opponent plays Scale of Onyxia, you lose the game immediately. I'm pretty sure that if you play Glug, you win because it's unkillable, is against Hunter specifically in Raven lore and not against the rest of the field necessarily.
But if you think about it,
yeah.
Maybe not Mage, because Mage just is one of the best decks at dealing with minions in general, even if they just freeze it forever. But like I look across at some of the other decks in the metagame, it's like, how do you ever kill the Glug? You have to have like a very specific set of cards in order to do it. Wherein Glug is just 1 card. Just, I have 7 mana, I play my Glug. Raven lore. Jesus.
Is this how far we've fallen?
Let me check the Book of Raven lore. It proclaims that Glug only beats Hunter.
Oh no, Raven actually currently confirming, especially against Hunter, but in general too.
Stop shattering.
I feel like Raven doesn't even control Raven lore anymore. He's just a preacher of it, but he just takes his own interpretations from the Book of Raven lore.
I mean, Raven doesn't even control how his own surname's pronounced, so I don't like. You have high expectations of what he's actually in control of.
Baguli.
Baguli.
The wails of these caverns chill me.
Is that like? Is there just a one-of Framester in this? Like,
there is.
Is that
yeah.
really happening?
Yeah. Have you not known? It was even highlighted in the key cards, TJ. That is just in there.
So I was playing some arena last week, and Framester for some reason has offered like a lot as a choice in arena, and I was like, oh, this card's a pretty good arena card. Oh, he get framed! Oh, it's so good.
Get framed, idiot.
It's just a 3-mana 3/3.
Tusk won't stop shattering.
Well, TJ's having a good time. I'm glad. You know, if you just draw it as a one-of in your 40-card deck and you slam it on curve and then your opponent immediately draws the framed cards from their deck because they're playing 30-card deck like an idiot. Obviously, if they were playing a 40-card deck like a genius, they'd have so many cards in their deck that they wouldn't draw the framed cards.
Why wouldn't you play 40 cards in your deck? You get
Yeah,
10
why
more health and 10 more cards.
And 10 more cards. Strictly an advantage.
Yeah.
Imagine just voluntarily pyroblasting yourself in the face at the start of the game, TJ.
I know.
The waves
He's got
of these
3
caverns
mana.
chill me.
Oh, jeez. This is great.
It's the best card in the game! Bunny's a genius!
Oh, oh my gosh. This is great. This is the best day ever.
It's just 11 damage on board, TJ. Have you noticed?
I know. And Lovestorm still only has 4 mana next turn.
I'm 7 moves ahead of you.
Presumably this one has to be minion.
Yeah.
I don't hate the trade here. Bunny says no, however.
Just dead.
We didn't get framed.
No, he can go. He can go Finley. Arden. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of the perfect solution because you coin first, so there's no way you just fully play yourself in this situation, right?
Yeah.
You just play the Finley and it works. You get the knowledge first.
What is happening?
The animation, you mean?
There's like a maelstrom.
Yeah, there's just a Finley hole on
Ripping
the
a
screen.
hole.
You need to chill
The
out.
board. Oh no, Varden!
Varden, come
Don't
back!
go in there.
Yep, there we go.
He just broke. He broke Hearthstone. The entire world just got disconnected from Hearthstone right now.
Finley
Lovestorm
literally-
opened up a love storm.
Exactly.
On the board.
He ripped a hole in the space-time continuum and caused the IRL love storm, and then Varden just plummeted into it, and the world could not handle it anymore.
Still has to deal with board at some point.
Yep.
And Bunny Hopper could just go for Macaw in this instance.
True.
Or I don't know. Maybe just Mutinous. Just make your strongest play, and then Macaw with the Mutinous.
Mutinous is just so good in general against Mage, right? Mutinous,
Yeah.
the Atar effects, like getting rid of those key minions. The minions are so individually powerful, particularly when you get to this point in the game, where you know the likes of the Dungeoneers and so on will be played already. Like you're getting Reckless Apprentice quality cards or better most of the time with a Mutinous. Yeah, that'll do.
Yep. Next turn, you just do it again. If there even is a next turn, right?
Yeah, and Lovestorm currently does have to find the solution to making there be a next turn.
It's so crazy, it just might work.
In terms of spells played, the Dawngrasp would just cast a Wildfire in either a... I don't know, Wildfire, Frozen Touch, Arcane Intellect, that's it. One of each.
You've been in tighter scrapes, Reno.
It might have to be that.
I mean, even just for the
Just-
5 armor, right?
5 armor and potentially a flurry from the draw.
True. Yeah. Very fair. Oh, it's back! The Finley hole has returned.
I have an idea.
Oh, Flurry!
$18. It's just being drawn towards the love storm. It just looks so bright and welcoming.
Don't look directly into the love storm, TJ.
I looked. Yep, just eat another one. Okay. Hasn't been nearly enough pings, right, for Mordresh?
Nope.
In fact, maybe not any. It is not juiced.
There is little time.
Okay, gonna look for another beast. Oh, life drinker!
Oh, yeah.
What?
You love to see it.
That's actually lethal setup with the life drinker.
Yeah, as long as there is a board space available and there isn't a solid alibi and a full freeze.
Yeah. Which is a very difficult thing to do.
Yes,
So,
it
actually-
is.
Gonna get the honorable kill by pinging his own face. Now it's at 4 now. So actually, wild. Right? Yeah, because wildfire and then more. Yep. So reckless apprentice. And then the caverns were played first, so it will kill the macaw.
Take 'em.
But then the life trigger from hand.
Yeah, 4 phase, 4 to a stag, and then 5 to everything else will be the full clear, but then that life drinker is going to pick it up. I don't think... yeah, all right, buddy. I don't think life trigger was necessarily the intended pickup, but there was a couple of good outs there, right? Like, life drinker, definitely one of them. Bunny may have considered it as well, but obviously Beast can give you smothering starfish as well, right? Which is another very useful way that you can get out of situations like that, where your opponent's just going to freeze down your board instead with flurries and location and whatever else. So kind of 2-for-1 value there. If Bunny was specifically looking for that life drinker, then congratulations, you absolutely hit it. But yeah,
Con off the top, so.
yeah, I mean, much
But
of a-
he played the life drinker just to let Lovestorm know how smart he is.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, he played the life drinker to let Lovestorm know how smart he is, and he gave the old temple tap to let us know how smart he is, you know? Like, you've got to make it clear to everyone. And all while avoiding plummeting into the Lovestorm that's on the board as well. So it could be extra commended. So, yeah, really clean series in the end from Bunny Hopper. I said it after game 1, right? It was a brutal game 1. Nothing really happening for the deck with Rogue. But I think Bunny, A, an experienced enough player, B, an experienced enough jackpot Rogue player to know that's what he's signed himself up for by bringing that deck to this tournament, right? Like, that will have happened in one game in this tournament on average, right? The entirely made up numbers, but those games happen with that deck where you just brick and nothing happens. So I think if your preparation is strong, you should understand that that's not a big deal. And if anything else, to get it out of the way in the very first game of the tournament and then sweep the rest of the series, you know, might feel like Bunny Hopper is being in a good position overall. But Jackpot Rogue, in the end, getting the job done with a very, very powerful game straight afterwards. And then that Framester in the Shaman, TJ, absolutely,
So good.
absolutely hard carried that game.
Just a one-up Framester. Just thrown in there. 40-card deck. Draws it. 2 frames in the first three turns after it was played. 1 pulled from a Dungeoneer. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Very cool series, though. A lot of fun stuff. It's just so refreshing after yesterday, which was just Tempo Rogue and Imp Warlock. Like all Imp Curse Warlock, like all day. It's just nice to see some Fellfires in the hole, you know? Just a good old Fellfire in the hole, a good old Finley hole.
Good old Framester, right? This is what we're here for. This is what we're here for, right? Okay.
You can't look.
Done now.
You can't riff on the idea of holes and then naturally pass the conversation to me and expect me not to get fired in this situation. Okay, TJ, that's not
why
fair.
I was like, I was about to go to a break. I was like, I can't let Sottle have a follow up on this. I just got to move on. I got to move on. And they're telling me right now.
There they go. Yeah, get out of it.
They're like, get out. Yeah. They care about you, Sottle. That's basically what they're saying. They care about you. They want you to keep casting Hearthstone. But yeah, that's only our first match of the day in the books. By this time yesterday, Habu Gabu was already done playing 2-0'd group. So we have a lot in store for today. Before we jump into the second initial match of Group C here, we are going to have to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come here from the Fall Championship right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Masters Tour Fall Championship. And already setting the pace for the day is going to be a very different speed to how we rattled through yesterday. And with me today, it's not Flamingo Friday anymore. It's Summer Saturday, I guess, from Darek. How's it going, Darek?
Good. Excited to be jumping back into the action today. And I think you laid it out pretty well. The meta today looking very different from what we saw from yesterday, where it was pretty aggressive, not super aggro, only really seeing Habu Gabu and Tansoku going for the full-on aggro lineup, whereas today things taking a much more slow pace overall. And we're also getting a better look at some of our APAC representatives here today with Zochi and Aojiru. Zochi, I believe, being our lone South Korean representative here at the Fall Championships, whereas there is, of course, a very strong Japanese representation, further bolstered by Aojiru today.
Yeah, the Japanese representation just gets larger and larger every tournament, it seems. I remember casting the Japan Cup when they had a big celebration. Of course, Japan was about 2 years behind in getting their own language version of the client. And I think you were with me. We did the Japan Cup, and it was like a big deal. And one or two Japanese players were quite good. And we thought, oh, yeah, might be quite good in the future. Oh, my, I don't think we expected how great that whole nation was going to be at this point. They are just dominating the scene at the moment.
Absolutely,
and in Battlegrounds too, sorry. Like, Battlegrounds even more ridiculous.
Yeah, it's true. And the thing is, it's not only like they have good BGs and good standard players, it's like they're the same people a lot of the time dominating both, like Alutemu being very emblematic of that. But as we can see here, Zochi, from what we can gather, pretty well known in the Korean-speaking Hearthstone scene. But to me, a little bit less so, admittedly. Haven't seen, not all too familiar with him because, with a 42-42 record in Masters Tours, we're not seeing too much of him towards the top of those Masters Tours in the top 16 where players get very, very memorable. However, the top 16 at Murder at Castle Nathria, and of course, having made it through with a 17-8 record very impressively through to here today, does, I think, show got what it takes. And I'm curious to see him in action, with him being one of the few players to have this kind of full-on aggressive lineup here today that served our players pretty well yesterday, right? Habu Gabu in particular.
Yeah, I think it might be a different story today. It will be interesting to see, because they were sort of smashing into each other yesterday to some degree, and Habu Gabu just went even faster. Whereas today there is a good smattering in both groups of a slightly more control-y looking lineups. So it'll be interesting to see just how good these decks are. Very similar sort of stuff to yesterday. You see the Curse Warlock basically in every lineup. There's going to be one or two exceptions to that, I'm sure, but yeah, it is kind of the meta-defining deck, as you mentioned yesterday.
Exactly, yeah. I was listening to a little bit of the coverage that Hunter Ace is doing at the end of the day yesterday, where he's doing like a kind of alternative watch party with some of the other players, and Habu Gabu was dropping in, and they basically just spent like 20 minutes just trashing on Warlock, just like, this Imp Curse Warlock is garbage, you should never ever bring it. And so far, I mean, they are being vindicated, it would look like, because it has definitely been struggling, despite being the, as I said, the meta-defining deck, in my opinion. But taking a look at Aojiru, not to brush over him too much, as he is not only a very prolific player, but also a caster as well, which you wouldn't need us to tell you, just because that jacket that you can see in his picture and his attire that he wears when on camera while playing tells you everything you should know. Taking a leaf out of Frodan's book and just looking impeccable every time he comes on camera. And we love to see it. Players making an effort and repping the casters, showing that we got what it takes, or at least, Gia did before she retired. Yeah. She's not retired yet. We have until at the end of the year, I think, before we fully have to depart with Gia. But well.
Yeah, it depends. Depends how she feels, I guess, on any given day. But largely speaking,
indeed.
Going to open up with this Ping Mage. What can we even say about it that hasn't been said? This starts to look more and more settled as a deck as time has gone by, to the point now where there's nothing at all surprising in there.
Well, there is a Shattering Blast, which is a very spicy tech, in my opinion. And to see Finley not being the card cut is also quite interesting to me. I can very much see where they're coming from. I think a lot of these decks, Mage, as Sota was laying out, does not remove minions. Its removal is absolutely atrocious. The only thing it can really do being stall, which, while that is, reasonably good most of the time, being able to chew through big minions from Buff Priest, Naga Priest in particular, very, very important. And, you know, actually killing minions against Zoo can be a pretty big deal as well, because while you can just kill them off to stall for as long as possible, they can still make use of minions on the board even if they're frozen, mainly through the use of Impending Catastrophe to draw the rest of their deck. So I'm curious to see how the tech will work out for Aojiru, as we say hello to you too. Giving us a little wave.
I'm a big fan of Finley in a lot of decks at the moment. I think because there's so many fast decks that can just sort of snowball if you don't keep removing stuff, as you just described. I think that Finley is now using its kind of intended purpose of don't like this hand, give me a new one at the cost of a card. And I think that panic button for the slightly slower decks, I don't want to call them all slow, but the slightly slower decks, I think they need a panic button now. I think they need to go, okay, I just need to find X immediately, whereas in the previous metas, maybe not so much because the decks were a bit slower. You had time to sort of just draw your cards naturally. So I kind of like it at the minute.
I agree. Yeah. I would not like to cut Finley from the deck. Like in the ladder list that you're playing that doesn't need specific text, I absolutely believe Finley deserves its place. Mainly just because turn 6, if you don't have the hero card in hand, you just play Finley and you get a full other 5 or 6 cards in order to try and find it, which is worth a very large amount indeed. But getting things going here for Aojiru, talking about this matchup more specifically, which I've played quite a lot of on ladder, I think it's closer to a 50-50 than most people would give it credit for. Like, the default position is to say that Warlock is in the lead because they have a nice aggressive start. If they can just do 5 to 10 damage in the early game is all they really need to do, maybe closer to 10 to be on the safe side, and then draw some cards with Impending Catastrophe. The curse is just absolutely dominate the game because Mage has no defense against it. Solid Alibi does not work against curses in a very annoying interaction whereby it only protects you on your opponent's turn, and curses actually do the damage on your turn. So if you don't get off to a very fast start, the Mage is in some very big trouble. But hands specifically like this for Aojiru can very much get the job done. He's spending all his mana. He's got the proactive cards at the start in the form of minions, card draw, hero power buff with the wildfire. What he needs now is the stall so that these minions can start going face, because even as early as now on turn 3, you want to be setting your sights on getting that counter lethal as quick as you can.
Yeah, obviously in part the stall is the minions, but as there's not going to be many more, like you say, protecting them, getting them some damage, 6 or 7 here and there is a huge amount of damage. It always amuses me. It's why I'm so bad at Rogue in general, that just a load of piddly little minions can get so much damage done so quickly when they get rolling. But he has had to trade them all in. He has had to do the thing, clear the board, and in general, he would expect to be in a good position going into next turn as well. But as it happens, Xochitl has got quite a lot to do here. Can just dump these 1-drops if he feels like it on the board.
Kind of interesting, right? Because the main thing that Aojiru would be afraid of here is Mischievous Imp for just an immediate dump of 9/9 worth of stats. But Xochitl can kind of make Mischievous Imp at home in a weird way, with Flame Imp Librarian, and then you could even toss in the Grimoire on your remaining Imp on the board if you wanted to clear things up, and then you have three attack minions on the board that are attacking for quite a lot of damage, and basically some form of heavy development on this turn is definitely what you should be looking at, and it leaves Aojiru in a tough spot. He came so close to getting that dream start I was talking about, where you can just start freezing the board, launching all your burn face. But Xochitl was just a little bit too efficient in this early game. And so now we're looking in the kind of position where frozen touches need to be used on minions, or flurries need to be used before they've upgraded to rank 2. It's like that kind of awkward spot where you're so close to breaking free, but not quite yet.
Yeah, and again, that was why it was so important that he had that board for the start of the game, but one more turn would have been so huge. And this is going to be a huge turn as well. The 2 cards that Xochitl is likely to draw here are going to be absolutely vital, because he is out of stuff. The Flame Imp's not really going to cut it going forwards. And this is going to be the crucial turn in game 1, I think, coming up.
Aojiru with a very tempting looking flurry here, I have to say. Even though it's underwhelming compared to what flurry can do, you have Savara in hand, and getting another flurry back is pretty good, I would say, at this point, when you can just go flurry, flurry on turn 5 and probably freeze their entire board, or the vast majority of it.
Bran, flame him, go. Take 12.
Oh, now we're talking.
What do you do, though? I think you just have to tap and see where you're at.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know, could go imp Bran, talking seriously, but I just don't think you have enough to go alongside that. We're getting to that point in the matchup where we'd rather save this Bran for Lady Darkvein, just to try and get a huge burst of damage.
This might even just be location and go, and then wave the turn after, and then start developing again on turn 7, which is where you start having to think, are my cursors really going to do it? Which they are, by the way, but you start having to panic a little bit here as the Warlock, if you're going to go for that game plan.
And now things starting to look a lot more interesting for Aojiru, where both his minions stuck on the board in this turn because of his very aggressive use of the flurry. And he can actually start looking at just sending these minions face pretty soon, stalling out the game. The fact he's 1 minion off being able to play an activated Savara really does hurt, because he'd love to get those flurries again for this turn. But the headline is his opponent is getting kind of low. Like, he can get them down to, what, 15 lower if he wanted to on this turn even, which is really quite a precarious health total for Zochi to be on.
Stop shattering.
Yeah. Decision time as well now, because it's wave turn coming up, and double trade kind of plays around that, but that 5 to face, like you've just described, is so tempting.
I think this goes face. Like, you could trade the Librarian, sure, but the Syracuse, I'm very much not interested in trading in. I think Aojiru is the aggressor here. With 2 flurries in his Commander Savara, just no more minion damage is getting faced from here on in.
The thing that makes me interested here is he saw the tap last turn, which is a bit of a wave signal. But yeah, he's going to hit face.
It's worse against the clears, admittedly. Your opponent can trade into the Reckless Apprentice and then go Abyssal Wave, or I guess Tamsin is not quite so bad in terms of the clears. But yeah, as I said, I just think this is more important at this point for Aojiru. He needs to get aggressive before the curses start stacking up too heavily.
Yeah, looks like easy enough wave turn. What's the other option that I'm missing? Grimoire doesn't seem to cut it. Bran doesn't seem to cut it. Tap seems terrifying.
Just both players really trying to do the napkin maths on whether or not they are the aggressor, or whether they're allowed to be the aggressor. If they want to try and force it a little bit, because Zochi here, you could go face and play Abyssal Wave. Absolutely, you get 4 more damage in, right? You're getting the curses stacked up. But then you got to tank 3 more. If your opponent has a Frozen Touch in hand, you are in some trouble.
Yeah, I said nice because I liked the bravery, not because I agreed with the play, just to be clear here. I'm not saying if it's right or wrong, but I personally trade there because I'm a coward, but Aojiru showed last turn that he feels he's the aggressor, and so Zochi's got to be really sure to double down the other way on that against an unknown 8 cards.
Cold Case. Do you not want to go Commander Savara here, because it puts you up to 10 cards in hand, so your opponent can't put any curses?
I think he's saying, I kill you.
7.
Curse me, I kill you.
Sure, yeah, okay, because I guess these are likely to reactivate the Frozen Touches following turn. Huge top deck, though, for Zochi in the Tamsin to be able to gain a little bit of health, clear up the board, stop him from just dying immediately on the following turn, very importantly.
Aojiru did, with that play, you can see it sort of unfolding now. He's just kept all that tempo on his side. There's so much counting when you're playing with / against Warlock, right? You're constantly going 3 + 4 + 5, and I'm on this, and where's the extra damage? It's kind of pure Hearthstone for me. Just a bit of everything. You've got to get the tempo on the board. You've got to keep your wits about you. You might die, but you're not going to take some crazy death out of the blue like you might against other decks. You can usually calculate your worst case. I love it.
And not quite fill up his hand with spells, unfortunately, but he can leave only one hand space, I believe, which is a pretty big difference. Again, you're getting to that point where you're expecting Lady Darkvein, with Abyssal Wave being the last spell played, or Brands are cool.
Yeah.
And therefore, I kind of like the idea of just Savara, send a Frozen Touch face, and your opponent is going to have to heal for a amount of health if they want to be surviving that.
But is he counting that he's just got 2-turn lethal if he doesn't... Yeah, if he just goes for it now, I think that might be what he's counting out. It's really close.
It is close. I mean,
these Frozen Touches and the Apprentice and the ping face and another face next turn. It's clocking along.
I can take him.
That's true. He gets one more damage face with this way, and well, not a 3/5 because Savara would have put one in play anyway. But like the point is, if you play Savara, you can just spend all your mana on Frozen Touches for the rest of the game, right? You're never going to run out of them really at that point.
Well, here we go. He's got to be right. Which he is, by the way.
Yeah. Well, it is the downside of this play is your opponent can heal up for quite a lot. They get to 13, which is out of range of killing them with Frozen Touches. Right, because you can only deal 12.
Yep. Now he has to go back to plan B that you've discussed all along as plan A, which could well have been plan A, which is get my hand full up.
It's so crazy. It just might
really
work.
Interesting spot.
Obviously, with a double curse in hand, he can afford to fill his hand and still draw next turn. That's sometimes relevant. Sometimes you just want the damage out of there, though. And Mordresh lethal available if he doesn't die over the course of 2 turns, but the not dying part's starting to look awkward.
It's quite tough, isn't it? Especially as actually killing this Zakul as opposed to freezing it is very difficult. You have to like play the Shattering Blast or, you know, ping plus Frozen Touch it.
Yeah, and this is what you were talking about, which is, you know, he didn't have to go for this.
Feels awful. I just get the suspicion that Aojiru didn't make use of the fact that he could have completely filled up his hand or up to 9 cards, which could have played around this a little more heavily.
Yeah, you were definitely advocating for it, and you can see now in action why you were advocating for it. Look at the problems he's caused himself. And now with the Tamsin Wave.
That's it.
Yeah, 5 and 6, I think. Where at?
I think so, yeah, exactly, 5 and 6. And again, even on this turn, like, he could have deliberately... This turn was a little bit tougher, actually. I think maybe there wasn't a way to stop precisely this hand, but I was looking at leaving the minions in play, playing Savara, and then freezing them with the flurry that you would have gotten. Because then even if you leave one of the curses in hand, you're taking 3 damage, but you're not taking 5 or 6 damage because it's a smaller curse that's in your hand for an extra turn. Very, very interesting game, actually, to start things off between Xochi and Aojiru, and one that I do have the suspicion that Aojiru could have won.
Yeah, if he takes the safe, like I was all for it. It's like, wow, what's the chance there's Brands are cool there? He'll be fine. He's got lethal coming up, but I think your way, the more I look at it, it's just, well, you've got the 2-turn lethal or the 3-turn lethal, however you want to define that anyway, so why not just take it and you'll be safe, because you've got the guaranteed win. It doesn't matter when you win, so yeah. You've won me around there, having seen that in action. I'm glad we got to see it in action as well, but Xochi with the 1-0 lead, and it will continue, this Demon Hunter deck that yesterday was a catastrophic choice, but this is not the Relic version, right? This is just a straight-up aggro, which is a bit better.
Yeah, indeed. Man, sorry, I'm still trying to work it out. I promise I will move on. I think with Aojiru's line, I just want to be fair to him. I do think his line of play in The Apprentice did actually give him lethal around Touch of the Nathrazim, which my line maybe did not, which is a very worthy point. So, you know, when you play around one thing, you stop playing around the other. I'm sure there are positives and negatives to either play. It's just with that specific outcome, an alternate line would have been better. But perhaps for Aojiru, to be fair to him, he was playing around something else. But moving on to game 2, as you said, with the aggro Demon Hunter versus the Mage, a deck that has the Mage, I'm pretty sure I would be a little more scared to play against than the Relic version, which is a lot slower by comparison.
Derek, the leading proponent of hating on Relic Demon Hunter, and backed up quite well yesterday with the stats of it just losing every... I didn't see the last series, I don't think, but losing every game where it wasn't a mirror match before that, at that point. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Whereas the aggro version was played by Habu, and yeah, it was a bit different. Bam, hit people.
Yeah, Tansoku was admittedly struggling for a while as well, losing 3 in a row versus Glory, but that felt like some pretty rough draws to have helped him along. But for Xochi, this is looking like a real nice starting hand. Got plenty of early tempo and a real nice refill on the Sightless Magistrate, of course, afterwards. But that all has to contest with, once again, perfect mana expenditure from Aojiru for most likely the first 4 turns of the game at least.
Yeah, this is something I have really missed in Hearthstone that's only, I feel, come back in the last sort of set or so, which is opponent does something really hard to deal with. How do you hang on against it for a few turns? Like just 5-4 wedged out at the very start of the game. Can I build a board? Can I freeze it enough? Can I sort of stabilize? I think that's something that we haven't had for a while. It's just been people slowly developing boards, with the exception of a couple of classes, of course. But I love this sort of play.
And I do think Aojiru can hold it off for the moment, right?
Yeah.
It's scary, of course, this board. But with Nightcloak Sanctum on the next turn to freeze it once again, Apprentice on turn 4, and then plus a trade from the Skeleton should be able to clear it off as well. It's nigh on perfect start to the game.
Don't have to clear it off immediately, you just have to not take 20 damage from this stupid thing, and you'll be okay for a while. Here's the mini combo that Demon Hunter has, this sort of empty your hand, fill it up thing going on at the moment. I'm not sure how strong it is at the moment. One of those things we will keep an eye on, though. These cards are going to be around for another year. It's one of those things that eventually will probably just break and be really, really, really ridiculous.
Okay, now we want to look a little bit more optimistically at this Reckless Apprentice. Just slamming it on turn 4 doesn't feel quite worth it anymore, as I am much more liking the idea of getting both of these wildfires down and then getting a 3 damage AoE alongside it with a Magister Dawn Grasp to follow up as well, as there's a pretty big 50-50 coming up in order to be able to clear the board. And I think from Aojiru's slightly preemptive reaction, we can guess the result.
Yep. Yeah, he doesn't hide much, does he? Love to play him at poker. just gets dealt ace and starts dancing on the table. Okay, so that's the initial wave dealt with, which obviously is fantastic news for Aojiru. Still on 30 with Dawn Grasp, as you pointed out, in hand. And Xochi really needs to decide now whether there's any other plan B. The plan A, just keep making waves of stuff and hoping they don't get destroyed. Plan B, maybe something involving fell spells?
Yeah, so he's swung twice so far this game, which makes the Kurtrus Demons 3 4s. But I guess you have a pretty easy way to swing again on this turn with just, Slither Spear, Barrage, Metamorphic Swing as well. Starts dumping your hand and just sets up for the best possible Kurtrus.
And this is kind of what I meant by, I called it Plan B, but not just mindlessly playing your biggest thing and hoping it gets there. Actually, accepting you're playing its mage, your big stuff probably isn't getting there. You've got to play a longer game now.
I would argue a tougher choice than Aojiru is making out by slamming the AI. Probably, I would end up on the same game plan just to get it in the pool for Dawn Grasp and to be a little bit more mana efficient on this turn. But Reckless Apprentice was still tempting here just to get a 3-5 in play. But I guess when you factor in that Kurtrus is very possibly going to come down on this.
Yeah. Makes sense to me. Okay. Being greedy with the Kurtrus size is all I can go for here. Wanting even bigger minions because he's got so little stuff left in his hand. I know he's going to refill it again.
I am not blind to your cries.
Lovely draw. Because that's his first frost spell, I believe.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which means that for next turn, no matter how big the board, well, I won't say no matter how big, but up to 4 minions being played, you can just go Flurry, Dawn Grasp, and it will obviously reactivate on the battle cry. Which means I'm thinking Aojiro is looking very, very safe here, to the point where he was even playing, I think, with the idea of sending that ping phase, because he does just have Dawn Grasp into Mordresh 2 turns in a row. As on the side of caution, which I do believe is prudent in this situation. But it does demonstrate just how good of a position I think he's in here.
I'm wondering if Xochitl here has completely given up with winning with minions. I want to see if this Kurtrus comes down, which you would expect, or if he does something really weird here.
I do think minions should be his first port of call here, because we can see there's Flurry plus Dawn Grasp. Xochitl does not know that, right? From where he's sat, it's just going to be Dawn Grasp with a Wildfire and an AI, which means you get to punch them for like 10 damage on the following turn, very, very importantly. With the Flurry plus the Dawn Grasp, that's not going to be a possibility, but I do think from Xochitl's perspective, it should be minion.
Yeah, Kurtrus, which is getting larger. It's going to at least make 2 half-decent things in play, but did manage to cast every spell as well, giving him his maximum outs. She with a lot of damage in the next couple of turns if a Jace does appear.
You wish to match wits with me.
That's true. Yeah, quite a lot of Fel spells already played.
I have an idea.
It's the only, I think it's the only way he's got, but...
Yeah, I agree, because the most likely play, unless you find some other way to use your mana, just ends up on Kurtrus this turn. Yeah, I guess if you are afraid of Mordresh, I can see going Fel Barrage here.
This is a count and decide. If he's got enough stuff in there to win with Jace next turn, I think you actually Fel Barrage and just go, okay, I'll win with Jace next turn if it comes. It's a really brave call to make, to give up on your really big Kurtrus, but kind of up for it.
Yeah, agreed. And I think this gives him some small amount of game.
Yeah.
Versus Mordresh, still specifically.
I like this. Now he can clear the Mordresh, or he may just have potential lethal. He'd prefer the lethal, I think. Oddly enough.
Oh, he's just trying to figure out actually if he can get an honorable kill, I think, which can. Oh no, sorry, not quite. +3 and then 5. Yeah, sorry. It's 1 damage off getting the honorable kill. Probably a little bit silly to go for it anyway, because I think he would just be dying on the following turn anyway. But I don't know. Worth thinking about if you can squeak in some extra damage that way.
Paying attention to everything here.
Especially as this is, obviously a full trade-in into the Mordresh. I want to say not a massive deal. I think at this point, minions have ended their effectiveness. It's so likely they can just go freeze, solid alibi, ping, whatever, to clear them all off.
Did he have the other issue here where he could have attacked first to get the minions up to 8, which would have killed a Mordresh and left up at 8-4, but he'd have done less face damage? That's what a lot of that was about, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that it's not worth it to miss
that.
out more damage.
Yeah. Because the 7-4 is never, ever hitting face. He gave up on minion damage a long time ago. It's just been trying to make sure your opponent has to deal with your minions, knowing they're not going to get there, and then try and draw Jace.
That's not a solid alibi, though, which is pretty much the only card that Aojiro was looking for. Cold Case is nice, absolutely, in order to just gain a little bit of extra health.
Zochi is down to 11 cards. This is a this is a decent chance. There's, I think, a second Chaos Strike as well.
He's counting up the cards. He's wondering, is it Cold Case or is it just rip the Frostweaver, the Frostweave Dungeoneer, and pray that you get the solid alibi? Because if he does, he, I don't want to say wins the game, but it's so much better than Cold Case. He should probably win at that point. Cold Case does give outs to his opponent.
It's that rare situation where they both know what's happening here. Like, actually, there's other outs right here. But yeah, with the 4 armor, there's not. Like the Fury plus just a couple of attacks, a couple of buffs, I mean.
Ooh, how much are we looking at now? 5, 8, 10?
Yes, it's a good job he gained that 4 armor.
Oh my goodness, this is close.
Anyway.
There is no measure to my fury!
Got to look for the extra damage with the glaive. Yeah. Oh no, wait, is it 12 with the +2? Oh no, I think that's lethal. Yeah, the glaive gives him exact. Oh, no way. I forgot to even factor that in.
Oh, the +2, sure.
Yeah. I was only factoring in the +1.
Yeah, that's what it. Oh my goodness.
Oh man. Brutal win for Aojiro. Again, losing on the mage in a deck, in a game that I thought he was going to be taking the win on with what I thought was just some very solid draws, spending all his mana at the start, stopping pretty much all damage from coming through. But it's closing the game out that's proving to be the trouble for Aojiro once again.
Yeah, I think this time, though, it was Xochi's good play that got there. He could have played Kurtrus anytime he wanted from turn 6 onwards. And even when he played it, he put 14 damage into an 8/8 to maximize face damage. And whilst all that, turn-by-turn basis was reasonably straightforward when you can see both hands and you know what's going on, to actually do it when you can't see both hands and just go, okay, I'm going to forfeit my Kurtrus this game. I'm going to maximize damage and time. I'm going to make these annoying boards that I know won't get any damage in to force my opponent's hand to buy me more time. And that got him, the accumulation of damage he got to face, just got him there exact lethal. If he misses 1 damage throughout that game, he doesn't get this lethal. That was a super game.
And to be fair to Aojiro, that is pretty unlucky to not see a single solid alibi with 9 cards left in the deck. And he just needed 1 to very likely close out the game. I would usually bring up the idea that you don't have to play Mordresh on turn 8 specifically. Very often a way to squeeze out more damage in that situation as mage is to go stall plus ping on turn 8, stall plus ping on turn 9, Mord plus ping on turn 10.
Right.
Which is how you just get that little bit of extra damage over the next few turns that could have been the difference maker. The problem in that specific instance is that would have, while it froze the board, left a Fossil Fanatic in play, which just draws more fell spells, bolsters their damage further. So I do think it was the correct play for Aojiro still to just slam down the Mordresh, force your opponent to find an answer to it. But in the end, everything just conspiring against Aojiro as he queues up the mage for a 3rd time and gets a good hand again for the 3rd time, like Wildfire and Frostweave. Fantastic starting cards. And even the Reckless Apprentice, which he does hold on to, can be pretty effective in this matchup against the Naga Priest.
Yeah, I just want to finish off that, what your thought from that last game as well. Like, the Mordresh being played was partly Xochi's setup once again of just saying, okay, here's some stuff you need to get rid of, or you need to freeze, or you need to set up, tempting him to play the Mordresh. I think there was a lot going on there in that match on both sides. All right, game number 3. Will it be a quick 3-0 as yesterday, or will it be a more slow affair like we saw with Bunny Hopper and Lovestorm?
It can't be, man. Aojiro is during the absolute cocoa nuts here once again. This is just perfect mana expenditure. He gets the cleanest kill you're ever going to get on this Murkwater Scribe as well when he sees there's no wig. You can just go the Wildfire that you kept secret, Tempo's Snow Flurry 100%. We just want to get ahead on board. And everything is going his way now this game. I won't be staggered if he loses, but it's going to be a while before he's behind. For sure. Xochi has a massive uphill climb.
I like how that slowly got more and more clarification as it went away, just as it went along, just because of how today's gone in this match. It's like, I won't be staggered if he loses. Well, I kind of, no, actually, well, maybe he wins. But yeah, I understand entirely. I think
like he's winning.
Nutty here.
He's winning this game 100%. I just don't want to underestimate, one, how bad Mage has been this series so far,
Yeah.
and two, what Naga Priest can do. Because, you know, as far ahead as Aojiro may be on board, Samurai off the top, and we're back to square one. We can start the game again.
Yeah. But you're already deep in the tank trying to work out how to make any of this work for him. When you're behind on board as this priest deck, I find it such a complicated, difficult deck. Especially when your opponent can just freeze the thing you do as a worst case scenario.
Right.
You've got to get them to that spot before you even have the worst case scenario.
Wow, okay. Very interesting play here. I was going to say for Aojiro that my instinct was to say that just damaging this minion was good enough rather than necessarily killing it, because, you know, a Treasure Guard is very, very threatening at a 1/5 stat body in this deck, but they don't have particularly high amounts of heal. It's just the hero power. And so if you just damage it down to a 1/1, it effectively is a 1/1 on the other side, which is not very threatening at all. And you would have got to save the coin, which I was quite interested in. But Aojiro does admittedly make the play that puts the most stats on board immediately.
Yeah, which sort of resets the game to some degree here. Obviously, it resets it on turn 5, which is always in favour of the slower deck, but...
Yeah, and this is the downside of Aojiro's play that we're seeing now, right? Is on turn 4, sorry, he has no way to cleanly spend all his mana, and he just goes ping pass, which is exactly the kind of play that Xochi needs to see to start pulling this one back.
Yeah, and looking at Xochi's hand, it's starting to get there. It is still missing, obviously, key pieces, but he now has enough stuff to at least stay alive for a while. Draw some cards and see if they can get there.
I do think this is an activated Mordresh now, though. Maybe one off, but I think it's actually active with 3 pings plus a double target, a Reckless Apprentice, which is a huge deal once turn 8 rocks around. So for Aojiro, just hold down the fort and see if he can survive up until that point. However, with a nice target being offered for the Shadow Word Devour, that's going to start to get tougher and tougher.
Yeah. So, I was going to say no wig, but there's a wig. Is it too late? It's probably not too late. With a Saburo as well. Oh, man.
I do think you hold back on the Blessed, because the +2 health I don't think is the difference between it surviving
Right, and you don't
and not
need the
surviving
at all, so...
Although having said that, if they have Frozen Touch, ping double trade plus Frozen Touch does clear off the 2/9, whereas it wouldn't clear off the 11/11.
So he's going for it.
Fair enough, yeah, the 3 damage breakpoint is a little bit too juicy to get out of range of.
Okay. Samurai wig and 2 things to worry about suddenly. First time that Aojiro has been in the spot where he's had to worry about 2 things in this game. Obviously, flurries and stuff will just keep it at bay for the longest time, but when you get to that spot where one mistake and you're dead as mage, you really have to be very, very careful, because one mistake and you're dead.
Super importantly, right now for Xochi, as big as this minion is, there's no taunt to go alongside it. Like the boon would be big for stats, very importantly, but it would also just clear off this damage, which it looks like he's going to have to deal with in the form of Samuro instead, which is huge. If he didn't have this, he'd be in big trouble, because Aojiro would just go freeze, freeze, everything goes face, and then Mordresh would close out the game on turn 8 or 9. Now, however, Aojiro needs to freeze the board and get minions on board at the same time, because obviously Mordresh alone is not going to be enough to close out this game, which is maybe a little bit too tall of an order.
Yeah, Handmaiden there as well now, though, to just keep this hate coming. So Aojiro down to freezing.
Yeah, with a Savara that activates now, so we can get a full freeze plus 3/5 on the board.
Yeah, and freeze next turn with Mordresh ready to go as well.
Yeah. So all he really needs to dodge here is Boon. If that doesn't come down, then he should be okay, because he can just freeze the Radiant Elemental for a couple turns.
Sure, but with Handmaiden Wig Amalgam in hand.
Oh! Oh, that's
and there it is.
Top. Oh, that's
there were a lot of shots
deal.
at it, though, to be fair. There were so many shots at it with
that's
the Handmaiden.
True. Doesn't make it any less heartbreaking for Aojiru, though.
Sure.
It's definitely not over at all. You know, he's still got some powerful plays. There's a Mordresh that's active, plus the freeze, which will kill everything else and then freeze those two. But getting that damage faced while there's a 2 heal every turn from the hero power is really tough to do.
Yeah. All right. Oh, solid alibi for more time. Mordresh in hand to remove some stuff. Still got the flow, he's still got the intellect. How's he going to inflict the damage before getting hit, though?
Yeah, this probably does have to be Mordresh. I was going to say, again, we could look at the line of delaying Mordresh until turn 10 and go, you know, ping alibi or ping freeze location, get an AI in there as well, and then go Mordresh plus ping on turn 10. But I don't think the extra damage that you gain from that is worth leaving all these minions in play. It just makes it so much harder to stall out the game when your flurry isn't guaranteed to hit the 2 big minions.
And if he does Mordresh, look at this potential reload on the other side. There's going to be so much stuff that's come straight back down. He's going to be in the same spot and not have a Mordresh the turn after if he does rip it now.
That's a good point. Yeah, maybe because of the refill potential, you do just delay Mordresh for an extra turn. Really close call, I think. And we can see Aojiru agreeing. He reached for the AI, he reached for the Wildfire, he reached for the hero power, and in the end, just ending on Mordresh.
He didn't want to do it, did he? But he just couldn't. He waited till the rope started burning. He couldn't find anything he thought was actually better. Like, he was looking not to play the Mordresh with everything he could do, but just couldn't find a line he preferred. And now this is that massive reload, which is why he was so scared.
Boy, look at this, the damage coming through. It's unlikely to be lethal, I will say, even with Pelagos or Bless being found, because the attack is higher than the health already. And both Shadow of Devours have been played.
Not quite lethal, as you say. I don't think 21. It's pretty close.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it is slightly short.
Needs to be very scared of the backswing, though, right? He can't just necessarily plug this face, because Mordresh can trade off the Kyrian, and then 5 damage goes face, ping plus an activated Frozen Touch does then just lose him the game.
He needs to go as well.
Does, yeah. Yeah, ends up on the trade, I agree.
Oh, I understand, but it hurts.
Yeah, he's not feeling good about this, and nor should he. Shattering blast, the tech, Lorinda.
Oh, it's going to come down to this. How much stuff can he remove before he goes for it?
Trade him first, see if you get lucky with a hit. That bad?
Kind of.
Probably bad.
Yeah. Probably bad, but yeah. Given the other options were there's so many of them.
Oh, is he thinking Finley? Man, he just wants to go for lethal. I kind of respect it. Like, could consider going here. Alibi, Wildfire, Finley, and then just try to hit Frozen Touches, your other solid alibi. You lose a lot of the card draw, though, which hurts. So maybe you would save on Finley for a turn.
But, really bad timing for Reno to say you've been in tougher spots, Reno. I'm not sure he has. Okay.
Yeah, you hold on the Finley at the end. But basically, you're trying to get damage for lethal here, is the salient part. no heal offered whatsoever for Xochi. You would have taken Desperate Prayer, Flash Heal, anything you could get your hands on.
Yeah, I mean, he got the Handmaiden off one of the Discovers on the other stuff, so he's allowed to get a bad Discover later, to be fair to him. But yeah, absolutely, the heal there would have been giant. This has been a heck of a game. So
really
back and forth. Like, right from turn 1, it looked all over. Then from turn 5, it looked all over the other way. It's actually one of my favourite matchups, despite the fact I have very low skill rating at this matchup.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite matchups to play from the mage side. It can be pretty frustrating to play from the priest side, if I'm honest, just because you end up in this situation where you're like, okay, I've won the game, but I'm gonna lose. I've done everything Hearthstone tells me I should do very well, and it's not gonna be good enough.
Yeah. Yeah, one of my favourite ones to watch, just to clarify. To play,
absolutely.
Just give me some Warlock games and I can just jam them into some rogues and see what happens all day.
Well, this is a full board clear now if he wants it. If he can't find lethal, it's a 4-mana ping. A 4-damage ping, and then triple freeze with the flurry plus a shattering blast. I want to say that probably wins him the game, especially as he would have 4 mana left over for multicaster to draw the rest of his deck.
Yeah, and this is where the fact the minion had to trade earlier rather than doing 21 to face is kind of huge as well. Because is there time for Xochi to make another 30-30? Whereas if he had to make some 8-8s, maybe he could still be sort of scary. So I like clearing up here, I think.
I think the real question is just, if you're going for that line, when you go for the ping, flurry, shattering blast, do you end with Sorceress or Finley? My instincts again are kind of saying Finley. I want Varden, the hero card.
Yeah.
I want the Frozen Touches as well, very importantly. Oh, Shattering Blast. Oh, man! No way, he's greeding it further. Okay. You have Varden in hand. I respect it. You do have to be a little afraid of nuggling into Focused Will to freeze your own... to unfreeze one of your minions. But of course, if you did that on the Radiant, it would lose all the stats. So I think he's essentially never dead here. Or, it would take a very, very unlikely outcome for him to die.
Xochi's just going, well, if you're not going to kill it, I'm just going to make it huge.
Yeah, more bigger is more better. But Aojiro, I think, can sense that this is extremely all-in from his opponent. And this Varden Dawngrasp plus Shattering Blast combo is just catastrophic in its power. Look at this. This is Ultra Instinct Mega plus 50,000 backflip power.
That's a lot. I'm just going to go with that. I'm not repeating anything Derek says.
Stop shattering.
Aojiro. Wouldn't believe he was 2-0 down, about to go 2-1, would you?
Yeah, exactly. He thinks this is the World Championship winning game.
It is finished.
That must be great to get so excited about every single win. I mean, I get excited about every single win because I just don't get any. But, yeah, back in it, 2-1. No, not 2-2.
Yeah, and that one for Aojiro, I know it's the one game that he won, but also I do think it was the game that I had the least qualms with on the Mage. Like, I'm being very nitpicky because it's my favorite deck in this meta. It's the deck I've been playing by far the most, and I do have some pretty strong opinions on it. All of the things I've raised for Aojiro, I think could have very strong counter arguments. This one, though, just felt clean, man. Like, from start to finish, it really felt like he wasn't struggling. He was never unsure about what to do. He had a strong game plan, kept his cool, never used his strong removal pieces before they were necessary, baited his opponent into going all in, then unleashed the full power of Varden plus Shattering Blast. It takes a well-deserved win, finally getting one on the table and lining up his Relic Demon Hunter in Game 4 here. A deck that I like quite a bit less than the Mage, I will say.
This deck is weird to me. there's different definitions of like, right, here. Do I like this as a Hearthstone deck? No, I find it fairly tedious and boring. Do I like it as a bring to this tournament? I like it a lot more than Derek does as a bring to this tournament.
Fair.
Yesterday we saw all of the bad things with this deck. If you don't draw your Relic Vault, you probably lose the game. If you don't draw things to go with your Relic Vault, you probably lose the game. If you get behind early, you're in trouble. If your opponent brings the right deck, you're also in trouble. We haven't seen this yesterday. The smug Orijo smile, where you just relic the heck out of your opponent and win in 6 turns. And we might. This is the reason I think it is a bring to this tournament.
Oh man, I mean, speaking of relicking the heck out of your opponent, it was almost to the point where I was wondering if that was just Relic of Extinction on turn 1 for literally 0 value, just to give yourself 2/2s and 3/3s instead of 1/1s and 2/2s on turn 3 with the Relic of Phantasms. But being sensible, I guess, against the buff priest, it's too important to have strong removal.
And another reason I think this is a decent bring to this specific tournament, as opposed to just generically the deck is a 50-50 deck, it draws the Relic Vault or it doesn't. Relic of Extinction is actually pretty good in the current tournament meta, at least. It kills a lot of stuff for 1 mana. Not necessarily on turn 1 or 2 either. I mean, like you've cast another Relic or 2 and suddenly your Relic of Extinction's a board clear against 3/4/4 imps or whatever like that on turn 5 or 6.
Right.
It's a big deal.
All right. Tip Jiru that I know he knows, but just to remind myself, because I have made this mistake twice on ladder. Double Relic Vault does not work on the same spell. You have to do it on 2 different cards. It doesn't double, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that's a thing that, because I play so much Battlegrounds, I know you played a lot as well, but like the brands and barons in Battlegrounds, I sort of was alert to making that mistake quite early on with this deck.
It's like 100% a me problem. It does not say double the number of times this activates. It says they activate twice, specifically.
No,
that's
but
all.
If I hadn't played so much Battlegrounds, I think I would have made exactly that mistake more than once as well. It's just got that alarm bell wording. All right. So he's valuing the Relic of Extinction more than actually having stuff on board. In terms of size, which makes sense because we know what Priest does. And this should be able to kill pretty much anything next turn with the small minions plus the Extinction, but Xochi realised this is just going in.
Look at this. Felicia on turn 3 with coin in hand not played is absolutely fascinating.
It's 10. 10's the magic number, right? He's calculated this right? No, 11. It is 11 damage, so. But he can't allow for the second vault, yeah.
Oh, with Relic of Extinction.
Yeah, he couldn't allow for the second vault. Because why would you?
Yeah, well, there was 12 with just single Relic of Extinction. But yeah, I mean, like you say, it's so many breakpoints to play around in this deck. It's very difficult to get it exactly right. He was just double checking his head, 3-3-4-4. He could have just not attacked in with the hero power. I think he's realizing it's still got a guaranteed full clear.
That's right, 9 was the number without the vault, so it's 3 from the single relic plus the 6 on board. So he took it to 10 to play around single Relic of Extinction.
I mean, did he even need to press the relic? I guess it's still good to press the location.
You just press
because
it.
You have so many.
And they're offset as well.
Yeah.
Which means you just keep pressing one each turn now for the reason you just gave a minute ago.
Like, there's the obvious mistake if he shouldn't have attacked with the hero power. The question is just whether he should have pressed it at all as the debatable one. And I do think it was still probably correct. As he gets himself some juicy discounts. Mamma mia.
Yeah, I mean, this is the side of the deck we just didn't see yesterday. Sometimes it does this.
Oh, yeah.
And then you get the card draw going, you get 0 mana Chaos Strikes, as you see, to draw more cards. You've got brands to do disgusting things with as well, with the school teachers. And now you just get to your other relics, and you just win the game pretty often from here, against anything, not just here. Like, you get your Zymox eventually, and then you just do it all again. And
I don't know, it's kind of a stupid thing to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. For Xochi, it's almost annoying that these minions are so small instead of being bigger, because it just feels bad to use your Samuro against this. You know the problem's going to be worse next turn, but do you just do nothing for this next turn? Or like just play Treasure Guard, I guess, something like that. I don't know. The school teacher coming down does make it a lot more tempting to just go Samuro, Serpent Wig, clear the board.
I think my argument is, if they do it again, can your Samuro even kill it? Like, you're going to have a board of 7 7s and 8 8s. Do you even have enough stuff to deal with that with your Samuro? I suppose you probably can, but yeah.
Yeah, especially with the Devour picked up as well. Your Samurai will be able to clear off most anything that comes down next turn. Unless it's Zymox, I don't know. But I mean, again, like, speaking of Zymox, say you go for a big Samurai board clear, and then they just slam a 3-mana Zymox that's now infused as well at that point. Like, clearing it could be bad, but not clearing it is terrible.
Yeah, I think you're living in the short term here. I think if this game goes any length of time, even if your Samuro clears a board, I think you probably just lose as the priest. So, personally here, I'm all in for the panic button immediately.
With Carestia's blessing, I will find.
Yeah, this is the only other line you can take here. I agree. Just soak up as much of this health as you can. Give yourself the biggest gosh dang Pelagos you can see in a good long while.
Can be dealt with.
Okay,
Meltranic Chaos Strike and see where you're at.
Yeah, that's true. I was going to say Meltranics, I think, is not something you can rely on.
The answer
is because they very possibly have a hand that they can just kind of dump out. Even,
right, if they go Radiant Elemental, they just play
position.
Everything.
Exactly.
Like, I'm probably just going to Curtis and clear everything into the 12-12, but I want to play Chaos Strike first to see what's going on.
There are only 3/4s at the moment, so I guess you could go Chaos Strike, attack into the 3/1, and then School Teacher double bat does kill it off. I don't hate that. Wonder if there's something more impressive we can get here.
Looks like there might be, because he's not going for the Curtis at all. He's going for the expensive Chaos Strike. Whatever it is, he needs to do it soon, because he's going to have card draw decisions to factor in.
Exactly, yeah. It's really time to move now. Oh, wow!
That's it. There's the one.
Is he just leaving the Pelagos on the board?
Apparently so.
Meltranics? Okay, no, just Relic of Phantasm, sure.
Okay.
But this does now mean, actually, with the Pelagos left on the board, this Samuro is a guaranteed full board clear, because Serpent Wig just gives him 8 AoE, and he can even attack into one of the 2/1s and still get it.
Oops.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Aojiru.
Yeah, the whole discussion we had earlier about, but Samuro clears the board and then you reload, involves your opponent not having a 12-12 backing it up. Because now you just build a big board with your Zymox and you get smacked in the face for lethal.
Man, even calling out the heal. I respect it. Afraid of Jace, he's afraid of some nonsense with those spells. Oh, that's Relic of Extinctions comes off the top. That's like the best card he could possibly get. I think that just guarantees him a full board clear now, right? With Kurtrus.
Was it 9? I can't remember.
8 or 9. Either
yeah, it's
way.
enough.
The answer is here.
That's so clutch.
Oh
yeah, we'll take that too.
That gives you something to do next turn to basically win the game. It'll clear the entire board, it'll make a board, and that'll be the end.
I have given up everything. What have you sacrificed?
He didn't need to do that. He could have attacked one of the Felbats into the Pelagos and then played Relic of Extinctions instead of attacking into the Samuro, and the 9 plus the 5 he just realized it. He tanked 8 for no reason.
Just casually take 8 to show off. That's what it is. Yeah.
And it's like, you know, this is what we're seeing from Aojiru, right? These are the big mistakes so far. It's little sloppy sequencing errors. Like, I think his overall matchup understanding has been very strong so far. He's been playing the game, you can tell, to learn these matchups inside and out. Taking a deep breath there is exactly what he needs to do. That is all we need here. Just try to get your head, don't get in your own head too much. Calm down. He can win this series still. It's very winnable from this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to lose this particular game, and then it's down to one game. So like you say, just use this time, calm himself down, because he got here with 3, 6, and 2s. Like, that's superb Hearthstone.
Let us see if the legends are true.
And it is a shame that sometimes, I mean, he's like you've exactly described, sometimes we just don't see quite the best of players when they don't go on screen as a player that often. But yeah, to get here, every player here is a superb player. It's basically impossible to luck your way into this tournament.
All right, here we go for Zocchi. The last opportunity he really has to try and close this one out. He's going to need to get a big pop-off turn in terms of his development and also get something pretty specific off of the school teacher. The Light It Burns, maybe Plague will be enough in order to clear off the 5-2 and heal for a little bit. But it's quite obviously not looking especially likely with this amount of pressure on the other side.
Yeah, and we can see the Relic of Dimensions in hand on the other side as well, which makes things even more ridiculous.
Who here can
-3 mana Jace coming up next turn.
Anybody?
There's the Light It Burns. That's a
he needed.
clear on the Zymox. Getting time to get moving though.
Oh, there's so much happening here.
Yeah, from his perspective, he could technically be alive if he leaves the 5-2 up, because there's 4 from the double hero power.
Yeah.
The only shot he's got weakened though, just with the Nargling for Fury. That'll be enough to close out the game. But a valiant effort from Zocchi, and for Aojiru, just managing to scrape through that one with a bit of a sloppy game by comparison, and a couple of plays that I definitely disagreed on, right? Leaving up the Pelagos invited a little bit too much uncertainty into the game than I believe there needed to be.
Absolutely, yeah, gave himself every chance to not win that game. But that is the Demon Hunter deck doing the thing that is why it's in so many lineups. You test it for a day, you see that happening. Half of the time is the number I use, because it basically is a chance of drawing something in your opening hand. If you're mulliganing full, let's call it 50-50 for discussion's sake. The half the time it does draw the Relic Vault, that is kind of the games that happen. And again, this is in terms of, is it your 4th best deck? Well, if your 4th best deck is good half the time, I think that's okay if you can't find anything better. It also kind of fits in any lineup, is another reason I think we're seeing it a lot. It just does this thing no matter what you're trying to target. So that's another good reason. But again, yesterday, your side of the discussion was very much, look at it lose a lot of games of Hearthstone. And you couldn't argue with that. It lost a lot of games of Hearthstone.
It did, yeah, and I think it comes up against Priest pretty unfavored. Like, I like Priest in this metagame, the Naga Priest, in this tournament as well, specifically because of the prevalence of both Zoo, or the Imp Curse Warlock, I should say, sorry, and this Relic Demon Hunter, both of which are decks that really lack removal. Like, for Aojiru to win that one, he needed doubled up Relic of Extinction plus another one from Zymox in the end, and it still almost wasn't enough. It was a very specific hand he needed to take that win, and I think the majority of the time Zocchi and the Priest should have come away with the win. And speaking of, as I just was, one of the reasons I like Priest, another one is against this Imp Curse Warlock, which I think, in my opinion, struggles to get off to quite aggressive enough of a start. And as soon as you start getting ahead on board as the Priest, the catch-up mechanisms are just nowhere near strong enough or well-suited to the types of minions that Priest generates for the Warlock.
Yeah, we talked yesterday about how this Warlock deck isn't just two halves of a deck jammed together like we first thought. It's not just half Imps and half Curses. There's a lot of synergy there. However, against Priest, where you haven't got the time for the curse half to really kick in. You need this half of your deck with all the minions in it. You need just to play Imp, Warlock, and maybe a curse to finish the job, but the Imps have to take control of the board. They have to do a lot of damage. And Eojiro, the first lump along the way here, picking up the Mischievous Imp to go along with it while I was talking. This is an incredible looking start.
Yeah, it's a very, very high tempo start for Eojiro with just all the, well, the imp portion of the deck. Like every card in his hand is an imp or synergizes with it. However, if you wanted, if you were to start a game from behind, Zochi has about the best hand you can have. Not quite, but he has a lot of the tools you need to catch up after you have fallen behind with Samuro and Devour.
Yeah. Eojiro resisting the temptation to call anything out. Why would you? You can spend your mana and get enough stuff out there right now. The only thing he is really missing is a way to draw more cards, because he's never pressing the hero power button, ever. If you can draw that, then with a Catastrophe, he's just in such a great spot, because this will require reloads to win because of that Samurai. Or he can draw Drag Below and do a lot of damage. This is terrifying now.
It's an interesting draw, isn't it? Because no matter how you slice it, it feels a little inefficient on this turn, because you could go trade an imp, circle, trade the flame imp and the other 1/1 imp, and then get face damage for like, what, 6 or 7 with the Flustered Librarian. But then you're leaving more minions at 1 health, which makes you more susceptible to Shadow Word Devour or Samuro on the other side, which you ideally do not want. But then if you just go, I don't know, Fiendish Circle, you accept that you summon 1 less imp, you're massively over-trading with the Flustered Librarian. In the end, he's settling on the uninfused Mischievous Imp, which I actually really quite like, yeah.
Like Samuro that. I like it. I hadn't seen this line. I was looking at Drag Below, just insert 9 and then save my circles for a turn or two, but this is really sweet. I like this a lot.
And I think it means that the only real avenue for Zochi is to take a setup turn here. I mean, you could gamble on School Teacher to get something very specific. I'm thinking Cathedral and Silence. I'd rather play that than trade it and just, take potentially 6 less damage on the Flustered Librarian and then just set up for the Samuro clear next turn.
Is how, I mean...
Oh, he's trading it. That's so
this
greedy.
Is so scary. Like, the Samuro clear, it's almost lethal here for Eojiro, right? With the circle now, just because it's +3 damage, not because you expect it to live. He's working out if he needs to, because if you play circle and it gets devoured, maybe there's a way to lose. But... Sure, okay.
And it's close. Like, honestly, I'd be tempted to play Fiendish Circle just to get 3 more damage face.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's 3
turn.
mana Fury, but coming back the other way is the problem, right? If you circle and you get devoured here, now you're giving your opponent an extra turn, a quicker kill on you. So
yeah. I am mainly considering Samuro instead of the Devour.
So I think I like this in hindsight. It's very hard when you can see both hands sometimes not to cast a vision it, but I think I like it.
Yeah, start with the Atonement in case you get another Handmaiden, something like that you want to activate with the Devour. And then I do think it is absolutely the Shadow Word Devour. Even though it doesn't boost your clearing potential, it's just more health.
Looking for ways to win, I guess is the words I'm looking for now.
Yeah, straight up. We could see Eojiro initially reaching for the Dragged Below, but he does think about the Fiendish Circle for a while, which, I don't know, I was actually kind of leaning towards in the end, just because they probably don't have all too much ability to clear a bunch of 1/1s with Samuro plus Devour, both having just been used.
I think you maybe need to buff your other curses, though. Okay. To tie up your opponent's mana, make it so they have to actually get those curses out their hand or heal or something. Because Zochi's going to kill you in 2 turns a lot of the time here. Maybe those circles. Yeah. Oh, tough.
I do think for Zocchi here, you are not playing the curse. I've got to be honest.
I don't think.
I thought that was going to be buff the Samuro, boon the Samuro, and just try to win with like a bless wig combo over the next couple turns.
Right.
I guess that would mean that your Radiant Elemental dies to Blade. And he's playing super defensive here.
Kind of. I'm going to say he's calculated this is 2-turn lethal, but sure. Oh, if he'd played the circle last turn, Darek. That was part of the equation.
That's so much worse now.
He plays last turn, he just has lethal now, kind of.
In big trouble of dying here. Very, very big trouble.
Thank you for your service.
Was he going double Grimoire plus touch as well?
Yeah.
Oy, oy.
Service.
Okay, fair enough. It almost certainly keeps him alive if you can kill off the Radiant.
Because he's not far from just going Bran into kill you as well, so he knows he's going to die soon. He knows he's going to win soon. 8 more matches today as well. If this is how it's going to be, I'm going to be collapsing by the end of the day.
Belish is a fantastic top deck as well, and just look at these cards. He's getting now Pelagos plus the buff for more damage face. The only thing we can say is that he is not currently clearing this board, is he? So these 2/1/1s are going to be left in play with another Fiendish Circle to come down.
Yeah,
there are outs for lethal here if Zocchi doesn't manage to clear this up somehow.
Yeah, Library Circle is how much? 2 plus 5 plus 6? That's... Wait. Yeah, he has to kill at least one of them, right? Or heal or something.
It would be... Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. 2 plus
Actually,
another 6.
Yeah.
So is that just it? Unless he trades somehow? Does he make the read?
Only if he's got lethal next turn, otherwise you can't make that read, right? If you haven't got lethal next turn anyway, then you have to do the damage.
Oh, he goes face!
How many times is he going to count this, given the slight sloppiness of the day? He's shaking.
It's plus 6, and there's 2 on board.
He's actually melting under the pressure, but he is going to get it done.
Oh, my God. That was the slimmest of possible margins. Oh, my God, Lorinda. He's actually done it. The full reverse sweep after 0-2 down on his mage at the start. He reverse sweeps the Naga Priest of all deck in a flabbergasting end to the game there. Like, I would argue not a mistake necessarily, but a play I did not agree on from Aojiro to play the Dragged Below instead of the Fiendish Circle. He gets punished by top decking the location the turn after, and yet it's still just enough with exactly 2 imps sticking on the board. And, you know, Zocchi not healing up his face the turn earlier, healing the Samuro. You know, a lot of different lines that could have been taken, I think, by Zocchi there to maybe just try and play a little bit more defensively.
But then when you go to the... I agree with the heal on the Samuro seemed weird, but I'm going to give him credit for having countered something that I just can't count in the time.
Sure, yeah.
But that last turn, when you're saying, can he make the read on killing the imp? He can't, because the circle wasn't played when we would have played it. So he doesn't think the circle's there, as well as it has to have the library as well. So I don't think he can actually make that read on the last turn there. I think he just has to go face. But that was a series of Hearthstone, Darek. Reverse sweep, some shaky play from Aojiro, but he didn't seem to sort of deny that fact. You can see his facial expressions right at the end there. It's like, is 2 plus 6, 8? It's been such a long, sort of terrifying series. Can I add these numbers together? But yeah, he got there, and again, setting the scene for what is going to be a fantastic group by the look of things.
Absolutely, yeah. That was a thoroughly enjoyable series of Hearthstone. I got to see plenty of Mage, plenty of Priest, the Naga Priest specifically, two of my favorite decks to be playing right now. And huge congratulations to Eojiru. I think with a couple of nerves maybe slipping in there into his play, but as I said at the time, overall I think very, very good matchup understanding of the common decks bashing up against each other that he is bringing in his lineup as well. And I think he could be a real contender as he goes forward to face Bunny Hopper now in the winners bracket match for this group.
Absolutely, and with that in mind, we're going to give the players a few extra minutes just to recover and get their senses back after that. But straight after this slightly longer break, we will have that winners match for Group C. So don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Fall Championship. I'm Raven, and joining me is Gia. We're going to be taking you through the upper match in Group C. Gia, welcome. How's it going? Are you ready to cast some Hearthstone?
Doing very well, Raven. Thanks for asking. It is a nice, completely not bright and not sunny night here in Western US. And I am super excited to be back on the casting desk, especially for a match of this caliber. We have Bunny Hopper and Aojiru, who have just won their initial matches in Group C. Bunny Hopper, of course, one of the most storied players in the entirety of Hearthstone history. And Aojiru, someone who also has a similarly long reputation within Hearthstone, but I think only recently has been making waves in the global scene, which is great to see.
Oh, 100%. And Aojiru definitely one of the players who's great to watch as well. Very reactive on camera. But although they both did win, and of course this is that sort of upper bracket match in Group C, they both got there in very different ways, right? Bunny Hopper won his series 3-1, looked pretty convincing, pretty calm, comfortable. And Aojiru actually had to fight all the way back from 0-2 down. And even in the last game, it was so close. So I think it was a very good thing we went to a longer break there, of course, to give Aojiru just a few minutes to relax after that, because it was quite the series indeed. But take a look at the first matchup, Gia. We have Bunny Hopper on the big Spell Mage. And what do you think about this deck as an inclusion? Bunny Hopper, not the only player who's brought it, of course, but I expected if we saw any mage, it was all going to be ping.
I thought so too, especially given Fury Hunter's recent very good performance with the Ping Mage just winning another Masters Tour. Thanks in no small part to that deck. But Big Spell Mage, I think, is very emblematic of Bunny Hopper's entire year. I feel like he's been playing this deck every tournament since the start of 2022. And he's been doing very well with it. It's a deck that just traditionally has not had any terrible matchups. It doesn't have too many great ones either. But for a field where the goal is just to get to the top 4 and get yourself that ticket through to the World Championship, I don't mind going for a slightly safer sort of not all-in deck that you can just try and get a couple more percentage edge with by playing well, which is something that Bunny Hopper has been known to do. As for the list itself, not much has really changed since the inclusion of the mini set. It's just the Sylvanas the Accused slotted in towards the middle there.
Yeah, and I think there's something to be said as well for like players bringing the unexpected to this tournament. I mean, we've seen it probably most notably from Habu Gabu, but we've seen other players bring either differently teched versions of lists or just the unexpected lists, like we just said with Big Mage. So they seem to be doing okay so far. We'll see how that looks once we've got that sort of top 4 scenario sorted out. But I believe the first matchup actually is going to be a mirror match in classes, but of course not archetypes, because Aojiru is bringing the Ping Mage, and I feel like we've seen or had these two decks in the meta for a very long time, with varying degrees of success, of course. But where would you place them in the actual matchup against each other?
Yeah, I actually, when I first kind of encountered this matchup on ladder, more recently playing from the Ping Mage side because I do enjoy the deck a lot, I thought it would lean quite heavily favored for the Ping Mage player because you have a lot more guaranteed direct damage, which has traditionally been something good for Mage to do in the mirror. They have ways to freeze each other's boards, so it becomes more of like who can send damage straight over the dome. But Big Spell Mage packs a lot more disruption than I necessarily expected there. Just landing an early far watch pose can be deadly for the Ping Mage. Of course, Barbaric Sorcerer is sometimes very difficult to play around as the Ping Mage, and the early runes are not to be underestimated either because they can just get board presence either from that generating minions or just the Drakefire Amulet. So while I do think it is ever so slightly Ping Mage favored, there's many ways that the Big Spell Mage can still get a leg up.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes when you play the Ping Mage, it feels like pretty sleek sports car. It does this one thing very well, and it's the whole thing's built for that. But then the Big Spell Mage can just be a tank, right? Tank just rolls up over it because you have some of those incredibly powerful turns. Even when you just look at the Belinda turn, right? If that comes down, yes, this mage has freeze, but it doesn't often have like infinite freeze. You might be able to freeze something for a couple of turns, but actually killing the minion itself is difficult. And it's in a similar style of where the matchup can lead with the like Naga Priest, for example, where yes, you can freeze the minions out, but the second you don't, you might just be dead. So it can be a little bit crazy overall. So that's the matchup we are going to see to kick it off. We do actually see Bunny Hopper losing his Naga Priest in the ban and Aojiro losing the Rogue. So just looking at the decks that are left, and it may be a little bit difficult, of course, because Bunny Hopper's just bringing the Shaman, which I think no one expected. But who do you think's got the overall, you know, favored side of this in terms of lineup?
I am tending to give the advantage to Bunny Hopper ever so slightly. I feel like his Rogue is positioned pretty well, and I think it's a big win that his Wig Priest ends up banned. Not that I think it's a bad ban from Aojiro. I think it makes a lot of sense because a lot of Aojiro's decks struggle against singular big minions hitting and sticking to the board. But I feel like every player who brings Wig Priest, it's just one of those decks that feels so bad when you lose with it because it's like, oh, I just didn't draw my Wig or I didn't draw my Radiant, and to get it banned off your back is a huge deal. And that means that Bunny Hopper's Thief Rogue is in place, and we just like have seen him do so well with various iterations of this deck and this style of deck so many different times. So I feel like I'm going a bit against my normal assessment and giving favor based off of how well I know Bunny Hopper can play these types of decks that have a lot of generation and alternate win conditions. That being said, Aojiro has that Magister Dawn Grasp in the opener, and I completely agree with keeping that, even though it's quite a while to get it online. It's still a major part of the win condition in the matchup.
Yeah, it's very scary, isn't it? Because the Dawn Grasp, like you said, right, completely agree with keeping it 100%. But you do think, I could draw a very clunky curve from this point onwards, right? That could really just not do a lot. But he did get hold of the Wildfire, so at an absolute worst case scenario here, Aojiro can just keep pinging Bunny in the face, not only to just deal damage, of course, but to say stack up the Modrash for later. So not a bad start in any way, shape or form. Bunny, though, kept a few options open for himself, keeping the Pelican. I think it was it Pelican, Nightcloak, and Sorceress he kept?
I think so.
I think that was it, which is obviously nice with the coin, of course.
And it does make for a pretty clean curve for Bunny because he did pick up the other location as well if he just wanted to get those both down and commit the mana spent. That's not necessarily the line because maybe he would like to go for Deep Water on 4 and then immediately curve coin into Sorceress, assuming the Deep Water had gotten him a spell that is of high cost, which by that point is guaranteed. Aojiro, though, gonna be aware of playing around that and trying not to keep any cheap spells in hand if possible, which at the moment he doesn't have.
Yeah, it can be difficult. I think I would like to see just a ping pass here from Bunny, just because the coin in itself feels so much more flexible, and Nightcloak Sanctum doesn't feel like a must-have in this matchup. And I don't mean it's not good, it's just the fact that I don't think it's worth coining out, because also there is the Barbaric Sorceress ready, but if that Belinda's drawn, that's just mega power as early as possible. And wow, Aojiro just picks up the Wildfire number 2 straight away. This is... You might have to feel like he pings the Pelican, which is a bit of overkill, but it still deals the damage. Like,
yeah,
like the Wildfire, just get it down.
It is an interesting dilemma here because, of course, spending more mana with the Nightcloak Sanctum seems kind of nice. And even if Bunny were to respond with his own Sanctum, Aojiro could even go for, theoretically, an early Reckless to clean up. But the question is, when is the window to play that Wildfire and get it out of hand? Because he should always be aware of that Barbaric Sorceress. At the moment, he hasn't seen any Mailbox Dancer, though, so as long as the cheap spells are out of hand by the turn Bunny Hopper reaches 5 mana, assuming coin is kept, then Aojiro is still fine. So he is just gonna go for a slightly more mana efficient play for now.
Yeah, this is interesting though. I think the lack of good follow-up turn 4, guaranteed, was probably a reason to just ping more instead. But I guess he wouldn't have been able to ping on that turn 4 if he played Nightcloak anyway. So just gonna get the locations down for both players now, creating those skeletons. And actually, I was gonna go for the Apprentice.
Yeah, It is pretty nice tempo here. I feel like Reckless Apprentice role has changed a lot ever since the nerf to Magister Dawn Grasp. It's a bit harder to use the Apprentice to really get to those huge upper echelons of damage. So finding ways to actually let it push the attack damage in the mid game and just doing, you know, decent amounts of board clear is very valuable as well.
Yeah, it's just going to be that little bit frustrating, and I think that even if it gets to push damage once, right, itself as a minion, if it gets to push 3, you know what? That card's done a great job. But it get Drake Fire, though.
Right, Audrey will know about it. And now with the pickup of Solid Alibi, there's not an easy way to play around Barbaric Sorcerers. And actually, even if he hadn't played Solid Alibi, unless his turn was going to be Wildfire Ping, it was going to be Wildfire plus draw most likely another spell, which would have been scary. But he is going to commit to making sure that he is as safe around Barbara as possible, which I think is very, very reasonable given he saw the keep in Bunny's hand and, you know, coin kept until this point.
And the interesting point here is, does Bunny still go with the plan? Let's say he doesn't draw Belinda here. Like, is it still just coin Barbaric Sorceress, or is that enough of a tell? Because it's a huge one, right? It's clearly Argiro dumping his hand, because you would never play Solid Alibi in that situation because there's no damage coming your way. But does Bunny Hopper just say, I'll take the taunt regardless and just coin it out anyway?
I feel like it's a strong tell, and he still has a pretty decent alternate play with the School Teacher plus Nagaling. Should he choose to greed the Barbaric Sorcerers a bit longer, because we are reaching the points where if Aojiru has only 3 cards in hand and 6 mana, it's like not a clean Dawngrass turn yet. Maybe they have to go for drawing some cards. So Bunny is going to wait a little bit longer and gets 2 secrets as options on the Nagaling. However, the text on Nagaling tells you what the secret is.
Rubbish at keeping secrets. Never tell Nagaling anything. Kind of interesting as well, because this counterspell, so Aljiro will know he'll have to dump a spell into counterspell, right? But also that means Aljiro can get rid of a spell from his hand. But I think at this point, even though you could argue this goes against what Barbaric Sorceress wants to do to an extent, you just argue that, well, this is just a headache for Aljiro, right? He could dump a spell, put into counterspell to stop it being barbaric, which means he has to throw things away. Like this Frozen Touch. If he has to play this Frozen Touch because he's still scared of sorcerers, then he just burns a Frozen Touch, one of the best cards in the deck. So I do think this is correct from Aljiro, just to say, you know what, by now if they have it, they have it. But he cannot afford to just throw away a Frozen Touch.
Right. It has reached the point where, since Aojiru has kind of forced Bunny into waiting 1 turn longer, now Bunny has to coin if he wants to play the Sorceress safely and, you know, try and get some benefit. And Bunny also still doesn't know yet that there's a spell in hand. There's starting to be some more mind games here. It's the turn after Aojiru kind of telegraphed that he was dumping. And if Bunny does end up using the coin here, he actually is just a couple turns away from being able to coin out the rune naturally anyway, so it's not as huge of a detriment to Aojiru. However, it is still meaning that Bunny gets to turbo out the rune 1 turn sooner.
Choices here. I love this card because I feel like people can talk for days about what you should pick in a scenario like this, where, say, 2 of the choices are arguably good for your opponent as well. And then it always circles back to just pick the card you actually want.
Yeah, I think there's also some additional benefit to staying away from the super expensive ones, because Bunny still has a second sorcerer somewhere in the deck, and that's going to be a complete whiff if there's a Drake Fire and Frozen Touch at 10 in hand for the opponent. But Aojiru ends up, I think, picking the Drake Fire, misses, and that is kind of painful because Cold Case would have been great for him as well.
Yeah. Does get Dawngrass, so that's going to recast the Solid Alibi for this turn, of course, which is, you know, you can argue a bit of a help, even though the first one didn't achieve too much, apart from dodging the Sorceress, of course. But the second one is going to be able to soak a little bit more damage. But here come the dragons.
Right. I think I misspoke a while ago. It was the Drake Fire Amulet, not the rune, that got discounted, so think 3 turns sooner because of that Barbaric Sorceress and just taking the biggest stats, I think makes the most sense. Although you can argue Sleepy Dragon and Storm, who both have 16 total. I kind of favor taking the health just to be as sticky as possible.
I think so, mainly because I'll be honest, I haven't counted. I'm not sure what he's up to, but Sleepy Dragon's one of the few ones that dodges Modresh, right? And I think that's what Bunny Hopper will want to dodge to an extent, to just not have the whole board wiped. He already does have Kaligos picked, right? So
I think so.
the Sleepy Dragon just looks good, just too super tanky. Okay, he decided that because he had the Kaligos, he can afford to go for the Nozdormu.
He does take that trade as well to play a little bit more around the Kaligos, because if he hadn't, then it would have gotten traded down by an active Mordresh, which it is. And that is going to be the play for Aojiru, I think. I mean, there is some debate to be had here because there is a pretty juicy board lock opportunity with Vordan Dawn Grasp here.
Yeah, he could even spend the turn going Dawn Grasp a Cold Case just to get the counterspell out of the way. And then have the Arcane Intellect to follow up with.
Right. Alternatively, Dawn Grasp and Dungeoneer, and just say this is the most pressure on board going into the Mordresh clear turn.
Oh, gonna... Oh. I thought it's going to ping the Kaligos, which would make sense because it would put it in Mordresh range, but deciding to go face. It's already at 5 and saying, you know what, 5 damage to face is just going to be more worthwhile.
Yeah. Downside, though, of leaving the Kaligos on board is that is a free rune for Bunny if he wants to take it. There is some danger of blowing up his own board. Having so many minions and Aojiru only having 1 means that after the 3/3 is dead, the minion targeting spells are likely to mop up Bunny's own pressure. But he looks like he's going to just make his own room with this ping and then probably Starfish to unfreeze things and push a lot of face damage.
Yeah, this looks really strong, doesn't it? And again, it's not, the board isn't full of huge dragons, but it's enough to give Aojiru a headache, definitely. Especially if he's assuming there's going to be some kind of clear, which I think is why he's thinking about whether he needs to trade into this Varden or not. Even then, even if the Mordresh gets played, well then Bunny can just slam Rune of the Archmage next turn, right, and feel a lot better about it.
Very responsible trade, protecting the Kaligos from the Mordresh. Still going to be the play, and then I guess Flurry at the end just to save 4 health.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Like, is this worth the flurry? Because, you know, in general, Bunny doesn't have tons of burst, right? Because he's not playing against the ping version. So it's a tough one. Yeah, okay, Aojiru's going to leave it and say, you know what, put me to 11, it's fine. I have Cold Case. He's going to save the flurry for maybe if there's another Drakefire, if Rune of the Archmage generates some additional minions somehow. And I think this is a little bit scary, but I think it's worth the risk here for Aojiru.
Yeah. Big bit scary, but I totally see where you're coming from. Oh yeah, there's a counter spell as well. It wouldn't have done anything.
Oh sure, yeah. That's a good. Yeah. You know what? That counter spell's been live for so long in a mage mirror. I'll be honest, I forgot about it because how has Aojiru just not cast a spell?
Yeah. And it's just so crazy how quickly the pressure can turn in the matchup. 1 board really is all the big spell mage needs to stick and connect face. And there was only the one of Starfish, so I don't fault Aojiru for not playing around it there. But we'll see if that risk pays off. Aojiru can potentially stave off this entire board still, and Bunny doesn't have much guaranteed direct damage unless the Rune wants to play ball. Ooh. Is still dealing 5 on the hero power, I believe.
Yes, I believe so. Can now dump the flurry. He'll play reckless Cold Case hero power. Like, seems as good as it's going to get to me.
I agree. It's very valuable to get that 4 armor and also push the 10 damage face. Means Bunny is within range of 3 pings. 3 turns is what Aojiru needs here, maybe expedited by the skeleton death rattles. But it's crucial that that's his last Reckless Apprentice, so if you were to draw Bran, it's not really adding much damage.
Right. Yeah.
Here we go.
No one's surprised whatsoever. The box has been opened. Rune of the Archmage coming down from Bunny Hopper, and he needs something big because very suddenly he's found himself in some trouble.
Well, these are all not clearing the board so far. Okay, that's big money.
Yeah, yeah.
And Aojiru will have seen from the Arcane Brilliance that only 1 card got added to hand. So whichever it was that he hadn't seen yet, whether it was the Drakefire or the Rune already in hand, now the other one is there as well. Okay, definitely not Runed Orb. I don't think Bunny wants to give Aojiru any potential access to more damage.
Yeah, because any more damage, because at the moment I think Bunny's on 11, so that's still 3 pings without anything extra, of course.
Right.
So he cannot speed that up. Unless he knows Aojiru would know this. And then he could have picked Rune Orb, and Aojiru's like, he's never picking Rune Orb.
It's a really difficult one. I feel like, given the state where Bunny still has another secret in play and Aojiru also just kind of wants to play around Counterspell again, it would make the most sense for Bunny to give Aojiru the most expensive card and make playing around that as difficult as possible. So that Fire Sale makes a lot of sense to me, and to Aojiru as well. Nicely done to pick that up, even if just to use it as a tradable. Ooh, Frozen Touch now. That expedites the clock.
Also throw in the Arcane Intellect, right? Just to test for the Counterspell.
Yeah, absolutely. He could trade the Fire Sale first if that is going to be the card to, if the AI is going to be the card to test with.
Unless he wants to, well, we'll see what he draws. Okay. Just because I was thinking, unless he wants another spell, just in case there's another Rune of the Archmage that casts another Mage Secret. So he needs a dumpable spell and then 2 mana for Frozen Touch, 2 mana for Ping.
Yeah, true. There are many different ways of approaching the order on that turn, and in most worlds it doesn't end up being counterspell, so it makes a lot of sense what Aojiru ended up on. Now Bunny Hopper needs a miracle. He has no solid alibi of his own at the moment, but there is a rune which could cast one, or it could just get lethal if he's really lucky.
Well, he also, I believe, did the Darkling he picked the deal 2 damage, reduce cost, arcane word I can't remember. Remember the name of the card, but I think he's got deal 2 damage in that Nargling, so it doesn't matter as much now, because I was wondering if he was going to just go Rune of the Archmage first and then have 2 damage in hand, you know, maybe if that's some weird lethal, maybe that's the point he's at.
Runes, Cone of Cold, Gateway. Okay, that's armor. That's something.
Yeah, I mean, he's safe from the damage we saw anyway, right? The ping and just the 1 Frozen Touch.
That Frozen Touch will be infused, though, by the end of this turn, or Aojiru could just infuse it himself.
Oh, sure, sure.
So I think Aojiru doesn't need to worry about Ice Barrier necessarily. He does need to worry about counterspells, so I think the play is to test with Solid Alibi and then go Frozen Touch, Ping, and that should get him the win 100% of the time.
Yeah, those Frozen Touch end states are so strong when it's infused. It's so much damage for so few mana, and Aojiru getting the job done. The keep on the Dawngrass, the push in the pings as often as possible, just about was enough. And it was a really close game, honestly, for game number 1. Bunny Hopper looked way ahead with the big dragon board, but after the clear from Aojiru and that extra damage, it was looking fantastic. And suddenly, Aojiru's just 1-0 up in the series, winning that Mage Mirror and looking good for the rest of it. I know you said you would sort of lean towards Bunny Hopper in terms of who's favored in the series, but I think when you just look at the decks, unless this unless this Demon Hunter really falls over, which he could do, like, I think Aojiru's looking fantastic now the Mage is out of the way.
Yeah, that's very fair. The Demon Hunter does have a lot of teeth against Shaman, just decks that struggle dealing with individual huge minions, which is the case for Shaman ever since they've cut Snowfall Guardian. Devolving the huge relic of Phantasm tokens is not necessarily a good idea, but the Demon Hunter itself is also vulnerable to a quicker aggressive start. So maybe if Bunny were to get, you know, just a really strong curve with Murlocs on the Shaman or on this big spell mage, if he got a Belinda pretty early, then it is still doable. But overall, Aojiru looking very, very good in this series. And we do have that Framester that you love talking about, Raven.
Yeah, I mean, it's just great. I love when just a little tech cards slip into the deck, and it's just like, okay, and it wins games, as we saw earlier on, or at least dramatically helps. There's also the other game-winning tool there in the key cards. Maybe you can tell that I did these, but Glug the Gulper. If you play this card, you simply win the game. That should be the stats on that card. But yeah, this is the mid-range Shaman from Bunny Hopper, and a bit of a surprise. With the submissions, because I don't think anyone was really expecting Shaman. I think Shaman after the nerfs was very okay. It wasn't good, I would say, but Bunny Hopper seems to decide this is good enough, and it's looking good so far.
Yeah, it is one of the decks that got hit very, very hard by the nerf to Snowfall Guardian, and yet it still ends up having quite enough tools. It was a deck that was doing so many different things already that losing one of those tools did make it lose one of its angles, which is, you know, cheesing out wins against decks that go a bit greedier than it on board. But it still has quite a lot of the good anti-aggro tools and a lot of combo disruption tools with that Mutinous and the doubling battle cry effect. And we see Bunny Hopper's list going less on the greedy side. He's cut a Famished Tool, he's cut an Insatiable Devourer, which I think is a good call for the field this week. Gonna be facing the Curse Imp Warlock though, which I tend to think Shaman struggles a bit against. The damage from the curses stacks up really, really heavily, and they don't have that much access to heal outside of a big Denathrius swing. So Bunny gonna have to turn up the pressure, I think, to get this win.
Yeah, I think this has been true since Shaman had the nerfs, is that a lot of matchups rely heavily on the Shaman player really, really wanting schooling in their opening hand, right? Because it gives you so many like cheap anti-aggro options that is such a key card and can often be the difference between at least staying in the game and being completely run over like this Warlock is capable of doing. So we'll have to see how this one goes. There's the big Glug in hand there for Bunny Hopper. Probably not a keep in this matchup, but if he does get to play it, I promise you he'll win. But there's schooling as well, and Monk Pools.
If it says win the game on it, why would you not keep a Purified Shard, Raven?
You've got to get to turn 7 first, that's the problem. I guess turn 6 with the coin, maybe it simply was a keep.
Well, there's the Schooling, which is the other win the game card you were talking about, plus some Muck Pools, which means that Bunny is one null away from great success. But even if he were not to draw the null, Schooling still provides a lot of great removal potential against early minions from the Imp Warlock outside of exactly Fiendish Circle, which is the one where you feel bad about trading 1-for-1 with the Piranhas.
Good opening here, at least good enough for now. Vile Library available for Aojiru.
That's right. Not really doing much of a buff at the moment. Whether or not Aojiru gives +1/+1 to the Imp, it would take 2 Piranhas played to remove it. It just makes a difference of 2 Piranhas traded or not.
I really like the early buff here. Pile on the pressure and make Bunny Hopper have an answer. And even worse case right now, Aojiru does have a playable turn 3, right? It's not like the hand is completely rubbish, which is good. Hopper, on the other hand, can go for the Sleep Breaker. Could coin out Freeze if he's really worried about the damage.
Yeah, I like holding out just a little bit longer. The window to draw null is still wide open as long as he has kept the Piranhas and the coin in hand. Cultist to start the Curse Train and also overdraw Bunny Hopper a card. Seems nicely placed here.
Yeah, not going for the Wicked Shipment Librarian this turn purely because, yeah, it's more stuff on board, but when he knows the fish are in the hand, there's kind of no point. So I do like this as well. Just put a little bit more of a singular tanky minion, burn the card, see what Bunny Hopper's response can be.
And you just know Algier is really serious because he's in his like most sober outfit I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Right now. Looking comfy and ready to focus on the gameplay. That Finley being burned, not a huge deal, I would say. But Bunny has once again left himself 9 cards in hand. That other curse will expire though, so I guess it doesn't really make sense to play the other cultist here.
Yeah, and I do like getting the card draw as well, just letting him, letting Algero get a plan for the future as well, see what's coming up. And also has the benefit of, well, if you go wide with imps, draw cards, you might hit cards like Mischievous Imp, like Imp King Reform, and then the fact you went wide means they're going to start infusing those cards you just drew for you anyway. So it all seems to line up pretty well. And the Hopper's though going to have to very quickly start answering this board, and he's still only really got a few Piranha to do so.
That's right, 6 damage to allocate, which combined with the school teacher can get rid of all the most threatening minions here. But it is pretty expensive to do so, so just freezing the problem away for now I think makes sense. Gonna evolve his school teacher. Let's see what the 5-drop is.
Fishing is so relaxing.
I was just about to say, 5-drops I feel are either very good or very bad.
We did learn this from Jandis, didn't we?
Yeah. Reno, okay.
Reno, still not amazing stats for the cost, but challenges the board. That's the important part.
Any way he can bounce this and play the long game.
Yeah, want to try getting no duplicates left in your deck, which still has 30 cards because you're playing Renathal.
Easy. Look, Bunny Hopper's already halfway there, right? He's running only one of the Framesters, so, and a few legendaries, so he's doing okay.
It's a bit rough to have played Farsight and then drawn the Knoll, which is like after he's just played both of the locations, so it's still going to be on cooldown next turn. And it creates this sort of awkward in-between turn where Bunny, I think, if he hadn't drawn the Knoll, was going to play the Piranhas most of the time to get rid of that 5/6, which would then be unfrozen. But now playing these Piranhas makes the Knoll so much more expensive the next turn.
Yeah, he might just end up with like a Renathal hero power as a potential backup plan, because I think he can take the damage for the trade-off of actually getting an evolved Null on board.
Depends. Aojiru can just go for a Tempo Zakul here. That's just the most pressure on board. Trades really nicely with the Reno. And even though this is just the second curse, he has the 3rd in hand already.
Maybe actually just Renathal play the curse seems okay here. Right, and kill the Zakul and just take the hit. It's a little bit scary, but the Null could really change the pace of the game, right? If he gets one of the, the big stats, then he can actually start racing Aojiro, because this Warlock doesn't really have that many ways to kill actually big minions.
Could be, but I think maybe the trade-off of leaving the 7 damage on board is not necessarily worth it for a random 10-drop evolve. He does have 2 rolls on it, but if he doesn't immediately get rush, it's a lot of damage that gets left on board. And even if he were to play 3 Piranhas this turn, it's not as though the Knoll is unplayable next turn, it's just more expensive.
Right.
Ooh, it's gonna go for it this turn though, just taking the trade. Even more disciplined play than what I was thinking, which is just to use the Piranhas to trade.
Yeah, this is just the most defensive play, right? Save him the most health this turn, which is fine. My only worry is he takes a little bit of damage from the curse next turn, and as of this moment in time, this school teacher has a lot of work to do for Bunny Hopper next turn, right? To help with the just the lack of anything to do in response here.
It's huge. I'm shocked to not see Tamsin this turn, honestly. I get that the 3/3s are more pressure, but at least one of them is dead on board to a trade. And just that Tamsin to clear a 2/3, get more cards drawn and just have it active seemed pretty clean to spend the mana that turn.
I am generally a big fan of playing Tamsin on curve unless any other play wins you the game. You know what I mean? And I do agree with you. I think Tamsin on curve looked pretty good there.
All right. A primordial wave to reroll more evolves seems pretty decent because he's been getting understated stats for cost on every single roll so far.
If he played it now after trade, he gets 3/5/8, right?
Yes. And a 2, I guess. Oh, cargo guard armor is very relevant here.
There is little time.
And of course, good stats on the 5-drop and the 8/8. Those are fair. And the Bolner is also threatening.
Yeah,
That's a card he plays in his deck.
Yeah, I was going to say, even just a card he chooses to play anyway. Pretty good.
So Tamsin still gets a bit of work done here in conjunction with the Grimoire of Sacrifice. Yeah, it does clear everything, right? If he sacrifices the 3/2, Tamsin trade 3/4 in the Murazan.
Yes, looks like it to me, and I think that's simply the play, right? Like, nothing else is really available for Aljiro, and the biggest problem here is that cargo guard. Like, yes, the Warlock can stack a lot of damage from curses, but he doesn't have them yet. So he needs to buy time to get there, and he can't just take this kind of hit.
Right.
Doesn't...
Yeah, that gets sacrificed, and then... I mean, I guess there was a slightly better order to see options, which was trade the 3/2 in the 8/8, then play Tamsin.
Right.
And you can see if you need to Grimoire, but I don't think there's any other card you would spend the last 1 mana on than Grimoire, so fair enough.
I think that's why I was initially confused, because I would have done it that way, like made the 3/2 trade and then, you know, done the things. But yeah, this works out more or less the same, like you said. You had to Grimoire anyway.
Okay. Mutinous on empty board seems very good to me. Ugh, lowest roll hit though.
Is this an evolve though? I think it is, right? 8-drop over 7/6.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Less pressure. Yeah,
Let's have Command of Neptulon to follow up with those, so it's not all bad for Bunny.
Right, and that is going on turn 8, so it doesn't overload into the Denathrius turn, which is nice. But you can see just how upset Bunny gets at every single, like, slightly understated outcome. Because this is more health than the 7/6, but it's so important to get that pressure in because the window is closing. He's at 19. There's like 3 curse cards played already, I think.
I'm not getting any younger.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
actually
it was 2.
very scary. Yeah, I think it's 2 because it was just the Zekul and 1 Syracuse, right? There's been no actual drag below our wave, but just getting the first 2 out of the way, I think, is a big deal because when these next set of curses start hitting, when they start going 3, 4, 5 is when you start going, ouch. Like the 1 and 2, not a big deal, but when it starts hitting hard, like, it's a little bit scary indeed. What is Aljiro going to do?
Looks like he is leaning more towards the curse plan.
Going wide and saying he just doesn't have any AoE, which again is a fairly reasonable assumption against the Shaman. They often do not have any way to clear super wide boards.
Yeah, Flurgle being the best one, and that's pretty difficult to put together without a Gorlock. And even if this board does manage to get cleared, Aljiro has the instant Rafam follow-up, which I think is the main logic behind the play. Alternatively, he also has Tamsin Abyssal Wave, which is curse number 4 and 5. So just attacking from many different fronts here.
This is sick though, right, for Bunny Hopper. Triple trade if he wants it, and then just Primordial Wave. This board seems insane.
Up 6 drops and a 9 drop.
Ah, yes!
Oh, a Crowley.
Tiny Fins go!
Yeah, he rolled no Volucious. 4 Tiny Fins. That's good luck if I've ever seen it.
Yeah. And an Ixia as well there for Bunny, so that's going to be a couple of extra minions. Take anything you can get at this point.
little
But is this just lethal for Aojiru? Because like that other curse in hand is dealing 3, right? For the second hit.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a
and
taunt. Never mind. And then there's 4 and 5 with Tamsin. That would have been, I think, 1 off. Still though, I think Tamsin double Abyssal Wave is still very
Oh yeah, you
warranted
just
here.
take it. Yeah, you take that every day. Not only is it just doing the curse work, but it's also just killing the board, which is very, very scary right now. And I think you said it before, where Bunny Hopper's ability to actually threaten to kill Aojiru here is very important in this matchup, and it's just not been there. And Aojiru's clear now is just making that the case even further, right? Still on 30, clears this board, which was, you know, pretty threatening in itself. Bunny's going to take all this curse damage. He can't play Denathrius yet, and he simply has to spend the mana on these curses, at least.
Right. Playing Okani does create some problems for Aojiru because he doesn't have that last 4 damage, which is a really big deal because the Denathrius can stabilize Bunny in theory. He just lives through this turn. So if Aojiru were to drag below, that's the out. No more Siracast left.
Oh,
Abyssal Wave would do it too.
He's got a draw and a trade with the Wicked Shipment.
Yeah.
Go for it. And I think you go for it, right? There's no shot in which you don't actually just do everything for this.
Yeah, because he has 1 cost spells, he can still test for Okani spell counter no matter which he picks up. That is the draw.
He went for it, he got it, and the Curse Lock strikes again. Huge win for Aojiru. Really impressive then. Bunny Hopper just couldn't quite get there. He was building the threatening boards, but they just weren't quite big enough. A little bit unlucky with some evolves. But look at Aojiru here now. You know, you were saying before, only recently been, you know, competing at this kind of level. And what a big win it would be to actually take out Bunny Hopper in the winners match of the group, because not only is just getting this far incredible and getting out of groups is fantastic, but beating arguably, you know, one of the best players in the world on stream is something you wouldn't mind adding to your resume.
Absolutely, and just the gravity of every single match in these seasonal championships cannot be overstated. Just getting one step closer to the World Championship, and it so happens that you just need to make it to Sunday and then win 1 more match in order to make it through. So for Aojiru, he's thinking, if I can just win this game, 2 more matches, and I'm through to Worlds, which is a very, very exciting position to be in, but also one where you can get a little bit too much in your head and tripped up. So I'm just hoping to see full focus going into what is potentially the last game of the series.
Yeah, and I tell you what, if you want to see some almost like maximum stakes Hearthstone, make sure to tune in for those matches tomorrow for the basically the winning-ins for Worlds tomorrow. That's going to be so huge. But for now, we're looking at Aojiru on this Relic Demon Hunter, a deck we've seen look good on one, you know, in certain games. I think it's just the summary of the deck. We talked a lot about this yesterday, where it either dominates or does nothing. It feels like it's a very feast or famine kind of deck, and I guess Aojiru's just hoping now, come on, Relic Demon Hunter, give me Relic Vault, which it has, and give me Dimensions, and that is normally good enough.
It is, but I'm gonna raise you a Far Watch post. Potentially even on turn 1. That can really wreck what Relic DH wants to do.
I fold.
Okay.
Yeah, it can do, but Bunny Hopper clearly as well he kept the Mailbox and the Rune of the Archmage, I believe, and then got the Modresh. So even though the overall plan is there, both decks are basically trying to do the same thing, right? Not completely whiff in the early game. Both decks tick that box right now, and then have those end game power spikes. So it's going to be very, very spicy indeed how this one plays out.
Bunny choosing to hold on to the coin here, I think, is very reasonable, because the nature of his curve, if he had gone Watch Post on 1 into Mailbox down 0, was pass into like the Fortress and the Rune. He had just nothing else. I think the Watch Post has to come down now, though, because the window for it is closing pretty quickly, at least for the disruption to be significant. And it's already pretty easy for Aojiru to deal with. It currently, though, will take, I think, 2 debuffs because the Chaos Strike plus Hero Power just seems a bit cleaner than using Fury here.
I think I like Fury, though, instead. I think you see Finley got hit and you don't care, and then you just say, you know what, I'll just Fury Hero Power, kill it, and then carry on with the game. I think maybe I'm too worried about hitting a card like, Dimensions, making it cost that bit more, coming down that turn later. But it's a tough choice, actually. It's not straightforward. Like, getting the mana in for card draw, as you said, is obviously valuable. You're drawing a card sooner and spending your mana more efficiently. But I think if I was sat there in Algira's chair, I would press the Fury. But I'm also a bit of a wuss.
Yeah, I mean, Algir was having that exact same dilemma and ends up with Predation, which is probably the best one. That's just going to go to 0 anyway. But I absolutely see your point. There's a couple cards in the deck, even like Dimensions being the big one, but the likes of Jace or any other relic going up, honestly, just by 1 mana can ruin potential combos and delay them a whole entire turn more. But on the flip side, there's that Fury, which is more mana efficient and also can get stronger and be in the Jace pool as a stronger card if held onto for a bit later. So many pros and cons to weigh. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded either way.
I still can't believe, like, Algiro gives the nod, okay, watch post again, what's the draw? It's Relic of Dimensions, of course it is, but he has to be very happy that that previous draw was Predation, because look how good this turn is. Perfect.
Yeah.
And I think Bunny realizes, like, what? you got Predation for that Chaos Strike? Come on.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. And I think Aojiru insta-picked the Relic of Phantasms from the Nagalink. Every single extra relic you can get from card generations just feels so amazing. That's why you're running the School Teachers. That's why you're running, in Aojiru's case, the one of Venomous Scorpid. He also has that Prosecutor Meltranix in the list, which is not something that is standard for Relic DH, but can come in handy if you are in a winning position. I actually felt like it's more of an aggro card, but have been pretty surprised about its utility. Well, he could play the Dimensions now, just trade into the mailbox and grab himself a nice juicy coin.
Yeah, he really wants to play that Nagling first, though, doesn't he?
The answer is here.
Yeah, it makes a big difference.
Ever go slow and just, like, Chaos Strike, see what he draws, then go Nagling, trade, get the coins for next turn?
Here is,
The answer
I
is
guess,
here.
what's her name? Barbaric Sorceress.
Right,
that
right.
One. There's no good way to play around it necessarily unless he wanted to cash in the Fury just like this as well. So I guess he is going to go for that. However, Bunny could still just trade the Mailbox Dancers at will. So Aojiru going to trade both of them and play both coins instantly? Okay.
Yeah,
It just looks like a weird turn, but this is being safe around Barbaric, so I completely respect it. And he's still very much capable of playing the Relic of Dimensions next turn.
Yeah, unless the Barbaric comes down, right? Because then it'll hit the Relic.
Oh, true.
That's the scary thing. But Algir was just saying, look, I'm not going to give them a 0 cost because there's a big difference, right, between a 0 and a 6, even though it's rough for Algir if it happens. We can, of course, see that there isn't a Barbaric Sorceress, and suddenly some Pelicans and a fish thing, but that's about it.
Yeah, this is such a weird hand for Bunny where, like, every other card than the Rune of the Archmage is trash. I guess the coins are part of that whole package. So it looked really tempting to use Finley to reroll those coins into actual good cards, but he is going all in on the Rune here, which I understand.
And big question here, Kurtrus, now that it's drawn, does that take priority over Relic just because Algiro's not juiced it? Okay, he was looking at Kurtrus, but no. Gonna go for the Dimensions, and let's see what he gets. Oh, cheap Bran.
Oh my. Ho ho ho.
And also 0 spells, which is actually kind of huge.
That's insane. Not that Bunny has Barbaric, but it's just peace of mind for Aojiru. Well, a rune and a dream.
Yeah, Bunny's not played any spells, right, this game? Am I forgetting something?
I don't think so.
I was just thinking whether Coin Dawn Grasp is ever a consideration, but I don't think it does anything unless I'm really missing something. Let me check.
It was like a
it's
watch post mailbox game.
Yeah, watch post mail post. God, far watch post mailbox dancer and pelican diver. That's it. So yeah, Dawn Grasp would just be activate hero power, gain some armor, and I think. Okay, I thought it was just gonna be coin.
All right, I guess this is respecting the refill potential, because in the end, this is just 3/1/1s, right? Bunny is not under that much pressure, probably saving the rune for after he's seen another Phantasms or whatever got discounted from that Relic of Dimensions, because Bunny doesn't have the immediate follow-up of Parrot or a second rune. And Aojiru has refill for days.
Aojiru can just like do what he wants.
Yeah.
He's almost got too much. Yeah.
Hunt goes on.
I think he could get away with just playing Kurtrus, honestly, and just double hero power this turn. I think that would be fine with the 2/1/1s.
It does push a lot of damage. Yeah.
And just gets...
Definitely the Bran Okani wouldn't really block that much, but it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I just like the Kurtrus. It's the most expensive clunky card outside of Artificer, but Artificer will do a different job later anyway. So I think I like this. It's just a lot of damage, it's a good amount of pressure, and he's already seen that Bunny Hopper's struggling, right? Because outside of the watch posts, Bunny Hopper's not exactly been rocking his opponent right now. He did Pelican Pass on turn 5, and then coin Dawn Grasp into nothing on turn 6.
Well, this is just slightly weird order, because I thought Aojiru was going to weave in the 2 hero powers, so
yeah, me too.
Fine. But because he played Okani, I think he was meant to attack first before playing Kurtrus, just to have a bit more attack on the bats. Not a huge deal in the grand scheme of things, though.
I think it was definitely a turn where, even though you can argue, oh, well, it wasn't perfect play, but you can understand why your mind might change halfway through that turn, right?
And it is still a significant Okani because it blocked the coin rune turn.
There's Sorceress, but... spell.
Empty Parrot as well.
Oh.
Anybody? You can't stop.
Not great rolls off of the school teacher either.
Yeah, and honestly, for Bunny, lucky he had the 2/3, because if he didn't freeze face, never mind the relic parts of the deck, right? Just what, 5 minions just hitting face along with the hero powers? Like, that's an insane amount of damage by itself, just with Kurtrus.
That would have been 12 damage from the hero power with 2 mana to spare. So makes a whole lot of sense to freeze face here, but Aojiru can still just double play Relic of Dimensions if he wanted. He could go Zymox.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, so he's trading off to make space. And I'm gonna go right. Okay, I didn't know whether he was gonna go for like a brand school teacher instead.
Yeah, maybe, but
oh my.
That also makes some hand space issues, so I think in terms of the priority of cards to put in hand, the drawn cards from Relic are a much better deal than the random Nagalings. So.
Look at all of this damage. There's now a 0-cost Relic Vault. I imagine Aojiru's going to at least consider playing the Extinction.
Yeah, just to push more steno damage.
Yeah, and also just get it out of hand, right? Okay, he's gonna hold.
I need more study.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't blame him. That was an incredible series. Some very close games in the first 2. Thumbs up from Aojiru, of course. But that last game, that felt so one-sided, and I think the key is, like we talked about earlier, the answers to the watch posts were absolutely key there. Even though one of them hit the Relic of Dimensions, the fact that Algiru got the clean school teacher into predation to kill the second one, it was perfect. And what a win for Algiru. Not only going 3-0 and making it through to tomorrow, but also doing it by beating Bunny Hopper 3-0. What a victory.
Absolutely. He can get a whole lot of rest because his work is done very early in the day. But for Bunny Hopper, the story is very different, having to wait at the decider match. We still have to see the outcome of Lovestorm versus Xochi. And all of this, of course, in regards to who will get that last spot in Group C through to tomorrow and that chance to make it through to the World Championship. It's still a lot more ahead of us, but our players cannot afford to feel like they have time to rest.
Yeah, we've got the rest of Group C going to be playing out, coming up right now, and then of course we're going to finish the day playing through all of Group D. So plenty of Hearthstone coming up, but we are going to go to a quick break while we set up that match. We'll be back soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Masters Tour Fall Championship. My name's TJ. I'm joined by Neil Lorinda Bond, aka Lorinda Bond, aka at Lorinda Games. Neil, how you doing, buddy?
Yep, absolutely great. All the better for that amazing intro as ever. And just still contrasting, really, today's action with yesterday's with, even though that was a 3-0, the games are longer, the matches seem more thoughtful. They're not more thoughtful. There's a lot of thought went into yesterday's games, but actual to and fros and things are happening, whereas yesterday people were just getting blown off the park. And that's a thing that could happen, TJ, in this particular one, because Druid is here.
Because Druid.
Yeah, because Druid, it could just lose 3 times to the fairly aggressive lineup from the other side. So it'll be interesting to see if Lovestorm can get a win with that Druid, especially as he has gone with the alignment version, I think. Sure, there was one there a minute ago when I looked. Yes, there is. There is an alignment there, which is kind of 2 wasted cards against the aggressive decks as well, because by the time you can play your alignment, you've either won or lost or stabilized anyway. So,
Well,
really
not necessarily.
not
Here, Neil, we're into
Go on
bomb.
then. Go on then.
Celestial alignment is a way for you to pull yourself up by bootstraps and steal a win. You know, let's say you have one more turn to live and you have like Lady Anaconda and Nourish in hand, or Lady Anaconda and you played a Jerry Carpenter, so you have both halves of the Nourish in hand, and then boom, you live, you survive at 2 health. Lady Anaconda, Nourish for ramp, Nourish for draw, Nature Spell, Planet Evidence, play something big. Whoa, you just drew into Insatiable Devour. You killed their giant minion that's on board. Whoa, you picked up a free Earthen Scales because of Lady Anaconda. Boom.
I think my feed's not working.
armor.
I'm just seeing deck lists and you're like commentating the match.
Yeah, I'm just guiding you through a scenario that's possible to happen. So we don't want to count it out yet.
Okay, well, it's not even being played yet, so definitely not counting out in this one because Lovestorm has queued up the Relic Demon Hunter first. We've said all there is to say about this deck, I think. Play Relic Vault, win game. Don't play Relic Vault, don't win game.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the précis.
Well, you can just play a good old Fell Demon Hunter and get there a lot of the time, to be honest, especially against decks that don't have a lot of health.
Decks that don't have a lot of health, like all the ones that forgot to put Renathal in.
Yeah, all the ones
Just
that
turned up. I've got 30 health.
blasting themselves in the face. Yeah, that one.
No.
Or you just like go down the curve, G-Log on 7, Jace on 8, boom, they're dead. Never even any relics played. Just all school teachers and Bell Barrages and Furies and Predations, you know, all the good stuff. So,
turn 1, Pyroblast myself in the face, Flame Imp, take 13.
Yeah, imagine opening a game by starting the game with 13 less health than you should. Magic.
Flame Imps used to be a good card, but now it hits you for 13. And it's still being played. Here we go with Xochi's Curse Imp Warlock. We've seen this in almost every single lineup now. Just a mishmash apparently of 2 decks squashed together, but working really well in harmony. Like a symbiotic pair of decks acting as one.
Wow, it's beautiful.
Isn't it just? Like lichen on a tree bark.
Like what?
Lichen? Lichen? Moss?
Pretty sure it's lichen.
As in lycanthrope?
Got it right the first time.
I didn't right the first time, but because I got it right, you were so surprised you made me get it wrong.
Yeah. There's second acceptable pronunciation?
I mean, I have second acceptable pronunciations of nearly every word, TJ.
Maths!
Mathematics.
Yeah.
We have multiple mathematic over here.
Yeah. I'm gonna go study some mathematic.
It's just the one mathematic he knows.
Yeah.
Just gonna study my math.
Some good old addition and subtraction. Ah, wait. I fell into the trap. That's already mathematics.
Yeah, there you go. There's 2 things.
What about proofs? You ever do
proofs?
You ever just wake up in the morning, you're like, I'm gonna hop on my computer and go do some proofs.
Well, as in like, you know, sort of prove that 1 and 1 equals 2 for a given value of X if the Y-axis is equal to the vortex of something else?
Yeah. Like geometric proofs.
Gia can do proofs in metric, imperial. She's really smart. She can do them in any measurement units you like.
Yeah, you don't know the 5 parts of a geometric proof?
I don't, no, oddly enough. Go on. Enlighten me.
I don't know them.
There's a proposition somewhere in there.
I'm sorry. I'm already engaged.
You have to say what you know, say what you're trying to prove. Like state the facts.
Oh, I see.
Show your
axioms.
Work. And then, for a geometric proof, show it like the actual show the shapes.
Show these shapes.
I don't know.
So I know there are shapes. I'm trying to prove there are more shapes, and now I'm going to show you the shapes. That's 3.
Okay, so
the last 2.
The 5 parts of a geometric proof. 1, what do I know? 2, what do I want to know? 3, what are the facts? Because that differs from what I know, because what I know could be wrong, so I have to state the facts. 4, what are my thoughts? And 5, shapes.
And does that mean it's going to be a 3-2 or 3-0?
And then through this process, you've proven that a geometrical equation is true. Boom.
And that links nicely into this best of 5 conquest, where we're going to prove that one of these 2 is the best player without any reasonable doubt.
I was trying to talk about Hearthstone a little bit.
All right, well, we could talk about whatever you like, really.
Completely ruined my
shapes.
5.
What sort of shapes do you prove?
I like a hand that goes like this. I'm gonna put it lower.
That's very Halloween or amusement arcade.
Wait a second.
There's 5 fingers.
The hand. Wait, no, that's
now.
from the left. Coming this way. Okay, never mind. Because my camera is inverted. I was like trying to do the warlock symbol with my hand. You see the warlock symbol? And I was like, the thumb is inverted. Like someone has the thumb on the outside. But that's from the opposite perspective. My camera's inverted. So if you're looking at it as someone's coming at you, right? Like a warlock's coming at you.
But can you get that angle on your fingers and thumb? Like that's like 150 degrees or something.
Yeah, you just put your fingers apart like this. Look. The axis. It's the same.
Bottom.
Now do the Demon Hunter one. Your turn.
Okay.
You have a Warglaive lying around?
No. It's behind the green screen. I can't reach it right now.
Yeah. What do you mean a green screen? We're in an arena.
I mean, sorry. I mean, yeah, if I go over the edge of the arena, I'll fall down the stage. And
yeah, you can see behind us. We're still waiting on the players to get situated in their chairs. Nobody showed up today.
Which is better than, even worse than yesterday.
He's peeking through that window back there.
Yep.
He is taking a nap above the chandelier on the other side, so you can't see her. Derek's in the toilet.
Okay.
And
we're here on the balcony with our backs to the players, but our face to the camera, waiting for them to emerge on the obvious stage below.
Yeah, actually,
they haven't even got computers down there yet.
Where are they? I think they're coming in. Yep, they're coming in right now. I see them walking in.
Oh, yeah? Here they come.
There they are. Love Storm.
Well, you want to avoid talking about Hearthstone, TJ, and it looks like the gods have provided us with that opportunity to not talk about Hearthstone, because there isn't any. So we're good.
We're good. I guess we can talk about Hearthstone a little bit. Zochi, in the initial match of his series, actually got reverse swept.
Yeah.
With the Naga Priest. Lost 3 games with Naga Priest. So I feel like that's the deck to look at. Because, normally on ladder, when you start to go on a losing streak with a deck, you're like, I'm going to switch decks. And in tournament play, in Conquest specifically, you got to win with all 3 decks. So you don't have that option. You got to queue it up.
Especially if you're 2-0 up, right? That's it. You've got 1 deck left. You have to queue it. There you go. You don't even get a chance to switch around.
Yeah.
But now he gets a chance to not start with it, or maybe he'll want to start with it and get it out of the way. It's very exciting times, and maybe that's what's taking so long. Maybe he's having a good old think about whether to kill the priest or not.
Yeah.
Really good think.
Yeah, we got word that they're in a test game currently. So that was 3 minutes ago, which means that we should be jumping into the first game momentarily. As you saw, it is going to be the Relic Demon Hunter for Lovestorm versus the Imp Curse Warlock for Xochi. I feel like Imp Curse Warlock has been performing a lot better today in this group than it did in the groups that we saw yesterday. It was definitely the weak link in a lot of players' lineup. But today, and this could be a byproduct of the fact that the group itself has a lot of different decks, right? A lot more mage, slower decks, more like Relic Demon Hunter, Druid, Thief Rogue, etc. So it's
yesterday was
a mixture of bad draws plus worse decks to go up against. But it does seem like Curse Imp Warlock for the players that did bring it today is doing just fine.
Yeah, yesterday was incredibly aggro heavy, right? And even though it's
stuck in it,
even though it's an incredibly good deck, it can struggle against the really aggressive stuff where they're just putting stuff on the board, hit your few things, the curses don't matter. And we saw that a lot yesterday. But today, it's getting a chance to do its thing against all of these decks. Apart from now, where apparently it's not getting a chance to do anything. But maybe it will soon.
Yeah. Only time will tell. Only time will tell. And time is on our side here because we're at the start of the game soon. I have a lot of subjects that I want to cover, but I know as soon as I start talking non-Hearthstone subjects, as soon as I start, we're going to go into the game, and then I won't be able to talk about it.
That's very regal of you. Oh, I have a lot of subjects, you know.
Yeah, we have a lot of subjects to discuss.
We've already done shapes.
Today in our lesson, we've already discussed the 5 parts of a geometric proof. And next, I want to discuss this is something I think did I discuss it with you? About pandas?
Remind me. Pandas sound familiar.
With Derek, actually. Yeah, about how pandas are very hard to classify in terms of their actual species because they're so unique.
That wasn't me.
Wasn't you?
No.
Okay. Well, it's a scientific dilemma that's been going on for years, and in the end, they just figured, you know what? Nobody really cares because they're pandas, right? Like, what does it matter to anyone if pandas really belong to a different group?
Perhaps the pandas mind. Has anyone asked the pandas what they think?
Yeah, and then they fell off a wall and rolled down a hill.
There you go, then. That's it.
And then grabbed some bamboo, ate it, and then took a nap. That's the life of a panda. They roll around, they eat bamboo. The bamboo seeds get stuck to their fur. They roll down a hill. The bamboo seeds get deposited in the hill that they rolled down, which grows more bamboo.
Grows more pandas? Oh, okay.
Which then, yes, grows more pandas because there's more bamboo, so there's a more food supply. Literally.
Anyway.
That's a discussion that we had. I think it was with Derek or Sottle.
Derek's saying it was him.
Oh, it was Derek. Yeah.
And he says, I love pandas
Pandas'
underneath.
only purpose is to eat bamboo, be messy while they eat bamboo so that the bamboo seeds get caught in their fur and they fall down and roll down a hill. And then the bamboo gets deposited in the earth when they roll because they're so heavy.
Is that why bamboo only grows at the bottom of hills?
Well, it grows all along the hills because they roll down the whole hill. All right, we're in the game. Love's already happened.
He's done 5 damage on turn 2.
Circle, a classic. Into an impending catastrophe, another classic. Lovestorm, though, not a terrible opening, is going to get the Relic Vault into Phantasms to be able to fight this board. However, Xochi's going to be able to draw a whole heap of cards here. A whole heap of cards. Look at all those cards.
Yeah, he just gets to do the opening turn all over again. Did he get the clear? He did. Yeah, he already had it. The Grimoire.
He already had it.
Turn 3, he's done 14 damage. He's got a massive board, and Lovestorm, well, is going to lose.
Yeah, what is this? Just dead.
It's just dead.
Unless he finds a way to remove some of these stuff. I guess he can remove 1 imp, but you have Wicked Shipment plus Vile Library next turn.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Fell Barrage.
Cool.
You can
Good
take
2
off
damage
all
removal.
the imps from the Fiendish Circle. Actually, it's going to go Relic Vault and just take out one of these.
Yeah.
He realizes that if you just Fell Barrage now, you're not going to really do much. Okay, so how much damage are we looking at? Wicked Shipment is going to bring the Vile Librarian up to 5 attack. There'll be 4 imps on board, so we have 7 + 4, 11 damage.
Yeah. And then he can close it out with curses over time. There's no heal in the... Oh, there's the Warblades, actually, but... Yeah.
It takes a while to ramp up, right?
Yeah. He's looking to see if there's a more safe way of doing it, obviously, because he's in such a great spot now. He's looking whether the Mischievous is just better. Because that's putting just a lot of stuff on the board. But either way, Extinction will clear his board. That's what he's trying to work around at the moment. So I think he might end up going with the Vile Library anyway to make sure that 1 minion survives an Extinction, weirdly. Yeah, there we go. Lovestorm's like, well, why didn't you just do that? just do it. Why did I have to wait for 30 seconds for you to do this? But we can see what the dilemma was.
Down to 4. Has to... And that's the game.
The Vista, yeah.
Yeah, see, like, it feels like Imp Curse Warlock's just firing on all cylinders today. It's just good. Wow, 10,000. Or 10 million. That's a big number. What is that symbol? Is that?
A lot of shapes.
Yeah, that is the wand.
TJ now is just busy working out how much that thing on the wall was worth. And I'm going to talk about the next game, which will be either the Demon Hunter or the Priest, taking on $7,000 just pinned to his wall. He's got that much money. He can just have $7,000 just chilling on his shelf.
Yeah, just bring that to the bank. You cash this giant check, please, for 10 million won.
So every day he goes in there, he tries to get it under the counter, and it's just too wide, and he just can't get it in there, so he can't cash it. He has to go home again, put it on his shelf.
Tries to do it at the ATM, just cuts it into a bunch of tiny pieces, puts it in the cash deposit.
Just gets $3 each time, has to feed them in one at a time.
Yeah.
Like those ticket machines that you get at arcades where you have to feed them in, it tells you how many tickets you've got, and then you've got like 7 million tickets, you can cash it in for a bean bag or something you just don't need.
A bean bag?
Or like a kettle without a spout or something. You just get all this garbage that no one's ever done. I think that's called a cooker.
Yeah, you get like a candy bar that they also sell at the front for $1, and it costs you $30 to get enough tickets to buy the candy bar.
You've spent $30 and really played hard in some basketball throwing games all day just to earn this candy bar that you could have just bought for $1. Yeah. Meanwhile, Ping Mage.
Yep.
Could be the key to the World Championship entry and a lot more than $7,000 for Lovestorm if you can get it done with this deck.
Yeah, this deck is... the Restaurant Viper is interesting, but I guess it makes sense if you expect Rogue at all. You know, easily traded away, right, for 1 mana. Mm-hmm. But this deck always filled sort of an interesting spot for me where it has it wants to sort of be aggressive, but it uses like defensive tools to be aggressive, right?
Yep.
Like Cold Case, sort of in a defensive card because of the armor gain, but you're using it to kind of just piece together some chip damage and beef up your frozen touches. A little bit similar to Freeze Mage in a way, in the sense that once you get later in the game, you've lost control of the board most likely, and you're just freezing and pinging and frozen touching to try and piece together the last points of damage. So it's all about finding ways to buy yourself one more turn. Like, what's the most efficient way to buy myself one more turn and push a little bit of damage? And that's sort of what Freeze Mage did in the past. And I like how, you know, we still talk about Freeze Mage as if it's this, you know, deck that just has existed forever. But it's been like a good 3 years since Freeze Mage has actually been a deck.
Yeah, George C is like 9 years old or something now. Like,
yeah. But it's
we need to find other comparisons for people that have only been following competitive Hearthstone or playing Hearthstone for like the last 2 or 3 years. It's like Luna's Pocket Galaxy, but instead of reducing the cost of all your cards, it kills your opponent. It's like what was that card that transformed all the spells in your deck to 3 once that card?
Oh, box of deck transformation. I know what you mean.
Yeah, the box of deck
The
transformation.
one went with the Pocket Galaxy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just call it Yogg's box of deck transformation. Everyone will know exactly what it does.
The
even if it's not
Yogg's
been
box
made
of Yogg's box of deck transformation mage. Yeah, it's like that, but instead of transforming your spells into other spells that are super efficient and really cheap, you're killing your opponent.
Yeah, it's like it's like Big Spell Mage, except all the cards are different and do different things.
Yeah, it's like Big Spell Mage. Instead, all of your spells are small and you have more of them.
Because you have 40 instead of 30.
Yeah.
And you have more health. And Naga
More
Priest.
recently,
Yeah.
it's like It's like the old Renathal Skeleton Mage, except you Power Blast yourself in the face at the start of the game.
Yeah. Whereas with original Freeze Mage, if you're going to lose, you'd pyro yourself in the face at the end of the game, just to say, well played.
Yeah.
Concede.
Are endless.
1-0. And this is the deck that he had trouble with in the previous matchup. And by trouble, I mean he lost with it 3 times. That's not just trouble, that's like catastrophe levels. It's like if you had Mage and lost with that 3 times, except it's Priest.
All right, let's get into it.
Oh, Lovestorm's going to be able to ping anything off that has 3 health or more. That's what those cards say and do at the top there. So, luckily for Zoshi, he's playing a deck where everything gets much bigger than that very quickly. Otherwise, that'd be a really boring game.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty good start with Lovestorm.
Yeah.
As Frostweave Dungeoneer and Nightcloak Sanctum, it just, the double Wildfire, which is going to allow him to get through this early game relatively unscathed. The biggest threat comes in the later stages when the Naga Priest can do a lot of things in a turn. The Radiant Elemental handmade in turns where, they end the turn with a giant boon and you have like this wide board of medium stuff and you're trying to figure out a way to freeze it all. There's a lot of tools in the deck though. You got Fury, you got Varden, you got Nightcloak Sanctum, you have Solid Alibi to just straight up buy yourself a turn. But you will have to either acknowledge those minions sometime or find a way to put on pressure yourself and look for ways to end the game. So, okay, Lovestorm faced with a dilemma here.
Yeah, and I think
about
weirdly,
just Wildfire Coin Ping, but you could also go Shivering Sorceress, Wildfire Coin Ping, and leave up the Slither Spear and hope that there's no minion on the other side, because then you have like not a straight up trade on the board, but you're at least sticking a minion.
your Sorceress Wildfire, not coin and chill is another option.
I don't want to float a mana.
Sure.
What's that coin doing other than killing a 2/3?
Yeah, okay. Well, the reason I was going with trying to find a way to not use the coin there, and obviously floating mana is criminal offense, is that a lot of your harder play, I think the harder plays come at the start of the game, but a lot of the harder to fit in plays, even though they're slightly easier to make, come at the end when you haven't quite got enough mana to do stuff. So that's why I was trying to protect that coin. But yeah, this quite obviously makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
This is why you saw Zochi take a while over picking the Handmaiden last turn as well. Like, no spells to activate it. Just got to work on the assumption that he will have eventually.
What a slithering death scale.
I think that was tempting, I kind of liked it.
Yeah, but Crush Call Enforcer is just overall better. Just cycle through your deck a little bit more, but still needs a spell.
Right.
But for the Slither Scale, you need 3 spells.
Yeah, but you need them by turn 7. Whereas with the Crossclaw, you need them by now. Work that out, huh? Where's your shape proofs now, TJ?
Where's my what?
Shape proofs.
Oh, my geometric proofs.
Yeah.
Well, you're referring to geometric proof part 5 is shapes.
Just
Not
shapes.
shape proof itself, only a small part of it.
Oh, I'm sorry, TJ. I shall study harder for my next cast with you.
Yeah.
And then you just come up with something else I'll have to learn, like pandas or something.
Love
Or
Storm.
jigsaws.
I hate jigsaws. Never come
I know.
in my life. Yeah, he did get about one for the trade, but that just walks right into Shadow or Devour, right? I might just want to get him out here. I think you just got to boon. Boon it up.
What's the other? I mean, the other options are all horrible, aren't they?
Yeah, you can make like some value trades and heal and then Water Scribe and then try next turn. But Boon activates the Crush Claw Enforcer so you can draw further in your deck. It beefs up the attack of these Vicious Slither Spears so you can make some better trades on the board. Puts something in the way. Like
the other line as well ends up using up your 2-drop, so you get to 5 mana next turn with a bunch of 4s and 3s in your hand as well. Like, the alternatives are just absolutely horrible. Love Storm's wondering what's going on here. Oh no, my opponent's going to pop off. No, your opponent's really struggling to do anything. You're fine. You're okay, Love Storm. It's just... Yeah. He's trying really hard to just play around Apprentice here, isn't he? But if it's there, he's just lost, basically.
Yeah.
No.
Varden is a pretty big resource to expend here, but it does kill off 2 minions and means Lovestorm is fully ahead on board. This can also value trade over the 2-1, and it leaves the 2-5 frozen, which gives Lovestorm way more options in the future turns. And a lot of times Varden is there because of, you know, when you have that big boon turn, so seeing 1 boon already means that you're more okay with actually expending the Varden. So Lovestorm's going to say, I'm gonna stay ahead on this board, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and also the fact that he saw the boon just used in that weird fashion is an indicator of just do your things now, Lovestorm. Don't pause. Your opponent's on the ropes. They've got nothing to do. He doesn't know what's going on. There's a lot of possibilities, but he knows that something is wrong with Xochi's hand, I think. So he can afford to get the immediate benefits from the Varden. That's where he's at. It's not good at all for Xochi, this.
This is brutal.
Supposed to do. Wow.
Lovestorm was very happy to see that.
Yeah, now he actually gets to just get on with his game plan.
Yep.
And this ping is just going to be ridiculous, right?
Yep. And I don't think he used the Snow Flurry here just because that's pretty brutal. What do I know? I mean, he's thinking about the same thing I'm thinking about. Okay, yeah, here's the argument. You have the Amplified Snow Flurry on the board, you're further ahead on the board, right? Unless you have another minion to trade into for Frozen Touch to be infused, yada, yada, yada. But let's say Xochi just finds a clear with, like, Blade Master Samuro and a Bless.
Uh-huh.
And then you all of a sudden you don't have Varden or an Amplified Snow Flurry to buy you one more turn. Like, that's my my thought process.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I guess we also have to look, though, that Lovestorm doesn't have actually that much going on in his own hand. We've concentrated on Xochi's hand quite a lot. Maybe he's just thinking, I want to hit my opponent for 10 twice and just end this. In case his hand whiffs a couple of times where things could get quite messy if he takes any time. He might just be looking to get it over with. Because of this ludicrous pumped up ping that he's got going.
Oh no! That's fine.
Well, it's fine, but it's still unfortunate, right?
Yeah. Frozen Touch and Multicaster, which has a couple spells juiced up. Just playing for minions here. I like this. Okay, finally, Xochi can actually do something.
Yeah.
Find the truth.
Pelagos. Devour. Boon.
And there you go. That's what the deck does.
Yep. That's both boons gone. But Xochi has double Handmaiden to back this up. If one of these minions is left unfrozen with double Handmaiden, Priestess Volish in hand, like there's lethal possibilities for next.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think only one of the Handmaidens is active, but the other one becomes active almost certainly off the first one, so.
Yeah.
And now Lovestorm's got to decide whether to just take a chance for a turn. I think he can't. He can just jam, yeah, Varden and Flurry, right? And just go, okay, now we're set up. Unlucky.
Oh, is it just gonna freeze? You can't. You can't leave a minion up. I think just because Pelagos. Ah, he's thinking about it. Oh no. Xochi's rubbing his chin like. Oh. There's the nod though. A lot of freeze already gone.
For you, alibi.
Oh. I want a handmaid. I guess not. No, because I was like, I want a handmaiden first in case you Radiant Elemental. But it is what it is. Now I can just double handmaiden.
How many minions does he want on board at any one time here? Is there a right number? Like
7.
5? 7? Okay. A lot.
A lot. Now the decision to go for second handmaiden or to start getting the wigs rolling here.
Your second handmaiden, maybe he feels that there isn't enough time to really turn, but he's going for it late in the turn.
Job done.
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of some flurry defense, I guess, but that's not the main issue. It's going to be alibis and stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is just looking pretty rough for Lovestorm as is. This is why I wasn't sure about the aggressive use of minions earlier on.
Yeah.
I don't think the Varden was absolutely necessary. I don't think the Amplified Snow Flurry was absolutely necessary. I understood where his head was, but...
Well, you see what you said coming into action now, which is... Yeah, needs them now because he didn't get the job done with the board.
Yeah. Can do some things here. You go Sorceress, Cold Case, throw out a Frozen Touch. And then you probably got a solid alibi, to be quite honest.
Is he going to risk one turn? Yeah, he's going to risk it for one turn, I think. and say, you kill me, but if you don't, then I freeze, then I alibi, and then I might be able to kill you over 2 turns. That's his declaration here.
Oh, this is gotta be lethal, right?
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to add it up because that involves counting all sorts of numbers, but yes, this looks like lethal to me.
This is 9. So this is going to go up to, 20. So now we have 26, so we need 8 more. We have Serpent Wig, Handmaiden, Serpent Wing, Bless.
Yep.
That's 7 mana.
Yep.
Wait, so there's 28 right now, right? 22 plus 6.
6 is 28. So he needs...
So you Handmaiden, Serpent Wig. That's 24. Then you Serpent Wig again.
Yep.
This also works. Right? Yeah, because this is also +2. Okay. Cathedral is also.
That's the horrible thing when you cast, you find a lethal, and the player finds an equally valid other lethal because they're all equally valid because you just win the game. It's like, oh, what's he doing?
Both Handmaiden and Cathedral are 3 mana for 2 damage, essentially. So, just had a different thought process of it. But, I mean, Lovestorm had such a promising start to that game, but just found himself in a pickle. More minions on board meant the Pelagos was bigger. Had less freeze available because used the Varden in the Amplified Snow Flurry earlier on just to try and take board. But I feel like that's just not what the early game is about. I feel like you don't have enough board presence to just keep the board the whole time against Naga Priest. As soon as a Blade Master Samuro comes out, or Shadow Word Devourer, or just a Pelagos plus a boon, like you're not getting through it. So I understood his thought process, but I think that he could have had a better chance in that game if he had been a little more not aggressive.
Less aggressive, yeah.
A little more efficient with his pings and a little less aggressive with his minions.
And now we're going to be down to just the Fell DH for Zoji. Definitely not the most popular of Demon Hunters, but from what we've seen so far, for the large part, looking like the slightly better of the 2 Demon Hunters. But I still stand by. I think the Relic one has had some incredibly bad draws over the course of this tournament. So I'm not convinced yet.
I'm not convinced either.
Which one do you prefer, do you think? Or are you just not convinced?
Now what do we do if we're both not convinced?
Well, we can't even argue, TJ. You know what we have to do when we can't argue? We have to talk nonsense. That's what we normally do.
Yeah.
We have talked every single piece of nonsense possible. We even know the population of Paris, so... Yeah. Alignment Druid. Talking about boats is always the go-to.
Yeah. There's fishing boats, dinghy boats, deck boats.
And then there's this Fell DH, which could be
there's catamarans,
destroyer of Lovestorm.
Houseboats.
What's a houseboat?
It's a house that's a boat.
Is that like what I would call a canal barge? Is it a house that's a boat? Like, is it a house that floats, or is it a boat that's a house?
There's both. There's yachts.
Like, someone builds a house and then just puts a sail on it and chucks it in the sea. Does not sound like it's going to work.
There's pontoons, utility boats.
Utility boat? That's just such a generic term. You can't have utility, but you can have utility anything.
There's a
utility
ferry.
Panda.
Lifeboat.
You're not going to stop, are you?
There's a tugboats. Inflatable boats.
Dinghies, yeah.
Cruise ships.
Yep.
Military vessels.
Mm-hmm.
But I think those
I've done destroyer.
those aren't. Those aren't classified as boats. Classified as ships.
What's the difference?
A ship is larger.
Brother.
Boat versus ship.
I'm sure over the last 2 years, I'm sure we've Googled boat versus ship like 7 times and still can't remember
Ships
the
are
answer.
large ocean-faring watercraft that use multiple sails or engines.
The word boat is often used to refer to a water going, oh wow, okay. So it can be a boat or a ship. Okay.
Okay.
You can't refer to some boats as ships, but you can refer to all ships as boats.
Everything is a boat, but not
everything can be a
ship.
boat, but not everything can be a ship.
Huh.
You gotta be scrappy.
So whenever we say boat, we're just never wrong. That's the default.
If you're in doubt, call it a boat.
Got it. All right. So Zochi is in a boat of a position here. Looks like he's against a druid, which we knew, and with a fell DH, which is what I was going to talk about, and in fact we did try to talk about while you were telling me about all the sorts of boats that I already knew about. Could be in a good spot really against the druid, but you earlier rattled off all the ways where the druid could still get this done with an alignment.
Yeah. This Demon Hunter is one of the more aggressive decks in the metagame, though. But they tend to run out of steam sometimes, especially if they don't have like a Bibliomite, you know?
Steamboat. Yep.
Oh, Steamboat.
You're doing it now without even knowing it, you know? It's like, just run out of steamboat. Double Chaos Strike here just to get the damage in this turn. Just so much damage and refilling that hand. This Jace pickup also looks fantastic now. It's just a handful of fell stuff.
Yeah, really needs like another Slither Spear to get these predations active.
Yeah.
To be honest, I wouldn't even mind like just dispose of evidence into get rid of a predation. That's so much damage.
Sure is.
But Lovestorm has. I mean, what did I say? What did I say, Neil?
I only heard some of it, but it's Celestial Alignment
You ran for crystals. You hero power. Next turn, Celestial Alignment. And then pop off.
Draw a load of cards. Play some stuff.
What did I tell you?
It was a thing you definitely mentioned.
This is actually the exact scenario that I said. There's literally ramp into Celestial Alignment, into Anaconda, into Double Nourish, Insatiable Devour. Exact scenario.
Almost like you've got a time machine, TJ.
Yeah, time machine. It's not on Lovestorm ceiling. It's not a Lovestorm. That's actually a portal.
Wow. He's counting damage. It's so much. It's actually getting close to lethal with a 2/2 on the board. It's ridiculous.
Ancient power.
Actually, a more realistic scenario. Lovestorm's gonna alignment and then die.
Yeah.
No. Not yet. We're picking anything that gains life. Yep, Denathrius.
Got 19 damage in hand if I can count, which I can't. If he gets a Naga.
Yeah. So Fury Dispose is 9. Plus a Fell Barrage is 13. There's 4 on board, so that's 17. And then you only have 2 mana left. It needs a Naga.
Yeah.
It's not it. It's not lethal.
Not yet.
Any other Fell spells that can be drawn? Nope, because both Furies have been drawn. Both Fell Barrages, both Chaos Strikes. Both Predations in hand. Are there even any Fell spells left in the deck?
Grow impatient.
That's a very, very good question, because there aren't many Fell spells in the deck, are there, really?
There's a good amount.
Yeah, not compared to old school is what.
There's Multi-Strike, right? Is Multi-Strike a Fell spell?
Fell? I don't know if it's Fell. It is.
Oh.
No, it's not. I don't know. I actually don't know.
It doesn't matter. It wouldn't have the
So much.
mana to play that and get everything done. So it's going to be slightly off lethal here. And Lovestorm has the juice. Just needs to get far enough into the deck. It was Sire Denathrius which was picked last turn because it didn't get drawn. And it's the only card that costs more than that. So this is the turn. I said this. This is the exact thing that I said.
This fell.
Yeah, it is multi-strike. Here we
Didn't
go.
exactly say this. Let's see if it pops off enough, though. It should. Well, it could. Sorry.
It will.
How much armor will he gain? Roughly speaking.
Looking for Earth and Scales. Earth and Scales.
Oh, it's just going to be the Indiana Jones
Sentries is
swordsman
fine.
scene, isn't it? He's going to play a million cards, look all great, and then he's just going to get shot in the face.
Okay, you play. You probably do raid boss Onyxia just for more like counter lethal pressure. Trade in 2 whelps and then end the turn with Sire Denathrius. It'll heal for 7.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah. What's Curtis on? Is it on 5? If he's on 5, it can't be on 5. All right.
And then one more taunt in the way just to be safe.
Is exactly what TJ said. If you were listening at the start of the show, wedged in between talk about pandas and about proofs, there was an entire discussion of exactly this term.
I told you. See, normal Druid without Celestial Alignment would not be able to do something like this. They would fall too far behind. They don't have like a switch that they can flip which says you have 1 turn, right? They don't have that. So that's why specifically in matchups like this, I don't like Alignment Druid more because Alignment Druid has less tools throughout the early game to actually combat.
Yeah, exactly.
But you still have Planet Evidence. You still have like the same amount of early game ramp and minions. The goal is still the same. You just have this button that's like, okay, now you're on a timer, right?
Mm-hmm. And to be fair, Zochi did have a chance of just winning 2 turns in a row there if picked up any Nagas or whatever. But
yeah, it would have just been Lady Steno or the second Vicious Slither Spear were the only 2 in the deck. I mean, Lady Steno would have been lethal in a million different ways.
Yeah. And also, obviously, he did
damage.
The absolute nuts. Just because we're talking about the incredible number of fail spells he drew, it doesn't mean that was the nuts. That was just a different way of getting a lot of damage accumulated. Obviously, having recurring board damage would have been preferable. But now he's down to his last 2 goes, and he gets a bit tougher now because with the Druid out of the way, yeah, now he's going to have to fight for his rights to get to the decider match later today.
Yeah, Relic Demon Hunter I feel like should theoretically be a good matchup. They have 30 health. They don't really have ways to gain life outside of like School Teacher, Venomous Scorpid, Discovers, and Kurtrus Armor, which is usually irrelevant. And you can ignore a lot of what they do. A Bibliomite is only answered by a Fell Barrage or a beefed up Relic of Extinction, right? Whether it's Relic Vault or just the actual Relic of Extinction. So I feel like you could run over that deck sometimes. Mage is a little bit tougher. A lot of times, especially in the later part of the game, you're dealing your damage in bursts. And so like Solid Alibi just completely ruins your game plan. It only costs 2 mana. So you can fit in some other stuff along the way. You also have ways to just kind of stop your pressure early on and like just freeze out minions. So we'll see. We'll see.
We will indeed. Presumably, anyway. That's what we're hoping to do. We're hoping to see.
I hope we get to see. That'd be a bummer. They're just like, we're not going to show the rest of the matches in this series. You guys have seen enough.
Yeah.
You can draw your own conclusions.
And we will do.
Make a proof.
Make a proof of who won.
Oh.
There we go. Just in time. Just so we've both reached the point of, I'm going to ask TJ to say something. When you ask TJ to say something, he can't say anything because it blocks everything. The brain just goes, say something. That's all it can think about, so you don't say anything. But luckily, we're into the game. So TJ, say something about these opening hands. That'd be great.
All right. They're both full mulls. Well, I don't know. Reckless... Definitely not Finley. Finley's like...
It's just they're putting you off.
The effect of Finley would be mulliganing this hand.
Yeah, exactly.
There's the effect.
Turn 1, Finley. Oh, dull.
Now I just spent a card to do the thing that I can do at the beginning of every game.
Except you wouldn't have a 1-3 on the board.
Oh, true. Very true.
Yeah, so actually you get a 1-3, and your opponent pyroblasts themselves in the face, so you're 11 ahead of where you would be. Through it. You decide to use the Snow Flurry, though, for some early defense. Which makes sense. My little brain, at least.
Neil, don't say that. Your brain is huge.
That's why it takes so long for the thoughts to travel from one side to the other.
Yeah. The neurons can't travel fast enough across your massive melon.
So it starts off as a discussion about pandas, and by the time it reaches the other side, it's a boat, and that's just how it is. Yeah.
Each scar.
Played so much. Thank you. Lady Steno and a lot of stuff is going to be... Oh, double Steno. That's not how it works.
No, just getting rid of one.
Twice I've done that. 2 days. The exact same brain mistake, you see.
2 Stenos?
Yeah.
How does that even work? He doesn't even have anything to
both.
discover cards in his deck.
Yeah. Wow. Imagine doing that twice in 2 days.
Easy peasy. Multi-strike, hero power, coin, metamorph, and set up for the magnifying glaive next turn. Pushing damage.
Yeah. It's not a lot, though, is it?
I mean, you're pushing 5 damage this turn. And you're developing a 3/4. And then next turn you have a magnifying glaives, which is actually a pretty big weapon.
Not worrying about coining into Kurtrus, decided to get it all down now. Makes sense, I guess.
Yeah, in fact, I want to get rid of this Kurtrus. I want another dispose of evidence. I want it gone. Kurtrus does not deal damage to your opponent the turn that it's played.
2 Kurtruses?
Ooh, the Rostrop Viper.
Yeah,
Oh.
this has been a failed piece of tech up until now, but might do something here.
Yeah, but that would
there for those
concern would
pesky
be what?
rogues.
Barden?
Yeah. I think so. He doesn't want to, though. He's already had that accident.
Do you even suspect magnifying glaive? So there's 2 things that you could expect here, right? Because there was like dispose of evidence played. Xochi dumped his hand, so you're gonna expect the 4 mana card, the Magistrate, Silas Magistrate, and you're gonna expect or magnifying glaive, right? So otherwise, you usually hold on to dispose of evidence until maybe like the turn that you pick one of those up. So we should have a good idea of that there is some type of hand refill in there, which gives him the incentive to spend cards, right? Because if it's Sightless Magistrate, he just gets a card from it. So I like playing something here. You can't just hold or like trade Rostrop Viper and look for something.
Yep. Did it this way, so he's at least facing... It should at least survive a turn if it's not a glaive, and if it is a glaive, he can clear it with Viper.
Yep.
My blood boils for war.
Job's done.
But the damage, I mean, obviously the Viper's going to do something here, but the damage is kind of done, isn't it, with the refill already? I mean, it would do a lot more damage if he gets the Fury, Slither Spear, other card, draw 2 cards again next turn, so obviously it's huge, but...
Yeah, and I want
kind of done.
Dump the Flurry again. You want to just spend cards, right? Just fight for board as aggressively as possible. Because outside Magnifying Glaive, the only other card that refills their hand is Silas Magistrate, which also refills your hand.
And this one, kind of, a little bit.
Kind of, yeah, but you're not so much worried about this one.
Yeah. No one's scared of little fossils. What are they going to do?
Gonna try and hit Fell Barrage to be able to keep this board clean. That's why he didn't spend any mana. There it is.
There you go.
Nicely done. Oh, the Reckless Apprentice. It's so good.
Pretty good.
Oh,
Just
two
exactly what he needed.
Kurtruses.
Ah. 3 Lady Stenos.
Up everything. What have you sacrificed?
Oh, Lady Steno is actually a really big pickup. You threw it away.
Uh-huh.
Getting it back means that with Kurtrus up, you get every spell that you play, you can get another reset. It's just efficient. Hoping for Flurry here. Actually, you could just Flurry the other one.
Stay where you are.
There we go. And that's the end.
A lot of damage each turn from Steno here. What if he'll save it and try and do a huge chunk? Now he's picked up the Dread Prison.
My blood boils for war. His prison, and I the jailer.
But this is a good spot for Lovestorm. Still quite healthy. Oh, it's 4 damage. It's going to buff up too. Oh my goodness. Just the juice off the top.
Damage is this? I don't think it's
5 damage ping. He's got a frozen touch in hand. I don't think it's infused. I think there still needs to be one more minion for it to be fused. Maybe I'm wrong. I was get the animation wrong, but oh yeah, multi
You can't get the 5 onto the.
Yeah, you can.
Well, then he doesn't play the Steno, so the thing gets either too big or too small. The Steno, hero power.
It's more damage to just multi-strike, right?
Yeah, I think it is.
Because multi-strike without the Steno is 5. It's just 5 extra damage.
So you just do that, then you play the Steno.
Oh no, this is
Every Steno attack is 4. That's the problem.
no.
Because it's 2 from the Steno and 2 from the hero power.
Hero power. Oh no, you can't.
And now
This
you
is
take
the exact. This is actually the exact same amount of damage.
Yeah, this is the correct way as well.
No, it's the exact same.
It makes sense. Your way doesn't make sense. This makes sense, even if it's the same.
There is no measure to my
The exact same amount of damage. Yep.
All right. Still 11 away. I don't know if a Jace would get there either. Wow, it's every turn.
It's got to be Jace off the top. Nope. And even Jace off the top, maybe not. And we're going to game 5.
We are indeed going to game 5.
Oh my gosh, that's a Lovestorm game if you've ever seen one. Just fights so hard for board early on and then literally plays off the top for 3 turns.
Just apprentice moderation, lol.
Yeah.
What's hard about this game?
Yeah. The Varden turn, I think, was a big one, right? Opting to kill the 3-4 off and freeze the other minions, stopping a lot of damage and getting an annoying minion out of the way to open up room for other plays in the future. I do like how Xochi played that one. Very efficient with the damage, very efficient with the draw. Understanding his outs, like specifically with the Rush Rot Viper turn, just attacking with the hero power instead of going all in with damage and all in with cards, just to hit the Fel Barrage out in order to keep the board clean from Xochi's side. But Lovestorm's had the answers, and now it's going to come down to this aggressive Demon Hunter for Xochi versus the Relic Demon Hunter from Lovestorm. Ooh, Relic Demon Hunter can do a lot of powerful things, but usually those powerful things happen a little bit later in the game.
Yeah.
And that's what Xochi wants. Xochi wants some time to maneuver in the early game to just put that damage on. And Relic Demon Hunter only has 30 health. They don't have that many reliable ways to gain life. It's a one of Aldraki Warblades. It's Discovers from School Teacher, like IBM or Chaos League from School Teacher or Venomous Scorpid. So you're susceptible. And if there's a Bibliomite that's just plopped down and you don't have the removal for it, it's dealing 15 points of damage.
That's the important part here. And also, you don't have a surprise comeback mechanism usually as the Relic version either. Your opponent can kind of see it coming to some extent, because I'm going to make a board of 6/6s isn't I'm going to kill you this turn. It's I'm going to make a really scary board and kill you next turn. But you've got a turn to calculate how to beat that every time. Just keep all of this and metamorph in your way to victory.
Just did. You can argue for literally every card to be kept in the mulligan for Demon Hunter, except for like Kurtrus and Jace. Like you can make an argument for literally every card.
Each scar, foe vanquished.
And then he's probably going to get rid of the Chaos Strike here.
2 Chaos Strikes.
Strike now.
I understand how that card works now. Already really awkward for Love Storm. Obviously, Fail Barrage, not really what you want here. But everything else does nothing.
Yeah, it does have Lady Venom plus Predation next turn. So, do some work.
He doesn't Fail Barrage now. He's going to be facing so much stuff next turn with the Fury and the Metamorphic. It's a good job he did that. Because, yeah, the Predation and Steno would be amazing, but there'd been so much out there if he had let it live.
Strike now.
Talk about playing off the top of your deck, TJ. Oh my, this game's going to be weird for Xochi.
A watery grave
Negative to the main card. But the Steno needs to be killed off. So she has a way to do it. Oh, but is going to have to get rid of the Jace. I mean, that's fine because it's still a million turns away, but this just means that there's just nothing in hand.
Yeah.
But Lovestorm has to play the Miltranix, and it just does nothing.
To the point where he might not, especially now he's picked up the location. But okay.
You got to have something on the board. You got to have something.
Okay. I might have taken a chance with Chaos Strike, Relic Vault, and draw 2 cards next, with the Chaos Strike and next turn's draw, and hope I hit a Relic. I think.
Yeah.
I guess he can still do that and try and hit exactly Extinction, but all right. Xochi looking at being reverse swept twice in one day. That would be the absolute worst sort of chance. At least Plastic didn't have to go through torture to lose twice.
Yeah. Pick up. Oh, School Teacher could be huge. It's not.
Not huge enough.
Was looking for just anything that kept this board clean.
Pick me!
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, you got to just put stuff in the way. But
Sure.
Dread Prison Glaive up, a multi-strike would be massive.
Each scar.
Battle Sworn Vanguard, not the greatest. I mean, I feel like all this is just going face, yeah. There's no reason to do literally anything else. I guess this is sacrificing 1 damage to kill off something on the board. That's not
1
the
damage
biggest
is
of deals.
a lot. I don't know. Like, he's got to do 11. Well, he's got to do 9 if you count the hero power, the face.
Yeah.
9's a lot from here compared to 8, I think.
So many good draws. Like Magnifying Glaive, Magistrate. At this point, even Kurtrus.
Sure.
Are into 2 damage. The whole deck is just damaged. Like multi-strike with all these minions on board. Oh, yeah. Shipping it.
Yeah.
Strike now.
Because although what you're saying is true, there are worlds where he only has 2 turns to get it done. We might not be in those worlds, but he doesn't know that.
It does have a full clear available. Cool Teacher over the 3-2.
Yeah, quite nice little clear as well as it happens, leaving yourself some damage up.
Yep. This Relic of Dimensions is going to be... Vault plus Dimensions is going to be reduced by 3, reduced by 4.
Raj only clears the board. It does 1 damage to face if you want to take 2. 2 damage to face, but you don't want any.
It's the same amount of damage to face if you just fell barrage now and the hero power, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So you don't take the damage.
But he may want to just
fell barrage and then
take
you
6.
just hero power and push 2. Is this not the same amount of damage? Oh no, it's 1 extra damage.
It's 1 extra, yeah.
Yeah, so just literally maximizing damage at every possible turn. All right, here we go. Vault Dimensions looking for any way to gain life. Kurtrus would be playable if it's hit from the second. Or Eldraki Warblades, looking for Warblades.
Oh, he can set up lethal as well, TJ. It's going to come down to this top deck because he's going to Bran into... Oh,
School teacher!
Stuff!
It's school teacher! No healing.
No anything. Oh.
Pick me!
So much.
Oh my gosh, this is so much. This is a lot. What was that? Predation and then multi-strike?
Yeah. With Bran.
Pick me!
That's an extra 4.
There's a...
It's not enough.
Time.
So, Xochitl needs 3 damage. So we're looking at multi-strike.
Yeah.
We're looking at predation, and that's it. Or magistrate into either one of those.
Yeah, things into things as well, yeah.
Yeah, he can't look.
Everybody!
Oh, it's Bibliomite! Oh no! Disaster! Bibliomite!
Gee.
Oh, you're so good, but right now you're so bad.
Love Storm
jeez.
somehow progresses to the next game. It's not even into Sunday yet. Oh, what a series. Xochitl 2 Heartbreakers in a row with the Priest this last time, with the Demon Hunter this time. Oh.
That's brutal. That is brutal. There was like 4 outs in that situation for lethal. Or like magistrate into those outs. That's tough. Kurtrus also would have been okay because you could clean up enough stuff on the board and gain enough life to maybe live an extra turn. But that is just being let down by the deck right at the end. And Lovestorm also, just the dramatic relic into dimensions, trying to find just a tiny bit of healing. So much damage coming out from the Bran plus the Nogglings. But there you have it. Aojiru moved on against the match with Bunny Hopper. So now we're going to have a rematch of our first match of the day, which is going to be Bunny Hopper versus Lovestorm. Winner moves on. Be the second player to come out of the group, and that means they're in the quarterfinals and 1 match away from the World Championship. Losers out. Try again next year.
Try again next year. Bunny Hopper tries every year with sometimes good results as well. And, you know, one of the players, probably the player remaining now who is sort of the player to watch, blah, 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 all the things that casters say with Fury Hunter and Pocket Train both going out yesterday. But that first series of the day was super close. I don't expect the rematch to be any different, TJ. So, looking forward to getting into that one. But that was, I'm still recovering. I've cast both of those Heartbreakers today, and
so close. So close. Yet so far. I've been talking up Bibliomite for basically the entire weekend now because we saw so much aggro Demon Hunter. Well, I say so much, but we saw about 5 minutes of aggro Demon Hunter from Habu Kapu.
Turns out, Biblio might not.
Yeah, it's a bummer. But Xochitl put up a good show. I feel like had some a solid read on the metagame, just maybe the wrong group, right?
Yep.
Just ever so close in multiple occasions with that Demon Hunter from coming across. You know, a single draw to be able to get the job done in 2 games in that series. But we have 1 more match left here for Group C, for our 3rd group out of 4 in this group stage. It is going to be Bunny Hopper versus Lovestorm. Winner moves on to that quarterfinals. That's going to be coming up next. But before we jump into that match, we are going to have to go to a little bit of a break, but don't go anywhere. Plenty more to come here from the Match Tour Fall Championship right after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Fall Championship. I'm Raven, and joining me is Derek, and we've got the last elimination match here for Group C. It's going to be Bunny Hopper and Lovestorm. We're going all the way back to the start, Derek, as this is a rematch from the first one of the day. Bunny Hopper did end up victorious there with a 3-1 victory over Lovestorm. Do you think it's going to go the same again, Derek?
I think he should be feeling pretty confident coming back into this once again. I don't think that was a fluke victory we saw from him against Lovestorm the first time around. I don't know if he himself is feeling all too confident about it. I was just asking him how he's doing, and I just got 3 letters in response of meh, which I think about says it all. And I guess shows how this is really just another day at the office with Bunny Hopper. Like, we know how much he wants to make it through to Worlds and take that World Championship crown, which we know he can do. But at the same time, you know, he's been doing this for a long time. This is not his first rodeo. Yeah, and he's won bigger tournaments than this before as well.
And I think as well, the Meh might have been alluding to his loss to Algiru, which was just a pretty swift 3-0 that, you know, the few things definitely did not go his way. But he's got to, you know, he's, like you said, he's been doing this long enough and doing this well enough that he'll be able to just shrug it off. Fresh match, fresh game, let's go. We are going to kick it off, though, with a Mage Mirror. And it was one that in the Algiru matchup also happened. And he actually looked like he was really far ahead. And then the game kind of just stalled out for him. And his opponent just managed to get those pings through with an early-ish, or on curve, should I say, Dawn Grasp. And it snowballed from there. So got to be a little bit fearful of that happening yet again. Because I do feel like it's a little bit scary in this matchup, although I think the big spell mage is fine. It's just if you don't get the Belinda or the sorceress early, it can give the ping mage time, if they get that Dawn Grasp, if they get that pressure live, to actually just say, okay, well, you've made a board of dragons, I'll freeze it, and then I just push another 8 damage this turn, and suddenly you're within lethal range.
Oh, that's exactly right. This matchup, like, I kind of at first was treating it a little bit too much like a mirror, because there are a lot of the same components there, obviously, that you're looking to do with the ping aspect of the deck, getting Dawn Grasp down, Apprentice, Mordresh as well for a lot of burst damage. But honestly, as the ping mage versus the big spell mage, you're kind of closer in your playstyle to if you were playing against Naga Priest than playing against the mirror, because it's very often just few big minions that you need to be worried about, which is what the ping mage does very well with. They just freeze them turn after turn after turn, and then, as you correctly put, if you can get down a Dawn Grasp first and upgrade those hero powers, the nerf to the honorable kill only giving you +1 has made so much less of a difference than I thought it would. It hurts, but it's really not killing the deck as I initially anticipated it would. If you get down a Wildfire, play Dawn Grasp, and get 1 honorable kill, that's 5 a turn. That will kill them extremely quickly. Right. And so I do agree that for Lovestorm, I like where he's at in this particular match. He just needs to make sure, first of all, hopefully that Bunny doesn't hit the absolute nuts at the start, and that he is always prioritizing that damage. That is where this matchup really comes into its own for the ping mage, where you're just getting damage face every single turn.
And one thing I do want to keep an eye on as well, and it's something that really stuck out in Algiro's games against Bunny Hopper, was Algiro was like heavily playing around Barbaric Sorceress, like, you know, throwing an alibi away, even in some of the other matchups as well, basically just empties of hand of anything that was going to be too dangerous if the Sorceress came down. And I'm very interested that if Lovestorm's in that position, to what lengths does he go to play around that card? Because it's difficult. It's one of those cards where it doesn't even have to be in hand, right, to affect your opponent. Just the idea of it being available is enough to make your opponent think twice about certain plays around that turn, you know, 5 or 6, depending on how many mailbox dances we've seen. But let's get into it. Just a reminder for everyone, it's the last match of Group C. We are, of course, going to be following up with Group D shortly after. But to put this one simply, the winner moves on to tomorrow and has a chance at the World Championship. The loser is out. They're done. Finished. It's over for the year.
Yep, very, very simple. As you said, with only the World Championship left to come in terms of standard play in competitive Hearthstone, this is really their last shot at making it there. As Lovestorm makes a mulligan that I absolutely love to see. Definitely not the obvious one at first call, because with a 1-2-3, with the Wildfire Snowflurry Dungeoneer, that seemed like an incredibly easy play of just going with that standard mana curve. But the lesser spotted play of Coin Bran into Dungeoneer is definitely the spicier option.
Yeah, that's very solid, especially because, you know, very specific things would have to happen to actually make that Bran killable, right? Like, exactly a Pelican played the turn before, right, is close to all that's really going to be available for Bunny Hopper. Does have the Pelican out now, but again, it's just so likely that this just trades into the 2-2, and as you said, very suddenly, Coin Bran into Dungeoneer is, like, super strong, not only on board, but just the fact of just drawing more cards whilst putting pressure on.
Does, of course, make things a little bit awkward for now for Lovestorm, because the plan of going Coin Bran into Dungeoneer and drawing 2 cards that are more expensive feels an awful lot worse. Which is why I was going to say I thought this might end up on a cold case, just to be able to kill that off more efficiently. But he's sticking with it, carrying on with the Bran.
Yeah, I think even if this doesn't work out perfectly smooth, whether he trades pings or does something else, we'll have to see on that turn, of course. But even if it's drawing cards into increased cost, Coin Bran's still probably the most disruptive thing he can just do against Bunny Hopper as well. Because no matter which way you look at it here, this is not a fun turn for Bunny Hopper, because he now just knows there's follow-ups that can, you know, cause issues with this Bran on board, and there's no good way to deal with it.
Yeah, I don't think for Bunny Hopper there we can be quite brave enough to pick the Fireball, even though your opponent's at 30 and you're at 40.
End up for the late game.
Way too juicy to give them.
An interesting choice between the two, isn't it? Because it's not like Overflow kills Bran next turn, right? So it's not like a super obvious pick. The Gateway, of course, not going to be chosen, I'm pretty sure. But between the Fireball and Overflow, Lovestorm does end up picking the right one. I think, you know, he got to that logic in the end, right? But there is a chance that Buddy's like, he's never going to choose Fireball. It's so obvious, so that just picks it anyway. It'd go with the Dungeoneer double 3-cost alibi, so not the worst, right? I think that's just fine. He does have the reduction on the cold case as well, so sort of spreading around some of the things that are now suddenly all his spells are costing 3 regardless.
And it's pretty funny here, because this style of play from Lovestorm is actually very reminiscent of Fino when he was playing at the Solari party a couple months ago now, where he was one of the first players to be really realizing this power of the 30-card Ping Mage deck when it was still relatively new, with the new cards from the expansion, Cold Case and the like in there as well. And his opponents would keep playing these watch posts against them, and he'd keep ignoring them and just punch them in the face, and they just died, because Frozen Touch was not really a discovered card at the time. He was one of the first players to really grasp how powerful that card could really be. And, you know, in this instance, the beatdown is not going quite so well for Lovestorm. He's starting to lose the board. But the essence of the play is still there, in that he's going very aggressive for face damage, which is, as I said, what he should be focusing on.
Yeah, and he's still, you know, at least keeping up for now, does get the Wildfire active. That Frozen Touch will, of course, go back to 2 once he's played it. So he's still doing okay, and with double Frozen Alibi and, yes, a slightly delayed Dawn Grasp with it being 8 cost, he's still got a good plan. I think the fear right now for Lovestorm is probably just card draw, right? Like, yes, he drew the 2 solid alibis, you know, very nice, but they're not cards you play on curve generally, right? So he's okay for now, but he's just got to maybe get hold of another, you know, strong play or two to get him to that Dawn Grasp.
And Bunny here needs to be very, very careful, sorry to cut you off, with his mana expenditure in the next couple turns, because while these all seem to be powerful plays in their own right, he needs to be making sure he's setting up for the power plays he could draw. Like, for example, you know, just going for the Arcane Overflow here is probably the strongest play, but we want to be making sure if we do steal Dawn Grasp off of Theater, we have time to play it afterwards as well. So definitely not a case of just spending your mana on these next few turns, I don't think.
Yeah, I think we're very quickly getting to the point that Bunny Hopper's potentially ahead enough on board that he can just say, you know what, I will just spend 5 mana on Theotar now. Like, the rush down has stopped. I'll throw it down, see what I can grab, even though I know that all the cards cost one more, or more or less all of them anyway.
Somewhat tempting to just get down the arcane overflow here for Lovestorm as well, just because, you know, it's pretty good here against this board, of course, but it's just an arcane spell in Dawngrasp's pool, which is going to be very, very strong when it comes down.
Yeah. Just in target-wise as well, right? Getting the bigger
Right.
minion for himself and just potentially taking 10 to the face. Like, yes, Lovestorm is pushing and he is generally the aggressor, as in the turn one aggressor from the game. Obviously, Bunny Hopper can very quickly turn into the aggressor if he gets some of the, you know, big turn 6 plays this deck can do. But Lovestorm's pushed his opponent now to 32, but Bunny Hopper can attack with a 7 and 7. So, like, if Bunny Hopper just plays Amplified and maybe Okani freeze the 7/7 and go face, like maybe I'm you know me, Derek. Go face you normally will for me. But it just looks good because you just stay ahead at that point.
It's actually very interesting with this Theater as well, because obviously I'm thinking he wants to try and fit it in before turn 7 in order to try and steal the Dawngrasp. But if he's been keeping track, he actually knows that every single card costs 1 more right now. So he has until turn 8 in order to steal the Dawngrasp, unless it's top deck specifically next turn, in which case he could disrupt it then.
That's probably why he can wait, right? He knows he's not kept it in his hand because all his kept cards have been played. And then, yeah, if Dawngrasp isn't 8, then it's not drawn yet, so it's fine. I love this, though. Freeze, push 7, 22, let's go.
In terms of frost spells, it's just Cold Case right now. Frozen Touch as well now. But playing Frozen Touch here doesn't feel fantastic, it's got to be said. Getting in the Dawngrasp pool, it's okay because you do get yourself another default Frozen Touch when it's cast. But it does just fly anywhere. You know, you can shoot yourself in the face, as I've done many times.
Same. Don't think I've ever hit my opponent with cards that don't auto-target enemies.
Like me playing Soldier in Overwatch. Unless I'm ulting, I do not hit a goddamn thing.
By the rocket, just completely hit a wall off the side of the map. Like, got him. Drop your heal and run out of it.
They've got a Pharah. Someone switched to Soldier. You do not want me to do that. Trust me.
Give me 5 minutes to get my ult, and then I'll be effective. Let's go.
Okay, all 3 costs here off the Nargling, which is, of course, what you want to be seeing. If that was Objection instead of Explosive Runes, I'd be much more interested in taking it, because so many of the mage minions are Battle Cries. But I think the essence there is still that disrupting minions against this deck is more important than spells, so I prefer it over the counter spell.
Also, it's important to note that Bunny Hopper is playing a Starfish in the list. And we saw that in his match earlier, coming clutch, and being able to unfreeze the whole board. So there is an element where if Lovestorm plays this Varden, freeze the board, it does not mean the board stays frozen, right? He still has to at least acknowledge the chance. He might not be able to do anything about it and takes it anyway, but he has to at least consider it. Do you see the Reckless Apprentice getting blown up by the runes?
Yeah, you do obviously get the liberty of knowing what the secret is, at least when they play it off the Nargling, so no real danger there. And I think I respect Lovestorm going with these lines where he is just still tanking a bit of damage, because I think even as low as he is now, until you see the hero card from your opponent, you're not scared.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he knows the answer to that one.
Knows it's not Bran here. So he can make a guess on Solid Alibi because he knows... Actually, I think he could guess that 100% because both the spells in hand activated the... very likely, they both activated the Dungeoneer, so he had a good chance of guessing the first spell over the Arcane.
And now the tricky one, because it's like, well, it's turn 7, and he play Dawngrasp, but
Ah, got it wrong. So close. To
That would have been
getting
huge.
that one.
But now, does he just drop Theotar anyway? Unless he does a tradable, he can't kill this 7-6 regardless, so I like this a lot.
And I think, actually, if he clicked Varden there, he knew it must be in the hand, right? If it wasn't in the deck.
Yeah, if it's not in the deck and it's not been played, well, there's only so many places it can be.
Doesn't take Murloc Holmes to figure this one out.
Oh, yeah. Pretty sure I can manage that.
But he misses, of course, gets Baby Varden instead of Hero Card Varden. And in a single turn that was looking so hopeful, so many options available to Bunny Hopper, things are starting to look a lot worse.
Right. He does have Coin Drakefire, and he did take away one of the solid alibis, because that's one of the things that can really slow Bunny Hopper down. Is like the Varden now, then solid alibi, and suddenly, oh my god, they've been pinging me while I've been dealing 1 damage to them at a time.
Oh, gets the perfect outcome of the cold case as well. There was a chance, as we said, to just get Frozen Touch, which, you know, could have shot himself in the face, down to 14 health. But now it's a pretty big swing, given he's up to 26 again now.
Yep. These dragons are going to have to do some work. I always question, like, oh, is it Primordial Drake here? Because it's a taunt, but it's so much less damage. But I do think Bunny Hopper was kind of just forced into this. Does get Broodmother as well. Most importantly, he knows the Dawn Grasp is in the hand still, as in little Dawn Grasp. But this will fill the board. He can just ping Starfish in the exact way he did in his previous series earlier on today. So he knows he's got like the sort of surprise factor. Obviously, Lovestorm knows he runs a Starfish, but there's 27 cards left in the deck.
So now, as Lovestorm, we start thinking, is it worth honorable killing with my hero power to upgrade it, or do I just launch these all straight to the dome? In this instance, I think because there's a taunt in the way that could allow you to get some minion damage face, it's worth taking out the Primordial Drake here with a trade plus the hero power. Oh, but it's up to 5, not 4. Apologies, because 2 have been played. Okay, fair enough.
I was with you. I was wondering what was going on, and I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, just going to work on just clearing up the big threats from the board, and suddenly, because Lovestorm didn't say, you know what, freeze, I think in a weird way, it would have been, I don't want to say better, but would have been interesting to see if Bunny actually didn't pick the taunt, because then would Lovestorm have gone, okay, freeze face? But then Bunny gets to unlock and then play his own solid alibi maybe, and that would have been enough. It would have been very interesting to see the outcome there, but this hand is garbage for Bunny Hopper.
Yeah, pure garbanzo beans right now. Like, you have to throw away the Starfish and then just recycle the solid alibi into a different card.
The problem is, it's fair to assume this is a spell block, right? From Okani?
I guess, yeah.
Because he's only worried about Rune of the Archmage.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, okay.
Like, surely, so... Oh, okay. Well, there's Dawn Grasp. That's something.
Those are a lot better.
Yeah. How did that work? How did he pull that off?
You wish to match
Never underestimate Spinley.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, toss everything into the Okani probably and ping it off for the honorable kill. Or not.
Yeah.
Oh, funny. Oh,
so
no.
many great choices.
Oh, that was so
targets.
unlucky. Oh, was he supposed to trade one of the 1/1s into the Okani first?
Oh, because he didn't have space? Right.
Right, yeah. And then in that case, if it happens in that order, he still has the 50-50 for the Arcane Overflow to hit the skeleton.
And also, losing a 1/1 just doesn't matter, does it? You know, like... It just... Oh, and now Bunny... Bunny knows his Starfish is bottom of the deck.
Oh, no. Come back.
Wait, I didn't mean to say these new cards were better.
Shattering can't stop this snowstorm.
Now, even though Lovestorm was a little bit behind and looks like he's behind on board, which arguably he is, this freeze and then having solid alibi, frozen touch, hero power again, huge. And he has enough to actually infuse the Frozen Touch again next turn, right? Or close to enough, depending on how this one plays out.
Close, yeah. He can...
Oh,
man. He really wishes he had just one more minion on board.
hey,
I will say, Bunny Hopper is far from out of this, right? There's a lot of damage coming face every turn. Absolutely here for Lovestorm. However, Bran Evoker, with no freeze on the board to stop that from, the minions being able to trade in and make room for that. There's not that much stall for Lovestorm. He's going to start taking some big damage very soon.
yeah. The problem is, Bunny's dead next turn unless something miraculous happens, right? Because it's just ping, Frozen Touch, Frozen Touch.
Right.
That is the problem. This Frozen Alibi just been able to be held onto for so long because Bunny didn't, get a Rune of the Archmage or a Drakefire Amulet early on is huge, right? Because when you can save Solid Alibi till this stage of the game and you're the one playing Ping Mage, it's a disaster for your opponent. Deep Water though with Bran.
Oh, yeah. Oh no, the Solid Alibi shuffled in. Yikers.
Could have been so much more armor.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Solid Alibi is still a fantastic card, actually, to have in this instance. That kind of just buys him a full extra turn. I don't think it would be ridiculous to play it now, actually, to be honest. You're going to take at least one Frozen Touch plus a ping to the face next turn anyway. And your opponent likely wants to hit this board with Mordresh. And so if you Solid Alibi, it massively neuters.
The problem is the ping isn't Bunny on 3 with the ping.
Yeah, but it's only dealing 1. Oh, but no.
Oh no, sorry, it's on 4. Oh, okay.
You meant for the honorable kill.
Yeah. Bunny just saying, okay, well, show me what you got.
And we know there's no Solid Alibi available for Lovestorm. The other one is, well, in Bunny's hand right now.
Lovestorm put him to 2. Not really now.
Not enough mana, yeah. At the start of the turn, he could.
Yeah. Reckless. Okay. Well, there goes the board for Bunny.
Yeah, with the ping as well, that will be a full clear.
I'll be honest, that felt like so brave from Lovestorm because he has 2 infused Frozen Touch, which basically equate lethal in 2 turns. And he decided to, cycle them away and got a board clear and is suddenly yet again in a very strong position. And Bunny now has to make the choice once more. Does he play Alibi? Does he have to play Rune? Does Alibi just mean he's in the same spot but worse next turn? Like, should he just play Rune of the Archmage? Because what does Alibi, really achieve right now?
Well, it means Mordresh doesn't just kill him on the spot.
Yeah, but it's just tough, right? Because then Lovestorm just doesn't play Mordresh and then does it next turn, and then Bunny probably stares at his Rune of the Archmage next turn instead. So I wonder if it's just, just press the button and see what it does.
You can deal 8 to them on this turn with Apprentice, Ping, probably an Alibi as well, I would have to guess. Bring them down to 13 and hope for Rune to finish off the...
I guess.
Turn. So unlikely. I mean, it's basically 13 damage just doesn't happen off of Rune.
Until...
Yeah, well, or fool me.
The only time 13 damage has happened to me is when it actually hits me. Die somehow. And I'm like, how did this even
That's
occur?
not even possible.
You've not seen me play. Start with the Cycle of the Viper. Again, tech card, not for this matchup. Long gone are the days of Aluneth.
Do we want to start with the cycle there? I feel like I'd rather have an even amount of mana left over.
Just because you prefer even over odd?
Well, most things are even, right? Like, you could have got double Frozen Touch plus ping, or cold case ping, something like that.
no reason to... Well, not no reason to not play the Frozen Touch, but he can at least throw one out here, right? I mean, the question's still going to be the same. Bunny either does something this turn or dies.
Let me remind you who you're
And this is
dealing
something.
with.
Yeah, big start.
Base. Oh. Oh, Ice Barrier's just not good
Okay.
enough. Cold Case.
Okay.
We're looking for an alibi now.
Into tiny little pieces.
Oh, just so much mana on useless spells. Enough to save him, though, potentially, if you go Flurry and then 6 plus another 9. It's one off, actually, right now, if it's Barrier, which we can see it is. Because there's 9 plus 6, as I count it. Oh, no, sorry. Mordresh ping? But if it's objection, then that's not lethal.
Oh.
Okay, so there is actually lethal here. But you just have to take the risk on objection. And if you miss, kind of just die, actually. Very possibly. They could have Mordresh on the other side to just kill you.
Don't you only die if they have Mordresh, though?
Or second
Right.
rune, but yeah.
But Rune's just so... Like, if they're playing Rune, they're not hero powering, right?
Okay, that doesn't infuse it, which would have been the other way to hit lethal. Oh, gains the extra health! Oh, that's such a big deal! Oh my god.
How are decks that can do this much damage not actually killing each other?
Is this now 1 off for Bunny? Is his hero power at 4?
I think so, right? Because he didn't...
so.
That, when I said 3, it was at 4. And he didn't honorable kill because he killed a 2-3 with a 4 ping.
Oh wait, so the Mordresh has to... The skeleton has to hit the skeleton and hit face?
Oh! Wait.
Oh no! Miss! Oh no! You're kidding!
And that's just going to be game. Bunny with the big brain play. I honestly didn't even think about that until you mentioned it. But he just didn't get the hit. He needed the skeleton to be hit, die, deal 2 to Lovestorm, and then ping for the finish. That was such a good play, but it just didn't happen. And there's nothing, right? There's just actually nothing. Bunny Hopper shaking puts him to 1, and Lovestorm, all he has to do is aim this hero power. And that's going to be game number 1 going to Lovestorm. Could it have even been any closer, Derek? I think literally not.
And Bunny Hopper here is going to be running through every single one of those many, many series of unfortunate events in that game. Like, Murloc Holmes effectively coming down to like a 50-50 on the last one to get it right, getting it wrong. Okay, at least I have information now. I know that the hero's in hand, missing the 50-50 on that one to get it off the Theatar as well. All these little things as well, like the order on his Varden Battlecry being the worst possible outcome that it could be, right? Like the 50-50 to get this the Drake Fire Amulet second instead of first, the Arcane Overflow hitting the wrong minion. It was like 5 50-50s in a row or something he missed. And then right at the end there, he just needed to hit 1 of 2 1-in-3s in order for it to hit the skeleton. Like it starts spiraling into absurdity when you start figuring it all out.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough one to come back from for Bunny Hopper here, even though it is only game 1. We've got plenty more where that came from, but it does look like Bunny Hopper's taking a quick break from that mage, and I don't blame him at this point, and jumping over to his Shaman with, as I've said before, the 2 key cards, Derek. The Framester. We've already seen it strike once today against this opponent, and also the I Win card called Glug the Gulper.
Oh, I mean, those fools teasing you here, like, make no mistake, I love jumping on the Ravens and Idiot bandwagon. In this instance...
Who doesn't?
Exactly. You could not be more correct, Raven. Glug is just Glug. You play it and your opponent concedes the game. It's just the rules.
I believe it or not, watch a lot of Hearthstone streams. I play a lot of Hearthstone. I've cast many tournaments since Glug's been in the game. I've never seen it killed.
Not once.
Not once. It's never happened. I think it's actually got hidden text, which simply cannot be killed, wins games. Done. But yes, I do like the Framester in here as well. A card I honestly just completely caught me off guard when I was looking at Bunny Hopper's deck submission. I was like, what is this? But yeah, it's good. He's going to make up some of these nerfed cards that we've seen from Shaman a while back somewhere. And I like it, the inclusion, right? Just to potentially cause some issues for your opponent, because just as many 50-50s that Bunny say missed in that previous game, well, Framester can hit at the right time that we've already seen happen today as well. So, maybe it's one of those things that can help him out. It does look like Lovestorm's still picking what deck he's going to play into now, but he does now only have the Priest left, which is Boar Priest, and then the Demon Hunter as well. So how do you feel like Lovestorm's looking in this series? And just what do you think of the lineup in general? Because I feel like this is more of the one of the out there lineups. It doesn't feel like it's hard targeting anything specifically, but it's definitely got a nice mixed bag of decks with the alignment Druid band out.
Yeah, exactly. I think the best thing we could call it is anti-control. It's like a reasonable assessment for the deck, because you have the alignment Druid in there in order to, have this very powerful pop-off potential later on in the game. Boar Priest, we know, is a very, very strict combo deck that a lot of the control decks could lose to. And Mage, I think as well, actually, as we've seen, if it can go into the late game, really has the capabilities to lock down these control decks, which, is exactly what Bunny's lineup is when we look at it. All these very, very slow decks, like the Shaman in there as well, the Mage very slow as well. And yet, Bunny Hopper was able to get it done in the previous series. Just because I think, overall for me, the power level of Druid, the power level of Priest right now, it's just not quite there. Like, I fully appreciate that if you are Fury Hunter or Pocket Train specifically, you're allowed to play Boar Priest and you'll probably do quite well.
Right.
But for anything other than absolutely perfect play, I do honestly just not have faith in this deck. I think it's too susceptible to the extreme outburst of pressure, not just in the form of small minions played on curve in a zoo-like fashion, but the location from Warlock, huge burst of stats. The location from Rogue, huge burst of stats, or Draka coming down as well. You only have one that Light It Burns in the deck, which for me just leaves you a little bit too flimsy in terms of your defense.
Yeah, it's definitely scary, isn't it? Like, because although, as you said, there are certain players that have easily mastered the deck, and that it's hard to even cast, honestly, certain players, right? Because it's like, well, you just know what they've done is correct, or at least as correct as we could see. But yeah, I think this is definitely a testing deck, and we'll have to see how it performs here. But it is going up against the Shaman, and it's just, even though there's the threat of Glug, this Priest could just go way too fast. Shaman, we've seen time and time again, is just a little bit clunky, isn't it? It's been a while since I've seen a very smooth Shaman game play out.
Indeed, yeah. Feeling like a real husk of its former glory when we think back to the power level that Shaman had in recent times. But I will say that I think in this specific matchup, if we can find that tech card, Framester could be enormous. Can you imagine playing Boar Priest when randomly you just have less mana on like 3 of your key turns? I really think if Bunny Hopper can find that, it's far from an auto win, but that's going to buy him like at least 2 extra turns in order to be able to find some extra damage.
Yeah, you just need to go full in on Bram Framester, right? Just go off.
Oh, please.
Just shuffle everything in. It's like, oh, look at that. You're overloaded again. What a shame.
It's turn 8 and you have 0 mana.
Oh, and then just parrot and just keep going.
Oh, yes. Give it to me. Which, I mean, is the name of the game here for Bunny Hopper, right? Like, as a deck that has limited aggressive potential in the early game, and the kind of aggressive potential that Boar Priest can answer, Disruption is the name of the game. Shaman is the king of it right now. Absolutely no question about it. And with Akani, Theatar, Mutinous, sorry, Parrot to copy all of those, and Framester tossed into the mix as well. I think that Lovestorm, you know, just the confusion factor alone is worth a huge amount in here, because, as we said, if he just has his Pyro chomped by Mutinous later on in the game, or he has 2 less mana on a key combo turn, your brain can just melt down if you're not used to these situations.
Yeah, and even I doubt Lovestorm's going to put himself in this position because it's not a big brain sort of dodge thing to think about. But he won't just play Elwyn Boars and leave him on board. But he also has to make sure he's thinking about that, right? Because he's also, as you said, he's got about 50 different things to think about that Bunny Hopper could disrupt him with. And you've also just got to remember, you could just devolve these minions if you wanted to, right? If they're left on board. So there are just so many layers. And Lovestorm must already be feeling overloaded, just staring at this brand. He's like, please no.
Yeah, well, if it wasn't before, now, even though you have, you know, more information than a usual Akani here, the information you have is you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Because coin being used to discount the spell, yuck. And any of these minions being lost to the Akani feels absolutely backbreaking. Like, honestly, because you have the Cleric, Pyro, Gift of the Naru combo, maybe you toss away Handmaiden on the next turn, as absurd as it seems.
It's so tricky, isn't it? There's still one more draw, I guess, for Lovestorm to decide. He might draw into something that's a little bit nicer to throw away, but it's the ever-present problem, isn't it, with this Priest, is when you do go up against Okani, you need to be absolutely certain in every situation what is the correct thing to throw away. What do you think now? Do you think just a Cleric is fine because he has 2?
Well, now we have a more interesting proposal, because there's actually a Shard of the Naru that you could use to silence the Akani after you play another spell. So you have the choice to not use a spell and a minion to fully discount it, but 2 spells if you'd rather. And so maybe that comes in the form of just Coin Shard. Honestly, I'm just not a good enough Boar Priest player to know what's more valuable here, because I could believe the coin is more valuable because you just need flexibility on your combo turn, but I could also fully believe that Shadowed Ruin is the more valuable card because you need to actually be able to clear something.
Is someone injured?
Predictable.
And the player the Cleric in had options, and that was the choice at the end of the day here on this turn for Lovestorm. And Bunny's probably happy about the way this game is going so far, because it's not like Lovestorm's going to really do anything this turn. Might cycle the silence. Okay, yeah, he's going to play into it, no problem. So yeah, just going to throw that away.
But it really is a pretty big deal to lose the silence here rather than actually playing it here, getting a counterspelled, because the brand still being active with, hey, what do you know, school teacher off the top is still pretty spicy.
Yeah, it's actually snowballing out of control, isn't it?
Seriously.
It's the fact that last turn was, waste 2 cards pass, brand's still there. Surely Lovestorm has to decide on how to progress the game plan at this point, because he can't just let Brand sit there, although, because when we were joking about him being forever overloaded, if Brand's just sat there all game, he will be.
Especially when you're getting cards like this, nothing can stop us is a super interesting card to get given here, because right now it's just +2/+2 to your board, which is probably where I'd have my mindset. But like Clownfish with it in the next couple turns is like infinity stats. You're playing Battlegrounds at that point, not Standard.
And the freeze go double wind chill here with that Nargling to draw even more, and I think that's probably the point as well. Obviously not attacking, doesn't want to give Lovestorm any potential value, any ways to draw or cycle through the deck.
Yeah. And this really does now feel like the turn. You've got a 3 health Cleric because he got rid of the one that had been swapped with the Boar, importantly. So you can go Coin, Pyro, Cleric, Devour. That will leave you with 5 minions on the board damaged after both the 1/1 and the Sleepbreaker die. Will you have enough hand space to draw 5 cards? If you dump the Illuminate, then yes. Oh my god, it gets so confusing.
Just sit back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, that's a good one to get. Okay, I think that was a perfect amount of draw, actually. Exactly 7, up to 10 cards in hand.
With that slap from Wolfstorm to his own face was, is he messed up or whether he was just saying, right, wake up and focus?
I mean, I'm not even going to try and attempt to say whether he messed up or didn't there. Like, of course there's a way he could improve on that term. I'm sure there is. There were just so many options to have gone for there. It's not even close. Like, probably it should have been Pyro plus Devour first, maybe to clear off 1 extra minion. I don't know. But effectively, I think that was a reasonable enough turn. He drew a lot of cards, cleared off a bit of the board, and didn't let his Elwyn boar be stuck on the board so it could be transformed or stolen.
Most importantly, Murlocs.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. Oh, boy.
Setting up lethal. Now trade the Pyro with the 6/3.
There is little time.
So I'm interested there why Bunny didn't commit the Ravager.
I think board space for this to get the location down, and also he would have overdrawn, I think, had he done it at the time.
What if he went Clown? Oh, I guess so, yeah.
Brown as well,
Okay, yeah, sure.
oh,
Yeah, that was it. But it's less stats, Derek.
And look at this now, Raven. The discounts 3 mana Mutinous plus a Parrot. If the brand sticks, that is like the biggest buffet you've ever seen in your life. This board space holding him back now. And I mean, hey, if this board isn't cleared off, you know, be my guest, says Bunny Hopper.
Yeah, you draw some cards. It's like, enjoy your time. Just not even away. Like, does Lovestorm have to commit this silence? I mean, obviously not really to clear the board necessarily, but to just not die.
Yeah, it cleans up a lot of damage, doesn't it?
And no Bran anymore.
That's big. Because, I mean, otherwise, like, Bunny Hopper could have just gone for the Finley to find Framester, and then that kind of just ends the game at that point, with 6 of them in the deck, potentially more with the Parrot as well. Storm happy or sad? I can't even tell anymore, man. Like,
In either way, this is still 15 damage.
and it doesn't feel like he's gonna get combo off next turn. Maybe I'm wrong though.
Yeah, frustration there for Bunny, of course, that we were talking about.
9 and 3. Oh no, maybe he is actually. I think he's actually just got
He
it.
just got it.
Yeah, he's traded them enough and they both cost 0. He doesn't even need Valish. Oh my goodness.
I honestly just did not realize the amulets were already done. I'll be completely honest. Because we were looking at so many ways to like, oh, how does he clear the board? How does he do this? I just missed the fact that the amulets were finished.
Oh my god.
Disgusting. But well played. I'm not aiming that at Lovestorm, I'm aiming that at this combo.
The last battle cry played by Bunny was Warlock Ravager.
Warlock Ravager.
Not going to get to play the Parrot anyway, I suppose. I'm just wondering if there's any way he can make something work with these 0 mana cards.
What is Elun's will?
Because the first one's going to cost 4 less, but then the second one's only going to cost 2 less.
Oh, will he have time? I'm just trying to think because he will have 0 mana Null as well, right?
1 mana, right? But yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I was just thinking like,
she's big.
Oh, he could have won. Never mind. Yeah, it's all over now. But I was just thinking, not this turn, but if he just doesn't commit much and then has Null Muck Pools the turn after, like, does that give him any option?
It's
I don't
so
know,
close
but
to working because like he could get Denathrius as a big lifesteal on 10, but then there's still the light it burns, which Lovestorm hasn't had to use up until this point. So maybe
and also just double flash heal, right? Like that's
Right, yeah.
health.
Like if Bunny Hopper had played Theatar to steal the hero card up by this
Zyrella,
point,
yeah.
Zyrella, yeah, sorry, maybe he could outlast the amount of damage from the swings because he could put a taunt in the way or something. But with Zyrella still on the deck, there's just zero possibility of that.
There is little time.
Like, yeah, Bunny knows as well as we do that this is very, very unlikely. But I do think your best chance is teasing out some kind of a win with the null. Apparently not, though.
Yeah, I was even thinking like Amalgam get something, but there just simply isn't the mana, right? It just doesn't matter what you get because Bunny's just going to be hit every single time. And Lovestorm, because of the way that the deck is now 2 cards left, and he has card draw whenever he wants it, so he can guarantee getting Zyrella whenever he so chooses. And the heals just start stacking up now, and it's just not going to be good enough for Bunny Hopper, is it? Lovestorm though in the zone, like really thinking about, do I play this? Is this a problem if I play it? Is it a problem if I don't play it? Even at this stage where the game does feel like almost impossible. If only.
Oh, the Glug!
Glug,
No!
if only, Derek, I told you! If only Glug was in the deck, there was actually a chance. But Lovestorm gets the victory, and you can say what you want about Lovestorm's ability to pilot the deck, the way he worked his way through that quite difficult game actually early on. But let's be honest, he won because of Glug. He got Glug to burn. That's just the truth. But no, congratulations there to Lovestorm on game 2 win there. He's just got one more game potential left as he has this Demon Hunter left over. But Ball Priest does it every time, doesn't it, Derek? And by it, I mean confuse us and trick us as we cast it. Because it's there's so many little decisions you can make. But I think the biggest factor for me was that Lovestorm actually held off that really strong opening from Bunny whilst actually progressing his game plan, right? Like I said, I did not notice those amulets were shuffled.
Yeah, no, it was just very, very well played by Lovestorm. I think, in my opinion, as you said, he that card draw turn was really not easy. And while I fully understand that there may have been ways to improve upon it, I've seen enough complete meltdowns on
Yes.
like that in my time casting Hearthstone to be more than happy to say that was good enough. Good job.
Right,
he saw a way to draw the correct number of cards up to 10, not overdraw, and that was perfectly so. And then, as you said, with the Glug, I now can't get the image out of my mind of him akin to the Joker burning his pile of money, like setting fire to Glug. Like, it's not about the money, it's about sending a message.
I mean, all this is doing is backing up my statements about the cards. So, yeah,
Not wrong.
I'm happy with it. Bunny Hopper, though, going to be jumping over to his Jackpot Rogue. And generally, not the exact list, of course, because times have changed. But generally, if Bunny Hopper can play some kind of generation-style Rogue, he does. And he normally does very well. So, nice to see Bunny Hopper on this list. Again, the big hiccups I've found with this when playing it is when you don't like transition from the opening secret sort of package of your deck into the generation with jackpots and stuff smoothly. A lot of the time you can get some of the good stuff early and then you just never draw jackpot and then your deck kind of just flails around and does nothing. I don't know if you've had much experience playing the deck, Derek.
I have had a bit, yeah, but I mean, we don't have to go to my own experience. We can go to Bunny's experience playing against Lovestorm in this exact matchup earlier on today. That was the one game he lost against Lovestorm earlier on, where he was just doing exactly what you said, not really transitioning over into the late game. You know, almost getting there, like coming close to getting a Denathrius down to try and stabilize the game, but just being less efficient overall than Lovestorm was, because if the cards fall in the right order, there's very little in the game that could be quite as efficient as Relic Demon Hunter. But yes, as you say, I think the Rogue, ideally, if you can, will be trying to get under the Demon Hunter before it gets off to too explosive of a start, because they are both decks that struggle to an extent to pull back a board that they've lost. They have some little tricks up their sleeve in the form of Relic of Extinction, Fell Barrage for this deck, the Knolls, something you can get off Jackpot for the Rogue as well. But I find a lot of the time it's about just getting ahead on board at the start so you don't take too much damage on either side, because both decks capitalize heavily on having any kind of board control with a Swift Lethal.
Yeah, one of the really strong things the Rogue can actually do, if Bunny can set it up, of course, is use that Ghastly Gravedigger, because in this Demon Hunter deck, your mulligans, I'm not saying the mulligans are easy, but you are looking for like specifically 2 cards, right? Like 9 times out of 10. And if they don't have those cards by, turn 5 or so, then great. But the Ghastly Gravedigger, you can just shuffle one back. So if you can hit like the Relic of Dimensions with that before it's played, that actually slows the Demon Hunter down so much, right? Definitely a little bit tricky to pull off, because, well, you need to draw the Gravedigger and have a secret active to do it, and get all that lined up. But it is one thing that you could really push back, because the times we've seen Demon Hunter really look strong, or at least the Relic version, is when they do just get Relic Vault, Dimensions, and maybe one more other Relic as well to just juice it up a little bit. So we'll have to see if that pays off. But honestly, Derek, I've been finding myself really appreciating the aggro Demon Hunter players so far in this tournament. I feel like that deck's been very underrated based on what we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, I agree. I think it does. It obviously fills a very different space to the Relic Demon Hunter, and I think it's filling something that a lot of the other decks are maybe missing right now, which is just like actual early board clears that I feel like a lot of the other decks are kind of missing right now. Like Mage would much rather stall than clear off the board. Warlock has a couple of removal tools, but nothing all too impactful. Whereas the aggro Demon Hunter is just absolutely devastatingly powerful in those starting few turns in the way that Relic Demon Hunter is not, and does offer you a little bit more expression in your play. But if I had to be Lovestorm for the rest of the series, I do think I would prefer the Relic Demon Hunter. I think that for Bunny, with access to the Shaman, pretty strong anti-aggro capabilities, the Mage, a little bit less so, but huge life gain potential with the Hero card, right, and the Evokers as well. Whereas all of those decks against the... they just give the Demon Hunter a little bit too much time, I find, where you can slowly ramp up these relics and get insurmountably large numbers of phantasms in the late game.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? If this Demon Hunter does get hold of just a little bit of time, just isn't completely dead by turn 5 or 6, then its power levels just skyrockets when it can get to that Relic of Dimensions. Also, it's important to note as well that this version is playing the 1 Eldrazi Warblades. I've seen a few players play 2, some players play 1, and that can be a bit of a big deal, because like you said, some of the other decks in the meta can sort of aggro you down, and it gets to the point where we've actually seen players lose because they didn't quite get to their one-of copy of Eldrazi fast enough, whereas if they've got hold of it earlier, then even just gaining like 4 or 5 health in this current meta can wildly change the outcome of a game, right? It's not like you need to gain hundreds.
Indeed. But we shall have to see the potential last game of the tournament for Bunny Hopper if he's not able to get the win with the Rogue here. But I think, as you've said a couple times already, this is the signature deck here, right, for him in this meta game. He's been jamming it like an absolute degenerate on ladder. And if there's one card to put his faith in this expansion, it's the Jackpot. It shall deliver.
Oh, look at Lovestorm's hand, though, as well. Don't get me wrong, Bunny Hopper's opening looks fine, but Lovestorm... what did he have there? There we go, yeah, double Relic, so he just needs Relic Vault. And he's going to be feeling pretty good about life.
Yeah, you say take a look at Lovestorm's hand. Having looked at his cam, I'm not sure I want to do that because it looks like he's hacked up a lung onto it. But his in-game hand, I fully agree, is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, though, Null being picked up for Bunny Hopper as well. Not looking too bad either. Got a nice early secret too. This is definitely one of the more solid hands, right? Like, this is what I was talking about where, okay, he's got the opening with the secrets and some card generation, has a null as well to either battle back some aggressive openings or just for tempo, but then the jackpot actually is there, right? It's when you're missing the jackpot and maybe the reconnaissance and you're like, I've got 2 secrets and a dream right now.
And you could obviously rip it right now and still walk away with a 0 mana null.
I wouldn't hate it. Start planning for the future. Win the jackpot. Step 1.
Okay. Interesting.
By interesting, I think direct means bad.
Not necessarily. Like, if you're trying to play, as you said, a little bit more of a control game plan, Shield Shatter, you know, obviously at 10, it's ridiculously inefficient, but if you can get that down into the pool with the Trickster, then that's a pretty strong AoE that you could repeat multiple times if you find the contraband stashes as well. And rats of extraordinary size, you know, there's ways that Rogue can fill up the board, and then that's, again, if you play it repeatedly, it's the real tempo that you can gain yourself. So it's...
Or just some big rats in hand.
Yeah. That works too. Yeah, that could also be good. Not an obviously good set of spells that leaps out at you, but definitely some potential there.
Oh, there's Relic Vault, though.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, and this is how strong just this specific combination of cards is. Luftstorm just doesn't care that there's stuff on the other side of the board. He just played a 2-drop on 2 that does nothing, at least for now, and just be like, yeah, hit me, it's fine. I'm about to do busted things.
Counterspell? Yep, probably.
Ooh, okay, yep.
Ooh. Another Shadow Step. Oh, it doesn't do anything actually because the other Perjury's in hand, but the secrets. That's a pretty juicy selection though. Mountain Bear fills out turn 5 pretty much perfectly.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And at this stage, like, Demon Hunter can do, you know, a lot of damage, but nothing's really happened yet, and you'd imagine the layered taunts are actually more effective than the light shower healing, right?
Choose soon.
Probably taking a Reckoning.
Yeah, I was actually staring at the second counter spell.
Oh, okay.
But
that's a fair point. It's just so expensive. I think.
It is.
Buddy sees the power of disruption though.
Job's done.
Oh! He just fell for it
He just
instantly.
ripped it.
What?
He just said, you know what? That's not counterspell. Or he just didn't think. Oh, was that necessary? He just had school teacher and predation.
Oh my god. Like, I didn't even bring it up because I didn't think I'd just instantly fall for it. But...
I did the opposite. I saw him do it and I was just shocked into silence. Yeah, I was just staring at it like, did that just happen? Did he just not...
dead?
Yeah, did he not think about the secret? Because school teacher predation Nargaling, that's a fine turn. Right? Like, yeah, you're not, you know, doing the relic thing straight away, but
yeah.
Wow, you play around the secrets a little bit better.
I mean, you know, okay, so to give him credit, it's not just a straight up discover there, right? It's a discover from Perjury, which gives you Paladin, Hunter, Mage every time.
Yeah.
And so it's a 1 in 6, I believe, for it to be counterspell exactly there because there's 6 Mage spells in standard. And like, to give him his credit, if he thought that was by far his best chance of winning the game, and it's only whatever, 15% chance or so to get it countered. Fair enough, it is very unlikely.
To be fair, like I said, if you play school teacher and it's objection, well,
there you
just
go.
Wasted your turn in the same way that he wasted his turn last time. But it was the insta play that just shocked me. It didn't even, or he just thought fast enough where like, yeah, it's unlikely, it's counterspell, let's go. You know?
Whereas Bonnie kind of just looked like he was loading up on secrets again on this turn. Like, it worked so well the first time. Let's get down another Perjury and Counterspell, and hopefully that will be another Counterspell. And Goes on and on and on. Trying to make his opponent's life difficult here with as much disruption as possible.
Now there is the Eldraki Warblades, but...
Oh, I forced it again! No way! No way! This location did literally nothing this game.
I must withdraw.
I don't think Lovestorm did anything this game, to be honest, Derek, because that was just a no-go there. Bunny Hopper fights back, not going to get swept out of the tournament 3-0 by Lovestorm. Bunny Hopper's still in for the fight, but honestly, like, I kind of get it from Lovestorm because he's like, well, if I do anything else, I'm not going to win. Same with the relic of, I keep wanting to say directions because I cast with TJ yesterday when he kept calling it the relic of directions. But I think part of the mindset of, okay, there's one secret, it's 1 in 6 or whatever. If it's not counterspell, I am so far ahead in this game and probably win. If it is, well, I'm 2-0 up. I'll just do it again, right? And then just carry on. So sure. I do respect it. It was just so odd and kind of funny to just see Lovestorm get demolished by 2 counter spells in a row. It was just shocking because normally players sit back and like consider things, have different options. But I also think it shows how important just that specific combo is to the deck. That is the deck, right? You get the vault and then you play dimensions and then you go.
Exactly, yeah, and you can see where he's coming from. He tried to follow that standard game plan, and it did not, in that instance, work out for him. What can you say? He gets to go with it again, as you said. Kind of reminded me of a very long argument I had with Dan Gaskin, where he was saying that if you're 2-0 up, you should make a bad play, because if it doesn't work, then you could just go again. And I was like, no, make the right play. That's how you win more often. But
yeah, and like I said, I wasn't saying that. I
know you weren't saying.
Yeah, I was explaining his reason to just say, well, okay, it can stop, but this is the best play, so I'm making it. So yeah, anyway.
Gaskin's stupid. Not that bad.
Yes. That's one person. I'm now one notch up.
Yes, 6,999,999,999th.
Yes! Oh, I thought you were going to say to go. I will slowly, progressively become smarter than every person in the world, one by one. One IQ point at a time. Demon Hunter going up against now the big spell mage from Bunny Hopper. And honestly, in terms of game plan, Storm's just going to try and do the same, right? He actually, the hand was there. He had to maybe not get counterspelled along the way, but he had the vault, he had the dimensions, he had the setup. That's all you want to do with this Demon Hunter time and time again. This time, keeps hold of the Phantasms to be able to just stack the other relics just a little bit, and wow, not a bad opening hand. I don't think you're ever upset with Sigil.
And not terrible for either player. I do fully endorse Bunny Hopper's play to toss away the Pelican there. I think there's just too few cards that it really works well against on the Demon Hunter, so we just want to find Belinda, Barbaric Sorceress, the powerhouse plays, or double Watch Post as well. Yeah, that's, while not impossible at all for the Demon Hunter to clear up, still very annoying.
Yeah, it's really good, but I'm sure Bunny's having flashbacks because when he played Algiru, he opened with 2 watch posts and Algiru just answered them perfectly.
Yep.
The first watch post gave him a predation, so he just played a Naga and killed it. Oh.
The school teacher just getting reduced and then brought right back up to 4 again. Like, easy come, easy go.
Well, you win some, you lose some, and sometimes just nothing changes in life.
I know there's a way.
Job's done.
Like he's gonna go Feno. I like this a lot actually, because there's no answer, right? There's no card in the deck that actually kills this from this stage.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Something?
All right, first card in the hand. He knows that's Sigil because it's been played. In the hand right now, we're functionally just guessing here. You could make a guess on there being no extinction because it would have just been played with the hero power to take out the watch
Do
post.
you ever pick Relic of Dimension, sorry, to just know whether it's there?
Yeah, I think that's. If I had to guess, that would be the play he made. But it was essentially a complete guess there.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, nicely done. Guaranteeing the kill on Murloc.
Oh, just another slight problem, right? The watch post ping is fine. The Reckless Apprentice is fine. But nothing kills the Setheno again. So it's just going to sit there. And yes, Lovestorm's ability to play a lot of cards is reduced due to the watch post. But still not great there for Bunny Hopper if the Setheno just keeps causing havoc.
Yeah, I do like the play of Apprentice here because it opens up a slightly higher chance of being able to kill it off with School Teacher on the following turn if you get, say, Frozen Touch to just answer it straight away.
I wonder at this point whether it's just Aldraki Warblade's hero power and then just hit the 3/5 with the Setheno.
Very reasonable.
Lovestorm's just happy playing with an expensive deck.
Playing Relic Demon Hunter, he's doing that anyway.
True. It'll all be cheaper later, it's fine. Huh.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I kind of do agree with your line of play just to get the Warblades down there. There were no top decks that allowed him to clear there, right, with everything costing one more.
I don't believe so, no.
All right, none of those kills that I was talking about offered. However...
We're on about this. This is fine. Count Splinter turn 5. He's just going to rip the Relic.
You see it. You see it.
Even though... The Nargling, even though the Nargling will say counter spell on it. Lovestorm's like, nope, I've got to test it.
Damn it. We'll get him next time, Lovestorm.
What are the odds? Goes for Arcane Intellect instead. No. Again, if it's not a surprise for your opponent, it's pretty easy to play around in Demon Hunter.
Okay, there we go.
Foundation with School Teacher.
Cost one more. The Barbaric Sorceress is a huge draw.
Wait, is this not quite work, right? Looking at Hero Power, School Teacher, Foundation. Not necessarily in that order. Wait, you could... Oh. Alright. I just pushed max damage. That actually worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it really did.
I was just thinking, like, if School Teacher got Nargling that got Relic, then things could get really spicy there for Lovestorm. But no, it just went for a slightly more controllable play.
Okay, now we're talking for Bunny. Playing Big Spell Mage, and he's found the cards you actually want to find. It's a miracle. I think we're just playing Belinda, right? I don't want to take any risks on Barbaric Sorceress. If it misses, you're in really big trouble. And I'm not so afraid at this point if I'm Bunny Hopper to where I feel like I need to play Rune next turn. I'd be very happy to just get down Drake Fire Amulet. Oh, wow, just insta-tossing this hand.
I mean, the hand isn't good. I think at this point, after seeing Belinda, Lovestorm's just like, I need the relics.
Yeah.
And he got the relics.
Ooh, there it is.
Oh
my goodness. Chase. It's an expensive hand, but a potent one. Ooh, is that a clear? That is a clear.
I think so, right? 4? Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovestorm's like, What is it, a clear?
Gotta be worth.
Oh,
damage face to boot as well.
Setheno. It's a lot of damage done considering it was just played on curve.
It's insane, isn't it?
But now things are going to start to get a little bit more difficult. Drake Fire Amulet, a Parrot if Buddy wants it for more dragons. Like, this board is going to start getting a little bit uncontrollable here for Lovestorm.
Exactly, yeah. He would need to have been looking at like reduced Dimox, reduced Jace playable next turn to really answer this, because with no Topple the Idol in these lists anymore, this is the exact type of board the Demon Hunter no longer deals with at all.
Right.
Especially as the text on Sathino to attack the lowest health minion every time here is really annoying. These whelps are just going to come back again at the end of the turn. I think just Chaos Strike.
Even looking at Sigil of Flame, honestly.
Yeah.
Pick me! Pick me!
I guess it saves you some health, right? If it blows up the whelps, they can't attack on that turn because it's at the start of your turn.
Yeah, it kills the Watch Post as well. You know, deals some damage to the Onyxia. Like it's not good, but it's just, I think, the best overall option to actually give him a chance at dealing with this board at some point.
And while Meltronics can be very vexing at times, the Grey Sage Parrot here is just kind of perfectly placed. Trade away all the whelps and get yourself a couple more big old dragons. Ah, okay. Oh, and no spells have been played. Rune's on the left.
Press it. You're winning by a mile, but press it. I imagine.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, I don't think I want to risk mass polymorph.
That one whelp.
Oh,
short-lived.
Didn't work out great.
Yep.
So the legends are true.
Well, are the
I don't think this is going to work out too great either.
I don't think so either.
Weird that it shows it twice. It always gets me.
Yeah.
Like an announcement of an announcement, isn't it?
Dimox comes down. Warning!
Yeah.
I'm about to summon 5/5s.
Yeah. Warning, Relic of Extinction. This is Relic of Extinction. Like, yeah, you just said that. Oh, Buddy Hopper takes another game against Lovestorm, and suddenly what looked like it could have been a disastrous run, honestly, from Bunny Hopper. I think, much like Fury Hunter, two of the players you'd peg to at least make it to the final day of this tournament. Looked like he was going to get knocked out by Lovestorm, but now it's all coming down to the last game, and this Relic Demon Hunter just not quite getting the job done. The disruption from Bunny Hopper, I think, was just enough there. You can see that Lovestorm was so close to really, getting everything done. He had these Imox, he had the Relics starting to cycle through, but it was just a bit too late due to those watch posts and due to, having to actually deal with the board put in front of him. So Bunny Hopper now in the final spot where I would say it's the two weak decks against each other, the Shaman versus the Demon Hunter.
And it shows again the real difference of the Relic Demon Hunter versus Aggro Demon Hunter, because if you leave Sathino on board for 3 turns versus an Aggro Demon Hunter, you can have 100 health, let alone 40. You are dead. You are mega, mega dead. But against the Relic Demon Hunter, there wasn't enough fuel to keep that attacking phase turn after turn, which, again, is another reason why players seem to be liking the Aggro Demon Hunter and why I can understand their reasoning for bringing it. But as you say, moving on to the final matchup of the series here with Demon Hunter having lost 2 in a row, the potential third coming up against the Shaman. It's one of the decks that I want to say Shaman should be in a reasonable spot against, right? Obviously the stall mechanisms have fallen by the wayside with the loss of the Snowfall Guardian. But I think in general, unless you're off to a very, very potent mid-game with all the relics coming one after the other as the Demon Hunter, the Shaman should have the removal tools they need to keep up against you very easily.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think if Lovestorm does the curve, right, gets a relic on early, gets the vault live, and then goes with dimensions, obviously, as with any opponent, that could be a problem. But other than exactly that happening, I do think Bunny Hopper's list is more than capable of getting the job done here. So let's see how it goes. Relic of Phantasm's available there for Lovestorm in the opening hand. His only keep for the mulligan. Bunny just taking his time on this one. He knows how important it is that he wins this game. And the thing with this matchup as well, I feel like your mulligan or Bunny's mulligan in this situation is so varied because you've actually got a ton of options in the early game and your opponent really doesn't, right? Like, you know your opponent just wants to do this one singular thing. Yeah. And this mulligan, for example, this hand is fine. You could argue easily about muck pools, but the hand's fine. But is fine what Bunny Hopper wants. He actually keeps muck pools and throws away the school teacher. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of half of a lot of combos right now where he's got the muck pool but no Null. He's got the clownfish but no Murloc, school teacher but no Bran. None of the real powerhouse plays available right out the gate. But I do still think it's worth holding on to the real power spike potential options of Clownfish and Muckpool in particular, because hey, as soon as you top deck Bran or Bolner for the Clownfish or Null for the Muckpool, you're absolutely laughing. Like, this is huge amounts of pressure coming up.
Yeah, because for Lovestorm to deal with, you know, the good outcome of evolving a Null, let's say, that's just so many cards and so many specific cards, right, to kill just one big minion from this Demon Hunter, that it could be a bit of a problem here. Bunny will definitely be looking for schooling soon to help out with that Null. In the meantime, just going to spend the mana equipping the Warblades. I like it. There's no weapon destruction in Bunny's deck, right?
I don't believe so, no. I hate that we have to look again now. I've gotten so used to never checking for tech cards because they just didn't exist for the last.
Well, it's Lovestorm that's running a. Is it the Viper and his Mage? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. But definitely not a bad start for either player here. Predation, yeah, premium spell. Just undeniably the calm before the love storm right now as Bunny Hopper placed in an awkward spot here, admittedly, with the poison on board. That's probably the one thing stopping him from just ripping the Null right away.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky. Does he have to just, like, hero power pass, then go, like, all muck pools, and then maybe, like, free the 1/3? This is actually very awkward. He's going to play the Clownfish and just try and get a swing out the weapon, I guess.
Yeah, if he'd just passed or hero powered, or maybe played the freeze to cycle a card, he could have gone, I think, Null, Coin, Primordial Wave next turn.
Okay, yeah, that's a good shout. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
In order to reduce the cost of the Scorpid. But the problem is, of course, then that you are using Primordial Wave, which is a fantastic card in this matchup, once they start developing those premium mid-sized boards.
But this must be terrifying now for Bunny. Relic Vault down, the Scorpid's still there. Relics have been procced once. Like, this is, and you're going into turn 5, or your opponent's going into turn 5. Like, we could see that there's no dimensions in hand there for Lovestorm, but Bunny does not know that, so he has to be prepared. Again, he could still do the, if he's really desperate, go Null, Freeze, Coin, Muck Pools.
Yeah.
And hope that, you know, he either draws an answer, gets an answer from School Teacher next turn. Maybe he just hits face and does the devolve next turn as well. You know, there are options, but other than that, if he plays School Teacher, you know there's a high chance that it just dies. I think the Scorpid needs something from Bunny Hopper to actually kill it, and not just assuming Lovestorm will trade it away.
Agreed, yeah. My head was definitely more in line with what Bunny was looking at with Gorlock Ravager on this turn, because you can actually just use the location on the Ravager if you want to get yourself a 6-drop, which is still, most of the time, a good amount of tempo.
Yeah.
It doesn't so much work out here. And it can bait, quote-unquote, the Scorpid into trading into your 6-drop and then pave the way for your 10-drop to come the turn after.
Okay, probably at least a mental sigh of relief from Bunny that wasn't dimensioned.
Oh, you really don't want to play Fell Barrage there and keep the Scorpid alive. Wait, did he just not attack? Okay.
Wait, what do you mean not attack?
Well, he played Chaos Strike, but then didn't swing face, so I guess he's...
Oh, right, yeah.
values
Oh,
the
sorry,
weapon.
yeah. I thought you meant with the Scorpid. I was like, well, the Scorpid's dead. Of
Oh, no,
course he
sorry.
attacked. I was like, what? But yeah, you are completely right. I was even looking at what a school teacher turn looked like there, because he has the predation plus weapon swing.
Yeah.
I know it's a lot less power, of course, than this.
I don't know. I just think your opponents demonstrated there by offering up a 6-drop as a lamb to the slaughter that they don't have a very good answer to your Scorpid right now.
Who here can spell?
Okay, just that one Relic of Dimensions away from making very, very good things happening.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that was a Chaos Strike pick, even though I didn't quite catch it.
I think it was. All right, here we go. He's waited a long time, considering what you'd usually be looking at with the null to make this pop-off happen. But this has to be the 10-drop turn.
And I think there's a big option here to just play Spinley as well and just look for the Glug. You know what happens when Glug hits the board?
You win the game of Hearthstone that you're playing.
Stone Legion, to me!
Okay.
Okay.
You would take that, right? That's absolutely, yeah, the clap from always like, oh.
I mean, kind of clap, kind of like that's what this deck does. It's kind of surprising it hasn't happened in some form or another already.
I mean, if Bunny Hop had schooling, right? Like, this
Yeah,
would have happened a long time ago in this game. And that Scorpid would not have been anywhere near the threat it actually was.
Exactly, yeah. And this is part of the problem I have with Lovestorm's play is that if he still had a Scorpid here, you know, he could trade a Scorpid into the one half of this 8-8, either the first half or the Death Rattle, which would have made it an awful lot easier to clear.
Hey, Kurtrus for next turn. If he needs to buy some time, can load up the Relic Vault #2 now if he wants.
Load up the Jace as well for turn 8. We've seen a few cards played. It's kind of difficult to keep track because obviously the Chaos Strike is just a... Oh, no, sorry, it's not the Nargling, but one of them is the Nargling, yeah. So some amount of Fell spells have been played, and you might be able to get at least a partial board clear.
Yeah, there was a Chaos Strike. There was also definitely a Fell Barrage, right, when it was used against the first stag.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Yeah, I do think whichever way Lovestorm wants to do this, I think just dumping all of the playable cards right now just feels correct. Where he wants to aim things, we can discuss, but I think just load everything up. If you don't end up playing Jace, fine. But you still have the option, right, to play like the biggest Jace possible. Oh, to the dome. Okay, Lovestorm said, you know what? We're done.
Yeah,
Feel the freeze.
got everything fired.
Yeah. Feel the freeze, push max damage, does have Kurtrus next turn. I imagine, at least initially, he may look at Kurtrus with hero powers, then into Jace with hero power.
Oh, and with 2 cards in hand coming into turn 8, Mutinous has got to be looking mighty tempting here for Bunny Hopper. Zymox, Jace, both huge outcomes here. And he does get to gobble up the Jace. One of the last cards that Lovestorm would want to see go, and potentially one of the last cards he will see go in any form, as this is just looking harder and harder for him to square up.
Now, the big question here, Derek, is does this 8 go face? Because my instincts are saying yes, but look at the hand size, right? Lovestorm's got 1 card, which obviously, if that 1 card is Dimensions, this gets scary with Relic Vaults. But if it's not, like, does Bunny Hopper just completely take control? He can just Deotar next turn to literally see what the next cards would be, right? So, okay, he's going to clear 1, 8 to the face. I do like this, even though it's got the tiniest element of risk to it.
Yeah, I agree. I think now that you've seen Jace, you can play much more aggressive.
Yeah.
Because there's so much less chance of the lethal damage coming through. Lovestorm essentially forced here into making the attack first because the break point on 4 attack instead of 3 is just so important here. Be able to clear off one half of the Stoneborn general and at least stop the freeze on face this time.
Yeah, the freeze is the important one, right? I mean, okay, an 8 attack minion hitting you in the face is also quite important. I mean, without freeze, I think, I don't know, like, he's getting no damage through if he can't swing, right?
Yeah, I guess, but, you know, then you look at it in another way and it's you take 3 damage off the board or you take 11 damage off the board, which... It's very difficult.
What's the real play? Just Finley into Dimensions.
Honestly, it might have been.
I'm not even really joking. It sounds like I am, but I'm honestly not. Because is this winning? Is this instead just, well, draw Dimensions next turn?
Yeah, it doesn't feel like winning, does it? As Lovestorm knows, I think, what was he, taking off his headset there, which back in the day would have meant an end to the series, but...
Ooh. Khan here.
It's tempting.
Some taunts in the way, heal a little bit, or push damage, like whatever.
There's just so many different ways we could take this.
Yeah.
Like a parrot to get down another mutinous battle cry would probably win you the game. This will probably win you the game with double parrot in hand next turn as well.
Yeah, I think I like this because it covers the most bases in my book, right? You go up to 26 at minimum. He could have chosen to heal as well. He gets the taunts, he's dealing the damage. Now, it's so close to setting up lethal that, I mean, what does this from Lovestorm have to be? Exactly Dimensions from Finley. Even Bunny's taking the old headset off.
Who here can spell Zinjari? Anybody?
Doesn't look good enough to me, Derek.
It's not indeed. Abyssal Depths draws you 2 cards, but those are not going to be game-winning cards, are they? Oh, sorry.
Not at all. And whoa, what a series!
That was a one for the ages right there.
I'll tell you now, Bunny Hopper has had an emotional roller coaster of a day. Not only did he won his first match versus Lovestorm. Fantastic. That's exactly when you do. Rock up first thing in the morning, quickly win 3-1, and be like, great, this will take no time. Then got demolished in his next match 3-0 from Ajiru. And then this series, Derek, it looked like Lovestorm was just gonna roll through the match 3-0 and just take Bunny Hopper out of the tournament. But Bunny Hopper fought back and just scraped a 3-2 victory. And he does move on to tomorrow. And personally, of course, super happy to see Bunny Hopper do well. But what a series. That was emotional just for me, Derek, never mind the players.
It was indeed a big turnaround there for Dr. Pelser to be taking the win and going through to the quarterfinals. I thought he was playing some fantastic Hearthstone. I know he's been feeling the stress a little bit. I can tell already from some messages I'm getting from him that he's not happy with his standard of play over the course of that series. But I hope he can still hold his head high because, you know, we've all been feeling the weird time zones. I feel like everyone, maybe the APAC players have been getting away with it the most. But I think, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as always,
not in the best headspace, but I hope he's proud of himself at the end of it.
Yeah, and as always in this position, like, I'm sure, you know, these players, definitely go back and go, oh, I didn't play as well as I could have, or oh, this happened, or oh, this shouldn't have happened. But at the end of the day, he did his job. He's through to tomorrow. done. Like, worry about tomorrow now. That's all you got to focus on, because what happened today no longer matters because it's already happened. So there it is. Final shout out, of course, to Lovestorm, as that was a tough loss for him. I know TJ will be maybe shedding a tear or two, but yeah, strong and a pretty crazy series overall. And that is going to be Group C done. We've got one more group left to see who's going to make it out. And if anything, Darrett, like, this is the one of the spicy groups, mainly because we don't have, I would say, any clear, rock favorites that you would actually, say, okay, this player or these two players are definitely going to make it out the group. This one definitely feels a lot more up for grabs, so there's a lot on the line coming up.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think that we could argue that Spring maybe is the most likely to be doing well in this tournament. He's doing very, very well in the competitive scene in China, which I'm very excited to see him do a little bit more outside of that scene and break out into the global Hearthstone community a little bit more, and we get to see some of his play. But like you say, this is not the star-studded group. This is players brawling it out down at the bottom in order to try and get some notoriety for themselves, and that's exactly the kind of Hearthstone I love to watch.
Well, we're going to go to a quick break while we set it up, so don't go anywhere. We've got Group D coming right up.
Group C is in the books, but that is not the end of today by any stretch of the imagination. Group number D is still to come, and we're going to open it up right now. So plenty more Hearthstone action for those of you who've been with us all day. thanks for hanging around, and good luck with hanging around with the rest of it, 'cause it's going to be quite a long afternoon for everybody. Sottle, what can we expect from this match, this group? What did you think of what you've seen? Just talk, basically.
Hey, you, poke with stick, say things. Yes. Yep. Yes, I shall say things. Yeah, that group did kind of pass me by. I was actually very much, with all you fine people at home, as mostly a spectator for that group. I cast the opening series and then got to sit back and watch for the rest of it. And I thought it was a very interesting group, very juxtaposed to what we saw yesterday, where a lot of the groups, a lot of the matches were blowouts. That was much more grindy, closer games, different, slower matchups. And I think we're going to see a bit of a mix of that this time around in this group, particularly in this series that we're going to watch, because, for example, there's decks as far-ranging as Jailer Paladin to Aggro Druid being featured in this series, so certainly the opportunity for some varying speeds, varying tempos, varying lengths of matchups, as we shall see. And it is between Spring and XMG, who are two players who I'm sure are delighted to be here, trying to carry on the prestigious records of their region. Was, of course, rooting for my friend and fellow European Bunny Hopper to make it out of that group in the end. It did make it, but still, I think we are seeing a fairly diverse group of success in terms of regions so far coming out of the groups in these championships. Asterisk Americas, but I don't even know how long you have to really asterisk that for anymore. It's almost taken as a given at this point, isn't it? Here's a question. Even now GM's over, are you still doing the I'm American thing? Or
I mean, there's still a player coming up with US at the start of his name, so we're on him later.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Is that what they have to cling to now? Oh, dear.
What did we have to cling to apart from Monsanto? Anyway, don't answer that. It's a family-friendly show. But we have got a player with US at the start of their name later. We're going to claim that as an American player for the time being. I'm sure TJ will get on the case and find out if we can possibly lay claim to anybody. Maybe somebody has, Canadian grandparents. I don't know. But I don't know if we really fell. We sort of were never really there, as long as I've been casting for Americas anyway. Let's have a look at the players in hand, though. Spring, winner of a major in China, a decent record in Masters Tours, and especially recently with top 4 at More Order and top 16 at Vashir, which are 2 of the last 3 events. Very much a rising star, as Benage has put it, of the Chinese scene, and has brought one of the more unusual lineups with a Paladin making its way into the lineup.
Yeah, I believe Benage, who is our Chinese correspondent, if you weren't aware of who that is, it's a name you'll hear is referenced a lot because he does a lot of great work in filling us in on the players from the China region that we don't get as much exposure to as we do all of the other players. Described him as the rising star of last year. So, here by merit, I am sure, as all of these players are. Gold Open winner as well, as you can see on the stat sheet there, which is no mean feat. Those are brutal tournaments in the China scene, so if you're able to take one of those down, you are some Hearthstone player indeed. And you can see specifically the Masters Tour record is what's going to get you to this position, top 4 and a top 16, and an overall positive record in the Masters scene circuit. Good news for him. But the Jailer Paladin, yes, we both mentioned it at this point, not a deck that we have seen so far, and look at that, just like magic, it's going to inch its way into the series. Super interesting deck. You can see highlighted in the key cards, that is kind of the core package of the deck. Order in the court, stack your deck in an order that you know, and then try and set up that reliable Jailer combo that is, you can rely on it coming out of your deck in certain orders. Lots of other little tricks and tidbits thrown in there as well, but that is generally the core of the deck, and it allows you to play an incredibly low curve in the rest of the deck because you have that reliable consistency of being able to tutor that spell, play that spell, and then you're drawing your late game. So what's sometimes overlooked with Paladin is that it's a much better deck in the early game than you might expect because they can stack the rest of the deck with those early game plays.
Yeah, and it needs to be, right? If you're stacking your deck in your hand with 10 drops, you actually got to get there. It's got no mana cheat as opposed to most other decks, so not only is it decent in that early game, but it has to be decent. Just want to go back to something you said about Spring as well in that intro about being here on merit. Yes, they are all here on merit, the Chinese players, but Spring was not a member of a team, so did not have the advantage in being picked. So he had to sort of qualify as of right rather than be team selected to get into these events, and has managed to stay around on the tour that way around. Just want to clarify that as well. One of the very few players who has managed to do it that way.
Yeah, for sure, and it's a big difference, and it's an uphill struggle as well. You know, a lot of the competitions in China are team league based. A lot of the invites do go out to teams if certain seedings and so on. But yes, you can see that with the tag in front of XMG here on the other side. And you can see that is a lot of positive records overall. Nearly 60% in Masters Tours, over 55% in Team GTC, which is a stacked event featuring not just Chinese players, but players from around the world who are affiliated with certain teams, as Lorinda was just mentioning, and Clue is in the name. But this is a player, I would say, with a bit more of a long-term pedigree in the China scene than Spring, who is being described as a rising star, and has a significantly more aggressive lineup than the opponent as well. I believe this is also the debut of Aggro Druid in the tournament, if you want to talk about deck debuts. Unfortunately, the perfect synergy did not happen this time, and Aggro Druid did not just appear on the screen as soon as I was about to talk about it. So we'll get into that a little bit later, as he's going to lead out with the Miracle Rogue, the Draka Rogue as it's being called here. Incredibly explosive deck. Feast or Famine in some regards in terms of how your cards line up, but the very best players of the deck do just seem to find ways of turning hands that are a massive collection of nothing into something impactful by dragging out those turns, by just playing for a little bit of tempo here and there. And I do think that's the trickiest part of the deck, right? As hard mechanically as some of the Miracle turns are, I think the hard part to learn with the deck is that you actually do have to spend your mana on the other turns. You can't just play nothing, play nothing, play nothing, play everything, because 4 turns of playing nothing is going to get you killed in this metagame. So you do have to find some way of getting some tempo out on the board before you actually set up those huge Miracle turns. But those can be intense with Wild Paw Knolls, with stenographers, with shadow steps, preparations, everything that goes along. You can have enormous minions coming from the location, and of course, ridiculous weapons coming from Draka.
And I'm going to say something here that's going to... Oh, you're used to it. You cast with Raven anyway. This is kind of the version of the deck I did not expect to see, because this is the version that everyone's played for a long time. But now there's mailbox versions which seem a little bit more quick if you want to do this, and if you want to do other things, there are other decks. So I'm actually quite surprised. I don't think this goes at the tempo of a deck that you'd expect for Rogue, that you would want to bring to a tournament. I think if you want to bring this exact deck, throwing in those mailbox dances actually makes this deck better. And if you want to bring this exact version, I think you can just bring better decks than this, personally.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, obviously we are casting an all-China matchup here, and it's one of those things where they do have minor disagreements sometimes about decks in the metagame. It used to be a lot more split. If you rewind 2014, 2015, 2016, China players used to show up to global events with like entirely different archetypes that just aren't played in the Western scene in general. Now it's more so like different versions of deck. Like, is it pure Imp Warlock or Curse Imp Warlock? Do you play this version of Rogue or that version of Rogue? Both around sort of the Draka location package. But there do still seem to be differences in consensus between those two regions, because they are, to an extent, still separated. I think this year has been awesome because the China players have got to come over and show how good they are against the rest of the world and do that consistently, and it's a lot more integrated. But those separate China-only events do happen, and they do tend to build up a little bit of their own competitive metagame.
Interesting you say that as well. The first time I became aware of Spring was this year, because he's played 6 Masters Tour, and they were all this year.
Yep.
But after his first good result, I bumped into him on ladder and added him and said, hey, are you the Spring from China? Big fan, blah, blah, blah. And he instantly signed up basically to get onto Europe ladder as soon as he had a good result, to sort of, not just to scout, but to play against different players. And that just wasn't a thing in the era you were talking about.
Yep. I remember when, you know, for example, like Zhao Ti came over to Twitter and started tweeting in English a little bit. Like, that was a big deal. You just didn't really get to see that kind of input from some of the Chinese players quite often. But here we are. We have skipped several turns of this already. Not a great deal has happened. The Rogue has come out of the stealthy disguise. Interesting turn from Spring on the previous, as we were just wrapping things up. Had the option of coin Banana Man into Banana Man, turned it down, chose to go a little bit more slowly. Of course, that coin can be ludicrously valuable in this deck when you can guarantee you are starting to draw 10 drops and 8 drops very early on, depending on how your curve can go. But actually instead was clearly had eyes for the coin on this turn for Blade Master Okani, which is not a curve I was particularly expecting.
Yeah, really irritating though for XMG. Definitely not expecting that myself either, obviously. But yeah, just making this turn awkward. As it happens, no more than a speed bump really this time around. He had the perfect sort of answer to it, but could have been messy.
And lining up pretty nicely here for XMG as well. A Shadow Step or a Prep away from a real good time here, having hit the really juicy Shrouds. Both Knolls now available, one on the board, one in hand. And that Stenographer is going to plummet down in cost very, very quickly with this hand, creating a very powerful weapon from the Draka pretty quickly.
It's going to need that weapon, right? Because the Paladin has the equality. It'll find ways to remove things with the equality shortly as well. So, you can Edwin your way around, and you can play as many 0 mana 5/5s and 4/4s and 3/3s as you want. It doesn't matter if they all get blown up. So you're really going to have to do a lot of work with that weapon before Carriel comes down as well.
So immediate instinct, you can just location, combo the Gone Fishing, round things out with the Maestra if needs be. Bone Spike, obviously a premium card for your Miracle turn when it happens. The problem with that, of course, is you are then rolling into your opponent's Theatar turn. It's a little bit scary because you're keeping all of these key pieces in your hand at that point.
I mean, can you play around everything?
Oh, so there was a way to it, like if you want to give respect to Theatar there, you could have done a much smaller and less impressive pop-off turn turn, right? Which wasn't very good. I totally agree that it was not worth the risk. Paladin is also a deck that, sometimes you get very clear signs that certain cards are in hand because of the deck stacking mechanic that they do have. And XMG really doesn't have too much of that information right now.
Yeah, he just saw a coin into a 4, though, so expecting Theatar might be awkward. And here it comes. We haven't seen many Theatars in this tournament. I think this might be only the second one. So.
There's the reaction as well. You can see how much it means.
Oh, and he hits.
It's the premium as well. What is that? 3 out of 7 to hit the premium on the Draka, and absolutely nails it.
Yeah, so not only did he not want to see the Theatar, obviously, but he played sensibly, keeping a big hand so he wouldn't get hit, but obviously super difficult now. Not much else to say other than that. So my plan here would be make a huge board and hope they don't have the other good stuff in their deck and hope for the best here. If that's the right plan, but that's how I'd go about it from here.
Prep draw is huge. These are some very kind cards coming off the top from this Edwin. This is the kind of thing XMG was going to need to get back into this. Ooh, hello. Stenographer is now the Edwin card here on this occasion as well, so we can play Bone Spike, discount by 1, and then get the discount by 2 to be able to get the Stenographer to come out for 0. Sure, throw the other Bone Spike in while you're at it. No problem.
You can't always trust what you see.
Yeah. And Spring just needs a city tax off the top would make a huge difference. He hasn't got it at the moment.
And Shadow Step as well takes the Edwin back to board, 10-10 off board for that retained value on the following turn.
Right.
Knows that this board is going to be big and aggressive enough anyway because he still has second Stenographer, Knoll, and Location Click here to go. Paladin, if it's going to clear, is going to clear en masse with equality and an AoE. So I can't believe I'm saying this. I can count the amount of times I've seen Shadow Steps on Edwins that are bigger than 8/8 that I've liked on one hand. I do like that one.
Heard it here first. Sottle likes this one. And I think you're right. Why would you want two 13-13s on the board apart from the obvious? Well,
I mean, if you want to give the counter argument, which I think is valid and we can sit and talk about it, is because it sets up lethal if they don't have it, very, very cleanly.
It only gives them one extra turn. This is lethal in 2 turns. It's bam, bam if they haven't got it. And if they have got it, you lose the game on the spot. You can set up another lethal. You can just set up the exact same board next turn anyway. So, yeah, it's fine.
Yes, but 2 turns is twice as long as 1 turn. I don't know if you were aware of that, but it is quite much, quite a few turns longer, really, in reality. It's twice as many.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't argue with that.
Just playing devil's advocate now for the fun of it.
Well, I mean, that's what me and TJ do with each other the whole time. So one of us says something, the other one says they disagree, and then the other one will say they disagree with themselves just to make it interesting, and then it's confusing.
I think if you wanted to make a better argument in favour of the player, I think this was the one. It's that with the additional Door of Shadows in hand, with the Tooth of Nefarian in hand...
It's lethal anyway.
Exactly. XMG had multiple outs to be able to find the lethal off that point, had already played other Door of Shadows, drawn other spells out of the deck. Lots of other outs had gone, so he had lethal outs from hand while playing around the bigger quality blowout from the opponent, so I'm okay with it.
And that was a massive win, because the reductive way to sum up this match at the start was Spring's Druid needs to win a game and the other two decks will get a win. That's the very reductive way to do it, which I love to do because it makes things nice and simple and helps me and other people understand what's going on. But now, if that exact same formula applies, he's only got to get a win with 2 of his decks, not 3 of them against the Druid. And of course, can still beat the other decks as well. So, an absolutely monstrous first game there for XMG.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of your reductive opinions, you're kind of lucky there's no Relic Demon Hunter in this series, I think, because I've been gritting my teeth through your, well, you just win the game if you draw location and you lose if you don't all day. Come on. Honestly, I play that deck, right? I'm quite fond of it. It's my go-to deck for just having fun on ladder if I want to. You know me, I'm the unluckiest Hearthstone player in the world, and I've proven this on stream on multiple occasions. I never draw Relic on curve. It never happens. I have 68% win rate with the deck. So, checkmate, atheists.
Yep, okay, sure. Yep, proved.
All right.
I believe everything you just said.
Okay, good.
But you're... Sure, let's go with yes. I like being reductive. It makes things nice and easy. Your 68% win rate deck has not won a game of Hearthstone in about however long we've been casting now.
Yeah. It's because too many of them are drawing location early. That's the thing. You should not.
You've got to not draw it.
Yeah.
I just got the wrong side of the 50-50. I was just baiting TJ into saying it the other way around. That's what it was. Wig Priest.
Okay. Indeed.
Great.
Wig Priest coming out from XMG, moving forward with this one. As I said, this is generally a very tempo-heavy, play stuff, play lots of it kind of deck, right? It's the theme throughout his lineup is dumping cards, having big power spike turns, right? Druid dropping a bunch of minions, buffing them up with Pride's Fury. The style of play you just saw from Rogue, same thing with the Priest, save up a little bit. But again, the same dilemma I was talking about with Rogue, right? The difference between a good Wig Priest player, a competent Wig Priest player, and a great Wig Priest player is the ability to find out which cards you're allowed to use turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, because you do have to play something. You can't just sit there and do nothing or you'll get overwhelmed, but there are certain key pieces that you can't give away. Radiant Elementals, if you're dropping those on curve early for no usage against decks that have a good chance of clearing it, you might be in trouble. But here for XMG, this is a very good-looking mulligan for exactly that purpose. Murkwater Scribe and the Location are 2 of the absolute premium cards that you do want to be playing on curve. Functionally, that Location just serving as free card draw throughout the game to get you closer to those key cards, like Wig, like Thrive, like the Pelagos, like Boon of the Ascended, like the Radiant Elemental specifically. So I do favor his opening there, I would say, but obviously Paladin is a deck that does have the ability to fight back against large boards no matter the size.
Absolutely, and always has been, and that's why Paladin's always been around, irritating people. I've been very vocal about thinking that Warlock is the meta warping deck for this particular tournament. Is that harsh on this Priest deck, just because not that many people have actually brought it? Well, about half maybe, but is this the deck that people actually started with and then sort of ironed out one way or the other before they even look at the Warlocks?
Yeah, it's a good question. So as you know, I sort of pretend I'm playing in tournaments when I'm casting them and then theory craft and try and come up with a lineup, which I mostly do on my own just to not be influenced by, like, you know, group thinking practice groups and stuff. But my thinking coming into this was the Priest and Warlock were both very good. But I actually ended up in a similar place to where Pocket Train got to, if I'm honest, which I thought there would be more control decks trying to stop these aggro decks from winning. More decks that were able to deal with the first 2 or 3 boards, and then the game kind of ends because they can't refill from that point, and that didn't happen. So I think I agree with your assessment in that my starting point in thinking was Priest Warlock, right? And then where do we go from there? How deep down the counter rabbit hole do we end up going before we get to the decks that people actually end up playing? And it turns out, not very far at all. People are just playing Priest Warlock. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, I think that when you do that, and again, this is where we ended up anyway, so it's easy for me because I'm talking about in hindsight.
Yeah.
When you do that, you start with Priest and Warlock. What happens is the Warlock just doesn't go away. Like, you look at these 2 decks, they're the 2 better decks in the format, most likely on a pure level. But in some situations, the Priest doesn't exist. But in nearly every situation, you just go, and Warlock, because why not? It just sort of is so reasonably good against everything, you end up playing it in nearly every lineup.
Hand starting to get a little bit awkward here for XMG. While we've been discussing the tournament metagame as a whole, that super clutch carrier has come down for Spring. I was going to make the point, I was talking earlier, certain matchups, you're not playing Radiant Elemental early because it's too scary. It's too easy to remove by the opponent. Paladin really struggles to stop minions between turns 1 to 4, let's say. But 4 is the point where a couple of outs do appear, such as that carry or roam coming out. So quite often, if you have Radiant Elemental opening hand, there are situations where you can just jam it against Paladin because they're not going to be able to answer it. And you can just straight up snowball off that 1 minion in the coming turns. That would have been a pretty similar situation to what we would have seen here. Not as impactful because it wasn't specifically a Radiant Elemental, but it was early minion, buff that early minion, have persistent buffs to keep making it bigger over time. And it was that carry or roam, which has now picked up 2 massive trades that has really stopped Spring from falling too far behind in this matchup.
Yeah, and this just wall of nonsense that's going to be in the way for the next 2 or 3 turns now as well is going to make it very hard for XMG to actually too much threatening whilst Spring gets set up. He did find a really good way last game, of course, of making sure the rogue got through, but look at all this taunty silliness.
The free Lightforge carrier being hidden from view, actually not allowed to see it. It's so filthy. Whenever you generate an extra copy of Lightforge carrier, we actually don't show it properly on the screen. That's the rules. It's just for you at home, so you don't get too disgusted. I do kind of like this pick though, because the order in the court is always going to be available, and that will draw you carrier within the first couple of cards regardless, depending on what comes out from here. So I like this ability to keep playing for tempo. Speaking of playing for tempo, freaking 7/7 Handmaiden on the board that was just drawn that turn and just played to be a minion that XMG could play and start putting stats on at the start of the turn. And then Judgment of Justice absolutely shutting that down. You can see the power of the pick there immediately. And Spring being this far ahead, this early in the game, hard to see a way back. But if you look extra hard, it's probably that Blade Master Samuro sat near the far right of XMG's hand.
Yeah, and he made sure that that didn't get turned into a 1-1 at least, because that's kind of his only chance right now from what we can see. How long would he be holding on to this, though? Is he going to look to boon it, or is he just going to look to clear this before it gets too much on the other side? Because this is starting to add up for Spring. It's not just a wall of defense anymore. It's actually starting to do some damage, like you said right in the intro.
Yeah, and if you want, a Cliff Notes version, a general rule of like when you have to stop and actually clear against your opponent with this deck, it's fairly straightforward. If you get to the point where your opponent can just kill a minion you make with their existing board and it's no challenge for them to do so, then there's no point in you just playing minions and buffing them anymore, right? You're just on a hiding to nothing at that point. So we're kind of already there because of the 4/4 school teacher. It needs absolutely nothing from Spring to be able to deal with any board that XMG tries to make here. So yeah, just going to use the buff, take care of this.
Yeah, the upside is he hasn't had to use anything other than the buff to take care of it because things didn't get too out of hand. He kept the Divine Shields in check and everything, so just going to play his freebies on there now pretty much.
Yeah, can drop the Serpent Wig because it's already refreshed at this point, so no big deal to drop that on there to get the full clear. Take control back of the board, but he knows he needs to get a move on here because Order in the Court was played by Spring on the previous turn. So that means that the heavy hitters are going to be coming, and XMG will basically start to know exactly what the sequence of events are.
Here's the boy.
Oh boy.
His other option that he's thinking about is do I lose if I play Theater? I guess is quite a sensible thing to think about.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the biggest impacts of the nerf to Theatar specifically. I think I said this to someone, I think it was Daruk, when we first heard about this and we were debating like whether this is good enough, you know, whether you actually had to Warsong Theatar or whether you could actually do mana stat adjustments in making it flexible in the meta. And I do think this is the big deal because already at 4, there were situations where you couldn't afford to play a 4-mana 3/3 because you just died, right? Because the meta game is so pressure focused in a lot of positions.
Yes.
Rising it up to 5 obviously increases that enormously. But I think in this spot, when you have 40 health, when you have the promise of healing coming in the future, when you have the promise of Carriel off the top as well, I think Spring is perfectly secure.
Yep. He just paid some attention to it, decided the same thing, and looking at this hand now, it's a really good hand for XMG, but Spring is still safe, so he definitely assessed it correctly. It is a good hand, though. If he could just get it going. If it wasn't against Paladin right now, this would be easy.
Yep, for sure.
Unfortunately, that's not how lineups work, and he is against Paladin right now, and it's not easy. And the trouble is, like we talked with the Rogue deck about not going all in, trying to set up 2 or 3 different ways to win. Yes, you can do that with the Priest, but the Paladin does just win pretty soon here, so you can't do it many times.
Yeah, and that's why I respect this explosion of action here from XMG. I think this is absolutely the right way to go about it. Just go as all in as possible on this one minion, get the damage through, 26 to face, and just hope that this ends up being good enough. Spoilers.
Yeah.
Doesn't.
Narrator. And quality, no real surprise. XMG's not going to be shocked by that one, particularly, but with Carriel in hand and then the other stuff coming straight afterwards.
But I think this is a really interesting case study in high-level Hearthstone, right? XMG has played 2 games. He's known equality exists in both of them. He knows that you're supposed to play around equality in both of them. And in one, he chose to, and one, he chose not to. And I think the difference is that in the first one, he was in a position where he could play around equality and still win, right? Like, he was fine saying, I can slow this down. I still have lethal outs. I'm happy for the game to go 1, 2, 3 more turns from this position if it has to. Still feel fine. I think in this one, he feels that pressure, that ticking clock that the opponent's putting on him and saying, well, if that equality clear is there, I can't get it out of their hand until I do the massive thing that tries to win the game. So I have no real reason to play around it in this spot. So I think XMG has got it right twice, got rewarded for it once, which, sounds about right.
If you'd offered him 50% out of these 2 games at the start of the match, he'd have absolutely snapped your hand off, given that he's got the Druid versus his aggro lineup still to come. So, job done, and I think that is being rewarded, even though it sounds like he's only been rewarded once out of 2 for his good plays. That's where these players get their 50% instead of my 23% or whatever it is. I'm not going to check, like in these sort of matchups. So,
wait, 23% on?
No, I don't know. I just actually made that up. The Boar Priest thing.
I was going to say that's your Boar Priest number, sure.
Yeah. Oh no, that's not my Boar Priest number. I wish it was my Boar Priest number.
Oh, sorry, 2.8%. I had to squint. I couldn't see the decimal.
Yeah. Thank you.
May the light grant you peace.
God, just keep on coming. He's like, XMG starts looking down as if he's going to play his turn, then looks back up and there's another thing on the board on the other side.
Yeah, Spring plays that turn lightning fast as well, just drops the minions into play, bumps every point of damage he can into the existing minion on board. But it might still end up just being a problem here. There is a Shadow Word Devour to get through that taunt.
Okay.
Must admit, I can't quite recall what is in the Nargling and whether that is going to end up helping.
Yeah. I nearly saw it then, and then I didn't see it.
It's Shard? Okay.
Fabrics fit for her majesty.
Handmaiden here for the out. Needs a bless. Doesn't find it. Thrive too expensive to go fishing for it as well. But it was there. The lethal out was there. We'd borderline given up on this game, Lorinda.
Yeah, there's only 6 cards left in deck, so that was a 1 in 3 if there's only 1 left. I don't know if there's 1 or 2. I've lost track myself now.
One was used. Yeah, one was used.
So, absolutely got it down to nearly taking 2 out of 2. XMG having a great day so far, even though it's only 1 all.
There you see it. 1 of copy. Sat hanging around in the deck.
Wow. Is it actually over now? I'm just making sure I haven't missed something else. There's an equality, there's a carry-all. That sounds good.
Both of those things do sound promising, yes.
And he has 10 mana, just to be clear. Just in case you can't see the top of your screen for some reason.
See, this is why I like you, Lorinda. You cover all the bases.
If only I did that when I was playing Hearthstone. Well, yeah, I've got a carry-all and a quality, player quality. Oh, no! Well, you chose to draw the card, XMG. You chose to play on. I don't blame him for that, but, you know, bless is going to happen to you. Can he generate anything marginally big with the boon and protect the thing behind it for his 1 in a million world?
Yeah, that's the thought, right? Problem is, with both Shadower Devours used, there's not going to be a way to clear up these 1 health minions on the other side, so you just have to desperately try and make something stick here.
Yeah, this is what he's going with. And then it's lethal if one of them somehow sticks.
How big is Danny?
I feel like Spring hasn't... I mean, he's decent big, but I feel like Spring hasn't played that many minions. He's been sort of controlling the game with spells, right, for the most part. I mean, not big. It's still probably 12 or 13, which would be plenty. He had 5 minions early on.
A toast.
Yeah, I think 12 or 13 is probably right, yeah. Good enough. Takes you all the way back up to 20, which means, of course, your opponent needs to attack for 40 to be able to end the game at this point.
Oh, it's so silly.
Good luck with that. Even though you don't clear here, just, you know, scything 2 of the minions off and cutting into the existing health pool of that 1 minion that you do have.
But then this thing heals himself for 20 more.
You have the shard, though, remember, in the in the Nargling.
Sure, okay.
As long as I read that tiny text correctly as it popped up on the screen briefly.
Pick me! Pick me!
Yeah.
Yeah, good reading. Okay.
And hopefully use that to refresh the Serpent Wigs as well.
Okay.
Nothing
useful. Do that again.
In the remainder of the deck, I don't think. Thriving Shadows can't really go fishing for anything. Only spell remaining is ironically, a Shard of the Naru, which he could have used instead if he wanted to cast Thrive, but significantly cheaper to end up doing it this way.
This is okay, right?
Yep, he's still in it.
How is he still in it again? We've written him off 3 times. Stop playing good Hearthstone. Actually, don't. I could do with some good Hearthstone in my life. He's feeling it as well.
Like the stress and anxiety you can see in that bottom camera, just rocking back and forth, doesn't know what to do with his hands.
It's like, come on, I've played so well these 2 games, I deserve to be 2-0 up.
You know, drop the city tax, which, you know, functionally heals for 6, as well as killing the 1/1 on the board.
That's the news for XMG, that there's no equality in hand. No second equality.
Went for the buff on the Righteous Protector there as well, I think, specifically, instead of playing the Blade Master Okani, which is a difficult decision, I think, overall. Okay, does hit the taunt in the end, but there is still a shard left remaining in the deck. That's not the draw. But unless our deck tracker is messed up, it is still in there. Yeah, it's showing 4 cards, but the card I believe it's showing is that is not in there is Priestess Valish, because that is in Spring's hand from the theater.
That would make a lot of sense.
I wonder.
Now it's how do you protect both of these, I think, is the idea, right? Got to protect this 15-6 to some extent. Or just draw your shard.
Yeah, exactly. You have Thrive for the shard, which is guaranteed. Then you're able to push 16 face, because both of these minions will attack for 8, halved rounded up. You have the Serpent Wigs to go through as well, with Amalgam to try and find some additional outs.
But he does still need to protect the smaller one, right? The 16-8.
Not necessarily.
Dying.
Not too quickly.
If you get close, like if you manage to push 20-ish this turn,
right.
Even if it doesn't end up being lethal, you don't need both minions again then.
He's with you.
Turn, right?
He's with you, yeah. He's just saying 16-8 could die. I was worrying about how to spend 2 mana healing it and putting wigs on it to stop it from dying, and he's just saying let it die.
Yep, agreed. You just need 1 minion for the following turn. Reno not active for Spring. XMG resumes the stress position.
Yeah, play my turn now, get stressed again, great.
Pretty soon, assuming the same stance as that piece of art he's got in the background. Just praying that he's going to get there.
Spring can't do all the different things he needs to do. He needs to play the taunt, he needs to... Give up, XMG got there!
Oh, what a game. What a game. Love a bit of Wig Priest, me. And yeah, it looked like after that initial push that XMG was going to find himself down and out. But the answers weren't there. I was going to try and find a point to fit this in, and it all sort of started to pass by too fast. Excuse me, itchy nose. But one of the things that you do have to worry about with Paladin is that when you do have that stacking your deck effect with the Order in the Court, you have to be really confident that you no longer need to draw your Equality, your City Tax, your Blade Master Samuro, your Righteous Protectors, all of these defensive cards that can stop you from dying for long enough. And I think, you know, obviously I was absolutely there with Spring, because we were talking at that point as if the game was over after that Equality clear came down. But I think it turned out that, you know, against the quality of the distribution and the rationing that XMG was able to put together, he actually needed a few more defensive cards before he was able to go on the outright offense there.
Yeah, that Denathrius did turn out to be reasonably small as well. I doubted myself briefly there until I actually saw it. It's like, perhaps he did play all these things early, but if he'd carried on from another 2 or 3 turns just chucking things under it, it would have been a lot bigger. And now XMG finds himself in this spot where I talked about the Druid on the other side. He might not even have to play against it. He's 2-0 up without having to play against the Druid, which is his good matchup in this series. He's in a great spot, and he deserves to be. He's played so well so far.
And honestly, this deck list is just one of my go-to pleasing, soothing, anxiety-relieving, visual ASMR go-to. You know, for some people it's like, you know, books sliding perfectly into a bookshelf, into a space that just so perfectly fits the book. The other one for me, the sock collection at Uniqlo. Go check it out if you've never seen it. It's wonderful. But this perfect 30 cards, 15 2-ofs, all slotting beautifully into one side of the deck. This is how Hearthstone is supposed to be played, Lorinda.
I knew you'd like this. You can see it's all just nice and neat on the left-hand side. I wish I had something that soothed me and calmed me down. I'm this messy, gibbering wreck like I am because I don't have a calming thing. What's the sock collection? Maybe I'll try that.
The sock, so it's if you imagine like a giant book, again, kind of a bookcase thing on the wall, but they have this sock range where they have like 30, 40 different colors of sock, and then they arrange them in the store so perfectly. So there's these little vertical cubby holes in the bookshelf thing, and each one is just stacked with socks and then going on a perfect color gradient across from left to right. And you can tell anytime someone like picks up a pair of socks and looks at it and puts them back, immediately a member of staff goes back, folds it perfectly, arranges it straight, because it's always perfect every single time that you look at it. It's gorgeous. One of the best things to look at in the entire world.
That does sound actually amazing. I guess the only thing I even came close to that, it's nothing like that, was the Hall of Fame in Atlanta with all the American football helmets, the college helmets, all absolutely arranged on the wall not in beautiful colour graded order though, just in a fairly nice, pleasing display order.
Yeah, see, Raven's backing me up. I've dragged Raven to Uniqlo before. He's seen the marvel of the sock collection.
Okay, sounds like I need to see it.
All right, get the peasant down, protect that peasant. Make sure that you are drawing all the resources you are going to need. And this is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about in the previous game, right? In that instance with Radiant Elemental, in this instance with Peasant. Basically uninteractable for Paladin, and this has been the case since basically the launch of the game, where you could just play things, right? Like, back in 2014, it was Knife Juggler, right? You just slammed Knife Juggler on 2 against Paladin, because if they didn't have a Zombie Chow or whatever on board on turn 1 to be able to contest it, they had no ability to compete from hand. It's just been one of Paladin's greatest weaknesses for quite some time. There was a period of time where they flirted with, like, was it Righteous Blade? 3-2 weapon thing, I believe, that buffed a Divine Shield minion or something, that kind of changed things for a while, but this is just it. And you can see him reaping the benefits.
Yeah, and his style of nervousness has changed from, oh, please let me win this, to, I think I'm going to win this. There's a different sort of expression on his face when he's nervous now. And yeah, he's going to do so much damage here. I realise that Paladin can stabilise so easily if it does stabilise, but... Or sorry, it can stabilise so solidly if it does stabilise. But this might just get there.
It very well might. And I think point being, because Peasant is drawing and because Crooked Cook is about to come down, we're in a situation where...
Is he going to dump 3 cards and prize Fury them? I think that's what he's thinking about, though. He went for the Crooked Cook and changed his mind.
I mean, I do like this, and I think the trade happens as well. Yes, exactly. The reason I like this is the exact card that almost put him to bed last game, and that's Carry or Roam, right? Whereas if he does any other play and leaves the 2-1 on board, and there was no other play that really fit the idea of buffing the minion's attack, then suddenly the 2-attack minion on the other side and Carry can take care of the Peasant. And that's not only the biggest minion biting the dust, it's also the primary source of card draw biting the dust. He'd then be in a position where his Crooked Cook might not be drawing anymore, his Peasant wouldn't be drawing anymore. So I do really like this play for that reason.
Yeah, it was the play that instantly jumped even to my eyes, to be honest. Not for all those reasons, but just because it's a fairly straightforward, nice-looking play. But I saw him take it back and have a look, and the other play is really appealing as well. Just load up the board with stuff. Yeah, it was like haven't got Carry, I just hit you with it.
Trog, Slither Spear, and then Pride's Fury the next turn, right? And
yeah, and it's like...
your eyes and pray, yeah.
Good luck Samuroing that lot if you get this far. Like, yeah. But he did go for the sensible way forward, and that would be because he'd have looked at it and gone, okay, in the world where there's a Carry, do I still do okay the other way? And the answer's no. And this way, if he hasn't got the Carry, do I do okay? The answer's probably yes. That was some sharp intakes of breath. What's caught the exact attention? Just the damage or something else?
I'm just trying to break down the amount of turns that XMG needs of having minions attacking, because he doesn't have many at this point, right? The Equality Samuro is in his future. Equality even coming out now with the Servant on the other side, coming out and clearing up everything but the Trog. XMG was not pleased to see that. But yes, with this initial play coming down, this is kind of what I was looking at, as he has the hand to be able to rebuild this. But then if there's another answer for this coming on the following turn, does he have the hand to rebuild again? And I think that's where it becomes a slightly bigger problem overall.
I feel like we could just copy-paste that commentary into all 3 of these games, even though we've said it in different ways.
True.
Lots of nuance for the different styles of each game. We are once again in how many reloads do I have and how quickly do I have to get through them. And this time, there was a gradient last time from I can afford to take my time to I better panic. This one's even more all-in than the other 2. Smack
With
you and
every
hope.
step, the light guides you.
I mean, nothing really. Righteous Defense and Blessing of Kings do both offer options this turn. It's a big deal, especially if you can get stats on the Nargling and then immediately commit it this turn. That would work out fairly well. But I would imagine Spring was in the business of something that would help him fully AoE with the Blade Master Samurai, perhaps next turn, for example, to be able to clear this up again. Because then he could probably do, you know, Samurai plus whatever to clear on 6, Leviathan to kill the reload on 7, and then you're into Cariel on 8. And that probably would have been pretty secure from that point. Now, as it stands, he still has one turn in there that's a big question mark, right? No real way to guarantee that that is coming out.
Casting a city tax just to gain some health and just to do some damage to these because he knows that Prize Furies are in his future. Or are they?
Certainly are, I think. Scene 1 equality, I think it is time to really start stacking the health on those minions.
The problem is the board that he's being shown is kind of large enough to be irritating.
Yeah, I'm almost in, you know, face hunter board shield mode, right? Where you just put the blinkers over the board and just leave the hole for the face.
Yep. Those are the days. A thing that somebody actually did. Amazing.
You're dumping so much health onto your minions here, right? Like, the most easily killable minion is going to have 4 attack here anyway, so it's not like even the Renathal can value trade into it. So I think this is a opponent makes the trades for you kind of situation. A little confused as to why Pride's Fury was being the first card played in the turn for a second.
Yeah, for a second I think maybe, just maybe, he was thinking of hero powering down the 1/1 just to remove it. That's all I had.
Okay.
Because that would be more relevant on current board state than buffing your 3/4 that might never actually enter play.
All right, so that trade I was talking about, you know, the Renathal being the one thing that can value trade, that was enough to, I will say, bait XMG into making that attack. But I think personally I would have just ripped it all face and let them figure it out.
Yeah, just, okay. 1 minute, 15 seconds, go! I don't care. It's just some numbers to me. You do it. Ah, Spring played this and now is trying to work out what to do. That seems like bad ordering.
Yeah, the alternative was like a Righteous Defense Samurai play, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a reasonable alternative, especially if the Righteous Defense did actually land on the Samurai. But I think this is enough to be getting on with from here. Not going to be a full clear, but enough to take care of business. Just leaving a solitary 5/7 on the board, rolling into the Cariel on the following turn. You can pretty much guarantee outside of Living Roots that you get to keep one of these minions for the following turn. Or discovering random spells, such as Scale of Onyxia.
It's only just occurred to me that composting is not even in this deck. Just because it doesn't need it with the Crooked Cooks now, right? So just don't draw cards the old-fashioned way. You just play your stuff.
Yep.
Right.
Between Peasant and Crooked Cook, you tend to have enough card draw, and also with the introduction of the card generation, right, that you're looking at right now, is just you can usually pick up some card draw from this if you're really desperate for it, or sometimes, I should say, usually is not an accurate description.
But yeah, the option is available. That's fair.
Yep. The difficulty here is the Cariel turn that you're worried you're running into, right? Because on the surface, Scale of Onyxia just looks so freaking juicy. But it can just get blown up by Cariel. But I do think this is the best way to go about it. Now, if the Cariel comes down, yes, you lose your whelps. You maintain a very large Slither Spear on the other side. And it is Righteous Defense time. That's being traded, I can promise you that.
Yes, hopefully. Don't misclick and just put it on the board.
Righteous Defense, where does it land? It lands on the Samurai as well. And that is the full board swing. Spring, I think, even with a little gesture, a little whoppa, swiping the board with the Blade Master Samurai, or perhaps a get out of my game. Either way, I think he's very accurate in his assessment.
I think he wants the Paladin to get out of his lineup the way it's been. It's like game at number 3, like you're bringing Paladin. This is the lineup you want to see. This is kind of the only lineup you want to see. You've correctly predicted your opponent if you're bringing Paladin, I feel here. And you're 2-0 down. You must feel absolutely terrible.
I'm not sure that's necessarily the case. I mean, this might just be more of an indictment of my opinion of Paladin in general. Obviously, it is a control deck, and like classically, you would think, yeah, you know, boards that swarm onto the board early are super all in, and then if you can clear their stuff, they lose, right? Like that's the kind of deck that Paladin should beat. But it's such a linear deck in general that I think smart players with aggro decks can still find ways around it in general. But you are probably right in the assessment that if a player is bringing Paladin,
that's what I'm going with. Yeah,
Lord
Paladin,
right? Then they're probably hoping to do a little better against these kind of matchups than they currently are.
Yeah. Your assessment that Paladin seems a bit bad. I think we've just seen that that's probably true against good players. We've just seen a good player take apart, especially in game 1, an absolutely fine Paladin draw. Game 2, a little bit shakier draw, but still took it apart. And game 3 nearly got it done as well. So Spring does get the Paladin out of there. He's got a day of playing this deck now. So be interesting to see if that's just a sample size of 3 thing or if it carries on like that. Now he moves presumably onto the Rogue before taking the Druid down, given that he didn't queue the Druid early.
Yeah, and Rogue, it shall be. This is going to be the Jackpot / Thief Rogue, coming out much, much slower, much more feast or famine, I would say, when it comes against these aggro decks as well. I do think in slower matchups, in matchups that are going to go turn 10 and beyond, the Rogue can normally piece something together, no matter what the outcomes are from the random generated cards, whether they are, AoE or removal or value or tempo or whatever they are, you can find a plan that works. But I do feel a lot of the time going up against aggro specifically, you do need them to be a little bit kind to you if those are to be the cards that are drawn. The other way that you can win these matchups against aggro is that the whole Jackpot package doesn't really come into play, and instead you just draw a very good tempo curve, right? You find like a decent prep play, maybe even use Blackwater Cutlass early to take down some trogs, and you just sort of curve out with efficient removal into center square on the caster bingo card. Sottle says Krakatoa on curve, and then you just slam that down and win the game on raw tempo, right? That can absolutely happen as well. But if you're going to get dealt Jackpot Trickster style stuff, I think in this kind of matchup you do very often need it to be a little bit kind to you to find your way out.
I don't know why Rogue gets a free pass so often. So the Warlock deck, we talk about, how it's a naughty deck. It's got 2 decks crammed into one. It happens to work, blah, blah, blah. Bad Warlock, bad, shouldn't be doing this. Rogue, this is just 2 decks crammed into one as well, and nobody ever talks about it. It's the same thing. It's a normal tempo Rogue deck and some stuff you throw in there for your Jackpot silly deck. Squash them together, and because Rogue players are what they are, nobody cares. They just get on with it.
Oh, what are Rogue players, Lorinda? Why don't you illuminate that for us?
I don't know, but I'm not one. Looking at my all-time stats.
Okay, fair enough. Better or worse than Boar Priest? Higher or lower?
I mean, all-time, my priest stats are fine because I played Rizakas really well for the longest time.
Okay.
But, all-time, Rogue is my only losing class in Hearthstone.
Wow.
It's because I don't enjoy Rogue, so when I learn a new deck with Rogue, I lose 20 games, win 7 or 8, think, okay, now I understand it well enough to talk about it, I'm not going to play it anymore. Repeat, repeat, repeat.
And right now, I think Spring might be on Lorinda's side because that is Trog into buff on turn 1. I believe Spring kept the SI7 Extortion, which is the exact kind of thing I was talking about, right? I believe then mulliganed into Jackpot Contraband Stash and has now drawn Denathrius, which is the exact thing I was saying you really don't want to happen. But he did keep Extortion and was looking to just, remove a minion on 1, maybe remove a minion on 2 with the Wicked Stab, and then just find a way to get some tempo here and there. But as it stands currently, this is looking a little bit too savage because Fertilizer can come down here for +1 attack. That's the Nature spell then being played, which means Herald of Nature. Good old Harold can come down next turn and potentially just make the board state too oppressive to be dealt with on the other side.
Yeah, it's just silly. You heard me sort of sucking in air there as the herald came off the top because everything is now just nutty. And I'm not sure what craziness can get rid of all this. I mean, you can trade into 1 minion. Obviously, you can remove 2 with your hand.
Okay. Accusation on the Trog. They did it, Your Honor. Okay, noted. But now what? There's still a Trog. And you wicked stab the remaining Trog? Okay, I mean, it's progress. I'm sort of turning my nose up at it because it still achieves so little. But to be fair, it kind of did achieve more than anything else he was able to do.
Right.
So, fair enough.
Yeah, he had the choice, achieve nothing or achieve a little bit. So that was where he was at.
XMG, this trade is happening for you. I promise. We went through this last game. Oh, come on.
Wow. This time, I would have ignored it. Last time, I think I might have been suckered into trading, but this time, like how on earth is that not just...
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like, Wicked Stab #2 hits your taunt, the minion then trades your peasant, I guess, but I don't know, give me 3 extra damage with this hand and that happens. I think I'm kind of fine with it.
Okay, let's go the other way with that discussion, just for the sake of discussion, really.
Yeah.
XMG was never winning this turn with the trade or without the trade. He was never getting enough damage to win this turn, and he's always winning in 2 more turns. You can take the value while it's there.
He appears to be 2 off, Lorinda, so I'm not sure how much I agree with that.
Halfway through saying that, yeah.
You can't just say things. We've been through
I can. I do. Your job to put me right.
Okay.
But yeah, point being that it's very hard to win there next turn. If he does, he just gives it up.
Headset was off before the concede come down. Before concede come down. Why use many words when few words do trick? Yeah, it was a brutal series, more of a day 1 series than a day 2 series, right? And I think the common denominator when you look at that is the aggro lineup coming back into play, because we saw a lot more of that aggro lineup on day 1. Kind of these brutal decks, and even those did not go as far as aggro druid, which was the one deck that briefly stutter stepped for XMG in this series, but very, very quick series indeed. Like I feel like I'm not earning my money today. Like I rocked up, I cast 1 series, I then sat on the sidelines for the rest of the group, and then turned up and had like a 45-minute cast. What's going on?
I don't know, but I'm sure you'll earn them one day. You hang in there. You'll find a way.
At least I turned up for work. I mean,
yeah, turning up for work's a really good start, and letting people know you might be a little bit late. You know, second prize as well. But yep, Spring must be absolutely terrified now. He may have to play that again to survive later on in the day. Also, I mean, he didn't even play the Druid against this, which is the deck that we thought might be the sticking point. Like that was a mess for Spring. And watching myself, listening to you talking, it didn't feel like he did that much particularly wrong. It's just that the lineup wasn't operating as intended.
Yeah, I suspect the Paladin deck will probably be picked apart by someone who is an expert with that deck, if those people do exist. That person is not me. I could go back and maybe break it down and find the moment where something could have been different. The Paladin versus Priest specifically being the game that I'm talking about. But outside of that, I do think it was a very well-played series, reasonably so on both sides, and I think XMG is looking scary with that aggro lineup in general. Remains to be seen whether it can stand the test of time against some of the other lineups in the group, which our fellow casters will, I'm sure, elucidate you on as they come into play after a break very shortly. But I was very happy to see that series get the aggro decks back into play, get that variation running throughout the day. I think XMG well-deserved winner in the end.
Absolutely, and of course still has to win 1 more to get through to tomorrow's action, but looking good there. But then aggro decks, when they do go well, do look good. Coming up though, we're going to have the second match in the group, the second opening match, which is Gregorisil versus US Tyak MD, definitely an America's player.
And a doctor, apparently.
And a doctor, yeah, America's doctor, definitely on our team there. So we'll get that set up for you. We'll be back in 3 minutes with more action from Group D.
everybody, and welcome back to the Masters Tour Fall Championship. We're cruising along with our fourth and final group here. My name is CJ. I'm joined by Gia. Gia.
Hello.
You're sharing in my pain now of the Americas time zone, but for the Europe event, just straight overnight. How you feeling?
I'm feeling okay, actually. My special talent of being able to sleep in almost any location coming in very, very handy here. And I have an unexpected amount of energy to cast a Quest Priest series.
Unbelievable. First off, we'll see if we even get to that point, if Quest Priest is even played. I mean, if I'm Gregorius, I'm just queuing it up in game one, but whatever. Maybe just loses 3-0 on some other deck. But yes, there's a Quest Priest. There's also a Boar Priest, another one on the side of Ustiak MD. Ustiak MD, that's how Lorinda said it. The unpronounceable name. Or if you want to pronounce it all in as one... I
think I'm just gonna go with Ustia. I think that's probably an acceptable abbreviation.
I think it's Ustiakmd.
Ustiakmd?
Yeah.
Do you think the MD is like medical doctor? Dr. Ustiak?
Mm-hmm.
Because I know the ill in Gregorius is like, I think the country. So
Gregorius actually just became a doctor.
Oh, we got the MD mirror?
Yeah. I saw his tweet, and when was this? It was literally yesterday.
Oh, wow. That's huge.
For my house match, I've decided to become a doctor today. Got the degree.
Just in the middle of his prep.
With my girlfriend.
Yeah, that's amazing. Just found the time to get a whole new degree done while getting that prep in for the Fall Championship, potentially making it to Worlds. What a guy.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's a PhD in mathematics.
Oh.
So you don't even need to actually play Hearthstone. If you're a doctor in of mathematics, I think that's all the prep that you need.
Could be. I mean, if anything, that's got to be an even more appropriate degree than what Bunny Hopper has, right? And we all know that Bunny Hopper is very good at Hearthstone.
Yeah, and I think if you're a doctor in general, you're good at Hearthstone.
Yeah.
Because it usually means you're quite intelligent. And,
meaty. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're gonna get added. You're gonna get added. I said usually, so there's a catch-all there.
Fair enough.
Gregorius's lineup is sort of control heavy.
Yes.
The only deck that doesn't really fit that category, but kind of does anyway, is the Mage. Is playing the 30-card Ping Mage, which we've seen a ton. It does have the Shattering Blast tech thrown in there, which we also saw from Aojiru earlier in the day that did a lot of work, specifically against, what was it, Naga Priest, which was fantastic. So we'll see if that deck's going to come into play. But as far as the mid-range Shaman goes, pretty standard.
Yeah, that is right. Moving over to the side of Ustia, he's had 8 Masters Tour appearances, which is actually not as many as a lot of the other people in this tournament, just because we've had such a huge amount of them already. But he's had such a great record here, going over 60%, and that is why he is qualified through to here. And he says he is not afraid of Theatar, which explains the combo-heavy lineup that we have here. Not only is there a Boar Priest, there's a Charge Warrior, just a deck that I haven't seen in so long. Do you remember Galvangar, TJ?
Oh, yeah. Galvangar's been replaced by, what is it? It's not Olgra, is it? It might be Olgra. I always forget the name of it. Attacks every enemy and then gains damage for how many damage?
Yeah, Decimator Olgra.
Decimator Olgra. There you go. Was Olgra. That's the new Galvangar, but Lucius playing the old Galvangar. And yeah, Sottle posted the context. I saw this
It was yesterday. It felt like so long ago, but it all happened yesterday. I used to tweet it out. I'm not afraid before Theatar. I will show everyone that OTK decks are still pretty. And then Gregorius responded to his tweet and said, "Dude, what the f is this?" With the full expletive used. So
Okay.
pretty funny, especially since if you look at Gregorius's lineup, it's a lot of the sort of anti-combo stuff. There's Theatar in 3 out of the 4 decks that he's playing. So, I don't know.
I'm curious if he was throwing out the what the F because of the decks themselves or because of the use of the word pretty. Because OTK decks can be pretty, you know. Doesn't mean they're
pretty.
good, but this is definitely
exactly.
pretty.
Pretty but bad. If you have just a deck list that's just all 2-ofs that fit the same color scheme, right?
Ooh,
I'm thinking
pretty.
Mage where you just pick all the blue cards and put in all 2-ofs. When you look at the deck list, like on our graphic here that shows deck list, it would look pretty, but it would be bad.
I mean, I think this one is pretty too, even with the 2 columns here. We got that key cards featuring 3 different rarity gems, the rare to epic to legendary. I'm very appreciative of that aesthetic. Anyway, got the game. Shaman versus the Charge Warrior. Once again, TJ, you said there is a decent amount of disruption in Gregorius's control-leaning decks. Not only is there Theatar in this Shaman, there's of course Mutinous being the very big one that can chomp up either Galvangar or Faceless or Rukar. Sorry, not Rukar. Battlegrounds Battlemaster, and of those, only the Faceless is the redundancy, so the other one's a bit scary.
Yeah, Shaman's probably the deck right now in the metagame that has the most disruption, unless you're playing the full Shadow Thief Priest list with that legendary that I can't remember the name of because I've barely seen it, where every time you copy a card, you steal the original. That's the only deck that has more disruption than Shaman in the current metagame, because you can get, like you said, Mutinous, but you can get Mutinous out early. Then you can copy Mutinous' effect with Brilliant Macaw. Just a lot of stuff. It's the same with Blade Master Okani and Theatar. You have those effects, and because of Macaw, you can copy them. So I feel like the raw power level, if you take out the disruption of Shaman, isn't that high. But because they tend to make your turns really awkward, it can sometimes feel difficult to play against.
Right. And when Shaman is the scariest is when they get the best of both worlds, that disruption at the top end, and their somewhat rare combo in the early game of the cheap Gold Charnel plus Muck Pools, which is available to Gregorius, not on coins, so not quite this early, but next turn he can get a 10-drop, which historically is not easy for Warrior to deal with, just a singular large body. There is, I think, Execute in the list for Ocean. He does have location, but it's not in hand yet, the Execute. Probably just gonna be a hero power for Gregorius here. I guess he's contemplating whether he wanted to trade the Viper, but I think that's a pretty good card in the matchup to deny the main card draw source for Usto, which is this Outrider's Axe.
Yep. So nice little hold. Only one card gonna be drawn from the Outrider's Axe.
Skipping the hero power altogether, I guess that might be a long-term play around Brawl, because the token really doesn't help him much in the long run in this matchup.
Yeah. Oh, isn't going to go Viper, at least not yet. I mean, Viper is almost always going to have use against this deck, because there's also, there's a second one, there's Weapons Expert that can pull a second one, so maybe he just wants to get on board with pressure instead.
Yeah, it makes sense, and also leans into like the fact that he didn't totem means that very likely there's not going to be a target for the Outrider's Axe to swing into anyway, so he can delay the Viper for next turn. Even if, you know, Ustio were to swing face with the Outrider's Axe, that's not the important part for Gregorius. It's just denying the draw while getting pressure online. 8-8, about average.
Yeah.
Well, there is a clear Buckler Shield Shatter swing. It's not pretty, but gotta do it, I think.
Wait.
Oh, wait. Yeah, this
Yeah.
went back to 5 damage, right? Yeah.
Went back to 5, yeah. I was like, wait a second. It's been ping-ponging back and forth for so long, I had to double-check.
Well, even if it were at 4, location could have done that last damage, I guess.
And
Okay.
this is all combo pieces, essentially. So gonna look for the actual support stuff.
Ooh, from the depths, which is, you know, I can't remember the exact order of Usia's previous hand, but there was a lot of combo pieces and Rokara, so he can get one of those early next turn.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we have Mutinous picked up. Still a couple turns away, but almost always going to hit a high priority target. There's only a couple minions in the deck that aren't part of the combo. And one has already been played with Sir Finley. There's also just the one copy of Weapons Expert, which we now know is at the bottom of the deck. Gregorius does not know that. Of course, there's a Rush Rot Viper, which is usually not going to stay in hand. Most turns it's going to be there. It's going to be traded away unless Usia wants to specifically play around Mutinous, which coming to turn 7 might be the case if feels like he's in a tough spot.
Gregorius deliberately skipping on Viper again. Maybe because the axe is just down to 1 charge, he'd rather try and kill off the second weapon and instead just spend the mana a bit more efficiently here. So to the front, Galvangar and Battle Master. So the to the front at 0 could discount the Grom and Faceless. Grom with 2 location procs on it. Goes up to 14 attack, which with Faceless is still not lethal, so probably ends up getting a different card. Oh, my bad. He did take the to the front.
Okay. You really only need the locations 1 charge for 1 turn, so the rest of the time you can just use it as removal. But ooh, that's a really nice pickup for Gregorius. Be able to draw through the deck. Nope, Clownfish picked up, but that's okay. And we'll overdraw at the end, beginning of next turn. But again, also okay.
Yeah, Ustia sitting on combo cards, but not enough of them, and so they're really not a lot to do here. The Bolner burn is a big deal if Gregorius were to eventually pick up Macaw. Couldn't get the full value from it, but as it happens, Mutinous for 1 chomp is still very deadly here.
Yeah.
Not afraid of Theo, but are you afraid of one hungry boy?
What is this deck?
It's pretty.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Not has Frozen Buckler Shield Shatter combo, but it, you know, Shaman's a deck that tends to just pace out their threats, so
Right.
it's not really going to be like that big board sweep like it would against something that's a little bit faster.
Well, technically, Usia still has, you know, enough redundancy of the combo. The problem is all the other pieces are at the bottom of his deck.
Yeah.
Minions, at least. Grom is obviously the most expensive one to get active. And having lost a Faceless, there's just no way he's going to deal 40 without some combination of at least 2 of those cards at the bottom of his deck. So I don't know how he's just going to survive drawing another 10 to 11 cards.
Yeah, there's just no way to get down there. I mean, it's like multiple draws that are needed in order to get there. You could draw like Rokara into Forged in Flame, right? That's a draw engine, but even then, if those are exactly the next 2 draws, you're still not at the bottom of your deck. You're closer, but you're still not at the bottom.
And if I recall, the Rokara was in the hand that was Finlead, so She's somewhere towards the bottom as well.
It was. You're absolutely right. It sure was. Well, that's a bummer.
It really is. Meanwhile, Gregorius chugging along with these mid-ranged threats. Honestly, any direct damage I would value, so I really like that Rockbiter pick here. Just has to be careful to not overextend into second shield shatter or brawl. There's still a decent amount of refill here, mostly care of the amalgam. But I guess the one way that he might lose here is if this board and the next board gets cleared, and then he just top decks not enough pressure and Ustia gets a little bit more time.
Yeah. Oof. Not the best pickups from the amalgam. I wouldn't have even hated it if Gregorius went for like a Naga in that situation. Just because Naga tend to have more value in the long run as individual cards. Unless he was specifically looking for Mutinous. If he thinks that that's his best chance to win, then he would have done that. But now his board's going to get swept up. Good on Ustia to be a little patient and take some damage in the interim because it paid off in spades.
Yeah, very big deal. Yeah, either the Naga or even a Beast pick or Elemental even. All of those just
not
seem
afraid
like...
of Theodar.
Yeah, he's not. The front.
Ooh.
Would he rather take the to the front or the Grom? Like, that's a 0 cost to the front, so,
Yeah. Because he doesn't know what was in the Finley, right?
Yeah, he doesn't.
So he might think that, well, he's seeing 3 cards. He's seeing Brawling just Grom. He ate a Faceless.
Yeah.
Okay, so to the front it is. Yeah, that'll severely limit the top end damage, and he's fine with just dealing with a Grom by itself.
Yeah, because he's at 40. I feel like that 0 cost combo enabler is the scariest card overall. Well, that's a weapon with Forged in Flame, but Ustia's severely lacking health, probably forced to brawl this turn.
Yeah, Brawl and then just Outrider's Axe, whatever comes out. Maybe with a... you'd have to take a lot of damage if one of the 4 health minions survives, because you'd have to give it a tech first if you wanted to draw the card. No, you could use the Piranha. Never mind.
Yeah.
Forgot that he had a Piranha. And he should know that there's not that much stuff. Well, I guess this is better anyway, because you can still Brawl at the end and then Piranha. Or just don't do any of it first.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't really get this order if he was gonna Brawl, because then something would get left on board still, but if you're not gonna Brawl at all, then sure.
Yeah.
Well, he's at 26, facing down 15 on board, including the weapon. I mean, how much shenanigans can you do it to the front Flurgle? I mean, you can play the entire hand of Murlocs, but it's not enough damage, nor is it enough board space.
A lot.
Yes.
Yeah, there's not enough board space. If this board gets dealt with, that's a plan.
Pretty juicy plan.
Yeah. I mean, look at this, because there's another Amalgam in there too. Yeah.
True.
That's... Yeah, if this board gets dealt with, which it has to, or else Ustia dies, that's so much damage from just Flurgle. And there's Rockbiter in the Noggling too, right?
Right. I was kind of interested in playing that this turn, just because of board space again, because Gregorius kind of wants this board to get swept up, and then he wants to go and play all the Murlocs and get maximum face damage. So getting the Naga on the front half of that board seemed like a better idea, but we'll see. From the depths, there was Galvangar and Battlemaster. Oh, there's the Rokara, third one. Okay.
So, can survive one more turn is in okay shape, because that plus Fortune Flame is quite good.
Mm-hmm. Can he survive? Let's see. He'll go down to 16.
He can double location and hero power.
True. Oh, hitting the stag is interesting because then it would freeze Gregorius, right?
Yeah, but wants to take off more power, I guess.
My back's against the wall.
All right, we're at the bottom of the deck.
Suit up.
Oh, heavy plate. Okay, that's huge.
Oh, it needs to keep one location to actually go for the damage next
Grom.
turn.
Right.
Last card is Galvangar.
10 damage available to Gregorius still on board plus weapon, which is not enough. He needs 18 from hand, which is nowhere near.
Usia got there because that's enough damage, right? The Galvangar's free.
Yeah.
Because it was
Yeah,
reduced by
absolutely.
both from the depths, plus the Battle Master Faceless in the location.
Yeah, that's right.
It's got to be.
Doesn't even need Grom.
It's got to be Amalgam into
Taunt? Or yeah. Some sort of disruption.
Ooh, Glug.
Oh, Glug. Good point, good point. There's Primordial Wave, which can evolve into a taunt, maybe.
He's got to do it. He's got to go for the Primordial Wave and hope that there's multiple taunts, right?
Well, here we are. Oh, he totemed! He totemed! Was that a misclick, or was he going for taunt totem? Oh, man.
Oh, Primordial. He meant a Primordial Wave.
Yeah. Oh, my.
Deck is sick. What were we even talking about? We're all crazy.
So pretty. So pretty.
It's the prettiest deck I've ever seen.
Oh, my goodness.
To the front line.
What is he, one off? No, he's got the hero power.
Yeah. Galvangar?
It's 38 with hero power. No, it's way more than that because of the
Yeah,
battle.
because he has the location as well, right?
There must
Yeah, it's 38 with hero power, right?
I feel like it's more like it goes to 9, you hero power it up to 11,
Yeah.
and you faceless 20. Isn't it 44 with the?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And then the hero
Yeah, I
power
didn't count the last one.
46 even.
Yeah.
Wait, does he even need Grom? I mean, there might be a Grom solution as well, but I don't know. It just spent a lot of mana. I didn't want to look at this solution to the puzzle, but if it works, it works.
Yeah. This is just less damage.
But it's
Yeah,
enough.
It was way over, yeah. I didn't count the Wind Fury on the second one for some reason. It was, 47? Plus
Maybe.
hero power was available, so 49 damage, I think, was max that turn. With the faceless Galvangar here location. That's 11 times 4, 44, 46.
That's what I had counted as well, but maybe there was some way to weave in the Grom instead of something. I mean, either
Because
way.
the Grom was 6 mana, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he did less. Yeah, you're right. 46.
Tons of damage. Well over lethal. Very pretty. That is what matters.
Good thing I'm not a math doctor. Because all my math patients would not be very healthy.
I mean, you just gotta switch to calling it maths, and maybe something changes there.
Yeah, so if there was one taunt spawned, it wouldn't have been enough, right? It had to be multiple taunts.
It depends on the size of the taunt. If it's like 2 health, like the totem, then he could hero power that and it'd still be enough.
Yeah. Or if it was big enough to kill one of the, which 8 damage taunt, you're not getting that from a bunch of small Murlocs.
Right.
Yes, so it had to be multiple, 2 or more small taunts. And then if anything, there was still a brawl in hand, so Usia could have just gone for a brawl and then done it the next turn.
True.
So
That was just amazing how quickly that turned on its head, because it looked like Gregorius was super far ahead, and I thought he had it in the bag, but and we could nitpick, I guess, overextension on certain turns, but there wasn't a turn where he didn't have good refill afterward. It was just Usia finding armor at clutch points and being very patient about how he used his removal that got him to the point where that combo was still available. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah. Being patient where necessary. Good. All right. On to the next one. Usia going to be playing the mage, the ping mage.
Double wildfire start. That is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to run out of gas pretty quick, but hey.
I mean, depends. If you believe, you hit the AI, you hit the multicaster, and then you hit the Magister Dawn Grasp. That's why people are running 30 cards on this deck again.
Yep. Well, they're pyroblasting themselves in the face at the beginning of the game.
All right, not a bad hand for Gregorius either. Having Denathrius in the opener is pretty decent for Shaman, actually. If you are able to not take too much damage by turn 10, it pretty much just seals the win condition because it's not just the Denathrius, right? It's the fact that you can macaw after it.
Yeah, it's like Shadow Step, but better.
Savara coming just a little bit late to the party where she copies only one wildfire, but still very decent.
Well, that's when you get a cold case off the top.
Uh-huh.
And then off the top after that, you get an Arcane Intellect or a Solid Alibi.
Now you're thinking like a ping mage, TJ?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Blade kind of a little bit makes sense. I guess you could dig further with wind chills or something, but there's nothing really followed up, so. Played the disruption game.
Bit painful to have to go for a spell there over minion, but I do agree it ends up being spell because if he had blocked minion and then Ustio was like, okay, I'm a cold case, the Okani's already challenged on board. Oh! What is that sound you made, TJ?
It's the perfect cards.
Right.
And honestly, like I was thinking, why not put the coin into the Okani? But this actually worked out better.
Yeah.
It's got to play the cold case this turn, and now instead of a potential flurry in the Savara, it's a coin, which honestly could even be better than flurry, unless there was like specifically one giant minion, which doesn't outside of null into location, right? Null into muck pools. It doesn't happen that often. So now it just gets to get all the aggressive cards, I suppose you could say. Cold case being both aggressive and defensive.
Right.
Cool.
Well, that makes for a perfect Reckless Apprentice.
Yep. Into a Savara.
Gregorius's order, I'm not completely sold on. Like, I think he could have maybe attacked with Okani into a skeleton before playing the Command of Neptulon to potentially save more health on his minions. The high attack ones at least. But if the intention was to prevent as much face damage as possible, then the order was correct. I just kind of thought the board was more relevant at this stage of the game. Oh, we got some fish. We got a Bran. Ooh.
Yeah, Tempo Brand setting up for the Mutinous. Usia can actually deal with this. Savara gives coin and wildfire.
Right, that's crazy. The coin is super clutch here. And this is all deliberate. He threw the flurry in, not the coin, wanted the mana flexibility, and it comes in so clutch here.
Still gonna Mutinous, but no good targets.
Yep. Oh, man.
This is disaster. This is brutal.
The one saving grace for Gregorius at the moment is just somewhat gassed out. Kind of depends what the Dungeoneer gets. Okay, that's an AI. Never mind. Not gassed out. Gonna go Sorceress Cold Case. Oh, ping. Okay.
Yeah, it's 4 damage.
Mm-hmm. And the clock is ticking down on Gregorius's health, but he approaches Denathrius' turn, which helps him stabilize a lot. And it'll be pretty well infused with all these piranhas.
Yeah. And then just what, Cookie and 2 piranhas to try and to clear off the rest of the board. Okay, well.
Decent.
Yeah. And you said gassed out for UCO, which, you know, hasn't been able to get the frozen touches yet, like rolling with all the minions that he's had dying. So it's not terrible. I don't know if Reckless Apprentice is really necessary. Yeah, I like the cold case a lot better here.
Right. It's just a bit awkward to have to leave the lifesteal minion up, but being mana efficient also has its benefits, and this is just more board presence, so like that. Oh no, not the Renathal. I wonder if it's worth playing some Primordial Wave turn here. It's really awkward because the only value trade that Cookie can take here procs a Death Rattle that he would have wanted to devolve anyway. Plus, the actual Death Rattle on Cookie's kind of nice. Yeah, so he's gonna do it this way and then Primordial Wave with Renathal and
The time has come.
Piranha and a Totem.
Oh, that just feels so weak.
Yeah. No choice though. Okay.
I can take him. Wait, not all of them.
Oh my
Yeah. It was more about denying the death rattles from Ustia's minions, I guess.
Yeah. And it's going to load up the board, but really he is out of stuff now. So Denathrius is in the teens.
Not Karen.
Clean up the board.
Yeah. Don't know how likely it is to actually clean up the board. Ooh.
Yeah, this is actually surprisingly a lot of health.
Yeah. This presents a weird dilemma though, where if you Denathrius now, it's very likely that you would have to replace this as the last battle cry you played, right? By going Gorlock Ravager. But at this point, Gregorius cannot be greedy, needed to stabilize. And there's a chance that he gets a Macaw off the top. Ooh, that's real rough. He has to Shattering Blast the Denathrius, right? Using ping.
It's only 4 health gain. He could just kill it, but then the Shattering Blast isn't doing too much because there's only 1 flurry left. I guess there's Nightcloak Sanctums. This might be the best target to do it. You might be right.
Yeah. Doesn't feel good. You've entered a weird stage where both our players have sort of negated each other's mid-game, and we're in a bit of a top deck battle now. Obviously, Gregorius has more resources thanks to the Gorlock. But I think we're at a stage where he wants to copy not Murlocs with Amalgam. So I like just going Muckpool Wild Boar here, and if you have the Elemental survive, maybe go for that as the Amalgam target.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's good.
Yeah, excellent stats. That potentially protects the stag as well. Okay, there's an AI. Oh, these are not great. This Magister Dawn Grasp is in the bottom 9, and so is Mordresh.
So are both frozen touches.
Oh my gosh.
It has no Reckless Apprentices left. Both of those have been used.
It's so weird. I feel like if Gregorius sees that Ustia's turns have been low impact into low impact, is he meant to just ignore Theotar for now? I feel like that's a decent way to go about it.
Yeah.
Lily Pad? next turn. I mean, maybe it's just menacing Nimbus. Value is value.
It's also just another battle cry that you can play this turn. Oh, okay, he's gonna go for Theotar.
For bad manners.
And yeah, not particularly good options, but probably just take the Dawn Grasp.
That or Solid Alibi.
They are doing very similar things. I tend to just maybe take the one that creates board space issues.
Yeah. Clownfish? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, he did take Alibi though.
Oh, Glug!
Yeah. I guess the Alibi has more utility for Gregorius in the future.
Still both Frozen Touch in the bottom. We're going to get to a point where Uzi's not even going to have any minions to
infuse, yeah.
Infuse the Frozen Touches. Both Dungeoneers played. This will have been both cold cases unless one is replayed from the Magister Dawn Grasp if it ever gets picked up. All the small stuff has been played as well, or at least most of it. Both Shivering Sorcerers, both Amplified Snow Flurries. And has to get rid of the Volner just because of how much value it imposes. But
a very unfortunate way the deck's been stacked for Ustia, but still has plenty of damage from the ping and the Mordresh coming up, so not all hope lost yet. Gorius able to push 8 damage face here. The Primordial Protector spells left. Is there one more command the elements?
I think so. I'm going to double check real quick.
Just a good way of spending mana, I guess.
Do we need board space for it? There's plenty.
Board is unbreakable.
Ooh, Galvagar. Just a little reminder. There is one command of Neptulon left. Yep.
Right.
And there's a Primordial Wave. So it could be either or in terms of spells.
Yeah, the board space, like you said, is a bit scary. I mean, the summon would fit, but he saw the Dawn Grasp in hand, so maybe doesn't want to play up to 7 minions. Never mind, he did. Murloc Holmes is great value. Okay. Okay, card draw, finally.
Only 7 cards left, but needs the Dawn Grasp and Mordresh like now, so...
By my calculations, you need to
Bottom 4 Dawn Grasp, okay. At this point, it might just fatigue Ustia.
Yeah.
To replay AI.
Yeah. And this seems like perfect Solid Alibi turn because there's nothing else to do.
Yep, yep. And that makes the Mordresh really unappealing on this turn. Can probably get away with flurrying or playing his own Alibi. Trade first, very smart to give himself the best chance of getting Frozen Touch to be infused. It's super weird, the dilemma here, because you kind of want to immediately infuse the Frozen Touches so you can spend your mana, but all this damage that's being sent into minions is like damage that could have gone face as well.
Yeah.
Time runs out on me.
So he is going for something of a middle ground, freezing all the board except for the one that he traded away.
Yeah.
And board space continues to be a huge problem for Gregorius here. He can use that last charge of location to evolve something and be able to play all 3 piranhas.
from the ground up.
Sixes are just terrible. Like every 6 we've seen has been just absolutely terrible.
7s haven't been much better. Just gonna trade away and play Glug, I guess. Maybe not. That's even worse into Mordresh. But everything is bad into Mordresh. That's the thing.
Yeah. Go Murloc Holmes, but it's running out of time.
Even random clicks would have a better accuracy rate than mine on Murloc Holmes.
It's just it's like whatever. Like, I don't care.
It's a spider.
Oh, Ragnar's Light Lord.
Oh my goodness. That's not enough.
Oh wait, that's lethal.
Yeah.
The ping is- Yeah. Oh wait, no, it's 4. He's at 1.
Yeah, but I mean, it's effectively lethal. Gregorius can't do anything enough on 10 mana.
Yeah. Well, it looked like Gregorius was making a push to come back, but you get to that point as Shaman, and then you say to yourself, well, now what? Like, my opponent's still at like 30 health.
Yep.
I have maybe 15 damage on board. Even if that board wasn't frozen, like what do you do? There's just not enough damage, nothing in hand that can disrupt. Denathrius had already been used, other battle cries had already been played in terms of Macaw. Just wasn't good enough. That's without Dawn Grasp. That's without a single frozen touch used in the entire game. That's just straight up minion damage and pings.
Very impressive stuff. I mean, that's the power of getting wildfires early. Even a third one from the Savara. I missed that little flourish that Ustia did when he played the Mordresh. Big fan. And here we are on his last deck. Now, this is less of a... I mean, you can still treat this as a combo deck, but it has way more of a board-oriented game plan than the other two that he had played previously, which changes the interactions for Shaman. There's also the Wild Paw Cavern being very important disruption tool here to prevent Draka from getting too much damage in turn after turn, but it is really tough for Shaman to deal with the big stealthed minions from the Rogue location.
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of like a in-between of Shark Rogue and like Tempo Draka Rogue. Oh wow, okay.
This version, he is playing both Frostwolf War Master and the Scribbling Stenographer. One Sinister Strike hits a lot.
What? So you said he did something right at the Mordresh last game. What was it?
I think it was just some hand gesture.
Oh, okay.
Like finger guns type of thing.
Yeah. I see. He's just loving. He's loving Hearthstone right now. He's just loving life.
Yeah, get that graveyard mana spent into sprint next turn into go for a big combo, most likely.
Gregorius does have the Rushrot Viper if it's Draka, but like you said, the big stealth minions are the big threat alongside it.
Right.
Oh.
For Okani here, very disruptive.
Or Theatar?
Oh, Theatar. Okay. That's fair. He has seen that Ustia still has a coin, so.
Is no excuse for bad manners.
Oh, sprint.
Yep.
Oh.
Maybe Amalgam, yeah. Ooh. Oh, there's a Draka!
Oh, no.
The plan is ruined. Tooth to get some sort of card draw? Maybe. I don't have a better plan.
Yeah, nothing in the deck even has a minion type.
How come Amalgam isn't an imp?
That's actually a great question.
Probably still take. Oh, I was gonna say probably still end up taking that.
Oh, you can amalgam.
Oh, amalgam and Murloc.
Yeah, it's the only thing you can amalgam in the deck. Nothing else has a minion type.
True, but is that better than drawing an actual card from the deck? I don't know. Well, he did dredge, which is like weird to evaluate how much better that is than drawing a card because you get more options, but you're not immediately cycling through the deck. In any case, it did get him a Shroud, so that's something. I mean, this is a pretty exciting board push. Oh, Tiny Finn? You can play all this stuff, but not Draka, right? Ugh, guess it's not worth it.
What were the other dredge options?
I don't recall, sorry.
Yeah, I was looking at the I was looking to see. I had no idea if Frostwolf Warmaster had a minion type or not. It's an orc.
I am rewinding. The other options were Cutlass and Gone Fishing.
Okay.
Not great.
If it was if Usia had seen like Sprint at the bottom, maybe it'd be worth it. So then you could just try and like cycle through the deck and go for like the biggest
I'm 7 moves.
Draka weapon and ghost ever, but.
Minion counter countered by Murloc Tiny Fin. Not really.
Oh, this is not quite enough stuff, is it?
No, it's not. Especially with the minion counter. Wait, what? Did that make the stenographers go down a cost, but not the Frostwolf?
It looked like it.
I'm confused.
Yeah, because they both have this in text. Each card you played this turn.
Which means he can play all the minions and get decent locations off, but Draka not playable in the same turn. Oh yeah, the board space also just becomes...
Oh no!
Yeah. Oh no! I was gonna say he needs to trade the amalgam first to create board space.
Oh. I think he did it intentionally because the ghost is a 4/4 and the stenographer is also a 4/4. He'd only have space for one of them. Maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong, but...
Yeah, I don't know. That was tough to evaluate.
It looked like he wanted to
weird.
clear the board, and if he had summoned two ghosts, they both would have been 4/4s, but he wouldn't have cleared off the cavern dag. I don't know.
Yeah, bit of a strange one. I thought the turn would have ended with just like not activating one location or maybe not playing one stenographer, but in any case, this is still quite a lot of pressure, and Gregorius currently doesn't have a good answer for it. The one draw off Famished Pool, not great at all. Oh! Oh, that's problematic.
Yep. Good old Sludge Belcher, but a little bit more powerful.
Yes, that's an excellent card name. Taking all the value trades here.
20 damage on board.
So if he goes Clownfish, Gorlock, and gets Flurgle, Amalgam, it's all playable in one turn. Right? Oh no, wait, it's 1 mana. Too much. Oof.
And last battle cry played was just the Famished Fool from last turn.
Right.
Taking a look at the damage that's left in deck from Ustia, it's just 1 tooth. I suppose like a Shadow Step on Draka could be damaged, assuming that's if Gregorius doesn't freeze the face.
Oh, he actually got just straight Murlocs from Sprint. It was basically a Gorlock for cheaper. What?
That's insane.
Okay. So that clears off all the minions in the middle, plus the one on the side after the trade from the Stag.
I think you clear off the Draka, yeah, to get rid of a Shadow Step possibility.
True. Oh no, it's falling apart for Ustia. That was such a clutch sprint.
Keep up the aggression.
But he can still get a decent location trigger.
Yeah.
And the stealth on these minions is not to be sniffed at, but I think Ustia's forced to clear off the Flurgle, meaning -4 damage face.
Oh, jeez. There's just nothing left in the deck. This is the last location proc. Can Tooth get anything? I guess you could like Tooth into Rune.
I guess.
You have to have a Tooth target first though, which Gregorius, once he realizes he has cleared everything off, may just make it so that there's no Tooth target ever.
Right. Yeah, this Brucon pretty much just seals it. Ustia is going to throw it down, and Gregorius has finally gotten a win on the board.
It's seasonal championship. You play for the Tooth out. Come on.
Is the Tooth out, TJ? He was dead over two. If it was Tooth into Rune, you need 2 turns to do that, and I think he was dead before that.
Tooth into. There's got to be something, G.
Yeah, I don't know.
Nah,
It's fine, it's fine.
It's not fine.
Oh, it is not fine, you're right. It's the Quest Priest coming out to play.
Oh, jeez. See, that's why you play for the Tooth out. Would have saved us from the Quest Priest. Okay. Quest Priest it is. This is the tried and true standard version of Quest Priest, if you want to call it that. Like, if there is a standard version, this is very much close to it. Maybe a little bit more value oriented. For a while, players weren't playing identity theft, but it's in there now, so it does give you some extra oomph. Maybe some win conditions that you wouldn't otherwise have in a game where you're not even playing towards the quest.
Right? And the win condition against Rogue is definitely not playing towards the quest. You don't need that to win. You just gotta remove all their stuff one by one. And that is very much doable for a Quest Priest. They have tons of answers for the stealth minions, Shadow Word Ruin, sometimes Clean the Scene can sweep everything up. They can silence things that get a little bit too scary. And I forgot to see if there's a Viper in the list for Draka. Let me take a look. There's none, but he can put taunts in the way.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, just said he was not afraid of Theatar, and, you know, that courage was well placed for the first 2 games. It did kind of mess up his game plan last game, but we'll see if that happens again here.
Kept quest.
Yeah, it's still cycling cards. You don't need the end reward, but it's still pretty good
Where
to
you
discover
followed.
cards from your deck for the midpoint rewards.
Yeah, but you get one extra card in your mulligan, and you probably only have time to discover one card. That's if you do. I don't know.
I feel like there's no other one drop you'd want to play on one anyway, and if you just do that and get the one discover, it already replaces itself with potential upside for later on, so I think it's fine. Counterspell is a very good secret to get. Even if none of these spells are particularly essential to Ustia, even having to toss one away for testing purposes means one less charge on a Draka turn, potentially. And it delays sprint by a whole turn.
Yeah.
Drake gonna blow up his own sketchy stranger, but keep the curve going.
Yep. Quest completion. Part 1.
Ooh, light shower.
And Whirlpool, both good. But yeah, I think Light Shower.
Run, run, run. It's a bit of an awkward hand for Ustia still, right? Because
Yeah.
the Shadow Step is a little bit stranded. Backstab only has one target currently, and he doesn't have the hand space to play another sprint, so he might have to take another turn off by trading the Cutlasses, which feels like such a huge delay.
Yeah, Mailbox Dancer would open up this hand considerably.
Right.
Mailbox Dancer would be, it's go time. Mailbox Dancer, Shadow Step, Mailbox Dancer, coin, black backstab, play everything.
Right.
So it's just a 1 and 8 at this point, though.
Well, this identity theft gets the Confession, I think, is fine to keep cycling.
Yeah. I was going to say, unless he wants to just spam his hand to play Stenographer this turn.
I'm the Miracle Rogue now.
Yeah. I'm going to spend all these cards for no reason just so I can get a 4/4 on the board when I already have a 4/4.
I do like the Shadow Word Ruin pick. Even though he's already played a 4-cost card, this is just a lot cheaper to remove stealth minions than Whirlpool would be. And I don't think Ustia's in a position where he can afford to keep the stealth minions under 5 attack. They're just not that threatening at that point.
Yeah.
If he goes backstab, Bone Spike, not enough to play both the minions and Draka.
He'll have 8 cards in hand. Still can't sprint.
Okay, just gonna go Draka without the additional minions, I guess. Then step her for next turn. Fair enough.
Keep up the aggression.
6 attack. Still dead to Shadow Word Ruin.
Yeah.
And an infused Clean the Scene if it were there.
So it looks like, what, this is going to be sprint next turn and then just go for the biggest Draka ever on the following turn? On turn 8?
I think
With
so.
the ghosts?
The Draka is really his main win condition here because the stealth minions kind of expects those to get swept up.
Yeah.
I do like that Shadow Step on Draka game plan. It's taking a while, but it's really the best avenue he has to victory because the weapon is the one thing Gregorius can't necessarily play around very well.
Okay, so Thrive could get what, like Whirlpool to deal with the second wave of ghosts. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's sad he didn't pick up Zarella now that he has prayer, but of course he couldn't have known.
All right. Sprint it is. There's a mailbox dancer.
So it's got to be this turn, right? Dancer, step, dancer.
That's right. Feel groove.
Coin, coin. Bone spike your own minion.
Yeah, Bones
you
making
can
a mailbox
definitely see.
dancer.
Yeah. Oh, another mailbox answer. That just pays for half of itself, which is still enough to play Draka. You can backstab and Bone Spike, but play the Stenographer before the Bone Spike. And then Draka. And that's a huge weapon. 12 attack. Okay.
Didn't Bone Spike, I guess, wants to preserve the board? Like basically telling Gregorius you need to both deal with the board and heal from this weapon. Which, like you said, Zyrella would have been pretty good for that. But I think Gregorius was more worried about the ghosts than like a board full of small stuff.
Right.
But pretty powerful turn. Gets both coins from the mailbox dancer. Kind of why I liked killing off the mailbox dancers, because it did one coin to be added. Gregorius would have burned a card, and the second coin would have been denied because the hand would have been full.
Prep kind of bad at this point. He needs more damage from the tooth because Gregorius is gonna go up to 28 again from this death rattle. A marked shot.
Probably just max damage with Lightning Bolt. I don't think there's really many rogues. I'm trying to think of rogue spells.
Like a Wicked Stab?
Ah, Wicked Stab. Yeah. Wicked Stab, Sinister Strike, but there's so many, like, garbage rogue spells.
Garrot?
Oh!
That's a throwback. Okay. Still plenty of damage here, and Gregorius is currently out of ways to deal with the stealth minions.
Yeah.
Drive for Ruin. Oh, Light Bomb, Light Bomb. And he can prayer himself up out of the range of the dagger.
Oh. And Garrot's not going to even be enough. I mean, one, it wouldn't even be enough even if all three bleeds were off the top, right? Or all two bleeds.
True.
It's only 6 damage max now.
Can he door a bleed? Oh, I mean, yeah, it just draws it, so it's not infused, so it's not actually getting a temp copy.
Wait, is there? There's a tooth left in the deck.
Oh!
Bleed?
Gone fishing?
Gone fishing for a tooth?
Oh, if there are minions left, this will grab them.
There's a stenographer
then it's
or a War Master left,
guaranteed
and a stenographer. This is guaranteed. What the? No way!
It's just barely enough. Oh my goodness, the Garrot for the extra 6 damage. So
That's
clutch.
insane.
Garrot
The
Rogue
mark shot.
2022, TJ.
That's insane.
Yes. I think he did the math that just going for straight up 3 damage was not enough in the long run. And the mana was there to play Mark Shot and still get the Sinister Strike, and it was insane. I was thinking Wicked Stab would be the most damage he could get from a singular rogue spell, but he would not have been at 10 mana by the point that he got lethal, right? So it was only 4, whereas Garrot was the 6 that he needed to get enough damage.
Yeah, I was thinking like, oh, there's got to be a bunch of garbage rogue spells, but there's not. Like, even if you get like, I don't know, like you said, Wicked Stab, another Tooth, like Jackpot, Reconnaissance, that could have, you know, Reconnaissance could end up giving you a Tyrion, which, you know, gives you that extra reach, right?
Right.
Yoink. On our hero power? I don't know.
I guess. Yeah, all of these are options, but I think it's uniquely Garrot that could actually give him the lethal on that very same turn.
Yeah.
The rest gives Priest windows to heal more, press the hero power, or just pull some of their healing spells. So huge.
It was Jackpot into Rune, Gia. It was Jackpot into Rune. That was the out, actually. It wasn't Garrot.
Ooh. It's not the out, even though he literally won with Garrot.
No, it wasn't the out, no.
Okay.
Rune would have done that plus a million more, right? Rune would have done...
It's a bigger out. Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, much bigger. He would have waited a turn. Gregorius would have healed a bunch, so it would have felt more impactful than the Garrot. So
would have been prettier.
It would have been prettier. There you go. Full circle. Full circle. But Ustia, not afraid of Theotar, and he's right, because Theotar did a lot of work in that series. He was Theotar'd in every game of that series, and
yeah, you're right. Oh my God.
A pretty impactful card stolen in each game. The only one that you can make an argument for against that would be Solid Alibi, right? But it was like Fate or To the Front in the Warrior game, still won. It was Sprint, this on-curve Sprint in that game, still won. Obviously, it wasn't the best card that you could steal with Theotar, but it was still good. So, you know, never be afraid of Theotar. We learned a lesson here, I feel.
Sure. I don't know if I'll take that away from it, but certainly Ustia has the right to continue saying he is not afraid of Theotar. He is one more win away from making it through to tomorrow. Very, very impressive stuff. Whereas for Gregorius, not all hope is lost yet. He'll be going down to the elimination match later on.
Yeah, going to be going up against Spring, and Usio will be going up against XMG. So that should be interesting. It's that combo lineup versus pretty much straight aggro, which should be an exciting one, because it's not traditional combo. It does have the Warrior, which might be able to be a little bit better against aggro. But alas, that one's going to be coming up next. The winner's match is going to be coming up next between Ustia and XMG. So we're going to have to go to a quick break before we jump into that one while we get the players set up and ready. But don't go anywhere. More action to come here from the Fall Championship right after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Fall Championship. Approaching the end of the day, but we still have yet to send anyone from Group D through to the quarterfinals. And we got the fun job of sending one of those players through right now in the winner's bracket. So while the loser is not out of the running, they still will have one more chance down in the decider match. They could just put all of those doubts to rest with a swift win here. And one way or the other, Sottle, I do have the suspicion that this might be quite a swift series.
You would think so, yes, as has been my wont throughout the day. It appears I am once again back on aggro duty as the aggro druid, the Wig Priest, all coming back out into play. Ustya's lineup, I mean, who knows what shaped hole you want to try and squeeze this into. There is some absolute nonsense going on in these deck lists, but count it out as at your peril, as Gregorius found out in the previous series, you know, tweeting some shade about the lineup and then unfortunately being made to eat his words, as it is Ustya here in the winner's match. But XMG looked so clean, so clinical on these aggro decks in the previous series, particularly just the tenacity, I suppose, of his Wig Priest performance, being able to stay in a game that looked like he was being shut out of by the Paladin AoEs. Very, very nicely played overall, and it is going to be that Wig Priest that he's going to kick things off again once more.
And so if we kind of look in a zoomed out perspective at the matchup of archetypes as a whole, of aggro versus combo, I feel like combo decks in general in Hearthstone are usually either very good or very bad against aggro. There's often very little wiggle room, where sometimes they're essentially anti-aggro decks but with a combo tacked on, and sometimes they are full combo decks with no removal at all. Where do you think Ustya comes down on that half of the dichotomy there?
Yeah, it's certainly difficult to know for sure. Obviously, Boar Priest against some of these decks will do fairly well if he's as adept a Boar Priest player as he should be to be bringing Boar Priest to this tournament. The Warrior, same sort of deal. You feel like that has enough about it with the AoEs it has available, with the Shield Shatter combo, with the Brawl, with the weapon removal, everything it needs to be able to pick things apart. You know, not to mention the ability to use some of these charge minions just to affect the board as well as needs be. But you are right in that it's not quite that simple. With like the classic aggro control combo mid-range interactions that are kind of well known throughout multiple card games just aren't often the case. You know, you look at all the way back to something like Patron Warrior, for example, one of the best anti-aggro decks we have ever had in Hearthstone, just because of how all the, you know, the supplementary pieces actually end up interacting with aggro decks and the board swings that you can create. And that's what Ustya is going to need to look for, I should say, in these matchups, is creative ways to turn combo pieces into alternate win conditions, because it might not necessarily be the actual combos that end up winning the game in some of these decks. And that's what he's going to have to look out for.
Kind of an interesting deck here in Charge Warrior, as I've seen it a few times on ladder, and I do have to say, every time I see it, I am surprised I don't see it more, because I think the real hidden tech that really makes this deck pop is the location. Sanguine Depths offering you so much more capability and flexibility in your combo, being able to bank that mana for +2, +4, +8 damage sometimes if you get the Wind Fury and the copying effect. I think really does open up the, as I said, the flexibility of the combo, which is what this deck traditionally has been lacking, I would say. There are a lot of cards in the deck that are strict combo pieces. They do absolutely nothing to interact with the board whatsoever, which is, as you say, where it differs from Patron Warrior and decks like that, where all the combo pieces were also fantastic removal options.
And that's it. That's why its location fits like a glove, right? Because we saw this a bunch of times. I felt like there was like a whole season of Grandmasters, if that's actually what it was, where whenever it showed up, we just saw the same draw over and over again. To the front, Faceless Manipulator, Galvan Guard, just queuing into the hand one by one, just not drawing anything else. And the difference is you can't spend your mana on those cards. You can't just put them on the board on turn 5 and spend 5 mana on them or whatever. Whereas whenever you draw the location, you can pretty much just throw it on the board and then that's done at that point, right? And you don't have to worry about it. So it is a much more flexible piece than some of those others. But as we can see, things are off to a flying start for the Wig Priest on the other side. Nice aggressive opening, which is what he will look for. But crucially now, that Shield Shatter has been found, which will give CMD at least. Ustya? CMD? Which half of the name are we going with? Because I promise you it's not all of it. Either way, it's going to give him the little window he might need to find a way through this.
I'm going to go with Ustya. We've got enough three-letter acronym names knocking about already, with KZG, XMG on the other side as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. I do quite like the cadence of XMG versus CMD, though, you know? It just sounds kind of nice. Yeah. All right, there goes the shield shatter. Wave 1 is dealt with. But if XMG showed us anything in the previous series, it's that it's wave 7 or 8 that you're going to have to worry about with this deck, with the way he's capable of playing it.
Quite right. And the shield shatter specifically having gone down is a very, very crucial piece of information for XMG to have, because in this matchup, you constantly want to be threatening that you can pop off, but never doing so until you're sure that you can win the game the next turn. And so having, like, what that often looks like is you have 2 or 3 minions on the board, maybe a treasure guard that has high health but's not actually doing much right now. In this instance, he knows that those kinds of boards are actually very likely to stick. And so he can afford, I think, to play fairly defensively, not pop off all too heavily. But in this instance, he does actually make a pretty aggressive push for the board, which I wasn't expecting so quickly.
But I think this is the best way to do it if you're going to, right? 2 individually strong minions, because then you're removing Brawl, for example, from the equation. You're making it just a terrible card. So I do think this is the kind of board you want to be making if you're going to push fairly aggressively. And I do also like Ustya's response, harkening back to exactly what I was saying, right? You have to find a way to make those combo pieces sing for you in ways that aren't just ending the game in these kinds of matchups. And that's exactly what he goes ahead and does there with the Faceless Manipulator.
Does decide to buff up the Taunt minion, the Kyrian, instead of the Radiant Elemental, which I wasn't entirely sure if you'd go that way, because you'd obviously like to keep the Radiant alive, but the Taunt can now be attacked into by weapons, by Rakara itself, very importantly. And I don't know, like leaving a Radiant Elemental at 4 or so health felt fairly likely to survive. But either way, you can get it to above 5 health here, which is a pretty big breakpoint.
Yeah, that's the real crux of the issue, right? Is actually, weirdly, whichever minion you buff is going to end up with less health, right? Because it's the one that you can use to trade into the minion. And since this is 6 and not 5, I think I agree this is the right way to go. Not to mention, of course, the card Execute, which is played in the opponent's deck, which is the big reason not to put damage onto that Radiant Elemental, since you would have to trade into the Taunt with your buffed minion. Well, you wouldn't have to, but the trades the other way around would be atrocious, and you really don't want to do that.
Working out surprisingly well here, I will say, for Ustya. He's getting the really nice combo of Forged in Flames plus the weapon to get these card draw effects rolling. Still chooses to go for it. Oh no, sorry, I thought he was going to go for it there despite having drawn from the depths. He's coining out the hero power, which I did not anticipate.
Well, not a bad draw, I suppose. Doesn't quite fit into what you're trying to do this turn, I think.
Oh, wow. Other wig. I thought he might try again to find Bless, because this actually isn't a million miles off lethal on this turn, with it being a Radiant on the board.
In which case, I'm presuming this is he's just locked into this being a boon turn instead. Yeah, it seems that way.
Or, yeah.
Your purpose awaits.
There it is, just another one of those dead draws, and that really is one of the dead draws. No way you can really get that working. But it's going to have to be the Brawl. It's good old-fashioned 2014 Hearthstone. Just win the 1 in 3. If only he had an Armor Smith to spend this 2 mana on, then he'd be chilling.
Oh! Eat your heart out, Armor Smith. It's the new kid on the block. And Ustya, all of a sudden, in this game, he's gained a good amount of armor at this point, and not a million miles off from activating the combo. Just needs to survive those interim turns.
No reaction as well from XMG. No sign of tilt on that outcome. I would have been absolutely smashing my desk at that point, but XMG 100% focused on the task at hand, as he has been throughout the whole day so far, through the previous series so far. And you can kind of see why, right? Still plenty of ability to keep on juicing.
There is, yeah.
Azara?
I do like the Azara, agreed. The thing I'm questioning is whether or not that should have been a Radiant turn. Because it's getting to that really awkward point where you want to just spend a turn playing a minion, having it live, and then you play the Radiant, and you get to buff, and attack on the same turn. But that's very possibly not going to happen for the rest of the game. And so even though he's only getting a very mediocre kind of Radiant here, yes, probably still worth it in the end to get it down.
Crush Claw Enforcer. I mean, when it was a decision, like once the deliberation took place, I assumed Crush Claw Enforcer was the alternate option being looked at. But with double wig, double repeating wig in your hand at this point, it did feel like even, you know, a Shara weapon for the last few points of damage you might need would even be a way of getting out of this game.
But he probably can't afford to just Finley after this from the depths, right? Because he needs a lot of these cards that are in hand for a hopefully quite soon combo.
Yes. Draws the Slam, which was the choice, and is going to presumably use the Execute here as well. Still executing the Taunt as opposed to the Radiant.
Yeah, now at the end, I agree. While you didn't want to Finley, when you are pretty much guaranteed dead if you leave this alive with the hero power, it does feel necessary.
Finds a heavy plate. No way to deal with the Radiant Elemental, though. There were a couple of outs there, depending on how the discounts landed. A couple of discounted cards that you hadn't seen. No way to do it.
Yeah. And no matter what here. Actually, I won't say that, but it's looking very, very likely for a lethal, especially with a Thrive off of the Nargling as well.
Yeah, Thrive for Bless now available. 0 mana Shadow Devour in hand.
You take Call of the Grave. Really? Aren't they like infinite dead if you hit them with Bless?
What is happening? Okay, fine.
Okay, sure.
I think you'll find, Derek, pushing up my glasses, that they were infinite dead to the Call of the Grave.
Sure, yeah. If they're just going to concede anyway, we'll take that one. But again, showing some of the clunkiness of that deck, where the removal options against Priest, where they just are, as we said, constantly threatening the power to pop off, but rarely actually doing so. It's so difficult to save your combo tools for long enough, and your removal tools.
Is there definitely a Bless left in the deck, by the way? Because I remember one being used for sure, and I realise now looking over at the deck tracker as it's departed me that I can't find out, so who knows? Yeah, and either way, game is over, win on the board for the Priest, now down to the Warlock and the Druid remaining. Druid, by the way, is aggro Druid, if you didn't see in the previous series. It is not a ramp variation, no alignment nonsense, no straight up Jailer nonsense, no Denathrius nonsense. This is straight up curve out of 4 aggro Druid that XMG has on his side. It did still look very effective, despite being the only deck for XMG to pick up a loss with on the previous game, in the previous series, sorry. And there you have it, just like clockwork, the aggro Druid is now going to enter the series. But I would say, against the likes of Control Warrior, this probably has a slightly harder time of it than the Wig Priest does.
Agreed, yeah, this deck is very, very different in its playstyle now that Arbor Up has left the pool of available cards, because again, you could try and play similarly to that playstyle of the Priest, where you have a few small minions on board. If they go for the removal, you're just going to refill, but if they don't, you arbor up and then they die. Herald of Nature, having half as much threatening potential in terms of the attack, does not have quite the same kick to it, and Warrior can afford to be a little bit more liberal, a little bit more conservative, I should say, with its removal pieces, allowing more minions to build up on the board. But even then, having said that, the aggro Druid has, I think, just enough card draw to get 2 or 3 waves of threats, and you kind of just have to pray that they don't have 2 or 3 strong pieces of removal in order to be able to answer that.
Yeah, and a couple of other key cards in the matchup, I think, that are worth highlighting. Mark of the Wild, specifically, I think is one of the best aggressive tools. Because just +2/+2 on an individual minion, like you said, it's no arbor up in terms of mass damage and ending games, but it allows you to make those like medium to chunky minion boards, right? Like I was saying about the Priest in the previous game, and also control attacks from weapons if that ends up being crucial. And then, of course, just the Discover as well can be absolutely huge, because what allows you sometimes to transform into a little bit more of a heavy-hitting value game if you need to, right? It can really give you that extra gas, get you over the line. But this is definitely plan A. Shove stuff on the board and hope it gets there.
Wow, not a bad hand though, all things considered, for Ustya. Slam to not draw a card on the Trog first, and then second one to combo with the location to kill off the...
Hello?
Blither Spear looks pretty strong. Let's kill that Trog, right?
How to decide?
Hello?
Really? Letting it live.
A greedy boy.
Yeah.
So obviously there was you could just use double slam this turn, right? Slam.
Yeah, exactly.
Slam that, hero power it, not hero power it, location ping it away. Achieve the same effect, but cut the Trogs off the board. But I think Ustya is just fully focused on card draw, wants to use the other slam to draw potentially as well, because he knows really killing individual minions isn't going to be the solution. He needs to find armor. He needs to find armor gain. He needs to find brawl. Does already have the heavy plate shield shatter combo in hand, so knows he's fairly safe within that first AOE.
Yeah, that's right.
Play though for sure.
It's very interesting, and there's very specific draws that would have to happen from his opponent in order to get the minions out of range of the shield shatter combo. Like, you know, it would have to be the Herald into Pride's Fury. And so I kind of like it, actually, now that I look at it a little bit closer. I'm not entirely sure on the value of holding on to a slam, but I think the thought process very much makes sense, where this board you've given them for the next turn is really not that bad.
Yeah, worth saying as well, like, if we're reflecting on it now after the Frozen Buckler draw, it looks fantastic, because he was just able to clear the very next turn. But obviously that's not necessarily the case. He wouldn't have... He trades away the heavy plate this turn, uses the Frozen Buckler instead. And looks like an absolute genius on this occasion. But there we go. And this one already is kind of looking all over bar the shouting, Derek.
Good, huh? I mean, I was wondering if he would hold on to the... Sorry, hold on to the Cook for an extra turn in order to be able to draw a card off of it with the hero power plus the Living Roots. But I guess he's just thinking Living Roots has to be used as minions here to get any kind of value off the Pride's Fury, which I do respect.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, second location.
Christ.
Get pinged, dummy. And that'll probably do it. Yes?
Yeah, I'm thinking so. Outrider's Axe alone can pretty much solo the matchup from this point.
Trying to go wide as humanly possible here to hopefully land that Pride's Fury, but this does look like it's about to be picked apart, and I think you can tell on Ustya's face. Not particularly worried about the way this game is going anymore.
Yeah, any kind of wide board comes down. I mean, But honestly, just like copy one of the minions with Faceless if they get big in any way. And a wide board clear should only be so far away.
Yeah, gets the double location waking up again this turn as well to help with a bit of removal if needs be. Even gonna take time out from his busy schedule to rip the From the Depths in.
Fortune Flame will do it, Rakara will do it.
One turn, possibly, for XMG. He has to hit very, very hard this turn. There is that Mark of the Wild that I was talking about earlier, but does feel like that might just be a touch too late.
Yeah, like I know it's annoying to bring up every Druid game as the equivalent of box, but turn 9, sow the soil. Planted Evidence into Convoke the Spirits is always something you have to bear in mind.
No force on Azeroth can stop me.
Looking less and less likely, admittedly, but a possibility.
One location proc, and the hero power here will take care of this very, very nicely. Lofty heights of 22 health. XMG just on an absolute hiding to nothing here, and it has to be that Planted Evidence at this point. No! Just goes for the reroll. What else are you looking for?
Yeah, just taking the scenic route, I think.
Okay, fine.
Honestly, even playing it here, I really do think your most likely chance, I won't say your only chance, is Convoke the Spirits, because nothing else does anywhere near enough.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe Miracle Growth we could fork.
Really? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I suppose functionally very similar to what I was thinking. I was tempted to just jam a Faceless there just to get an extra minion in play the weapon buff, deal with the minion, push a little bit of extra damage to face, accelerate things a little bit. But yeah, once again, either way, looked like that game was pretty much over come the first AoE. XMG did not really have the super heavy early card draw hand with, Peasant surviving a couple of turns, Crooked Cook landing on the board on that first wave when it can stick and you start pushing multiple points of damage with the minions, and that's usually the kind of opening that you want against a resilient deck because it's the one that fills up your hand over and over again. Once that first AoE came down, you saw it was just 1 or 2 cards in hand every turn from that point onwards and just no real way to get a grip back on the board.
Bringing us up to 1 game apiece, and if we were to talk about the relative weight of both of these wins, do you think either of these decks were especially likely to get over the finish line in this series, or were any of them like a very big win to stop it being hard countered?
I think with the way the matchups panned out, this is basically a wash, right? Like Priest against Warrior, yes, you would always expect that to go the way it did. Warrior against Druid, you generally expect that to go the way it did. In terms of the matchup as a whole, I think very much the same, which, again, players don't always have reasons for the order they queue decks in Conquest, but sometimes people do go through that thought process of like, I don't need this deck, let's just throw it out first and see what happens, and I think that's kind of where they've stood with the first 2 matchups that we've had.
Moving on up to the Mailbox Rogue here, the non-Maestra version, one which I think I do probably prefer right now, at least for ladder, and probably the biggest outlier for Ustja's lineup overall. Like, it's kind of a combo deck, I suppose, but it does have some pretty different matchups compared to the majority of his other decks.
Yeah, I would say so too. I mean, you can almost split his lineup in half, right? Where
That's fair.
Warrior and Priest are kind of the the control decks with combo win conditions, and then Rogue and Mage are both kind of mid-rangey in their own way, but do sometimes end games as if they were a combo deck if the right things line up in the right direction. Certainly, it's a difficult lineup to dissect, as expressed so succinctly by Gregorius on Twitter yesterday or this morning when we saw the lineup come out. Definitely one of the most overall unconventional lineups that we are seeing in this tournament.
Oh, a spicy looking lineup there for Ustya. The often used, well, the Cutlass used, I was going to say for its alternate usage, should really be the main usage of swinging it like a Cutlass, but could end up being pretty clutch here against the probable Trog on one.
Is mine.
Very satisfied nod coming out from Ustya in that eventuality, and now you can see how powerful that weapon is in this instance. Really shutting down any kind of development here. Peasant already dead, being seen on the board here. Oh!
Getting melted.
Yep, that bone spike off the top. Absolutely disgusting, allowing for the full tempo swing here instead. This is sometimes the problem with Druid, right? Like, I feel like Aggro Druid is the deck where the first few times you queue it on ladder have such an enormous effect on whether you ever play the deck again, right? And that can be as you playing it or even against your opponent, right? Because even if you just queue against it a couple of times and your opponent has this kind of start, you draw a couple of removal spells, you kill their stuff, and then they fall over. I mean, oh my god, that deck sucks. Like, why is that even playing this deck? I'm not going anywhere near it. Whereas equally, you can just die on turn 4 or turn 5 a couple of times and then immediately go scrambling for the deck code so you can play it yourself, right? Like, it's so feast or famine in a lot of positions as to how well it does in so many matchups based on opening hand.
Potential to pull things back, though, here for XMG with a good draw off the top. I'm thinking Thorngrowth Sentries, just anything to go super wide to set up for the Pride's Fury on the following turn. That looked to me like a good way to start the turn, just to fill out your mana a little bit more cleanly. Yeah, Jerry Rig, sure. Like Jerry Living Roots, coin other Living Roots if you hit it.
You gotta be scrappy
Or just coin Slither Spin.
Yeah, I think it was between that and the sidekick, maybe just to protect the Slither Spear from those 3 damage effects, which are quite common on the other side, but I do think I like this a little bit more. Wow.
Wow, the discipline.
What an absolute slow roll. Prep sprint.
On the run.
Used to CMD literally licking his lips and then popping off in response to this.
Ooh, okay, how does this work? Can you get the 0 mana Stenographer before Shadow Step? You can, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Just do the thing.
Yep. Coin, location, Frostwolf, Stenographer, clear the board, click the button, get irreversibly ahead on the board from this point, I would say.
Yeah, it was very nicely done by Ustya. This is a matchup that's very reminiscent of when Rogue was not this coin Rogue, but was the previous iteration, Lambie Rogue, and then morphing into the Miracle version that cut Krakatoa and all that late game, where in the early turns, you just dismantled your combo. Nothing mattered except keeping the board clear, which Ustya did not have to go too out of his way, admittedly, to do so, but he did use up some of these combo pieces, right? Like not trading the Cutlass, playing the Bone Spike, just tempoing out his hand as quick as possible, and then you trust your deck to provide for you later on. And a perfect example of that, just a good matchup understanding right from the start.
XMG doing his absolute level best to try and present some kind of board here to the opponent, but hard to even see anything which isn't almost immediately dealt with just by what's in play on the other side, right?
And here, even if there was no further value, which there is clearly plenty of here for Ustya, you could just clear the board. Like, again, if you just take your time to clear the board, you will win the game shortly afterwards.
Probably just dagger hit. Yep. Your opponent's going to make a board for you that dies just to dagger. Yeah, Oost your waves goodbye to the opponent. You can call it overconfident if you will, but I don't think it is. I think it is accurately recognizing the situation that he is in right now. It's a one game of Hearthstone.
Oh man, this is just why I don't have the mental fortitude to play aggro druid on ladder. It's just too demoralizing when you get in these situations where there's just absolutely nothing, but you have to keep playing because you were the aggressor at the start. So you always, when you start losing, you're always at full health, and then you have to spend 5 turns slowly dying when you're like, oh, I could get convoked to spirits. Why? Just let me die.
Coin, Frostwolf, Stenographer. We have seen it once already. I think this time, with the second click of the location, that probably spells disaster for our Chinese representative.
Yeah, throws down the concede, and we see the rogue getting the job done. Stenographers coming in hot. A big win for Ustya as we finally catch up. There we go.
There he is. Well, I mean, he's been very expressive on camera so far, both in victory and defeat, right? As we've seen so far, he's been on a bit of a ride through both the Gregorius series and this one so far, but clearly very, very confident in these decks, confident in this lineup, despite on the surface it looking like one of the more mystifying lineups in the tournament. He is showing piece by piece that it is coming together very nicely. And now, arguably, the most conventional deck in his lineup is the one left to get a win with.
Indeed, yeah. The mage to end things out with, which I'm obviously very happy to see. Big mage fan over here. And
You're a big mage fan, so not this deck.
No! I hate big mage, but I am a big mage fan. And I think he should be in a pretty good spot overall. It's a little similar to the rogue in that your game plan should still just be clear the board as much as possible, but you have to dismantle your combo, quote unquote, less so to do that because you don't really have one in the same way. Yeah. And you also have much more backup if you do lose the board against the likes of any purely board-based deck like as an Relic Demon Hunter, Naga Priest in particular, kind of big Spell Mage, and the aggro druid as well, big time. You just have so much time as the ping mage, and they have so little way to counteract freeze, damage face, alibi. I like Ustya's spot very much.
So specifically in this kind of matchup, or I should say the druid matchup, I'm not sure what is being queued on the other side. You know, against the kind of deck that's going to play a minion on 1, probably 2 minions on 2, multiple minions again on turn 3. What are the tools in Mage that you're looking for to deal with that, right? Because that's always one of the problems I've had with ping mages, not just this meta, but previous metas as well, is it's such a dominant mid-range deck, right? Once you get to turns like 5 to 10, you feel like you're absolutely stomping everything your opponent does. But what do you have in the deck that can actually deal with exactly this kind of start from the opponent?
Well, Planet is definitely be more efficient than them in the early game, which you can do, absolutely, if you're getting the mana discounts on spells with your Shivering Sorceress, with your hero power, if you get the Snow Flurry as well. If you just spend your mana every turn from 1 through 4 proactively, you're probably going to beat them. Plan B is, I would say, actually something pretty much like this, where you prioritize card draw very heavily. If you're not able to stay ahead on board, you kind of don't want to try and keep up because they're just going to value trade you over and over again. So you just want to make sure you're hitting these high value card draw cards, and you should be able to then stall out the game until you hit one of these, as you said, massive mid-turn spikes in the form of an upgraded Arcanist or the Mordresh, once you hit that point as well.
Well done. You named 2 entire cards, Derek.
It was just ahead of my brain. I know what those cards are.
You know how it's how obviously annoyed you get about it, which makes me keep mentioning it. You know that, right?
Yeah, well, guess what? Yesterday, I didn't even say that you called Infuse cards Avenge.
I did do that a lot, yeah. It's the Battlegrounds player.
Filthy
right?
BG's player.
Yeah.
Surrounded by them. By the way, tune into Lobby Legends soon. I'll be casting.
No snap pick as of yet from XMG, which I think PMD is more than happy to see in this situation. Just did not want to see the massive buff come down, I think. He just wants time. The way this game has panned out, it was kind of, I think, category B of what you were very expertly explaining there, where he's stalling and drawing, just trying to reduce damage here and there, and then he's going to try and find some explosive mid-game turn along the way. But obviously the number one problem with that would be, like, for example, wide board Pride's Fury on the previous turn or this turn, if that still existed. But Ustia has done a great job of picking this apart so far. Lots and lots of leeway here.
Activator, or is it one turn off? I think that might actually be one turn off. One spell off activating the Savara on that previous turn, which is pretty nice to have that flexibility with only Wildfire and Frozen Touch having been played. Flurry is, of course, a premium card to get back into your hand to set up for Magister Dawn Grasp. But Coin is not bad either. You know, being able to go Coin Savara and then Wildfire, and then on the next turn have Coin Dawn Grasp plus the Flurry afterwards as well, or beforehand to try and double up on the Flurry. Basically, it's all to say that there's flexibility and very powerful stall tools available for Ustia. Yeah, the Coin, that's, I think, because of hand space, what's kind of forced from him.
So it's going to be, what, Coin, Ping, Savara, Flurry, probably? I mean, in either order, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Time to wash away the filth.
Gonna get back another Wildfire from this, which could be extremely useful if Reckless Apprentice comes along anytime soon. XMG not on as much of a hiding to nothing as he has been in the last couple of games. Does have more of a robust hand size, more options available, another planted evidence now discovered if he would so choose. But he is once again in that position which every aggro druid dreads, which is kind of being forced off the board and having to reload every turn. The deck can reload, it's just not well equipped at doing so in the way that, for example, Wig Priest is, right? You don't want to be building boards from scratch every turn. You want to be buffing things you already have on board.
And that's exactly what he's going to be doing this turn and next turn, because with Ustia's reaction there, this is getting to the point where it's a little bit too difficult for him to clear on this turn. A nice draw in Varden. I do still think he's forced onto the hero card on this turn, because you can go Coin Flurry, 50-50 to hit Flurry again off the Dawn Grasp, and even if you miss, you get Frozen Touch. Would make you overdraw, admittedly, but it has a good chance to hit something already on the board.
Okay, I was also wondering whether it was still using the Coin, but you throw out, say, Arcane Intellect alongside Varden instead, because it feels like maybe Reckless Apprentice is the card that you are going for at this point, just to be able to impact this board. But I think the size of the minions as they are, you're probably out of range of that kind of stuff as well, right? Multiple 5 health minions, 8 health minion on the board as well. So yeah, I think hero card probably the right way to go about it.
Time for the finishing touch.
And we could just see your play next turn. I think that looks very appropriate.
Yep, agreed. I think that's just almost a strictly better way of doing it, right? Because then if you are able to get that full board freeze, you've spent this one turn without dying to play Varden, and then you actually get the juiced up hero power coming through as well. Obviously, bit of a nonsense, because the Pride's Fury was able to come down and the minions are just so huge now.
Oh, what order were these minions played in? This is so difficult to figure out, because Apprentice does work on minion play order, so if you can line them up perfectly to
I think it was one Slither Spear first, then the Cook, then the Living Roots, then the other Slither Spear, then the other Cook, then the thing on the left. Damn, I forgot the name of a card. Beaming Sidekick. There you go.
The Sidekick.
Yeah.
You knew.
I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember the Sidekick came down on the same turn as the Herald, which feels like a million turns ago, but maybe it wasn't actually that long.
Is that juicing to 5 or 4? Okay, gonna go Varden on this turn instead. Sure, makes sense.
It's juicing to 5, sorry, yeah, because it got played once naturally and then again by Varden, and now up to 5. I mean, this is pretty much where you where you just hope.
Oh, the Shattering Blast!
Oh, that's so sad.
Daylight Robbery.
You just hope your maths was correct and that this is an effective enough board clear.
Yeah, as long as he's
okay.
Slither Spear first, yeah, I think he's pretty good from here. Because now this hits a Living Room before the Cook, then the Cook. Oh, Beaming Psychic before the Cook. Otherwise, I was exactly right.
Close.
Yeah.
Functionally the same here, and functionally the same in ending in almost a guaranteed loss from here for XMG. We could see again, as I said, the planted evidence to get a miraculous outcome of some kind. But outside of that, mage things from here on in.
And now this is the den of aggro druid misery, right? Like now you're off board, your opponent has minions, anything you play just dies pretty much immediately. You are having a bad time at this point in the game. Wow, even battle mode on the Druid of the Reef. And why not, right?
I have an idea.
Those will do just fine.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Like I perhaps I'm a little too precious with my frozen touches in general. Let's just throw them out here.
It's aggro druid, Derek.
I know.
Just kill their stuff and put stuff on board.
I mean, this has eternally been my one of my weakest points in Hearthstone. Is if you can make a card yellow, you have to make it yellow.
Okay.
That lovely border. Oh yeah, that'll do it. That will absolutely do it.
BMD takes a bow. Ustya takes a bow. Well, you know what? Ustya CMD takes a bow. He deserves some respect on his full name at this point. That was a very, very nicely played series. Especially impressed with that last game, right? Like, the recognition, because I think his head was in a similar place to mine where, like, I need Reckless Apprentice at some point in this game to win the game. What he recognized that I didn't necessarily do at the time was that he had a free turn to play Varden. Playing Varden was going to be necessarily in that equation anyway, because he was never going to get a naturally big enough Reckless Apprentice to clear the board. He needed the daisy chain of juicing as it went along. And then not only to recognize that from a strategy standpoint, but then also to keep perfect track of the minion play order, as you said, and then actually execute the turn in the way that cleared the board so perfectly as well. Really, really nice game of Mage overall from Ustya.
Agreed. Yeah, I think Ustya is looking on impeccable form. And out of the two real players that we had very little idea of him and Plastic, it's complete opposites in terms of their stories so far. And while I think Plastic, certainly wasn't playing at the level that deserved a 1-6 scoreline, Ustya feels like he's on another level. I'm loving his lineup overall, and he got the matchups that he wanted so far, and now finds himself a game away, or a series, I should say, rather, from the World Championships. Like, seemingly out of nowhere, a few days ago, we didn't even know who this guy was, and he's just a series away from the highest level Hearthstone tournament there is. What a miracle story.
And this is what we want to see, right? Like, the opening up of the system this season or this year to make exactly this kind of thing possible has added so much to the dynamic and the unpredictability and the excitement of the format, because, when quote, the World Championships was reserved strictly for Grandmasters, like, yeah, that kind of sucked, you know, to have the World Championships closed off from the general field. There was no path to pro, if you like, from the grassroots up. Now there absolutely is, and we've seen multiple players take part in that really from the beginning, making their way through the system all the way to Grandmasters, and even the ones who didn't, making their way through the back door, if you like, just picking up those Masters Tour wins, qualifying for those tournaments, getting those top 8 finishes in the Masters Tours, and now they find themselves here within grasping distance of the World Championship, and that is what you absolutely love to see.
It is indeed, and with Glory very possibly making it as well, we can put aside any rest that he only did it in a closed circuit system, as we APAC players, APAC fans, we need to take our dubs where we can get them. Ooh. But yeah, a huge win there for Ustia. One player left to send through to the quarterfinals from Group D. Could still be any of the other 3 representative. XMG, despite making the taking the loss there, sorry, is currently the most likely player to do so, waiting in the decider match for either Spring or Gregoriu Sil. So we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, the first elimination match of Group D will commence.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Fall Championship. I'm Raven and joining me is TJ and we're about to cast our elimination match for Group D. It's the final chance for one of these players between Spring and Gregorius to actually make it through, and I think this one's going to be just a little bit of a grind fest, honestly, TJ, because both of these players are bringing, generally speaking, much slower lineups than we've seen throughout most of the weekend so far, especially when you look at those paladins, the priest, even the mage.
Yeah, it is a much slower matchup, right? This is the first time we've seen Paladin on both sides, right? Which is one of them's got to win, right?
I mean,
watching Spring get ahead, but then just not be able to do anything else for the rest of the game, and lose anyway, was rough. It was brutal for sure. So I'm excited for it though. We have Thief Rogue on one side, which is just such a cool deck to watch.
Yeah, it's okay, TJ.
Okay.
That wasn't for us. No one else heard it. It's okay.
That's my train of thought.
Yeah, so looking at the first deck on the line here is going to be this Mage, and it is going to be lining up against the Shaman from Gregorius. So, of course, again, big spell Mage here with that Mass Polymorph in as well. So the hidden tech against a potential game-winning card from Shaman.
That's right. One of the Spring's lineup is just so I'm gonna figure it out as I go kind of decks, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's the deck will give me something along the way, and I'll win. It'll be fine.
And that's one of my favorite kinds of lineups because I feel like those types of decks, those types of games, have the most skill expression. I look to Bunny Hopper's lineup as well, who's kind of similar. Right, you see decks like Control Shaman or big spell mage, right? XL big spell, and then you look at Thief Rogue, Paladin to an extent, but I think Paladin more so in the fact that timing is everything. You have a lot of control tools, but you also have to be able to know when to kind of space them out and when to use that removal. And I really like that. Whereas, the players that brought aggro lineups, I'm not saying those lineups are worse or that they're not skillful. It's just the skill comes in different ways, where it's just about maximizing everything every turn. So it's kind of nice to just, kick back, relax,
get comfortable,
and watch some games that aren't going to end in 6 turns.
Yeah, I generally agree with that. Yeah, looking at both players here with this, how this Shaman's going to line up into the Mage, it really is just going to be a bit of a slogfest, isn't it? Because neither of them, outside of really popping off early on with certain cards, really have a okay, I've done this, now you lose kind of win condition, right? Like you said, like a lot of the aggro decks, even like Relic Demon Hunter and so on. So it will just be a bit of a value fight across the whole series. And honestly, I think you do just have to look in these matchups, especially at cards like the ones that are highlighted, the Mutinous to try and, chomp on the key cards from your opponent to then massively reduce down the value they have. And then the Cydonathrius as well, because as we know, that is arguably, I guess, one card that does often just be played and ends the game there and then. So it will be interesting how, like you said, it's more about how the players actually navigate to an end game state as opposed to how they sort of execute, each turn or have that aggro mindset or anything like that. So there definitely are differences. Obviously, less generation in the mid-range Shaman than there is in the Mage. But either way, I'm just happy to see how this match plays out because both players on the back foot now. Put it simply, if they lose, they're done, they're out. Unfortunately, they don't make it or have a shot at making it to the World Championship. So a lot on the line for both players. And surely, TJ, that's a glug keep.
The Book of Raven.
It's the best card in the deck.
Book of Raven has spoken.
Yeah, it's the best card in the deck. Why wouldn't you want it in your hand?
Yeah, maybe not against Mage as much. Just because of the fact that you know, they could just freeze it forever.
But they can't kill it, TJ, and if it never dies, it will eventually win.
You're right. And Spring is obviously playing the. I don't even know what to call this deck. I'm gonna be quite honest with you. Just XL Mage, right? Because it's not anything specific. It's XL Ping Mage, I guess, is the actual archetype, but it also has runes in the top end.
Yeah, I mean, I would still call this just big spell mage, right? It's just running a few extra or different tools, like the Deathborn, for example.
Yeah, okay.
It's like, I would say it's the older big spell mage, or spooky mage, I suppose, because they're so very similar, like you said. Yeah, though, so far, Gregorius got off to a decent start. Again, the Piranha's not the best anti-aggro tools when you're going up against mage, because they don't really play tons of minions in the early game, but good for just beefing up that hand size in case there's, you know, a Null and a Muck pools, right? You would still rather have that in your hand now than later on.
Yeah.
I'm just already very interested to see what the impact the Clownfish and Gorlock will make. Because although there's no big targets to hit yet, there are a lot of big targets to actually hit in the deck from Mutinous if Gregorius can get hold of it.
Big if. There's 40 cards in this deck.
Big if.
I don't know if you forgot.
Big deck.
Yeah.
Makes sense. In this kind of matchup, you're really waiting for that pivot point, right? Like, will Spring get Magister Dawngrasp like on curve? Because suddenly it allows one player to put their foot on the gas, right? And actually say, okay, this is a way to win the game. But until then, a lot of it's just going to be keeping even and trying not to take too much early game damage, because that can also just tilt things just a little bit in one player's favor.
Yeah.
Clownfish and ooh, a Malcolm, okay.
Yeah, I feel like Gregorius' early game has been pretty good. Everything's lined up nice and cleanly. The Clownfish into the Ravager to be able to fill up the hand early. Probably was hoping for maybe Mutinous off the top to try and get some of that disruption early. But this definitely is one of those matchups where you can even greed the Mutinous a tiny bit.
And maybe even wait for Bran, right? Like,
yeah, wait for Bran or wait for McCall. So
yeah. I do have a question for you though, TJ.
Okay, go for it.
Because it's a bit of a slow-going matchup in the start, and you'd argue, you know, both players have time, right? Neither of them are going to get aggroed down. Is there a particular minion type that Gregorius will want to hit with Amalgam? Is there a card that you can discover that suddenly makes a huge impact? Is it Murlocs for another Mutinous? Is it a Beast? Is it some kind of Elemental?
In this matchup specifically, probably Beast, because of Starfish.
Right.
Because that, just threatening to be able to unlock your minions and push, that extra little bit of damage, it makes a lot of sense. You also have a chance to get Macaw, which is just overall good in the deck. So if you're playing for like the absolute best case scenario, I'd probably say Beast.
Okay.
If you're playing for highest value, probably Naga. If you're playing for Flurgle, Murloc. Or Mutinous. But Murlocs in general are pretty bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of whiffs, right?
Yeah. Elementals are the only one with like direct burst, right? Unless you're talking about Life Drinker. Life Drinker is 3 damage, but you can get Alakir, which is like the most damage. Ooh. Mass Reveler. Is that what it's called? Something like that.
I think so.
Someone's a copy of a 2/2. Someone's a copy of a minion in your deck. That comes out as a 2/2. That could be interesting. What could be cool?
Glug.
Yeah, honestly.
I mean, tell me I'm wrong, TJ. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, no. I mean, you could get like just a Null and like Muck pulls it early. I don't know.
Bolner wouldn't be terrible, right?
Oh yeah, Bolner and Bran.
Yeah.
Very early Varden. But I can't say I disagree. Because there wasn't much else to do. There's just double Wildfire and Reckless Apprentice in hand now, so I'm gonna start to get the pings up there, but still not even halfway through the deck. Ooh, Theatar perhaps? Double dip? Oh, I love Reckless Apprentice and Shaman. I love it. Brew Khan, you roll the damage hero power, and then you brand Reckless Apprentice. You can deal like 80 points of damage if your opponent's board is full.
Is it better than just picking a Wildfire, though, TJ? Is that really where we're at right now?
I think so, because Wildfire's useless.
What are you on about? You Totem Steal one more?
Yeah. Whatever they do, it's just +1.
Yeah, it's just whatever they taunt one more time.
Yeah. This has taunt +1.
Taunt twice.
This 1/1 is now a 1/1. +1.
Again.
I don't know. I would have taken the Reckless Apprentice. High upside.
Really? Okay.
I'm playing for high upside here. It's sick. It's so good. I've won like at least 2 games with it.
Whoa!
That's
two more than I thought you would have won with it.
Games that were unwinnable otherwise.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Because as, you know, Briarthorn taught us, the mythical Briarthorn taught us, it takes your hero power and just fires and just presses it for however many minions there are on the board, plus the enemy. So let's say there's 5 minions on the board, and you roll the Brucon damage hero power. That's 30 damage that you deal to your opponent's face, or 36 damage because it counts the actual face too.
That's Polymorph coming out now. I do understand this. Spring doesn't want to take, you know, a ton of damage just for nothing. Doesn't really have good enough freezes available, but it does mean now Spring's not safe from Glug.
You're right.
I really wouldn't mind Gregorius just holding on to this Mutinous. Is there any particular rush right now?
Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine to hold on to it. At least just like see your next draw. Just don't play a Murloc this turn.
Well, also there's 2 amalgams. Why don't you go fishing for beasts, right? With the with the sheep on board. I think do that first and then decide.
Yeah, true.
Ooh.
Snapdragon?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm always looking at Aussie, man. It can be really good again if you play it next turn into a potential.
It feels like you're bored.
Yeah, I guess.
With garbage. They're 1/3s.
Oh, that one's better. Oh, Fang. Do you remember when Snapdragon for a very short time buffed your hero cards with attack?
Yes.
Oh, those were the days.
Yeah, Coilfang Constrictor, very interesting. The timing is particularly interesting too. It can really mess with what Mage in particular wants to do, because oftentimes they plan stuff out later on in the game. I didn't even know Coilfang Constrictor was a beast, but it makes sense. When you look at the art, it kind of looks like a Naga, but then you look closely and it's just a giant snake. Yeah. And it's called Coilfang Constrictor.
Yeah.
Which leads you to believe that it's a snake. There actually is an elemental in the art, though.
Yep, it's coiling around an elemental.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a smart plan. What are you gonna do?
It's a really big snake. Yeah, I agree. It would be weird if it was called Coilfang Constrictor and it was a rabbit.
Yeah. Ooh, it's Space Rock. What is it called? Space Elemental? Rocket Ship? Arcane Elemental? Is that what it's called?
I feel like you're just saying words now, TJ. I'm confused. Space Elemental. Is that just an empty... You walk into an empty room, it's like, oh, there's a Space Elemental over there. Why? Well, look at all this space.
It gives you 2 arcane spells that you gotta play this turn. So it's an Arcane Space Elemental. What is it called?
Oh, the 2/2?
Yeah.
I wasn't even looking. I'll still look at the Elemental and the Coilfang Constrictor, I'll be honest.
Oh, no.
Is it Azurite something?
Azurite something, maybe. I don't know. Azurite Elemental?
I mean, I prefer Space Elemental. It's just air.
Base Rock. Hearthstone. I'm Googling it.
Space Rock. I'd love it if it is just called Space Rock.
Submerged Space Rock. There's space
there
in
you
it.
go.
There's rock, and it's an elemental. See, it's a space elemental. Give me a break. Yeah, get that Snapdragon online.
Yeah. The quicker you play it, the quicker the deck is buffed.
Yeah. So let's see what we got that's in the deck. We got I don't know, Houndfish, Macaws. No.
It's all
game's
over. It's just over. Okay, so Gregorius now needs to mutinous the Modresh to protect the Glug.
That's the win condition. Look.
Yep. I mean, this doesn't seem like a terrible Modresh turn, does it? The board's not huge, but it's big enough to be annoying.
Could also just go like Theatar. Ping. Because you take off 3 power just from the ping. Oh, Mutinous.
Oh no.
Oh, the punish for the greed. Give him the sorceress.
Time runs out on me.
Oh yeah, throw the 2/2 at them.
It's better than Denathrius, Imp stealing the Mutinous, but it's not better than Denathrius if Spring then plays Mutinous and it eats the Denathrius.
It's just a 2-for-1.
Oh, here we go. Get some trades right off the bat, too.
Yeah.
This will certainly force some more Dresh, and then Gregorius has a juiced Sylvanas. I feel like the Hearthstone team really missed an opportunity to, instead of calling it infused, call it juiced.
Yep, I think that would sound a lot better. Really, in
Juiced
theme.
3. Draw 3 cards.
I mean, these trades always happen, right?
Yeah, I think you trade the Silly 2, so it gets a 2/2 and bumps it up.
Oh, yeah.
It's out of range of the
yeah.
Mordresh, but not out of range of Mordresh ping.
Okay. Can he kill off any more of his own minions? Quick, Muck pulls it.
Muck pulls the glug. You have to protect it at all costs.
Yeah, exactly. You can't dive. It's not there. I wouldn't mind using the Muck pulls on the Prester.
I don't want to use it on anything, actually.
No, it's a pink. Yeah. Getting the order right. Insta Sylvanas here.
Now it's gone.
It's okay though, because in essence, if Gregorius wins, it will be because of Glug. Look at how much that Glug has juiced Denathrius, TJ.
Yeah. You're right. Okay, so...
Yeah. Bit of a problem for Spring. It's not the end of the world, but what, amplified? Raw, gain armor.
I kind of just want to
Ping,
Mutinous and
yeah,
use this
ping.
thing.
Want to use Mutinous?
No waves can sink this ship.
What are you saving it for? Like, just a Bran alone? Or for Gregorius just to play more minions?
Yeah, I think it's okay to just wait, because I don't think this is that big a deal, right?
Yeah, but Gregorius knows that the Mutinous is there, so... The earlier you can get out, the better. Like, I think this might even be just Denathrius to just deny the Mutinous.
Then maybe the Muck pulls on the Sylvanas?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gregorius is actually running a little bit low on the old resources. Did you catch how much damage the Denathrius is doing?
Nope.
We're going to see the evolve first. Okay, well, healed it to an extent, a little bit more stats.
Oh, the mutinous.
Ooh.
Well, definitely not the Denathrius because
You're okay with them dealing 7? Yeah.
yeah.
Guessing that was solid alibi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And then I don't want to play any more minions because I want the thing to live.
You think this is your time?
Ooh, an 8/8. That's better.
Yeah, leveling up the stats.
Yeah, he
Still
couldn't
gonna
play
be
any
a-
more minions anyway, so.
Yeah, still going to be a bit of a problem with Blizzard. Just stalling this one out. Oh, going for the trade.
All right, now Denathrius.
Can't stop this snowstorm.
Yeah, this looks good enough. To clear this up and pound on a load of pressure. What was that, 18? Not bad at all. But still not great. I mean, Spring is still now on a brightly 30 health. But the good thing is now, Gregorius is can't exactly Denathrius back in response, right? Because it's not big enough.
Yeah, it's, what, 1 minion died, so it's, or 2, Skellies too, so 1 Skelly.
Ooh,
Was that 9 or something?
No death bonds or
That's
anything
4?
been played. That's 4, TJ. It's not 5. It's not 6. Not even 7.
4. Oh, jeez. Big number.
Got to be solid alibi or Spring is simply dead. Pools is going to be online here for the null. Or even potentially the Devourer. Wonder if there's a, like,
Time runs out on me.
can activate the Devourer by trading the 3/4? It must be close, right? Or maybe now you can just trade in fish. Oh no, no man.
Trade in 1 fish. Nope.
Nope, still no mana.
The same thing you did.
Yep. Gregorius, you don't have the mana.
I think it's like, might even be 3 away.
Okay, I didn't realize it was that far.
It was at, see, it was at least 2.
Yeah, it could go for could go in a different route here actually and go like double, like trade as much as possible and then just evolve the Modresh and the dragon. Morazan, there we go.
Oh, is it gonna hit the null? Oh my gosh, playing with fire.
Oh, okay. Well, it's
Pretty good.
yep. Yes, I would like to turn my Rush Minion into another Denathrius with lifesteal.
Not bad. Oh, geez, this Savara.
Yeah,
Been waiting for a
nothing.
spell. Oh, man.
In all honesty, like, does Spring actually just go Finley for Rune here?
Might have to be.
Because his hand is
Feels bad
trash.
to throw away Denathrius, though. But
Yeah.
otherwise, like, none of these other plays, you can't just keep stalling.
Well, if Denathrius didn't want to get thrown away, he should have been able to deal more damage.
Oh, Spring sat up. So I think Grey Sage Parrot is a blizzard, so that's good. Really good stuff picked up, actually. Oh my gosh, this Devour is going to be massive, though.
Yeah. And the problem is that's the second and last solid alibi outside of a Dawngrass pickup. Yeah, you just slam this.
Oh, it even started with +1/+1 because of the Snapdragon.
Shattering.
Pick up Grand Dungeoneer. Okay.
The wails of these caverns.
It's not bad. Not bad at all. It's Double Frost. There's a clownfish left. Nowhere to clear these up.
Yeah, good thing here though for Gregorius is he can actually just. Ooh.
Oh, that's even better.
That is good. He can also muck pulls the low Adenathrius as well. Even though it will almost certainly lose the lifesteal, of course, it just heals up to bigger almost always. Got to be deal 6, right? Oh wait, heal.
You could just restore.
Yeah, heal's better.
Heal your minions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, play the long game.
Oh! Oh, do it all! 7! Did you say Did you say wildfire was wrong, TJ? Apologize.
Watch. Watch. Well, not this turn, but
All right.
another turn.
All I'm hearing is their excuses, TJ. That's +1 damage.
Yeah, but imagine like +18 damage.
What if he never gets the deal damage to face ever again? Probably holds the evolve, right? No need to use it, even though the Malagos isn't exactly hitting hard.
Yeah.
No need. Use it as a heal.
Plenty of damage. Oh, Dawn Grasp.
You wish to match wits with me.
Okay.
It's gotta cast
Blizzard.
Blizzard, though.
Yeah.
Oh, Mass Polymorph.
Have an idea.
Oh, no, it casts Arcane Ally.
Oh! Wildfire and Alibi.
Oh, solid alibi. Okay. But Mass Polymorph was what Spring needed in that situation.
Now, I mean, is there anything even really left for Spring at this point?
It's a Blizzard.
Outside. Is there still 2 Rune of the Archmage left?
Yeah, in the bottom 8.
I'm 7 now.
Yeah, so you got to go Parrot, Dungeoneer. I guess you could go, yeah, because you need Rune next turn.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
The wails of these caverns chill me.
There it is.
Macaw.
It was Devourer, right?
Or,
Yeah.
yeah. Mage is a funny deck to watch.
And this is just game 1 of the series. I think we're going to be here for a while. You know what? We might actually just run straight through to Sunday at this rate.
Please no.
Probably working out
I mean,
attacks and freezes, but is there really anything to work out here?
what's the hero power at right now?
Not 41.
Yeah, but is there anything with like Reckless Apprentice? Can you Reckless Apprentice Sanctum and Cold Case to live and make trades? Yeah, I think that's the play.
I
Sun sets.
Because this is going to beef it up to 5. Then you can make trades over not quite the other Denathrius. So that Denathrius is going to stick, but
Wait. There's double trades into it, right? Yeah, he's got a trade. Yeah. Because the taunt's tiger, right?
oh yeah. Sorry, I thought that the first Denathrius had already taken the Reckless Apprentice image.
Just devour everything. Brand parrot.
Oh jeez.
Chomp, chomp, chomp.
It already has +1/+1.
No, yeah. It's already too big. Oh wait, no, it's
Brukan. I forgot about
this
Brukan.
is insane. It's just gonna do everything. And he's just gonna parrot again. Goes for the muck pool to get. Oh, okay, we'll take an elixir.
I think, yeah, it doesn't matter. I was like, I think you're supposed to rush first in case it gives you heal, because you're attacking dead no matter what, right?
Now, if you wipe the board, oh my god, so many restores. And no faces. Wow. That second one was disappointing at best, but still, that set up lethal, TJ, because of the wildfire.
Oh, you're right. You were right all along.
Set up. See, never question me. Oh, solid. Not like this. Wait, it's still
Reckless.
lethal if all minions live.
The spring's already gone.
Oh, wow. What a game. Game 1 going to Gregorius. And I told you guys at the start, you need to learn to believe me. It's going to be a long one. That was tricky at best. And even with the mutinous being stolen and everything else, I think just the raw value of Gregorius' deck was just too much. And especially when you compare it to those Rune of the Archmage, just both pretty much sitting at the bottom of the deck. It was just not enough for Spring to keep up.
Yeah, I had to spend too many resources to deal with the same board, right? Bigger deal would have been if the Dawngrasp had cast Mass Polymorph instead of Arcane Intellect.
Right, yep.
But, no, well done by Gregorius. Those matchups are always pretty tough to navigate, but I think he went about it quite well.
Well, I hope you're ready, TJ. Because we've got Spring on the Mage once again, going up against Gregorius on this Paladin. And what do you think of this deck? Do you think this deck's actually got legs, or is it a deck people enjoy because they just enjoy the style of it, right? They get to play the Jailer and all the big stuff.
I think the deck is pretty good, but it has, pretty glaring weaknesses in the fact that you just have very limited removal. And sometimes you're reliant on Discover effects to actually remove like larger boards. Like the actual Jailer itself is a pretty hard card to set up. But with, Order in the Court and the amount of, just kind of early game board flood that you can do, it can sometimes let you get to that point. There's obviously a lot of players that are, floating in pretty high legend that play Jailer Paladin, maybe not exclusively, but that play it enough to let it be considered a top legend deck.
Right.
I just personally don't have too much faith in the deck. I might just be bad though,
Might.
I'm definitely bad.
Well, let's get into game 2. Spring, I think that was just a 1 wildfire keep. Didn't he have 2 then offered? Interesting. Gregorius, though, on the other hand as well. Like he had a pretty solid mulligan for himself, too. Keeping the Denathrius, got Mugborn Servant for turn 3. Not looking too bad for either player so far, honestly. Double Muckbone. Because this is the one fear you have with this deck, right? Is you mulligan and it's just all your top end. And you end up pressing hero power for 4 or 5 turns in a row.
I mean, sometimes against Jailer Paladin, that's all you need.
Yep, gonna keep those 1/1s on board to make them immune later on with the Jailer. I can see, yeah, I was gonna say, I can see this just being an order in the court very, very soon.
The wails of these caverns chill me.
Now, with Denathrius in hand, it will be Jailer into Cariel, right?
Yeah.
I'm 7 moves ahead of you.
Job done.
Oh. You okay, TJ?
I'm just like, I see all these Odin cards and my mind just like
Melts.
just it just stops.
But the Paladin actually just puts TJ's brain on pause. I guess here is Gregorius will want to play Order in the Court on turn 6, right? Because then on turn 7, Jailer draw, and then on turn 8, Cariel will be drawn to play.
Yeah.
What'll wet your whistle?
It's one thing that's kind of interesting, right? Once Gregorius goes, gets Cariel online, then as the Jailer follow-up, at that point, like, is there much the mage can do?
Were you thinking what I was thinking?
What were you thinking?
The horn? The cavalry horn?
Oh, I don't think there's any need. It would be funny, but there's no need, right? Like, look at the hand. Oh, I forgot about Ragnar's Light Lord, of course. Okay. So yeah, the turn earlier actually makes sense to make sure.
To make sure that you actually get there on 8,
Yeah. Yeah. I forgot about like Ragnar's.
And there's plenty of early game stuff to get there, so.
Yeah, I got plenty of stuff to do. I just don't really know what Spring can really do against this.
Wait.
Wait to lose, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something, TJ. But once Jailer comes down, it's not like he's playing, Ping Mage, where you can say, oh, well, at that point, the fatigue damage starts hitting, and I'm just still pinging for like 5 or 6, right? So even though it's halved from Cariel, it can do that. Saying that.
Gotta be the Atar.
Yeah, Spring does run Rust Drop Viper, so that's something. If you can get hold of it.
Yeah, but it still just feels like not enough. I mean, the pings are going to start to ramp up, but
4, not too bad. There's Cariel, though.
The light guides you.
it just feels like you're just waiting to do the cool things with this deck.
Yeah. It's like, just give me a minute.
Battle Vicar, just, I don't know. Pick a beige spell and then move on to the next one. Like,
Why can't Paladins just get, just like more than one color?
Follow the rule.
here's some beige with a little bit of olive green thrown in.
Ooh, wild.
Battle Vicar is beige with a little bit of some yellow tones.
I think
Ariel's
it's just
just
yellow with more
beige.
yellow on it.
Yeah. Oh, looks like we're going for a Deathborn here. Might be able to get a little bit of an extra one with if the skeleton that's on board hits the 1/3. Be the full 5.
I have an idea.
Yeah, but then
Just
Cariel
kidding.
kind of laughs. Yeah, never mind. All that setup was not worth it.
So you like made trades. Ah!
I mean, it's just Wildfire Ping, and just that's the plan for the rest of the game.
Those pings gotta get big.
Alright, snap Carol, yeah, okay. Paladin has started to play the game.
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience.
This, of course, not going to be any surprise for Spring to see. He pretty much knows what's on order for the next few turns. Probably Ragnaros Light Lord next turn.
Oh,
Maybe not
right
even
on
that
time.
Oh, okay. TJ said it didn't matter, but, you know, we'll see.
It's just, you gotta get through so much.
Gorius really needs to trade these minions off, right? This trade. What? I'm being serious. You don't want these. You don't want immune 1/1s on the board, do you?
Just like conviction, hold the bridge, hero power. Like,
No,
just
it's embarrassing, TJ. If you're gonna play the jailer, you play the big boys down afterwards. Yeah, probably skip on.
Light guide my patience.
Yeah, what? What if it is just trade, hero power pass, and then just play jailer next turn?
Running out of time.
Does Gregorosol even need this Leviathan on board? He has Ragnaros Light Lord that will be immune. He has Denathris that will be immune. And the Jailer. Okay, a couple of the 1/1s went. That was my biggest gripe.
yeah.
This Deathbond's played. I feel like it's just playing into Gregorus' hands. But yes, kill all of this. It's fine.
Yep. More room for the big stuff. Womp.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm upset this isn't just an absolute insta jailer.
I think it over.
You don't put jailer in your deck and then not play it on turn 10. Madness.
Light guide my patience.
Madness.
I'm out of cards.
Well, all right.
Oh, Reno's active.
We're on a clock, one way or another.
Kind of. There's Denathrius, Ragnaros, Light Lord, and Reno.
That's what I mean. Like, we're on a clock, one way or another, meaning, like, either Gregorius is going to win pretty quickly, or Spring's going to win pretty quickly.
Probably just Denathrius, right? I'm not sure how much it's on, but it doesn't
It can't be that high. There hasn't been.
Yeah, but it also doesn't matter, right? You're playing it for the lifesteal on the minion at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, it's too fast.
I did see it.
Light guide my patience.
Upstairs.
16. I got it. Wait, what? 16's fine,
Spammy?
isn't it?
Kind of spammy.
But that doesn't heal you for 16. The only other option here is like hero power rag.
Do you need to heal for 16?
Running out of time.
I mean, I guess, like,
I wouldn't mind
if
it.
you quality spammy and every skeleton goes face,
Yeah.
you're dead.
Is this necessary? Also,
Dead.
but also he just doesn't have. He just has a 10/10 with lifesteal next turn. To just hit fate. Yeah, it can get frozen, of course, but and then there's you just follow it with Rag or Reno, right?
Yeah.
I think with the weapon gone, this is potentially just like just giving Spring a chance at like fatigue really stacking up here.
Let me remind you who you're
Rune it
dealing
is.
Yep.
Vengeful Visage. Okay.
Playing around that. That's the way I played the
Horn
3-4.
does nothing. Life sentence, nothing. Jellyfish, nothing.
Nothing.
Priest, nothing.
Oh. Don't attack with the jailer first.
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, dude, he's gonna play the Nathrius weapons objection. Wait, did Vengeful Vicious catch twice?
I don't think so.
Gregor's is like, oh no.
Almost like
1 in 6.
Almost like it would have been better if it was down last turn.
Yeah. He could just go.
Could hold the bridge, right? Conviction, hold the
He can
bridge.
hold the bridge Reno, so at least he gets some heal no matter what. Attacking first with the spammy is just the correct play no matter what.
Yeah.
Because that gives you a lot of information and checks for Ice Barrier and then checks for Vengeful Visage.
There we go.
Now he can play Denathrius safely.
Oh, come on.
A toast.
Thank you. Okay. I'm not going completely crazy.
Parrot again.
Go for Rune again for it to do nothing, 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 and nothing. Of course, the immune minions can be frozen, as we've seen, but not something that's obvious at the start, right? When you see your first immune minion, it says immune. It's like,
nothing that's
well, immune to
targeted.
what? Like
You can't target them. They're immune
Yeah.
to being targeted. But Blizzard's not a target. It's to deal damage to minions and freeze them.
and they're immune to damage as well, of course.
Yeah. But the freeze is not part of the damage. It's something
Right.
separate on Blizzard.
Stop trying to make freeze part of the damage, everyone.
Get out of here.
But the problem is that Springs Denathrius will try and target these minions. Doesn't do too great.
The dummy. You gonna double rune?
Who knows what secrets will uncover?
Oh no.
I know it's Blizzard, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. It's Blizzard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna freeze him twice.
Yeah.
Me tusks won't stop shattering.
Now I do wonder if it is a. Oh, I guess he can't Reno as well. I was wondering if it's a Theotar, but it's probably just Hero Power Reno, right? To go back up to full.
Yeah, but then you're taking a lot.
Insanity is no excuse.
Yeah, looking for solid Owlbear and Mordrush. Hits the Mordrush. Gives them the equality. Nice.
It feels a lot safer now, yeah.
Yeah, because now there's no way that Spring can really defend himself. Has the Bran on board. Is
Yeah,
Denathrius enough to just like maybe
No.
a 1 in a million
No.
to snipe?
A 1 in, no.
Because there's 5 fatigue, then there's 8 on board, so that's 13. So it needs to deal 20.
Wait a minute.
What?
That's polymorph work? I've literally never seen it in my life.
Sun sets.
Theoretically, it should.
I mean, I don't really play much Jailer Paladin, so obviously I've not had the most games with it, but I've never ran it or never
I've
noticed
played
it mass polymorph.
I've played it, and I've never seen someone play Mass Polymorph. That's what the conviction's for.
Yeah. Those sheep are going to be full of conviction to win the game. I mean, this not too much to think about here for Gregorius, right? Because he has 2 board spaces and 2 minions. So there's, you know, at least none of those mental gymnastics you have to do sometimes, where you have to really sit and think about what minion you want to commit and if it's actually worth it for the late game or not.
Yeah, I think this is just hero power Mordresh, trade off all the minions.
Yeah, because he doesn't need Reno, right? He has the attack from Denathrius and has the heal from Ragnaros, so it's absolutely fine. I think Reno will be the I need to buy my last turn of fatigue, right? And do it's like the old Reno days.
Oh, actually gonna hold. Okay. I don't mind this. I don't think there's even a rush to like
Blizzard, another one.
Another pick the face.
Actually, so ridiculous.
That's 6, and then what? 6 fatigue damage. Yep. So now is effectively at 34 after the Raglite Lord. There's 1 parrot left in the deck.
So surely this is a Odresh now, right? Because he's running out of time.
Yeah. Actually crazy how much time Spring's been able to buy. And still has 1 more turn with the solid alibi. And potentially even another turn with the parrot.
Yeah. I mean, I still go all the way back and just question a whole turn worth of Jailer was playing a 3-4.
Yeah.
Beep. Yeah, I assumed it would work. I've just never seen it. Not gonna solid alibi. Now he will witness Wrath of the Sheep.
So Spring wins from here, right?
Does he?
Because the solid alibi.
Gregorius has Reno though, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because the damage is going to be so high.
Yeah, but if he's got 16 Modresh, if he just plays Modresh now.
If he plays Mordresh now, he's dead.
He doesn't know that though, right?
I mean, a ping, reckless awareness plus fatigue damage, right?
Guess.
My patience.
Wait, is that 21? It's 8 fatigue. The ping is at 5. No, it's not quite. So it can hold 1 more turn.
I mean, Reno's not that small either. Could just hero power conviction Reno.
Yeah, but you want to wait until the last possible second to play the Reno, which would be next turn. Because he knows there's 1 solid alibi left.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying if he's got something in his mind that he thinks he can die this turn, he could still push a good solid amount of damage, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's lethal. Okay.
Oh.
Double
What
reckless
is this
apprentice.
series?
Oh my gosh. That is just so ridiculous. Like, that was a good 8 turns. That was a solid 8 turns. Because he was in 8 fatigue. So after the Jailer was played, Spring lasted 8 turns and dealt, oh my gosh, an absurd amount of damage.
Yeah, and the Viper coming in clutch, right? Imagine without that Viper, not even close to enough damage. And
Literally the
even that
turn
many
carrier was
turns.
played.
Yeah.
Literally the turn carrier was played.
I will say though, like, maybe I'm getting too caught up on it, which is absolutely fine. But the spammy Arcanist turn felt marginally pointless. That could have been a whole turn of having an extra 10-10 on board.
Yeah.
And then, you know, does that accelerate the whole game 1 more turn? Maybe. If it does, that means 1 more turn's worth of like high damage from Gregorius,
Yeah,
and then suddenly it ends, right?
Even if you go back to like the turn where, not the turn that the Jailer was played, but the turn prior to that, right, when the Leviathan was played.
Yeah.
He just threw away a city axe.
True, actually, yeah.
With a quality in hand.
Oh yeah, well that was the wait. Oh, was that turn?
Yeah, he played a city tax to deal 1 damage when he could have just traded in a 3/2.
Yeah, very odd. I'm not sure that was the way to go.
There had to have been a reason for it, but it just seemed weird because quality plus city tax lets you, still push past a bunch of minions, and it's that little bit of incremental heal on the game. May not have mattered because of the breakpoints, but could have made like the spammy turn even just a tiny bit cleaner or a tiny bit of extra healing. Very difficult one to math out. So we're now going to move over to Thief Rogue. We got a tied series 1-1.
Yeah, it's going to be the Rogue from Spring going up against the Priest from Gregorius. And,
oh, geez. Really?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, you know what? Let this be a lesson to everyone. You bring decks like these, and you get stuck in a series like this. In the lower bracket of a group. Hopefully for Worlds, TJ, lessons will be learned. But yes, it is going to be the Rogue versus the Quest Priest. We are here, we are living this life right now. Two generally slow decks. Of course, the Rogue can just jackpot into something huge and run away with the game, but the Priest does have a lot of removal, a lot of answers to any threats. The one small, tiny glimmer of light, TJ, is this is Quest Priest and actually has a button that wins the game.
Yeah. Unless.
Don't. I don't think I could take this.
There's some weird stuff that can happen.
Yep. DJ's got no words.
I have no words. All my words.
They're all gone. You've got nothing left.
That's every word I know.
Well,
every word I know.
You've said them. You've completed the game of life. You've said all the words.
Yeah. All right, let's get into it.
Game 3.
Wait, no, this isn't. Oh, it is. Wait, what? Oh, this is just a really interesting version of it.
I see you've brought
It's still jackpot. Yeah.
It's still jackpot. It has like a murder accusation, which is pretty cool. It's got a SI7 extortions. Pretty cool.
It's just not got the secrets, right?
Yeah, it just doesn't have the secrets. But I feel like the secrets are pretty good because you have the tools that go along with them.
Yeah, I like the secrets. I actually like the secret package more than I like the jackpot stuff. I would rather just play a secret rogue deck, except I don't think really one exists.
Where you followed?
All right, we got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here for Gregorius.
I mean, that's a very solid start, to be fair. Like, if Gregorius can actually just hard curve out, then the game could potentially be shorter than we imagine.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that Spring can stop Gregorius just drawing the card and playing it right.
Yeah. You get Proving Grounds from Jackpot.
I wish you hadn't played this deck enough, TJ, to know these things.
more meat.
There's a lot of weird stuff that can happen.
Oh no, not Proving Grounds. It whatever the other one is, the Warrior one.
Yeah, I know which one you mean. Yeah.
Is it Warrior?
I think it's a Warrior.
No, it's
card.
Paladin.
Wait, what card?
I'll find it. One sec.
So far,
I've had it happen before.
Gregorius has a nice alternate option with the 4-drop now with Drown. Means he doesn't have to just throw out another wing on board, which again is useful. Like I said earlier, this priest does run a ton of removal, but you generally want to use it as removal and not tempo tools. But the fact he has that Drown to just say go away to a minion seems pretty solid.
Front
to me.
lines. Paladin. It's Paladin. Front lines. Summon a minion from each player's deck. Repeat until either side of the battlefield is full.
Okay.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Wait, how is that a problem?
What do you mean? You don't get the. You can play it and it pulls the.
Not a minion though.
Oh
it's a
yeah,
spell.
you're right. Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, so it should be fine if Gregorius can actually...
No, there's something. There's something. I know there's something. I've done it before.
The only stuff I can think of off the top of my head is just making them burn cards by discovering cards that fill up their hand somehow. But I can't think of an actual scenario. I'm sure someone will. Wait, can they get Mutinous somehow? And then they just Mutinous the 5-drop?
There's got to be a way.
Yeah. There's always a way.
What's that? I did it before. What did it happen?
I feel like you made this up, TJ, without proof.
No, I didn't. I didn't. Okay. Here's what it was. It's the death rattle that you get from reconnaissance. Okay. The 4-mana 2/6 priest death rattle card that gives you a copy of a card in your opponent's hand. It's called Incriminating Psychic.
Okay.
And then you get identity theft.
And then you steal the card.
And then you identity theft the
God.
shard.
But then the game ends though,
from
right?
the deck.
But then the game ends because the other player does it. So at least something happens.
Yeah.
And Gregorius now knows there's a Mida on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, just keep us up on the action. I'm gonna looking for ways that go sideways.
EJ, I've got one question for you before you go. What action?
What? Got him. There's another one too. It's tooth. You tooth into. What? God, I can't remember names of cards.
You're just making up cards, TJ. It's fine. You can admit it. It's not.
I'm not. You have to get that minion, okay? So
that minion.
What I said, the Incriminating Psychic, you get Incriminating Psychic, you get Identity Theft. And then you get the Harvester of Envy. After you play a card copied from the event, steal the original.
And then you just never play it, and then Spring just never plays the win condition and just says, we're going to carry on. I'll beat you in fatigue.
Yeah. Or it's their last card. You hold on to a Perjury the whole game, and then pick Counterspell.
Nice.
You get the 1 and 6 for the Mage Seeker and Counterspell.
Oh, now there's jackpot on both sides. That's what we want.
Ease.
Pyro and all fell breaks loose.
Yeah, all fell breaks. Useless.
Yep. I got that the other day when I was playing this the rogue deck, and it did nothing.
Yeah. Gotta be a demon somewhere in here. You think there is? No, there's not.
There will be by now.
Minions that are demons?
There must be. I refuse to believe that they have 0 demons. Or is it they don't have demons because Priest itself is a demon?
There's got to be a demon. There's not.
The time has come to dethrone our former master.
Yeah, there's none.
Okay, well, the one thing there is a Pyroblast. That's also a win condition.
Yeah.
Gregorius
Pyroblast.
can pickle Spring down to 10 health.
Where are we
No,
at?
I miss TJ.
Quest progress. We still need a 6.
I miss when Shadow Priest
five.
was overpowered.
Must consider.
We should bring back those decks.
Another idea.
There's
So much value.
It's a new show we're going to start. It's just clips of us making these noises, and you've just got to decide whether we're laughing or crying. Called Laugh or Cry.
Such a clever name.
Well, look, you understand the game, right? It's just from knowing the name of the show.
Not much time to think through this option here. Basically, if it says 5 or 6 on it, I think that's what we're going for. I didn't even see the spell on the left. Was it Clear Conscience?
Sure.
Yeah, it was Clear Conscience.
Gaps come down now.
We have plotted long enough. Now we run.
What do you even take from Ashara? It's still probably Horn, right?
Should be obvious. And then just hope you don't get Neblon.
Okay.
Oh! Are there any other mechs? Any Death Rattle mechs? Other classes?
I don't think Hunter's got any. Hunter used to have them, right? Wait, Mage has Death Rattle mechs, right? I was saying that the only one I can think of is actually Neutral, the big ship.
No, Space Elemental's an elemental. Oh, no.
I was thinking of the big boat or the big ship. Yeah, that was a Mother Boat, I think it's called. That's Neutral.
Spring's like, yeah, got it off. Picked a Finley. I mean, there's a... I'm struggling. A Mida.
Are you okay?
I'm like, I can't remember card names. I can't remember anything. We've been live for 12 hours.
I can't remember what my life was like before this series. It was so long ago.
You couldn't have had this match like first of the day.
or never. I don't know.
Or never, sure.
Yep. Why didn't they just win, TJ?
Ooh.
Theotar's not bad.
Theotar.
Oh wait, Gregorius is still waiting on the 6 cost, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
And full.
Theotar high 5. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
What if
What am I waiting for?
Spring plays Theotar, picks whatever card from Gregorius, I was going to say, and gives him scabs so they can play a rogue mirror. Okay, burnt a 5-drop, wasn't a 6-drop, so it's fine. Does have the Nether Drake to be able to clear this up.
Or condemn, depending on mana utilization.
I don't know what else he's going to do this turn, so I just wonder whether he wanted the minion. And Nether Drake's not always active. Save Whirlpool for the quest. It's our only hope. This Whirlpool is our Obi-Wan of this game.
Ooh. Do you want another Theotar or do you want a Queen Ashara?
Probably Theotar, right? Because then you just Theotar for the Queen Ashara.
I wonder.
2 birds, 1 draw.
Yeah, I took the Theotar.
Gave him all fell breaks loose. Oof.
Alright, let's start with a tooth. Oh, the hero power and a tooth. Ah, we can start with a trade, that's fine too.
You're gonna murder first and then tooth the Theotar, I guess.
Sure.
So they both die. Makes sense. May as well use the cards.
Also, is this act a queen as well? Front line.
Front lines, wait! Wait, TJ, you can win now. Right?
You can pull out all the minions so they can never complete the quest.
Ooh. Neutral. Not what he was looking for. With their own minion? Okay.
Yeah, what if you did front lines?
Wait a minute. Was front lines right all along? Was TJ just too far ahead of the curve?
Wait, no, that wouldn't work either. Because there's oh yeah, it'd work for 7s if you pull out Mutinous and Behemoth. They can never get a 7.
Oh my god. Was it actually the correct play?
Yeah, but then you're just faced with a board full of potentially
you
large.
just die.
Yeah, like you get like 2 Spirit Guides, 2 Light Shower Elementals, a Behemoth. You're like,
but they can't quest reward me.
From your deck, you're pulling a Knoll, a couple Tricksters.
Sounds fine.
A Maestra. All right, we made it. Now we just need 7s and 8s.
And then now on the back 9 of the course. And Gregors does have a little bit of extra card draw now with that Cathedral. Bring. Looks like, yeah, he's going to have to go for Contraband Stash because he's just got nothing else. Does he have the other jackpot now? I love that summoning order. Wait, was that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, we've been in for this long and that's all Contraband Stash could do?
That's all we'll get.
Really? Okay. So, TJ, this feels fancy, but could this not have just been Whirlpool? We progress that quest. Oh, I think they're quite bad as well.
Well, they're certainly not good. All right, here we go. We got a Might on the bottom of the deck.
Stick to the shadows.
Wait, what? Oh, no, because it was shuffled. Okay.
It was what?
I'm talking about the deck was shuffled.
Oh, yeah.
Round.
Muddy the waters.
Yeah, the first meter.
You can just
Rest easy.
the first meter, yeah.
But yeah, but drown puts it to the bottom of the player who drowns its deck, right?
Oh, I thought it was the other way around.
I don't think so. I think you drown an enemy minion, and then that minion goes to the bottom of your deck. That's the second meter he just he
Gotcha.
played before, right? I think so, anyway.
Yeah.
As Zyrella.
I think you're right. Yeah, put an enemy on the bottom of your deck. That's good. My bad. Shows how much I play Drown.
Okay, you just keep working on that way that Rogue can win.
It can. I already talked the 2 ways that it can happen.
I want a third before the game's over.
You front lines and you pull out their 7s and you stop them from completing the quest, and then somehow you also kill them. It's like you need Trickster, you need to pull front lines and Whirlpool. And then you Trickster, front lines, and then Trickster, Whirlpool.
Okay. Most importantly here, though.
You also need to have something to kill off your minion, because you'll summon minions until the board is full. So the board will be full. So then you need to have Trickster, front lines, Bone Spike, your Trickster, and then you Trickster again, and you Whirlpool. Boom. No way to complete the quest. And then as soon as you draw a 7, you play it, so they can't identity that.
Sounds perfect.
Easy.
Oh, he didn't need to play the Whirlpool. Okay. There's Zyrella, the Sanctified.
Right,
Tons of healing coming out.
From Jackpot.
It's jackpot time!
What can Jack get that will get the Zyrella?
Wait, the oh no, maybe not. I'm
What?
in TJ mode, thinking of crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Needs a way to discover a rogue minion. Then he gets the new minion that people play. That if you have a secret, you can throw away a card from the opponent's
Gravedigger.
hand. Yeah, to put it back in the deck and then hope it's the last card.
Then you probably still lose.
Okay, contraband stash again.
Doesn't even want to flip her friends beforehand.
He gets the attacks off though now with the 2/3s, right?
Oh yeah, he definitely
It's very clean.
the board. Okay.
This clean the scene is very smooth. This plus Zyrella, right?
Okay. All right, here we go. Count it down. 16 cards remaining.
Cast the darkness from your heart.
Come on, top of the deck. He does back.
Rest easy, child. You are safe now.
What about some Divine Bowl action?
I mean, this is probably just Denathrius at this point, right? Like, at least from Spring's point of view, that's deal damage, right? From Zyrella. So
Yeah.
just Denathrius, but like go, and there's double Wicked Stab in the deck.
Nah, it's Divine Toll time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah!
I feel like this whole series is Divine Troll time, but you know.
Oh, only a couple went on the actual attackable minion. Minion that can attack. I mean, it's putting on pressure. How big is Denathrius? That's the question.
It's been in hand for about 20 years by now, TJ.
Okay, so next turn is like Tess Wicked Stab face. Right? And then Denathrius to finish?
Well, I mean, there's a chance, depending on how this goes. I'm guessing Gregorisol has to just Whirlpool this. But I was going to say, there's a chance it's just Hero Power Wicked Stab Denathrius.
Could be.
If, say, the Midar lives.
Could be Shadowward Ruin. Or, wait.
Oh!
Why wouldn't you buff the Knoll with the...
Insanity!
location.
By Denathrius.
He could have killed the Null also by just buffing it.
Maybe.
He also could have just started the turn by buffing the Null.
Yeah, he could have just drawn the thing, right?
Yeah, could have just won
he
the
could
game.
just won the game, yeah.
But this could be it'd be a 3/3 Theatar, but it'd be a dead Null.
No Denathrius now. That is such a big deal. What is it at? Was that 21? I think I saw.
You have no idea what I'm capable of.
It's Tess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the good one.
Yep. Mind Troll.
For 2 hits on the Theatar, okay. But none on the Null, okay. More.
So many people. Remember the screenshot I sent you the other day? It's exactly like that.
Oh, there's another one.
I mean, infinite value, to be
Step
fair.
again.
Oh my god. Next turn can replay to actually get... Oh, objection.
Okay. I mean, Gregorius, he's going to test with Desperate Prairie. Might think that's Counterspell.
Hey, surely this is Finley, right? Play Sir Spinley for the win.
This battle
I mean, it's probably Whirlpool more reasonably, but...
What would you do with the Finley? What are you trying to get?
The win condition.
Oh, the 10 mana spell that you can't play?
Yes, just so it's finally in hand. Finley after. I'm not saying you have to do it straight away. Could just AoE first, then Spinley.
Yeah.
He now knows it's not counterspell. Yeah, there we go. Get those cards to the bottom. They don't win you the game.
Yeah, well, it's just going to get eaten by the objection.
But at least he knows.
Job done.
As you say, I seem to have lost the surface.
How many fragments are there?
Many. The tracker actually say?
Uh,
Apparently 4, but I'm not sure if I believe that.
No, it's all 6 of the cards that are left in the deck are... Oh, no, there's 1 prep and 5 shards.
Oh, okay.
Wait, no, because 1 is the all fell breaks loose. So yeah, it is right. There's a prep, an all fell breaks loose, and 4 fragments.
And once again, the Divine Troll doesn't hit the minions that attack.
And now there's 2.
Yeah, and now it's getting burned. Okay, hit the prep. Oh, wait, the man with the going again. Replays objection as well, but Gregorius knows now that that's objection, right? He knows it's not counter spell, so he knows that if he gets hold of the win condition, it's game over.
Yeah, but he can't play Denathrius right now. And there's a lot of damage. There's 2 Wicked Stabs in hand.
Child, you are safe now.
I mean, I feel like it just has to be right now.
I think it does. What about Hero Power Light Bomb? That leaves 8, that leaves 12 on board.
Yes, but how?
He died a double Wicked Stab.
Yeah.
And if you just play Light Shower Elementals, I mean, it's got to be light. I think he's dead.
I also think he's dead because of the double Wicked Stabs, right?
Yeah. So you got to take out the Colossal.
Yeah. Oh wait, I didn't even count the 2-1. I forgot one. The little whirly thing lives.
8, 9, 10.
Drill.
14. Yeah, he's dead. Oh my gosh. That's insane.
How does that even happen?
Nico Esprit is unplayable.
Even the Denathras was stolen. Like, all sorts went on that game, but it just wasn't enough. The
jeez.
infinite Midah was enough there for Spring to get the win. And wow, there's more where that came from.
I'm a little bit
looks
sad that the
ecstatic.
Quest Priest didn't win, because then we could have had on one side another game of Thief Rogue, but on the other side another not game of Quest Priest.
Yeah, well, now it's just Paladin left for Spring, and I'm just waiting to see what Gregorius is going to lock in next. Might go back to the Paladin, so we're either getting a Paladin mirror or a Priest versus Paladin matchup. We'll have to see how this one goes. DJ, you look very happy at this.
I want to have Soddle's day.
Yeah, put his feet up and does nothing as usual. But yeah, this is a mind melter. This one, isn't it? Imagine being just either of these two players playing through that. Not only this whole series, which is obviously going on for a while, but this game. And then imagine you, Gregorius, that after all that, you just get got.
And it's happened twice. It happened in the Mage versus Paladin game too.
Yeah.
Like, felt like he was in such a good spot, lost. Quest Priest felt like he was in such a good spot, lost. Okay. Gonna be the last deck for Spring. It's the Jailer Paladin. Standard build of it. Not a single card difference across. Wait, no, there is.
There is, yeah. I couldn't quite see what was different, but something was. Is it the Rust Rot?
Yeah, it's one Bunker Sergeant for Gregorius. Yeah, Rust. No, they both have one Rust Rot Viper. The Ragnaros. So it's minus.
That's it.
So it's -1 Ragnaros, +1 Bunker Sergeant for Spring.
Oh, there's also a Battlegrounds Battlemaster in Spring's list, and not in Gregorius as well.
Oh, geez, now I have to find another difference.
Oh wait,
it's
two
spammy.
2 Treasure Guards, and no Treasure Guards in Gregorius either.
Oh, geez, there's so many differences.
Yeah, there's differences.
Venomous Scorpid, but no venom versus no Venomous Scorpid. So Spring's is more focused on early game, it seems, and fighting against maybe the more aggressive decks, because there's smaller late game power. Whereas, maybe not, because Gregorius has a spammy.
Yeah, I think they've just teched differently, right? Because even though Spring doesn't have like Rag, for example, it's in Battlegrounds Battlemaster, right? Like, even though it doesn't heal, like that does a ton of extra damage, especially if you've got like Jailer and Denathrius already on board. So he's got like a bigger finisher and a couple of different or earlier game tools, probably mainly to fight Warlock, I imagine.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be a pretty sizable minion out there. Although it's oh, actually, you picked Treasure Guard, right? Still okay.
Really? It's not too heavy.
Just playing cards.
Yep.
What you like to see, though. This would be a nice little clean Zyrella.
What knowledge do the stars provide?
And that'll be quest completion as well, at least the first portion. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, sorry. 1, 2, 0, 4.
That's definitely how numbers work.
I'm 7 moves ahead of
Okay. Minion, because 5 is where like a spirit guide would be. Rip the light, it burns. Hope it's not spell. Oh, it's gonna check.
Okay, well, it worked out
Just
okay. in
added
the
a
end.
free prayer. Nice.
Reporting for duty.
The Queen's trove is forbidden!
Or a
Okay,
Treasure Guard there.
Yeah, we can start thinking about ordering the court now.
And also, TJ, this is what I'm talking about. Let's pick up the pace of play. I like this. I've got a 5-drop. I need to play a 5-drop. Boom, 5-drop played. Next.
With every step, the light guides you.
Pick a throwaway spell to test for counterspell, Reckoning. So, Invigorating Sermon.
Doesn't mean he wouldn't play Order this turn, but I... Oh, wait. I take it and not play it anyway? Okay.
Yeah, it can throw the serve spell into the counterspell. Probably not this turn. You can just do it for free next turn. Invigorating Sermon has to be really good, though, because that's just permanent stats, because once the Jailer's played, they can't be messed with.
I must move quickly.
Yeah, he does have to use it this turn if he wants it for free, though, right? Isn't 3-1... Doesn't it only draw and make it 0?
Oh,
this
yeah, you're
turn?
right. The Stonehearth Vindicator,
So,
yeah.
yeah, so he will have to throw it out now. If he wants to test for it for free, he decides he does not.
Okay. Oh, that is the juiciest Nether Drake. Look at that.
It is, but does it progress the quest?
No, but none of this stuff does. Ah,
Yeah,
the light
the
shower.
light shower, right? Yeah.
Sure.
Easiest light shower ever.
Let's see what side of the bed I woke up.
Only gonna have to think about this order in the court.
Yeah, and Gregorius has the Mutinous, which Order in the Court will guarantee a good Mutinous target is at least in the hand.
I just decided to throw it away into the counter spell. Okay.
The light dims.
I would rather have the Invigorating Sermon. Oh my god.
would rather have the bell.
Yeah, or the Bell. Yeah. I mean, Service Bell can be pretty good.
Is it better than the backbone of your deck, though?
You just play Service Bell and then pick the other one.
I guess.
But that seems like extra steps to do the same thing.
Yeah. And also, not even close to a carry-along curve at this point.
Yeah, but maybe he doesn't care. Maybe he wants to eke out a little bit more value in the deck before he jailers it up and destroys it. I mean, he played Invigorating Sermon after all. Like, he needs to get some value out of it. Just get a couple more minions from the deck before you order in the court and play the jailer.
I'd look at potentially going for the Theotar to try and steal a 7-drop.
For the Alliance and my family.
For Carol instead.
Imperial Road. So this is a 5-4.
That is an accurate statement.
Oh, there's a 5. Not that good, though. It's not right now. Oh, Theotar. Bunker Sergeant.
That's still not bad, actually. A pretty buffed Bunker Sergeant.
Oh, it's on 7-8. What was the 5 that he played?
You played the 5-drop taunt, right? The whole Holy Shadow spell draw. Death Rattle.
That's weird. Looking right at it, and I don't even remember.
And my question...
He discovered either. What's going
My
on?
question here is... Does Gregorius just play Whirlpool next turn?
Well, if a Light Ray comes out, yeah.
Okay, but say the board wasn't threatening. Would you just play Whirlpool and just say, well, yeah, it wipes the board, but I have my Zyrella next turn?
Yeah.
I think so, right? He's
Yeah, he
still
knows
in a
what-
bit of a race against the clock. What?
Hasn't really played many Paladin cards this game. Ooh. That's a better 8.
Mm-hmm.
Or Viper. Oh, no, you don't need Viper. What am I talking?
You use the shard, and the game goes, you've only half won.
You get half a win.
Yeah.
What is this Discover even from?
Different universe at this point, I don't know.
Quickly.
Hand and deck? Is there a third option?
Oh, it's Scorpid. It's a Scorpid.
Oh, okay.
Just like not even seeing which games it was. Yeah, it's Scorpid. Yeah, Righteous Defense is large. One on the Theotar. Hold on to the Theotar for when the quest is complete.
Oh? Really?
Excuse for bad manners.
That correct? We've gone to some strange places this game, TJ. First, the Order in the Court, just being thrown into a counterspell. And now the Theotar being used to just do stuff. I mean, I guess it's an 11-12, but this Priest deck is like 80% removal. Like, it's not like you... surely, you know, Spring isn't expecting this 11-12 to live.
Now that Gregorius has seen the Theotar, can just go ahead and freely
go away.
Roll pool this away.
Yep.
I must consider.
There's no muteness in the deck.
Oh, look how bad the hand is here for Spring.
Oh, it's terrible.
Well, the reason people even play Paladin right now is because it has Order in the Court, right? Because this looks like the Paladin hands we used to see. You know, when people were playing Paladin, it was just like, well, you need to curve exactly right or your hand's going to be trash. You always need carry along curve, but this board has just been batted away here from Gregorius. Direll and Sanctified hits the board, and now it's just a matter of time. And Gregorius not only has like Leviathan, tons of AoE still left over, but he just has a carry of his own.
The time has come to dethrone.
He's going to give him all the time in the world. Oh, kind of.
Oh, yes!
Is there any way Paladin can stop this happening, TJ?
Nope. Not a single way.
Right. You know what they should do for game 5? Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, it's Paladin versus Paladin.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Jailer versus Jailer, let's go. I'm ready for that, TJ. I'm pumped up
once
for
that
it.
happens, the game's just gonna end. You know,
Yep. Glorified shard.
math at that point.
Maths, but yeah. And Gregorius takes the victory. We go into game 5. As TJ just said, Paladin versus Paladin. And, you know, bringing this back round to some actual sensible Hearthstone discussion, I do think Spring had multiple questionable decisions in that specific game. I think the risk in the Order in the Court, the whole sort of build of the deck into a potential counterspell when he had better spells to just throw away into, like the 0-cost spell, and then just not ended up getting the second one, and then also just going for the Theotar. I get, like, in this position there, it's a big threatening minion, but Gregorius has barely had to kill anything this game, right? So the hand is obviously full of like a million different ways to remove the board, or at least the one big minion on it.
Yeah, it was not sure. You know, Theotar obviously was probably like a 1-3 to even hit the Zyrella at that point, but I feel like with the way the game was going, you take those.
I mean, it's better than
and you take
0, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was an odd one, but I will say as well, as TJ mentioned before, today has gone just a little bit longer than yesterday. And as time is ticking on, of course, it's awkward at times for the players, especially on the Asia-Pacific side of the time zones towards that way. So they're probably going to feel it a lot more than we are right now.
It's gamer hours.
Well, I'm an old man, TJ. My gamer hours are in the solid sunshine hours of the day.
So this is the Europe time zone tournament, but like
this
China
is like
specifically
middle of the night, if not very early morning, right?
Yeah, they're exactly 12-hour difference from me. It's the opposite clock. So the tournament started at 2:30 p.m. and it is now 2:30 a.m. So that's for a gamer schedule. That's incredibly reasonable.
No, not this gamer, not me.
Not me either. I'm in the same boat as you.
You know, game number 5 again. It's been a while, to be fair, but if you've forgotten what the stakes are for this match, the winner moves on to face XMG in the decider match for the group. The winner of that will move on to tomorrow and have a chance at the World Championship. The loser, unfortunately, is done, not only for the day, but for the weekend.
What'll wet your whistle?
And it's coming down to a jailer paladin mirror. How else would you want it to end?
Literally any other way. How about that? Is that a
West
good
Priest
answer for
mirror?
you? Okay, maybe not that.
Okay, you got me.
Yeah, you got me there.
Gregorius does have the Rustrop Viper ready to go. I would imagine it's very unlikely that we'll ever see that tradable away.
Yeah,
You'd just rather have it